This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 1: An Unusual Monday. At 10:30 a.m. on Monday, July 1st, 2024. Lu Tingting, carrying breakfast, walked to his workstation. Lu Tingting is an outsourced operator of a large factory. The so-called outsourcing of a large factory means that the salary is only half of that of a full-time job. The benefits are only the air conditioning. The work content is trivial and complicated, and there is no system. When layoffs occur, the first person to be asked to leave, and the resume will be spent when looking for the next job. Only when posting photos of the workstation on the work card on social software can you feel a sense of superiority. It is an unfair job. But for Lu Tingting, he does not seek promotion or progress. The salary is enough to make a living and the content is acceptable. So he just does it. The main theme is that he is a ruthless worker who is absent-minded. At this time, there are no clouds in the sky and the wind is gentle. It is impossible to see that human society will be turned upside down in just 10 minutes. Go to the workstation, turn on the phone, pour water, peel eggs, and play with the phone. If there is anything unusual about this morning, it should be that the signal is not good. Lu Tingting's phone is on the table, but he can't find the big iHot search. Crashed? However, Lu Tingting changed several social softwares in succession with the intention of eating melons and fishing, but they were all stuck. What's wrong? Yame, is your mobile phone signal good? Lu Tingting asked his colleagues while trying to restart the mobile signal. Signal? It's okay. Jian Yame, who was busy writing a weekly report, replied. Jian Yame and Lu Tingting are currently the only two outsourced classmates in the Entertainment Account Operation Group. The Entertainment Account Operation Group is a third-level sub-department under the Fanshan Operation Department. Fanshan, one of the major internet companies, focuses on content ecological platforms, and its side businesses are flourishing everywhere. The food in its cafeteria is particularly rich and delicious, and it is respectfully called the Fanshan by the factory people. Lu Tingting joined the Fanshan as an operation outsourcing right after graduation, and it has been nearly a year now. However, after several department changes, boss adjustments, and structural changes in the past year, Lu Tingting has become a working man. But Jiang Yame is different from Lu Tingting, who is just lying flat on his back. In the recent wave of layoffs, Lu Tingting survived entirely because she had the lowest salary and was responsible for the contract process submission and project progress statistics of the entire department. Without her, no one would take care of the chores and forms, which was somewhat troublesome. As a senior outsourcing colleague who has been working here for 3 years, Jian Yame, who earns less than half of the salary of a full-time job, does the heaviest and most difficult work, and happily eats the big cake of HR. You are the next regular HC, which can be called the king of roles. After the last wave of layoffs, as the only two outsourcings, they lived without holiday gift boxes, afternoon tea, and meal and room allowances, and their relationship naturally improved. For example, at this moment, all the full-time employees of the department went to the big weekly meeting, except for the two of them. However, for Lu Tingting, not participating in their weekly meetings is a happy leisure, just doing the job for the day. It is not a bad choice to be laid off early and get a wave of compensation and leave. The mobile phone signal is still not good after the restart. Lu Tingting sighed silently, lowered his head and ate breakfast in 2 or 3 mouthfuls, and got up to throw away the packaging bag. It was at this moment that there seemed to be a chattering noise downstairs. What's going on? Lu Tingting Group's workstation is on the 13th floor of Building 7, located in the southwest corner of the entire rice factory park. To the west is an old community, but because it is near the parks of several large internet companies, the rent price is high. To the east is facing the rest of the rice factory's office buildings, because they are on the top floor of the whole building. Even if there are any entertainment activities on the open space in the park, the sound they can hear is minimal. What happened today? Lu Tingting didn't think much about it, and got up and walked to the tea room, intending to have a full cup of free coffee and start an ordinary day for workers. However, this day was destined to be extraordinary. Everything started with a reminder sound that the elevator had arrived at this floor. Then, cries for help, exclamations, screams, accompanied by the smell of fishy and rotten smells, came out. Lu Tingting stayed where he was, holding his phone. Blood and body parts instantly covered the ground. The middle-aged man with a backpack stumbled while covering his wounds, and the young man in Crocs fell to the ground with his limbs soft, and a wave of water gradually spread under him. The girl with long hair wanted to climb out of the elevator, but was knocked down by the zombies behind him, and a piece of flesh on her cheek was torn off. Run! Run! Lu Tingting ran back, almost using up all his strength to avoid falling. The thought stirring in his mind drove his limbs. The elevator has been captured. The corridor is in the other direction. It's too late. There's no way around it. The zombies are not focused on enjoying the meal they already have. Obviously, the moving, lively meat is a more attractive delicacy in their eyes. What to do? Lu Tingting had almost no time to think. She rushed back to her workstation and grabbed Jiang Yame, who was still looking towards the elevator in confusion. Run! Lu Tingting almost half-dragged and half-pulled her towards the nearest conference room. What's wrong? Jiang Yame soon stopped asking, because what happened was too absurd, and everything she saw in front of her did not leave any room for denial or doubt. Just as the two ran to the door of the conference room, 3 or 4 zombies were rushing towards the elevator. Lu Tingting even recognized one of them, who was a colleague from the risk control group who worked on the same floor. His body was covered with red blood. The flesh on his cheeks had disappeared. His chin was twisted to one side. Dark red liquid flowed out of his empty mouth. His calves were also twisted. White bones pierced through one side, and some fine pieces of flesh and blood were hanging. But he still limped forward and rushed towards them. Lu Tingting's mind had gone blank. She didn't even know that her body was shaking violently. She unconsciously exerted force while holding Jiang Yame's hand. Just at this moment, a girl wearing a mask walked out of the restroom diagonally opposite the conference room. It was Janya from the next group. She lifted the curtain of the restroom and walked out, not knowing what was going on. When she saw Lu Tingting and Jiang Yame, Janya smiled and whispered, "Someone is crying inside." So early in the morning. The voice stopped abruptly. A zombie with a dark face, white eyes, and intact clothes jumped out of the restroom and bit Janya's neck. Squeak, red liquid splashed on the ceiling. Lu Tingting knew for the first time that when a person's artery was bitten, blood would fly so high. And when a person's cervical vertebra was bitten, it would make such a sound. Jiang Yame took Lu Tingting into the conference room with her backhand and locked the door with shaking hands. Almost the next moment, the roar had reached the door. Bang! 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 The door of the conference room was just an ordinary wooden door. In order to meet the requirements of a civilized work area, all the walls of the conference rooms in the park facing the corridor were made of glass walls that were blurred in the middle and transparent at the top and bottom. The zombie that had knocked down Janya was ramming into their door, and the 3 or 4 zombies that had chased from the elevator were circling outside the glass. The two hurriedly moved the table of the conference room to the door, using their backs to hold it, trying their best to prevent the zombies from breaking in. The zombies left quickly, but it was not because their efforts made the zombies realize that it was futile to entangle here. It was because the other people who were running and screaming attracted their attention with fresh blood. The screams were short, and the running people made almost no sound when they stepped on the cloth-covered ground. The fall was heavy. After an unknown amount of time, the wailing echoing on the 13th floor gradually stopped. Lu Tingting withdrew her hand from the door and wiped the tears from her face heavily. Jiang Yame, who was beside her, poked her with her elbow, signaling her to look through the transparent bottom of the glass wall. It was Janya. It stood up. Half of its pants and sneakers were stained red with blood. Although half of its neck was broken, it still became one of them. There was another crunching sound of chewing. Silence and despair floated in the air of the conference room. Lu Tingting half-crouched and took back the mobile phone that was thrown on the ground when moving the table. Seeing this, Jiang Yame also reacted. The two of them immediately called their parents. In Jiang Yame's receiver, the music was repeated over and over again, looping and making people anxious. She gritted her teeth and hung up, edited a warning text message and sent it. Lu Tingting's phone was dialed, and the voices of his father and mother were the same as always. "Why are you calling at this time? What's wrong?" Lu Tingting whispered what happened, asking them to go home quickly. "Hide, leave the crowd, and don't go out." The person on the other end of the phone was a little confused at first, but seemed to be stimulated by her daughter's repeated warnings and agreed repeatedly. "Don't worry about me." After hanging up the phone, Lu Tingting's tears fell again. She leaned against Jiang Yame, and the two huddled together tightly, trying to draw strength from each other. At the same time, the phone vibrated, and Lu Tingting's boyfriend Zhang Tian sent a message. Sister, are you okay? Sister, please reply to me immediately if you see me. I can't get out here for the time being. When I find a way, I will come to you immediately. Zhang Tian also works in the restaurant, but in the technical department. Lu Tingting's tears welled up, and she quickly replied, I'm fine. I'm in the meeting room. Don't come over. Be careful. There is no time to be sad. They must quickly figure out what happened. With a clear division of labor, Lu Tingting searched the social software, and Jiang Yame logged into the work software to see if there was any news in the park group. The Big Eye Hot search is still calm, but the real-time square is already full of photos of hell on Earth. Everyone was asking what happened. What is this? Why? But there was no answer. The group work group still had the online link for the weekly meeting in the morning, and the meeting room for the weekly meeting was on the 5th floor of Building 7. Jiang Yame connected to the meeting link, and from that side came the echoing messy footsteps, painful wails and screams. It was in the corridor. It was the sound of running downstairs, the collision and friction of the crowd, heavy panting, the roar from far to near, the shouting gradually approaching, a burst of collisions and crackling. The owner of the phone fell. The phone, still with the microphone on, fell to the concrete floor. Ah! The two kept listening until no human voice could be heard on the other end of the phone. Has it been 15 minutes since the elevator that seemed like the gate of hell arrived on the 13th floor? Lu kept refreshing the real-time messages. However, the real-time square that was still 99 plus just now gradually slowed down. Lu Tingting guessed that some of them were busy trying to survive, while others were likely to have left the human category and no longer had fear and surprise. Jiang Yame, who was beside her, patted her shoulder and handed her the phone, motioning her to read the message. In the second-hand idle chat group, the earliest signs appeared at 10 o'clock in the morning, the rush hour for work. First, someone said that there was a malicious wounding incident on the subway. Then, several people echoed that they saw police cars and fire trucks roaring out on the way to work. It was really noisy in the early morning. Then there was a picture taken at the gate of the park, which showed a person lying on the ground with a bloodstain next to him. Someone asked what happened below. The person who sent the picture said that someone at the card gate wanted to break through the gate violently and fought with the security guard. Everything has traces and is inevitable. Beep. Beep. The two people who were browsing the information quickly were stunned, and their phones rang at the same time. It was a text message from the operator. It was news from the country. An unknown virus has broken out globally. This virus is spread through blood and body fluids, and can mutate people into zombies, like those in fantasy novels. They have no signs of life, and are completely inconsistent with all biological characteristics known to humans. They do not feel pain, have no reason or emotion. It only takes 5 minutes from contact, transmission to mutation. The source and mechanism of the virus are still under study, but it is currently shown that the infected are irreversible. The government and the military are working hard to restore order and protect people's livelihood. We hope that all people can unite to overcome difficulties, find food and shelter, and wait for the rescue of national forces. The language of the message is restrained and concise, striving to convey information accurately. In addition, the text message also mentioned the research on the characteristics of zombies that had been sent. In addition to smell and hearing, zombies still have a weak phototaxis vision, and only by attacking the brain can the zombies lose their aggressiveness and really die. Lu Tingting and Jiang Yame leaned against the table against the door and read the message. Life really seems like a joke. God rolls the dice and decides the fate of a world. Outside the conference room, zombies wandered in groups of 3 or 2, dragging their steps. Whenever a zombie approached, the two held their breath silently, and even dared not slide their fingers on the screen. Sense of smell, hearing, and weak phototropism. Lu Tingting realized something. She raised her upper body, knelt on the ground, crawled to the window, and pulled down the curtains. Jiang Yame, who was still in the same place, seemed to realize something from her actions, stretched out her hand, and turned off the lights in the conference room. The zombies wandering outside the glass wall really swayed to the other side. Lu Tingting took a deep breath, returned to Jiang Yame, sat down, and held Jiang Yame's hand tightly. In the dim conference room, the hands of the two people kept shaking. and there were traces of tears on their faces. "We are still alive," Lu Tingting muttered to himself, which was a comfort and a self-affirmation of surviving the disaster. Chapter 2: The Virtues of Workers. Survival is a complex issue. The most urgent task is to sort out the clues. However, silently, the lights in the corridor went out. The power was off. Lu Tingting and Jiang Yamei half-crouched and moved to the window of the conference room, lifted a corner of the curtain and looked out. The ground of the park was mostly dark red. There were about dozens of zombies wandering on the ground, and there were groups of zombies gathering in several places to enjoy the remains of corpses. Looking out, there were scattered vehicles on the streets in the distance, and several stores were in a mess. Even farther away, smoke from several fires could be seen rising straight up. Through the window, you can see that the lights of Building 1 and Building 3 are also off, and the iconic restaurant logo on Building 1 is also dim. Building 2 and Building 4 are covered by Building 3, and Building 5 and Building 6 are connected. They are located in the northeast corner of the park, farthest from Building 7, and cannot be seen clearly. The two quickly concluded that it was not just them, but the entire park, even the entire district, and the entire city that had a power outage. This is Beijing. Power outages are not terrible, but the message behind the power outage is worth thinking about. From what we can see, it is expected that the power system will be difficult to maintain, but the park has backup power, now that it has not been turned on for a long time. It can only mean that the operation and maintenance team cannot operate normally. Jiang Yamei seemed to have thought of something at this time. She picked up her mobile phone and took a look, then put it back and whispered, "The signal is also cut off. The mobile signal and the park's wireless network are gone." The interior of the building was dim after the power outage, and the entire 13th floor could only rely on the daylight coming in through the windows for lighting. After the power outage, without the booster, the water on the upper floors will soon be cut off. Before, when working, the sunlight reflected on the computer screen hurt people's eyes. So many people would choose to draw the upper and lower curtains halfway. In addition, the work area on the north side was not put into use, so the windows on that side were open and bright. This made the zombies happy to hang around the brighter north side now, and there were fewer zombies wandering around the hiding place of Lu Tingting and the others. That's why the two of them dared to speak in a low voice. The signal was cut off so quickly? Lu Tingting thought in her heart. The signal came from several nearby mobile base stations. Hochong Street is one of the gathering places for large internet companies, and there are many mobile base stations nearby for coverage. Mobile base stations have backup power supplies after power outages. According to common sense, the signal should not be cut off so quickly. The only explanation is that there are no staff in the mobile base station to help switch the backup power supply. This confirms the content of the text message. This is a global disaster. The two people's mood became heavier, but fortunately at this moment, they still have each other to rely on. "I haven't said thank you yet," Jiang Yamei suddenly said, her voice still low. "Thank you for what?" Lu Tingting was a little puzzled. "Thank you for coming back to save me. You didn't have to come to pull me, but you did it anyway," Jiang Yamei said. Her face was pale. Her voice was a little hoarse. And she continued, "I was on the phone with Yao Yuan at that time. He asked me to run his own weekly report data. And after running, he came to me to ask what all these meant. So when the meeting was noisy and they shouted to run, I actually asked him what was wrong. But he didn't say anything and hung up the phone directly." Yao Yuan was their direct superior, a veteran in the workplace, who was promoted by licking the boss and PA subordinates. "He is just like that." Lu Tingting patted her shoulder and replied, "Have you forgotten? When I was chosen in the department's welfare lottery, he ran to the administration and said that outsourcing was not allowed. There was no restriction at all. But he rushed to rank people. I know he is a selfish bastard, but when it really came to a life and death situation, he refused to say a word. I did so many things for him. This idiot even asked me to write the OKR." Jiang Yamei's voice was filled with tears, and it was obvious that the emotions that had been accumulated for a long time finally burst out, along with the panic and depression just now. "Alas," Lu Tingting sighed. "But, let me tell you a hell joke. Judging from the link to the weekly meeting I just heard, I'm afraid that the group of people who ran down the stairs are in great danger. In short, the bastard who didn't tell you to run for your life is probably already running to his death first. Does that make you feel happier?" Jiang Yamei was stunned. "It's really hell." "Never mind. Just have a little fun. Have fun. Cheer up. The two of them calmed down, each holding a marker and sitting under the whiteboard in the conference room, ready to brainstorm the next plan and do. So, where to start? First of all, based on the news just released, the state machinery is obviously not paralyzed, and is rapidly reorganizing its internal affairs, integrating resources, and preparing for rescue. Ho-Chang Street is located in Dongsanki, and there are several colleges not far away. The first focus of rescue will definitely be on the rescue of strategic resources. Granaries and hospitals will be the top priority. And here, I'm afraid, we can only wait for the rescue team to come step by step. Jiang Yamei spoke first. I agree. I'm afraid we won't be able to wait for rescue within 2 or 3 days. But we are in Beijing after all. And this will be the place where the rescue forces are most concentrated in the country. I estimate 5 or 6 days. No later than a week. Even if there is no rescue team at that time, there will definitely be a wave of supplies. Lu Tingting added. In other words, conservatively estimated, we need to survive here for 5 days. The two looked at each other in surprise as they looked at the empty conference room. After 5 minutes of immersion in melancholy and grief, the two men, determined to save every bit of energy in their bodies, lay flat on the carpet and chatted aimlessly. How many people are still alive in the park? Jiang Yamei asked. Lu Tingting, at least. My boyfriend is still alive. That's good. There should be quite a few alive. When I had a signal just now, I saw several people reporting their locations. Are there any on our floor? No. Will people starve to death in 5 days? Without water? 3 days is the limit. Water? Are you thinking of the same thing as me? The news said that during the earthquake, the survivors trapped underneath drank their own. Stop talking. Lu Tingting rolled over and got up. I don't want to drink urine. And I don't want to drink urine and still not survive. Jiang Yamei slowly stood up. Add 1. Lu Tingting cheered up. Agree to die. It's better to go out and kill some zombies. Jiang Yamei cheered. That's right. What's the biggest difference between us and zombies? We have brains. Write a document. Set OKR. Tear down all the difficulties. List all the card points. Lu Tingting stood up and wrote at the top of the whiteboard. O survival. KR1, safe shelter. After a pause, Lu Tingting drew a check mark at the back. Although the conference room is not the most ideal location, it has doors and windows, which can provide barriers. And it is also a good place. She continued to write. KR2, food. KR3, water. Jiang Yamei came to her side and whispered, these two can actually be combined into one. If we consider it for 5 days, we don't need water for long-term living. You are right. Lu Tingting erased 3. Very good. So we have only one goal. Where to find food. Jiang Yamei uncapped the pen and continued writing in Lu Tingting handwriting. Taking the park as a unit. The places with the most abundant food are the living area on the first floor of the basement of the park, the small canteen on the first floor of building number 5, and the convenience store on the first floor of building number 2. In addition, the open-air cafe in the center of the park will also reserve some biscuits and bread. In addition, there are tea rooms on each floor of each building. The refrigerators in the tea rooms are for each floor's own use, and may not be stocked with food. But the vending machines in the tea rooms are stably replenished. Combining the above situation, we actually have only one choice. And this is the least difficult one, which can be tried now. Lu Tingting added. Yes. Jiang Yamei drew a circle on the tea room and wrote a noun. We must go to the tea room. Very good. The goal is clear. It's worthy of us. Lu Tingting drew a simple map of this floor on the blank space of the whiteboard. The rectangular floor space has 4 elevators in the center, facing each other. There are several rows of work area tables and chairs, meeting rooms, toilets, and staircases scattered in the east, south, west, and north. The tea room is located in the upper right corner of the map, and the meeting room where Lu Tingting and her friends are now is just below the tea room, sandwiched between a corridor about 5 meters long and the toilet that Zhang Ye walked out of before. The tea room is open, without doors and walls. Otherwise, we can just rush over and hide. Jiang Yamei said worriedly. Lu Tingting thought for a moment, walked to the glass wall and squatted down, observing the movements of the zombies outside with the light from the window. Come and see. She waved to Jiang Yamei as she spoke. The zombies are all gathered in the north. where it's brighter. There aren't many zombies walking around us. But if we get to the tea room, there will be noise when we collect things. And the zombies will be able to smell us without any hindrance. Didn't the information just now say that zombies have both hearing and smell? Jiang Yame added. Lu Tingting, indeed. But I'm curious. How sensitive is the zombie's sense of smell? If a little bit of smell can be easily captured, then there is no way to fight at all. We will be besieged as soon as we go out. Jiang Yame gritted her teeth. Then let's try it. Ah? Jiang Yame became more and more excited. A-B experiment. No need to find technology. No platform. Do an A-B experiment to see how sensitive the zombie's sense of smell is. Yame, you are worthy of being the king of rolls. Lu Tingting, who really didn't expect to hear familiar words in this environment, expressed his admiration. Basic operation. Basic operation. It has been engraved into DNA. Jiang Yame waved her hand. Lu Tingting looked around the conference room and pointed to the green plant in the corner. The evergreen. Evergreen. A good companion for home and travel. A good partner for absorbing formaldehyde. And can also contribute its body and land in times of crisis. Jiang Yame's eyes lit up. And she and Lu Tingting gathered around the flower pot. Lu Tingting poked the soil in the flower pot with his hand. Experimental Group 1 can use the soil and try to cover their arms. Jiang Yame pondered. Then Experimental Group 2 can crush the leaves and apply them. In addition, Jiang Yame took something out of her pocket. Clang. Clang. It was a 1 milliliter perfume sample with about half left. You carry perfume with you? Isn't it too urban beauty? Lu Tingting was shocked. After all, her work philosophy is that wearing clothes to work has proved that I am very cultured. Haha. Perfume is like a 5-step powder. You never know whether the corner will be an important moment in life. So of course you have to be prepared at all times. Isn't it used now? Jiang Yame laughed. Of course. For Jiang Yame, the important moment in life is to be noticed by the boss. Oh! What a hard-working and excellent bricklayer. And then Mimi was promoted to a regular employee and reached the peak of her life. Lu Tingting smiled and touched Jiang Yame's shoulder with his head, saying, Yame, little genius. So we now have 3 smell test groups, plus the pure human smell without any makeup. That's 4. After the well-organized formation drills and the dedicated contribution of Lu Tingting carefully selected sunscreen clothes, Jiang Yame and Lu Tingting squatted at the door with their butts sticking out, in order to give the two a place to show their skills. The table that was originally blocking the door was lifted to the side, and the props of the experimental group were placed on it one by one. Sunscreen clothes that were cut into pieces, plucked evergreen leaves, perfume samples, and flower pots filled with soil. Target locked. Miss Zombie in red clothes. Lu Tingting pointed to a zombie that just staggered past. According to their careful observation, Miss Zombie in red clothes has a fixed route of passing by their door and turning to the corner. She often stops at the corner for a while. There is a small probability that she will go around a big circle from the left and return to the corridor in front of the conference room. But basically she will choose to return to the original route. Return after reaching the elevator corner, and continue to pass the door of the conference room. Time record, 11:30 a.m. on July 1st, 2024. Experimental Group Number 1. Released in 10 seconds. The scheduled action time is when Miss Zombie in red clothes moves to the elevator corner, about 3 meters away from the conference room, and the other zombies are at least 10 meters away from them. 1, 2, 3. Lu Tingting counted the beats in her mind. Move. Instantly, Jiang Yame pressed down with her palm, and the door of the conference room quietly opened a gap. Lu Tingting quickly stretched out an arm wrapped in a sunscreen covered with mud, paused for 3 seconds, and then quickly withdrew it. Although based on the good tradition of large factory operation and maintenance safety, the two had already left an advance margin for emergency braking to prevent the zombies from turning back and killing directly. But close contact with zombies is still a nervous thing. Jiang Yame closed the door, and the two closely followed the movements of the red-dressed zombie lady, only to see her continue to move forward without any abnormality. The two looked at each other and saw the surprise in each other's eyes. Chapter 3. Brains are important. After several rounds of experiments, the two people who had numbly repeated open the door, reach out, withdraw, close the door several times finally wrote down the conclusion of this experiment on the whiteboard. First, in terms of the effects of the 3 materials on the zombie's sense of smell, perfume is greater than soil and greater than plant juice. Second, and most importantly, The distance data. Zombies can smell the smell of humans at a distance of about 5 meters. Of course, this is only the temptation of a palm to zombies. After applying different materials, the effects of perfume and soil are similar, and can cover the smell of the palm when the distance from the zombies is 2 meters or more. The smell of plant juice is weaker. After the 30-minute experiment, the two leaned against the table and stared at the experimental data on the whiteboard, with several traces of soil and juice on their hands that were not wiped clean. There was no water or wet wipes in the meeting room, so they could only rely on napkins to wipe. "What time is it?" Jiang Yame asked. Lu Tingting raised his upper body and looked at the phone on the table, and replied, 11:55. "It's almost time for dinner. Jiang Yame, can you check how much power is left on the two phones?" After the power outage, both of them turned on the power-saving mode, and then reduced the frequency of using their phones. "Mine is still 53%. Yours is 71. After Lu Tingting finished reading, he sat back next to Jiang Yame. "Are you hungry?" Lu Tingting asked. "I'm hungry." Jiang Yame touched her shriveled belly and replied, "If I could do it again, I would definitely have a full breakfast. If I could survive, I would never lose weight again." What hot girls pretend to have standard figures? They are not as important as carbohydrates, fats and proteins. Don't mention it. If I had known that something like this would happen today, I would have brought a kitchen knife to work. Lu Tingting responded. "Come on. While we still have the energy, we should make a quick decision. My current idea is to turn up the volume of a mobile phone to the maximum. Set an alarm. And when the zombies are wandering around, quickly go out and put the phone in the bathroom. When the alarm rings, attract all the zombies in, and we will immediately close the door and lock them in. I've finished talking about the plan. Let's review it." Lu Tingting crossed his arms and said confidently, Jiang Yame pondered for a moment and said, "First of all, I want to say that this plan is very original and can greatly empower us." Lu Tingting rushed over and covered Jiang Yame's mouth, saying viciously, "Ah, stop! You are not a real judge. Don't open your mouth with a class flavor." Jiang Yame couldn't help laughing. "Okay, I won't tease you anymore. But it is true that the biggest problem is that your plan is not fine enough. How do you ensure that there are no fish that slip through the net in the bathroom? How to ensure that all zombies can be attracted by the sound? How to lock the bathroom door? Moreover, the biggest problem is that we don't have any weapons or equipment on hand. Once the zombies get close, we can only run away. Head-on confrontation is the worst option." The midday sun spread to the ground through the window of the conference room and just stopped at Jiang Yame's feet. "But I can't think of a better solution. So let's give it a try." Lu Tingting turned his head suddenly and looked at Jiang Yame, who stretched out her hand in front of Lu Tingting and said lightly, "If you don't succeed, you will die." July 1st, 2024, 12:30 noon. After 3 rounds of plan improvements, Lu Tingting and Jiang Yame stood by the door of the conference room and cheered each other up. The sunscreen clothes Lu Tingting was wearing were covered with mud. Her exposed ankles, hands, and neck were covered with a layer of soil. Jiang Yame almost threw all the soil in the flower pot on her. As for who would be the one to put the phone away when going out, and who would be the one to lock the bathroom door, the two of them debated for a while. A clear conclusion is that these two tasks of going out are best undertaken by the same person, because they don't have so many materials that can be used to cover up the smell. And the effect of dispersing them on 2 people is questionable. So it is better to concentrate them on 1 person. I suddenly understand the boss, who wants to concentrate traffic resources. Jiang Yame, who was too busy with her job, said so. After a debate, Lu Tingting won the dangerous role of a person who went out. First, I had breakfast. And second, I was wearing loose trousers, which are at least safer than your skirt. So you just stay here and eat your sister's soft rice. Lu Tingting patted Jiang Yame's head and said proudly, "Okay, if we survive, I will call you sister from now on." Jiang Yame did not stop Lu Tingting's dirty hands from touching her hair. Almost at the moment when the red-clothed zombie lady passed by the bathroom about 3 meters away, Lu Tingting swooped out from the half-open door, lowered her body while taking big steps, swung her arms, and then turned and went into the bathroom. In the bathroom, Lu Tingting realized the moment she stepped over the pool of blood at the door. Something was wrong. The zombie in the cubicle may have smelled the scent of Lu Tingting hidden under the dirt and perfume, or heard the sound, and began to bang the door frantically. Just when Lu Tingting was about to turn around and run away the next second, she realized one thing. This zombie can't open the door. The door of the bathroom cubicle opens inwards, and you must pull it first before the person inside can come out. And the zombie obviously doesn't have the brain to take a step back first. Lu Tingting was overjoyed and hurriedly put the phone in the dead corner of the innermost cubicle. Then he turned around and quickly returned to the meeting room. And during the period, he also picked up 2 mops at the corner of the bathroom. In the corridor, the sound of the zombie in the cubicle banging the door could be vaguely heard. The zombie lady, who was still strolling on the familiar road, seemed to have sensed something. But when she turned around, there was only an empty corridor. Miss Zombie blinked her gray eyes, sniffed, and tilted her head in confusion. After a moment, she continued to move forward. At the same time, Lu Tingting, who was panting wildly in the meeting room, stuck 2 mops on the ground with one hand. Light. Huff huff. Easy. Huff huff. It's all because of working. Lu Tingting complained in her heart that if it weren't for working that she had no time to exercise. She wouldn't be so out of breath after running a few steps. Jiang Yame walked behind Lu Tingting, helped her to calm down, and kept praising her sister. Lu Tingting waved his hand and handed Jiang Yame a mop. Come on. Prepare for the important moment. At least you have something in your hand. Jiang Yame took it and said faintly, no wonder. Your boyfriend calls you sister. Sister really makes me feel safe. Lu Tingting, huh? Yame-chan? This is not allowed. Our monogamy here does not mean that you can have a boyfriend and a girlfriend at the same time. The two of them joked around to relieve their inner anxiety and tension. Jiang Yame looked at the timer on the only mobile phone they had left. 3, 2, 1. It's time. The loud and high-pitched ringing sounded throughout the entire floor. Yo la su. This is the Qinghai Tibet Plateau. All the zombies on the entire floor became agitated instantly. Formed, unformed, those that were gnawed halfway and mutated, and those that could only climb with their hands. All rushed towards the source of the sound. Lu Tingting and Jiang Yame covered their mouths and held the mop handles, squatting behind the glass wall and closely watching the movements of the zombies. When Xingzong Plateau was sung for the second time, the zombies that rushed into the bathroom had already been densely packed into the cubicles, and many even stepped on the bodies in front of them to play stacking. The mobile phone stuck in the dead corner of the cubicle was still ringing loudly, tempting these mindless flesh and blood machines. After confirming that there were no more zombies running on both sides of the corridor, the two looked into each other's eyes, took a deep breath, and rushed out of the meeting room door in one go. Lu Tingting took the lead and slammed the bathroom door in front of the last few zombies. Only the sound of banging the door was heard from inside. Apparently, many zombies had smelled and heard the movements of the two, changed their targets, and began to rush to the door. The bathroom door was also made of ordinary materials, and it was not sure how long it would last. If the zombies really come out, the two who haven't returned to the hiding place by then will be doomed. When the 4th ring rings, come back immediately regardless of whether you have found anything or not. Lu Tingting repeated his instructions in a deep voice. Jiang Yame nodded, and the two immediately separated and ran to the two sides. After all, mobile phones and bathroom doors are non-renewable items. During the planning stage, they realized that this opportunity to go out to collect supplies was rare, and there might not be a second time. So they decided that they didn't just need food from the tea room, putting aside the other work areas in the distance, at least in the area south of the conference room. In their own work area, there are outsourcing geniuses, aka part-time workers, who are born social cows and are good at building good relationships with all full-time jobs. Jiang Yame knows who has the habit of storing snacks, who has bought a box of milk online and put it at the workstation, who is afraid of the cold and has a small blanket and a small vest, and who has the habit of fitness and has a fully equipped fitness bag next to a seat. These are all precious strategic materials for them, not to mention the distant future. As long as they collect a few bottles of summer essential floral water, their odor masking method will have sufficient reserve materials, and future safety can also be improved. When Jiang Yame rushed to the workstation to search, Lu Tingting, holding a mop, rushed north to the tea room, but encountered an unexpected challenge when passing the corner of the elevator. It was the zombie with a broken leg. The zombie, who had no consciousness and no sense of pain, would not care about his injuries. The back and forth movement made his legs worse. The crooked calf bone was almost completely exposed to the air, revealing a nauseating smell of evil. It was him. The moment Lu Tingting found him, the zombie, who had not been lured to the bathroom because he was concentrating on eating the remains in the dark elevator car, also smelled the fresh and sweet smell. Behind her was the open tea room, where the noisy alarm clock was still echoing, mixed with the sound of zombies banging on the door. Lu Tingting silently grabbed the mop handle. The limping zombie rushed towards her, making a ho-ho sound from his mouth, revealing his teeth dyed red. Lu Tingting lowered her body and swung her hands vigorously. The mop handle hit the zombie's lower body, and the fractured calf that was already shaky was completely broken. However, this still did not eliminate the zombie's desire to hunt. It crawled on the ground with its arms and a leg that was still able to work, twitching, and even tried to jump up and pounce on the prey in front of it. After dodging several times, Lu Tingting, who used the mop pole to hit the zombie several times, looked at it and frowned. It's endless. Where is the time to accompany you to make trouble? Just when Lu Tingting was considering bypassing him and going to the tea room first, two figures rushed out of the cabinet in the tea room. Lu Tingting was startled and almost threw the mop pole, but fortunately, she immediately recognized that they were two humans. Living humans. The middle-aged woman wearing the uniform of the cleaning lady in the restaurant held a thick woven bag in her hand, and cooperated tacitly with the young girl in a linen dress. The two of them were 1 meter apart, and they used the bag to cover the zombie that was still eager to try on the ground, restricting the movement of its head and hands. Lu Tingting immediately realized the intentions of the two. She put down the mop pole, picked up the chair on the outermost side of the tea room, and banged twice at the head under the woven bag. The dark red viscous liquid spread, and it stopped moving. Lu Tingting let out a long sigh. Did you do that? The young girl stood up, pointed in the direction of the bathroom, and asked Lu Tingting. Only then did Lu Tingting realize that the girl was He Zixuan, the legal BP of the Entertainment Account Operation Group. He Zixuan and Lu Tingting entered the restaurant at about the same time. When signing the contract process and reviewing the contract text in the group, He Zixuan had to communicate with Lu Tingting, and the two of them established a revolutionary friendship. Xianer. It's you? Why are you here? Lu Tingting was surprised and happy. He Zixuan said with grief. I came to you to check the materials. Let's not talk about it for now. Come with me. Lu Tingting interrupted her and hurriedly pulled the two of them up. Collect all the food and water. The bathroom door may not be able to withstand the zombies for long. After hearing this, the cleaning lady skillfully took out a large garbage bag from the cabinet so that they could hold the items. He Zixuan opened the refrigerator and stuffed all the edible and inedible things into the bag. Lu Tingting picked up the mop rod, smashed the glass of the vending machine, and began to sweep frantically. Take everything you can. Quickly. The three of them were quick and swift, not only sweeping the napkins, garbage bags, tape, cartons and disposable cups in the cabinet, but also the beans and milk in the coffee machine. 3 minutes later, the three of them had full bags in their hands. The cleaning lady even pushed a large trash can with wheels, emptied the half-full garbage bags in it, and used it to place the heavy bottled drinks and bottled water. Are you almost done? Let's go! Lu Tingting led the way for the two of them, and the group quickly rushed to the meeting room. The sound of the zombies smashing the door became louder and louder. When passing by, Lu Tingting even saw a clear crack on the door frame. As soon as the group of people with large and small bags entered the door, Lu Tingting looked up and found that Jiang Yame had not returned yet, and he was immediately anxious. Fortunately, the next second, Jiang Yame appeared at the corner with two boys in black clothes carrying huge packages, trotting towards the meeting room, just as Lu Tingting called them in and turned to lock the door. The door of the bathroom finally couldn't withstand the desperate impact of the zombies and fell down. Without time to catch her breath, Jiang Yame took out a bottle of floral water from under her armpit and sprayed it on the door frame of the meeting room. The roar and collision sound reached the ears of the 6 people squatting in the dim meeting room. Everyone didn't dare to breathe, silently waiting for this wave of zombies to swarm out, wandering around, looking for cunning prey, waiting for everything to return to calm. Chapter 4 Cat Litter Saves the World. July 1st, 2024. 1 p.m. Wait until everything returns to calm. The curtains of the conference room were half drawn up, and the sunlight at noon in July was fierce, shining through the glass and illuminating the room. Lu Tingting spread out on the ground, looked around the people in the conference room, and then pulled out a few bags of strange-tasting peanuts, small bread and bottled drinks from the garbage bag, placed them in the middle, and invited everyone to eat and talk. After a thrilling morning, it was obvious that many people were really hungry. He Zixuan sat opposite Lu Tingting, opened a small bread and stuffed it into her mouth, crying while stuffing it, and swallowing it with sobs. Jiang Yamei, who was sitting next to Zixuan, sighed silently, unscrewed the bottle cap, and handed her the mineral water. Emotions are contagious. The cleaning lady also wiped away tears silently. Tingting, you are still alive too. Whoa. One of the two boys who came back with Jiang Yamei was tall and strong, and the sturdy young man, with a shaved head, leaned against Lu Tingting's legs and began to howl. He didn't dare to howl loudly, and could only whimper quietly, which formed a sharp contrast with his tall stature. Lu Tingting patted the young man's shoulder, took out napkins from the garbage bag next to him, and distributed them to everyone present. The tall but timid young man was called Jiang Jigang, and Lu Tingting respectfully called him Gongzi. Although he was burly and had a shaved head, he was indeed quite weak and timid in his heart. Lu Tingting first became familiar with him at a game party, at the offline game meeting organized by the standalone game group inside the restaurant. Only Lu Tingting and Jiang Jigang were loyal fans of horror games. But Lu Tingting is a technical player with a big heart, while Jiang Jigang is a true portrayal of a person who is addicted to playing games. Every time he is frightened by the slightest disturbance, he raises his orchid finger and babbles. Lu Tingting has asked Gongzi more than once why he doesn't play another game, but Gongzi said that he just likes this kind of exciting feeling. After participating in their game, Lu Tingting's boyfriend Zhang Tian quarreled with Lu Tingting while calling him a green tea. But in the end, Jiang Jigang comforted his childish boyfriend, who was a good game partner, with a secret. He is asterisk, or 0. Afraid that Zhang Tian would not believe it, Jiang Jigang swore that he only had deep admiration and deep sisterhood for Lu Tingting. Otherwise he would never find a boyfriend in his life, and would be a virgin until his death. Zhang Tian looked at Jiang Jigang's appearance like a motorcycle gangster, and countless alpacas ran through his heart, and finally believed it. When the horror game entered reality, Gongzi threw himself beside Lu Tingting and cried. This made her feel like reality and memories intertwined, as if she had returned to an ordinary weekend, playing games for an afternoon and going out for dinner. The other skinny boy in black was stunned and hesitant. Jigang, is this your girlfriend? Jiang Jigang raised his head and said seriously, no. This is my good sister. Everyone present had a twitch in their mouths. He Zixuan even forgot to cry for a while. Ahem. Lu Tingting introduced everyone awkwardly. This is Jiang Jigang from the Risk Control Department. Who is this? I'm from the Operations Department, the business of the Star Operations team. You can just call me Song Song. I know Yamei, and we have had several work exchanges. The skinny boy dyed his hair blonde, and there were jingling decorations hanging on his ears. Jiang Yamei nodded and said, I found them when I was searching the workstations. 2 grown men were squatting in the conference room, looking at me. If I hadn't knocked on the door, they wouldn't have dared to come out. The 4 women present all said to them, TSK. Song Song spoke with difficulty. I was in the bathroom, and a big brother suddenly came in to wash his hands. He started to twitch while washing, and then he wanted to bite people. I was scared to death. And when I ran out, I saw Jigang. He was also being chased by zombies, and we ran into an empty conference room together. My cell phone also fell on the sink. I didn't dare to come out, and I didn't have any weapons. Jiang Jigang looked at Lu Tingting. I didn't bring my cell phone when I went to the bathroom. But I won't make excuses. You know I'm timid. Jiang Yamei and He Zixuan, who knew that Lu Tingting had a boyfriend, turned their eyes away. It's been a long time since I smelled such pure green tea. Sister seemed to be playing a dangerous game. What can I do? I can only pretend not to see it and help her hide it. Lu Tingting, Jiang Jigang, who was pinched by Lu Tingting, felt wronged. Well, now we don't have to worry about the workplace. I'm here. Cough, cough, cough. This is the sound of He Zixuan being choked. Ah. This is the involuntary sound of the cleaning lady and Jiang Yamei. Song Song suddenly realized, no wonder. This feeling of deja vu. It's okay. Jigang. There are not many straight boys in our star operation team. Everyone's eyes suddenly focused on the blonde boy. Could it be that you? But I am straight. And the only straight guy. Jiang Yamei and Lu Tingting. Is that so? You can't tell from your team at ordinary times. What about you? After finishing one thing, Lu Tingting turned to He Zixuan and the cleaning lady. What's the name of this aunt? The cleaning lady in the uniform of the restaurant rubbed her hands. Zhao Xi. My name is Zhao Xi. You can just call me Aunt Zhao. Auntie. Are you usually responsible for the hygiene of the 13th floor? I don't think I have seen you. Jian Yame. A social worker who has added WeChat to almost everyone on this floor. Asked. I just finished training and started working the day before yesterday. The old Zhang who was originally in charge of these floors resigned. He Zixuan, who calmed down, wiped her tearful face and said, Thanks to Aunt Jiang for saving my life. I came to find Tingting to get the copyright materials. While waiting for the elevator, I heard several people discussing, and several crazy people were scratching and biting people at the entrance. But I didn't think too much about it. The elevator was very crowded during the morning rush hour. I stood at the place closest to the door and couldn't turn around. The elevator had to stop and open the door almost every time it went up one floor. Then, at about the 11th or 12th floor, fighting and quarreling suddenly started behind me. At first, I thought someone had encountered a pervert. But soon, He Zixuan shuddered and continued to tell the story. Soon I realized something was wrong, because someone started screaming. And then, there was a smell of blood. Everyone was pushing forward. And when I reached the 13th floor, I was almost pushed out. I turned around to see what was going on. People eating people. That thing, which should no longer be called a human, was gnawing on another person's head. He Zixuan's voice was crying again. Jiang Yame, who was sitting next to her, silently reached out and hugged her shoulders. I ran immediately. But there was not just one thing. There were many. Many. Some people were scratched. And some were dragged into the elevator. Because I was standing farthest from the outside. I was not scratched. But I didn't know where to run. There were zombies everywhere. Fortunately, Aunt Zhao pulled me, and we hid in the storage cabinet in the tea room. Aunt Zhao kicked the bucket outside so that we could get in. And then blocked the cabinet from the inside. At that time, there were still many people running outside. And the zombies did not chase us. And quickly changed their targets. We kept hiding. At first, I was able to contact the outside world with my mobile phone. And I also received news from the government. But soon, the signal was gone. And I didn't dare to look at my phone, fearing that it would run out of power. Until it was quiet for a long time. We heard the ringing. And then the sound of people fighting. And guessed that someone came out to fight the zombies. You can't survive hiding in the cabinet. So we just rushed out to help. I didn't expect it to be you. It's really great. You are all still alive. He Zixuan recalled the deep despair when she was locked in the cabinet, facing the darkness, and listening to the zombies trampling humans outside. Jiang Yame patted her back. It's okay. It's okay. We are all together now. What is the government news you are talking about? Neither of us has our mobile phones with us. So we don't know anything. Song Song asked. Aunt Zhao took out her mobile phone, clicked a few times, and handed it to them. After reading it word by word, Jiang Jigang and Song Song looked at each other in silence. Jiang Jigang said, It's good. The country doesn't ignore us. At first, I thought I had traveled through time. Traveled to a horror game or infinite flow. And I really wanted to die. At this point, Lu Tingting also briefly talked about his and Jiang Yame experiences. And how they finally managed to control the zombies for 10 minutes. Buying time to collect supplies. The other four, starry eyes. You are worthy of it. After a thrilling morning, now there is finally a safe place to rest for a while. And the 6 people are a little tired at this time. Although the pressure of survival is still hanging in their hearts. And the worry about relatives and friends cannot be relieved. Everyone tacitly does not show it at this time. After seeing so many familiar lives pass away, all ordinary things seem precious. Jiang Yame signaled Song Song to search for a few blankets from the big bag he brought in, and distribute them to everyone, and put them on the ground so that they can lie down and sleep for a while. It is indeed lunchtime. After a slight cushion, after the meal, several people gathered by the window to observe the scene outside, or spread a small blanket in the place where the sun could not reach the conference room, ready to relax their tense nerves for a while. After 5 minutes of silence, a hesitant voice sounded. Is there anyone who wants to go to the toilet? It was Jiang Jigang's voice. I met a zombie on the way to the toilet, and I have been holding it in until now. He Zixuan propped herself up. Actually, I am a little. Aunt Zhao nodded silently. Jiang Yame took the blanket off her head and said excitedly, "I knew this thing would be useful." Then she began to dig in the big bag she brought in. Clang clang. 2 bags of cat litter. I don't know which cat-raising sister stocked up the goods, but she didn't have time to take them back. I stuffed them in too. 5 minutes later, in the isolated space created by the table, with the help of cat litter and wet wipes provided by Jiang Yame and the small garbage bag donated by Aunt Xiao, people lined up to go in and out with pale faces. And when they came back, they all looked like dead ghosts whose souls had been drained. Lu Tingting, it's great. It seems lively when there are more people. Chapter 5. Let's build together. 3 o'clock in the afternoon on July 1st, 2024. The sun was blazing. After experiencing the horrific toilet experience, everyone was a little afraid to look each other in the eye. Song Song, who was leaning against the window, suddenly waved to everyone. "Come on! There's someone!" Several people immediately stopped being dazed, distracted, and dozing, and walked to the window in small steps. The windows of the conference room were immediately crowded with heads, 3 squatting in the lower row, and 3 bending over in the upper row. Under the sun that could almost make people dizzy, 3 men were running wildly towards the cafe in the center of the park. Song Song whispered. The 3 of them jumped down from the tree. I'm afraid they encountered a zombie outbreak during the rush hour, and they couldn't enter the building, so they could only climb the tree to avoid the zombie attack. The people upstairs were sweating for their movements. The 3 of them tried their best to swing their arms and run forward. Lu Tingting said thoughtfully, "In fact, the entrances to Building 3 and Building 4 are the closest to them." But they didn't go there. Instead, they chose the relatively far open-air cafe. This shows that from their perspective, the entrance on the first floor is crowded with zombies, and the danger is higher than the farther open-air cafe. Song Song added, "This is actually not difficult to guess. From his Xishuan experience, when the zombies broke out, a large number of people gathered at the elevator entrance on the first floor. It was rush hour when the incident happened. The door on the first floor was open, and there was no obstruction. The zombies entered and exited freely. I'm afraid it was already hell on earth at this time, although the open-air cafe is called open air. In fact, only half of the tables and chairs are placed outside. The food preparation and storage area is in a wooden house with 3 glass sides. In addition to the front entrance, there is a circle of roses and other plants." Jiang Yame took out her mobile phone from her pocket, turned on the camera, aimed at the window of the open-air cafe, and zoomed in with both hands. The mobile phone screen showed that there was a faint figure flashing in the open-air cafe. "Are they zombies or humans?" Lu Tingting was silent for a moment and said, "It's most likely zombies. If they were humans, the windows of the cafe would not have been closed, and there would be no barriers at the door." Jiang Yame swallowed her saliva as her heartbeat quickened as the 3 people ran. The movements of the 3 people quickly alarmed the zombies around them. The zombies wandering in the open space of the park gathered towards them, and several zombies rushed out from the entrances of buildings 3 and 4, chasing after the 3 people. In just a few dozen meters, the situation changed in 5 or 6 seconds. The man who took the lead had already rushed into the open-air table and chair area, picked up a stool, and hit the zombies that swarmed in. The zombies that were hit fell down with the zombies behind them, and soon waved their limbs at the living humans again. Following closely, the other 2 slightly thinner men rushed to the glass door and found that there were 2 zombies blocking the door and unable to get out. They gritted their teeth and went around to the half-open window next to them to crawl in. The man who was holding a stool outside to create opportunities for the 2 men was already struggling and began to be tired visibly. The 6 people watching at the window upstairs held their breath. His Xishuan stood up and turned his back without saying a word, not daring to look again. The movement in the room could only be seen through the camera through some human figures through the window. After a burst of beating, half of the body came out of the window and shouted something to the man who was struggling to drive away the zombies. "It's done," Jiang Jigang said in a low voice. The man who heard the voice leaned against the table and pulled away from the zombies, ran towards the window, and jumped up with 1 step. However, things did not go so smoothly. The zombies following closely attacked the window, hitting the wooden window frame mercilessly with their unconscious hands and heads. From the phone screen, we can see that the 3 people inside reacted quickly, and quickly hit the zombies with broomsticks, stool legs, etc., knocking out their limbs that were sticking out, and then blocked the door with layers of tables. Survived? Song Song said, his voice trembling a little. Perhaps because of the shock after witnessing an almost impossible task. Yeah. Aunt Xiao also sighed. However, Lu Tingting had bad guesses in her heart. During the fight witnessed from a distance, Lu Tingting saw the zombie's hands touch the 3 people who were fleeing several times. And she didn't know if there were any scars. If she was injured at this time. Lu Tingting's heart sank slightly. But she didn't say her observations and guesses. Just cheered and celebrated with everyone. It seemed that they were inspired by the victory of others. The 6 people in the conference room had recovered from the shabby living conditions and the sultry summer afternoon. However, the good times didn't last long. Lu Tingting, who had been paying attention to the open-air cafe, was the first to notice the movement. Her abnormality quickly attracted the attention of the others, and they focused their attention on that side. Most of the zombies that had gathered to besiege the 3 people had dispersed, with only 4 or 5 still wandering around. Another window that had been intact before was opened, and a zombie tied to a chair was thrown out along with the chair. And then the people in the house quickly closed the window. Judging from his clothes, the zombie on the chair was one of the 2 who had climbed into the house through the window before. He was caught by the zombies. Lu Tingting was using Jiang Yame's mobile phone to zoom in and observe. He Zixuan and Jiang Jigang stood by the window, without saying a word, but their eyes were full of surprise and sadness. The others gathered behind Lu Tingting and watched the scene on the mobile phone screen with her. 7 minutes. Lu Tingting, who glanced at the time, continued. From the time they blocked the window to now. A total of 7 minutes. On the screen, the zombie tied to the chair fell to the ground on its side, unable to move due to the restrictions of the ropes and the chair, and could only struggle back and forth in an attempt to break free. His hand? There is a piece of flesh cut off on his hand. Lu Tingting focused his phone on the zombie on the chair. That should be where he was injured. They were very decisive. Judging from the blood on his clothes, it was still bright red. They should have cut off the bite area not long after entering and tied him to the chair. No one present could imagine how painful it would be to cut off a piece of flesh without anesthesia and gauze. However, compared with life, it is still worth trying. But such a resolute attempt still failed to save his life. If I am caught and bitten by a zombie later, I also hope you can tie me to the chair. I don't want to be eaten by zombies, so don't let me die as a human. But I don't want to eat people, so tie me up like this is also good. It was He Zixuan's voice. She stood by the window. Her face was pale, and there were dense beads of sweat on her forehead. Lu Tingting raised his head and put down the phone. There was no sound in the room, and no one answered. If there really is that moment, Jiang Jigang whispered. No, I still don't want to think about dying. It's too much like a flag. Witnessing the death of someone who was trying his best to survive before. It was too shocking for the survivors. As if death was following them, and they didn't know where to meet it. Aunt Xiao sighed and lowered the curtains that everyone had lifted up to observe the 3 people, blocking out the scorching sunlight. Don't think about it. I am a generation older than you all, so I am just being arrogant and saying a few words. There is no tomorrow, so you have to live your life no matter how you live. Sadness is a day. Happiness is a day. I came out to work because my child was sick. Otherwise, I would not suffer this hardship at my age. I never thought that cancer would come so easily. It's like getting sick and getting sick. Just like now. Talking about zombies and cannibalism. It's really hard to predict fate. If the fortune teller says I have a strong fate, I can really handle things. If I get sick, I will see a doctor. If I have no money, I will make money. And if zombies come, I will fight zombies. It's a day no matter how you spend it. When the signal was still there, I sent text messages to my child and her grandmother, but no one replied. I don't know what the situation is over there, and I dare not think about it. But I advise you not to think about it either. When you are my age, you will know that when fate comes, it will come as it is said. What can you do? Just take it. You think you can't take it, but you will know if you try it. Do what you should do. If you fail, you will be in trouble. Everyone is like this. He Zixuan walked up to Aunt Xiao halfway through her speech and put her arm around Aunt Xiao's shoulders. Jiang Jigang's eyes were also red. Yes. If you don't want to die, you have to live. Nonsense. Jiang Yame rolled her eyes at Jiang Jigang. That's also correct nonsense. Jiang Jigang responded with a standard eye roll. Lu Tingting chuckled, Primary school students are not allowed to quarrel. Ahem. Lu Tingting cleared his throat twice and calmed down. Everyone. We should make the next plan. Sit down. Sit down. Song Song pulled the nap mat to the large whiteboard in the conference room and motioned everyone to sit down. A group of people sat around the whiteboard. Lu Tingting, Yame. Let me tell you about our previous expectations first. Jiang Yame, Tingting and I have previously made a plan to split our forces into two groups to seize supplies. This plan is based on the following premises. First of all, rescue will definitely arrive. I think everyone should have this consensus. Right? It is impossible for us to wipe out the zombies without the help of hot weapons. So our survival plan can only be based on the premise that the survival period is at most 1 week. We cannot escape the park by ourselves. Secondly, we are definitely not the P0 of the rescue. P0 means the highest priority. He Zishuan whispered in Aunt Zhao's ear. At this critical moment of human survival, the internet park is by no means an indispensable and non-renewable resource. If we really want to preserve the living force, the talent pool of university campuses will also be considered before us. And the mobile base stations in the mountainous areas are also important strategic locations. In short, Tingting and I agree that the first wave, or even the second and third waves of rescue, cannot be given priority to us. But we are in the capital after all, and there are several military bases around us. Therefore, we compromised and believe that the rescue is most likely to arrive within 5 days to a week. By then, even if there is no rescue team, there will at least be supplies delivered. Otherwise, the survival rate in the entire urban area will probably be further reduced. The government cannot fail to consider that the food reserves of ordinary families are very likely to run out in a week, especially now that it is summer. There is also the problem of food rotting in the state of power outage. Several people listened attentively and nodded from time to time to express their agreement. Song Song added, actually, I have a guess. Before the rescue comes, the signal and electricity may be restored first. Base stations and power plants are definitely the most important strategic resources. And judging from the zombies we have seen so far, they only chase human flesh and blood. Apart from that, they have no great desire to destroy. They even have low IQs and can't even open doors. The biggest threat is the terrifying infectiousness and destructiveness after gathering together. Therefore, important infrastructure may not necessarily be irreparably attacked. It is more likely that the operating team has lost control, and there is no follow-up staff to supplement it. In this case, as long as the rescue team can clear the zombies in the base station and power plant, and with the repair and maintenance of professionals, the power and signal will be restored as soon as possible. Jiang Jigang nodded and added, Song Song is right. From the scene just seen from the window, we can also find that although there are out-of-control cars that hit the electric poles, and there are also several places in the city where black smoke and flames can be seen. In fact, the power equipment of the entire city is not damaged in large areas. After all, zombies are not rocket launchers. Lu Tingting, indeed. But we also have to consider that it is only a few hours after the zombie outbreak, and the development of the situation is likely to exceed our imagination. He Zishuan hugged her legs with both hands, put her head on her knees, and said, so at present, our general direction is still the food written on the whiteboard. That's right. Lu Tingting stood up. In addition, we need resources that can maintain the minimum quality of life. After all, people don't really only need food. She picked up a marker and wrote, KR2 Jinlian under. KR1 food. In addition to food, what we need to think about is how to get in touch with the outside world. This outside world, first, refers to the rescue force. How to let them know that there are still people here. And second, Lu Tingting paused for a moment and said, I don't believe that we are the only ones alive in the park. But it is obvious that we are now trapped on our own floors by zombies. If possible, I think it is necessary to establish contact with other survivors in the park, coordinate resources, and build together. Jiang Yame translated it into the jargon of the big company like a reflex. That's right. Support. The scattered voices belonged to Song Song and Jiang Jigang. Then, the next step is to count the resources. Chapter 6 Supplies and Stars. When Lu Tingting read apocalyptic and natural disaster stories, her favorite part was the stockpiling part, which gave people an inexplicable sense of satisfaction and peace of mind. It was like the human obsession with carbohydrates, which was engraved in DNA. The several large bags of things that Lu Tingting and Jiang Yamei had brought back in 2 groups were neatly arranged by the wall. The 2 teams counted the supplies and wrote dense lists on paper. Jiang Yamei was already writing so much that she had no desire to live. I miss Excel so much. When I was about to vomit from making data tables before, I didn't expect that I would miss Excel in this life. Jiang Jigang followed up with a complaint. However, the satisfaction brought by the inventory work can still offset the boring and tedious part. At least when everyone sat down together to count the supplies. The atmosphere was still very lively and pleasant. Heezixuan, 8 cans of sugar-free cola, 6 French rolls, 4 buckets of instant noodles, 2 buckets of purified water, 1.5 liters of expired milk. Friends who love milk, hurry up. It's hot, and it's going to go bad soon. In addition to food and drinks, there are also napkins, garbage bags, tape, paper cups, and other daily necessities. After the list of supplies in the tea room was completed, Jiang Yamei cleared her throat and proudly said, "This operation has yielded a lot of gains. As follows: 5 power banks. After inspection, 2 of them are fully charged. And 1 power bank can charge a mobile phone 3 times. Which means that we can use the mobile phone normally. So we don't need to save too much. 8 small blankets, 4 of which have been placed on the ground. And 4 are clean. 2 bags of cat litter. Ahem. This is an important strategic material that has been put into use. So I won't show it to you. 5 bottles of floral water. But each is only about half a bottle. Electronic products. There are 4 laptops, 2 tablets, and 5 public work phones. We also pulled out some very strong HDMI cables. I just did some research and found that the computers all have lock screen passwords. So they are probably unusable. The tablets are mine and Jigang, and they can still be used. In addition, there are 11 bottles of pure milk, 4 bags of potato chips, a box of egg cakes, and 2 bags of dried red dates. The final highlight is that we harvested a fire axe. There was a fire supply box on the wall, which also contained a fire hose. But we didn't take it down because time was too tight. Clap, clap, clap. Everyone applauded. Heezixuan and An Xiao roughly calculated the amount of food and concluded that if everyone had 2 meals a day and only half full at 1 meal, the current food reserves would be enough for them to support them for about 5 days. But if it is calculated based on everyone eating full, it would only be enough for 3 days. With this conclusion, everyone's hearts are at least a lot more at ease. The work of distributing food was unanimously agreed to be handed over to An Xiao. At this time, no one cares about what is delicious or not. As long as it is food, it must be eaten up. Of course, exchanging and sharing food is still a pleasure for everyone. 5 o'clock in the afternoon on July 1st, 2024. 5 o'clock in the afternoon in July is actually no different from noon. At least the sun does not seem to be retreating at all. Song Song tasted half a red date in his mouth and swung the cards in his hand. 3 threes with a pair of 4s. The young people who are very good at finding fun have made their own playing cards with paper and pen. And they are playing on the ground. The stakes have also changed from money to one of the most important resources at this time: dried red dates and sugar-free cola. Jiang Yamei showed a threatening smile. Song Song, if you keep winning, be careful that it will be dark and windy tonight. Gongzi and I will move you out of the door together. Jiang Jigang cooperated and laughed a few times. Hee hee. Song Song is fearless. Song Song has become a big consumer of sugar-free cola. Stop. Look at him. This is Jiang Yamei voice complaining. Stop. Look at him. This is Jiang Jigang voice complaining. Lu Jingting, who was studying the topographic map of the park and the floor map with Heezixuan, you elementary school students. The big sugar-free cola owner was robbed by the evil capitalist Lu Tingting. The capitalist used paper cups to give everyone 2 sips of cola, trying to confuse the masses with sugar-coated bullets. The masses readily accepted it. The evil capitalist can finally concentrate on the research of expanding the business territory. Amid the sound of everyone slurping cola, An Xiao and Heezixuan gave suggestions on the topographic map drawn by Lu Tingting. Although Heezixuan has only been here for about a year, due to the frequent changes of the boss, she also changed her work scope one after another, and has been a legal BP for many business departments. To be a BP, you have to get along with the business. Therefore, in order to align cooperation content, participate in weekly business meetings, and bring together the finance and taxation departments to make suggestions to the business, Heezixuan often travels to different business departments and is very familiar with the layout of most buildings in the park. Although Aunt Zhao has only been employed for less than 2 days, her job as a cleaning auntie has given her a different perspective from the other employees. Not to mention, after just a few hours with Aunt Zhao, Lu Tingting could already feel how steady and careful she is. For example, Lu Tingting and He Zixuan and other employees would never pay attention to where the cleaning tools are, nor would they know what is in each cabinet in the tea room. But for Aunt Zhao, these are indeed like treasures. In fact, when Aunt Zhao helped Lu Tingting to improve the topographic map, Lu Tingting and He Zixuan, who was listening, felt that although they worked in the same building, their trajectories seemed to be parallel to Aunt Zhao's. Or in other words, they selectively ignored the cleaning aunties. This discovery made Lu Tingting feel very guilty. If there had not been this opportunity, they would never have known that the cleaning aunties could only use the freight elevator to transport floor garbage. And the centralized garbage transportation was on the 3rd underground floor. And there were also special tool storage rooms and machine room storage rooms on the floor. With the help of Aunt Zhao and He Zixuan, Lu Tingting finally completed the topographic map with dense notes, and took a photo with Jiang Yamei mobile phone for backup. It was almost dinner time. Aunt Zhao placed the food quotas on the chairs for everyone to take. Around 6 o'clock in the afternoon, it was the time for internet employees to relax in the afternoon. After dinner, they strolled around the park for a few laps, smoked, chatted, and then went to work until late at night. However, the only ones who can be safely wandered in the park now are zombies. After drinking the Coke that Lu Tingting forced everyone to share, the 3 elementary school students also went to work. Jiang Jigang used his mobile phone to enlarge the focal length and acted as a telescope. When the sunlight was not so strong and the reflection of the window glass was not so strong, he observed whether there were any signs of human survival in the nearby buildings. In the end, nothing was found. Jiang Yamei asked Song Song to cooperate with her, putting all the small garbage bags of cat litter produced in the afternoon into a big bag and tied it tightly, while the zombies were wandering around. Song Song held the door, and Jiang Yamei quickly threw the indescribable solid bag to the end of the corridor. I feel that this time, we are really friends who will die together. Song Song closed the door and said, I think so too. Jiang Yamei took out a disinfectant wipe and handed it to Song Song. If nothing unexpected happens, I should not do this with the second person again. Life's fate. The two of them lit a cigarette in their minds for each other's strange friendship. When dusk fell, it was almost 8 o'clock. The 6 people finished dinner and gathered by the window to share the half bag of strange beans contributed by He Zixuan. Enjoying the last ray of sunshine, the wind blew in and hit Lu Tingting's face. Jiang Yamei reached out and pushed back the hair stuck on her face. Lu Tingting closed his eyes, concentrating on enjoying the coolness and tranquility of this moment. For contemporary internet-addicted youth, this night is destined to be unbearable. On the night of the power outage, the curtains were all drawn open, and the group relied on the dim moonlight to distinguish things. And it was inevitable that they would bump into things. Although the battery of the mobile phone was not a problem in the short term, considering that there was no possibility of finding something to block the entire glass wall of the conference room. Once the screen was turned on, it would likely attract zombies that were attracted to the light. So no one dared to touch the phone. Occasionally, there would be a breeze blowing in from the window, which was just better than nothing in this long summer night, and could not relieve the stuffiness of the 6 people. Not to mention the washing conditions. 6 people shared 2 buckets of pure water. And finally everyone reached a consensus that each person should drink 3 glasses of water a day. And drinks were distributed with meals. As for whether to drink these 3 glasses of water or keep them for washing, it all depends on personal wishes. Not being able to take a shower in such weather is simply inhumane. Not to mention that many people had close contact with zombies during the day. If they didn't wash themselves, they wouldn't be able to get through this stage. Not to mention whether they would be accused by the public. So everyone chose to keep some water for washing at night. But it was limited to being able to wet wipes and wipe them. Changing a few more wet wipes felt like a luxury. Once the curtains were put down, men and women were on their own sides, without even a barrier. It was completely dark, and they couldn't even see their own hands. From time to time, some things would happen, such as, "What are you touching? This is my leg, not your leg." This caused the people around to giggle and chuckle. And then the next time it happened to the onlookers themselves. After washing, the curtains were drawn up again. In the dark night, in order to grab the occasional breeze by the window. Several people schemed and schemed. In the end, Lu Tingting suppressed everyone with force, knocked out a primary school student with one punch, gave the best seat to Aunt Jiang, and slept next to Aunt Jiang. It was just after 9 o'clock. A row of people were lying close together, with two men sleeping on the far left and far right respectively. No one cared about the distance. Revolutionary friendship overcomes everything. The 6 people did not dare to speak loudly, but the sound of their low chats was still chattering, which reminded Lu Tingting of the dormitory night talk in middle school. At that time, they were hiding from the dormitory Annie, and they immediately fell silent when they saw a little light from the flashlight through the small glass window on the door. When the dormitory Andy passed by, they began to laugh again. Jiang Jigang was talking about the zombie horror games he had played and the zombie movies he had watched. There was a movie called Armageddon, starring Brad Pitt. He was old at that time, and he was not so handsome in this movie. Jiang Yame held his collar with one hand. Get to the point. Okay. Anyway, I remember that the zombies in that movie were a little different from ordinary ones. Although they were still irrational, they did not eat people. The main purpose of biting people was to spread the virus and expand the zombie group, which was very characteristic of racial reproduction. It was also because of this feature that the zombies in this movie would not attack sick people. In their eyes, the old, weak, sick and disabled were not worthy of being transformed into zombies. I have also seen a few. They were still sharing the types of zombies in different literary works. Lu Tingting looked through the window in the direction of the moon. Tonight, humans were silent, but the stars were particularly bright. As a young student who chose to pursue both career advancement and work and could not neglect burning incense, Jiang Yame had studied things like constellations, fate, and tarot. When everyone's conversation was over, she pointed at the stars in the sky and told the stories of the stars in a low voice. First find the brightest North Star, and start from the North Star. In her gentle voice, Lu paused and drooped his eyelids, and finally fell asleep in the wind of this summer night. Chapter 7. The wind is strong at night. It was midnight, and the wind was strong at night. The rain rushing out of the window wet Lu Tingting eyelashes. She woke up in a daze, and saw outside the window thick dark clouds covering the brilliance of the stars and the moon, and dense raindrops fell with faint thunder. Thunderstorms in Beijing often occur in the hot afternoon, and rarely occur in the early morning. The clouds in the sky rub against each other, making continuous low roars. The lightning reflected the blue-purple light in the sky. If you look closely, you can find spiderweb-like veins. The sound of thunder and lightning seemed to stimulate the zombies that had been silent for a long time. Roaring and collision sounds could be faintly heard outside the door of the conference room. If the sound outside was loud enough, would these zombies break the glass and jump off the building one by one? Lu Tingting was amused by her own imagination. At this time, she raised her head and looked around, and found that Aunt Jiang was also awake, staring at the scenery outside the window. Aunt Zhao, who had gentle eyebrows, looked a little sad at the moment. Perhaps it was because in such a late night, the sound of rain evoked her longing. Lu Tingting's heart seemed to be covered with a layer of dark clouds. Her eyes unconsciously fell to the distance, thinking of her parents, who didn't know whether they'd listen to her advice, thinking of friends from all over the world, and thinking of Zhang Tian, who was hiding somewhere in the park. Another roar sounded, and except for the two of them, everyone around them was still sleeping soundly. This is a good thing. After all, once they opened their eyes, despite each other's company, the world they were familiar with was gone forever. Aunt Zhao also noticed that Lu Tingting was awake, and the two of them met their eyes, with the help of the glimmer of lightning. Aunt Zhao pointed to the table and motioned Lu Tingting to go with her. The two got up on tiptoe, fearing that they would wake up their companion's sweet dream. Aunt Zhao fumbled in the dark and pulled out 2 clean paper cups, opened a can of Wangzai milk, poured it into the cup, and handed it to Lu Tingting. I'm going to use my lunch as a loan for you. The sweet taste of dairy products flooded into her tongue, and the familiar taste aroused many thoughts in her mind. How long have you been in Beijing? Sipping Wangzai milk reluctantly, Lu Tingting asked in a low voice. Aunt Zhao's eyes were still lingering on the rain outside the window. It's been almost a year. Time flies. Tingting, have you been to the south? Why do you come to Beijing to work? Without waiting for Lu Tingting to speak, Aunt Zhao continued, the thing I am most uncomfortable with in Beijing is that it never rains in Beijing. There are only a few thunderstorms in summer. In my hometown, There are rain sounds all year round. The rain in Beijing is different. Just like tonight. It is urgent and fast. And the sound of rain is urgent. After it is over, it does not delay work or commuting. But the rain in my hometown is fine and dense. And it goes deep into people's bones. In the past, I always complained that it rained again. And it rained for several days. And the clothes could not be dried. But after coming to Beijing, I always missed the lingering sound of rain. Lu Tingting listened silently. Aunt Jiang was talking about the rain. But she could hear that Aunt Zhao was homesick. I grew up in the Central Plains and have never been to the south. But after this time, I should go and see what the rain you are talking about is like. Boom! A loud thunder. Song Song and He Zishuan seemed to be disturbed by the thunder. One turned over and the other scratched his belly. Aunt Zhao and Lu Tingting noticed their movements and couldn't help but smile. You are all good children. Lu Tingting was praised unexpectedly and was a little at a loss. You are also a very good person. What you said during the day really inspired us. Silly child. Aunt Zhao showed a gentle and kind smile. Her eyes were deep, as if looking at the children in the distance. Auntie was a substitute teacher for more than 20 years before coming to Beijing. She taught Chinese. She is quite good at dealing with children like you. Right? Lu Tingting opened his eyes wide in surprise. Aunt Zhao reached out her hand, rubbed her hair that had just risen and was still curled up, and said softly, children like you are always prone to keep things in their hearts. Don't take everything as your own responsibility. Everyone has their own fate. You are already very good. Lu Tingting seemed to be poked, and didn't know how to respond. Of course, she was sensitive to everyone's dependence on her. This made her unconsciously want to do better and do more. I don't know if I can bear everyone's trust. When I worked here, I never cared about other people's evaluation of me. And I didn't like the work content here. I was here just because I hadn't decided where to go. So I just muddled along. But now, survival is my only goal. Everything has motivation and pressure. When you don't want to think about anything, you just need to work hard. Once you have a choice, you will also be entangled and confused. Lu Tingting's voice gently echoed in the floor late at night. Aunt Zhao leaned forward and patted Lu Tingting's hand affectionately. It's okay. Everything has a solution. If there is no solution, then tear up the paper. Go to sleep. Aunt Zhao reached out, touched their paper cups lightly, and drank the remaining milk in the cup. Okay. When Lu Tingting fell asleep, he vaguely heard that the thunder and rain outside the window gradually subsided. The moist air ripples in the city, brewing the sultry heat of the next day. It was 6 o'clock in the morning on July 2nd, 2024. The morning sun was bright, less aggressive than the scorching sun, and more warm shining on the earth. The air still carried the muddy smell of rain. For contemporary young people, getting up at this time is simply unimaginable. Song Song, the first to wake up from his sleep, gently half-closed the curtains to prevent the sunlight from affecting those who were still sleeping. But not long after, the people sleeping in the unfamiliar environment also woke up one after another. However, there was nothing to do for those who woke up. After tidying up the blankets on the ground and receiving everyone's breakfast, several people sat on the ground in groups of 3 or 2, concentrating on eating small bread. This is the first time I have seen the park so early. He Zishuan chewed the soft bread in her mouth until she could no longer taste the sweetness, and then swallowed it. This shows that your work is not enough, Song Song said with a smile, with a hint of self-mockery. Last year, a star wanted to hold an exclusive concert event. The materials will be released tomorrow. The night before, the artist said that he disagreed with the poster design. So he grabbed the design colleague and stayed up all night, and then apologized to him and bought him breakfast. Jiang Yame laughed. I haven't made it to the morning yet. At most it's the early morning. 3 o'clock is the limit. The next day at work, my brain was a mess. The sense of order in life was broken, and then rebuilt in every word. Jiang Jigang, you bunch of scabs. What's the comparison? Song Song rolled his eyes at him. Work, brother, to support the family. Jiang Jigang, are you married? Song Song sighed. I have 3 kittens. I don't know if they can find the cat food bag by themselves. The power is out, and the automatic feeder can't work. If there is a signal, I can ask my roommate if he is there to help me look after them. But now, no one in the room spoke. Jiang Jigang stretched out his arm and patted Song Song on the shoulder. As the sun rose, the temperature in the conference room also rose. Dense beads of sweat began to ooze out of many people's foreheads, and they found various ways to cool down. Lu Tingting pulled the curtains down completely. It was daytime, and the light from the glass wall of the conference room and the light from the not-so-tight curtains were enough for everyone to distinguish each other. Lu Tingting decided to do something, but she was not sure, and she didn't know if she could get everyone's support. When she was standing by the curtains and struggling, she saw Aunt Zhao's encouraging eyes and met He Zixuan's eyes. He Zixuan didn't know that although she was nervous and uneasy, she still showed a lovely smile as if by reflex, and a small dimple appeared at the corner of her mouth. Lu Tingting immediately felt relieved. She was not going to make a grandiose speech to a group of strangers. She was just honestly expounding her ideas and seeking everyone's opinions. Lu Tingting walked to the whiteboard, unconsciously grabbed the marker with both hands, held it tightly, and motioned everyone to gather around. It was the same position and posture as yesterday. 5 people sat around the whiteboard, looking at her intently. Lu Tingting pursed her lips and said, "I think it is necessary to tell everyone about my ideas. If you disagree, you can also raise it. This is just my personal opinion." Jiang Yame interrupted. "So we are going to have a meeting? Then I will take notes." Aunt Zhao volunteered. "I am not as good as you in typing, but my writing speed is definitely slightly better." He Zixuan stood up considerately and brought paper and pen to Aunt Jiang. "Song Song, what's the topic of the meeting?" Lu Tingting, who was interrupted by everyone, was much more relaxed at this time. He sat on the ground and said, "As for the topic, let's talk about the feasibility of retaking this floor. First of all, I want to say that this plan is not perfect and is waiting for everyone's help to improve it. Secondly, I have my own selfish motives in this matter. Didn't we mention yesterday that we should try to get in touch with other survivors?" Lu Tingting pointed to the record on the whiteboard. "My boyfriend also works in the restaurant, and of course some of the friends here know him. He has been working on test projects with several groups recently, so I don't know which floor of which building he was working on yesterday morning. He sent me a message after the zombie outbreak, but I don't know if he is still alive. So, without threatening my own safety, I still want to try to see if I can contact him." Jiang Yame frowned and said, "This is not a selfish thing. If we want to try to contact other survivors and exchange information, it would be the best thing to find him. It can only be said that we can kill 2 birds with 1 stone." Jiang Jigang, "I think so too. Tingting, you should not feel burdened." "Okay," Lu Tingting continued. "In terms of how to establish a connection, my current idea is to recapture this floor. In other words, fight zombies." Chapter 8. Before the battle. There was silence for a few seconds, and no one spoke. After experiencing yesterday's thrilling and life-and-death shock, half a day of comfort made the feeling of heartbeats go away. At this time, when it comes to fighting zombies head-on, everyone's first reaction is to be stunned. He Zixuan said at this time, "I have actually thought about this." She stood up, took the floor map that Lu Tingting completed yesterday afternoon, and placed it in front of everyone. "I will talk about my perspective first, and I will trouble you teachers to add to it later." "Stop!" Jiang Jigang stretched out his hand suddenly, motioning everyone to listen to him. "Let me make a suggestion first. Although we are holding a meeting and taking notes, this is not a KPI. OKR. DU Completion Index meeting. So everyone, relax. No teachers. No classmates. No horizontal departments. No bosses. Just sisters. Whoever has a class flavor. We will hand over his share of Coke." The others couldn't help but laugh secretly. Only the blonde handsome boy Song Song raised his hand silently. "You can still have brothers." Jiang Jigang, "Okay. Okay." He Zixuan coughed twice and continued, "Then I say it first. I think it is necessary to recapture this floor. I was thinking about this when I was drawing the picture with Tingting yesterday. First of all, we estimated that the arrival time of the first wave of rescue or supplies would be about a week. However, it may be an occupational disease of legal affairs. That is, I am used to being cautious and consider the most pessimistic situation first. So I poured cold water. He Zixuan paused for a moment and looked around at everyone. "I think we should collect at least 10 days of supplies. The food we currently have can only be said to be barely enough to support a week. And this conference room is just enough for the 6 of us to survive. But after 3 or 4 days, chronic hunger will make our bodies weak. And being trapped in this small house for a long time will also cause negative physical and psychological effects. We need things outside. Secondly, The situation outside is still unclear, and it is not ruled out that we will need to go to the support point on our own. If we stay here and hesitate, will we still have the strength after a week? Of course, if it really comes to that, it means that the government has no ability to take care of everyone. Now is the best time for our body and mind. If we have to do it, then now is the best time to act. After He Zishuan finished speaking, he looked at everyone anxiously. I agree. Song Song was the first to answer. In fact, if they hadn't met us halfway, and there were only Ting Ting and Yame, the supplies would be fully stocked. We enjoyed their achievements, but there is no reason to let them suffer for saving us. Right? Now we no longer have the conditions to lure the tiger away from the mountain. If we prepare properly, it will not be difficult to clean up the zombies on this floor. I support this, and am willing to take the initiative to help. Song Song's words were firm. Jiang Jigang also raised his hand to say, +1. More than half of the people on the field have agreed with the general direction of the strategy. Lu Tingting didn't rush to draw a conclusion. She pointed to the floor map on the ground and explained it to everyone one by one, in addition to the reasons Xianer said. I think that if you want to get in touch with people on other floors and other buildings, being able to move freely on this floor is a necessary condition. We can put colorful papers on the glass around and leave messages for people outside. If we are only in this conference room, it is impossible. Another point. Everyone knows that in order to prevent jumping from the building, the windows of office buildings in the park are closed. But if we can reach the rooftop from the 13th floor, we can pass things out from the rooftop. Rooftop? Jiang Yame asked in confusion. The rooftop is indeed the place with the best view. But the door to the rooftop must also pass through the stairwell. And we don't have the key. And Zhao? Lu Tingting passed the conversation to Zhao Xiaoyi, who was sitting next to her. In addition to the door of the stairs, there is a ventilation hole in the cleaning tool room that leads up. And you can climb up directly. The exit there is also locked. But it is the old-fashioned padlock that can be knocked off with an axe. And Zhao said carefully. Jiang Yame murmured to herself. It seems that the benefits are still very high. Jiang Jigang. And there is another advantage of being able to reach the rooftop. Put something eye-catching on the rooftop so that the rescue team can find out that there are living people here faster. Jiang Yame made the final decision. Let's do it. July 2nd, 2024. 9:30 a.m. Facts have proved that after determining the premise that the benefits outweigh the risks, the speed at which everyone builds the action plan framework is amazing and eye-opening. The whiteboard was filled with brainstorming from strategy to equipment. I misword. Jiang Yame issued a call for efficiency tools for workers. But she couldn't crack the passwords of several laptops. So Jiang Yame could only put paper on the computer with tears in her eyes, and continue to write. Lu Tingting hit the point directly, according to the plan to lure the tiger away from the mountain in the bathroom yesterday. There are about 25 to 30 zombies on this floor. Song Song was considerate and meticulous. We took a few long-sleeved jackets when we searched the workstations. Everyone put them on during the operation to prevent injuries. Jiang Jigang had a brainwave. In addition to this, you could also use tape to wrap some hard objects on your arms. Not only can it prevent bites and scratches, but it can also serve as a weapon against the enemy. He Zishuan was thoughtful. You can use it by cutting a beverage bottle, wrapping 2 more layers. And you can also consider cutting 2 blankets and wrapping them around your ankles, throat and other places. And Zhao said calmly, okay. I can do all these. You can think of other good ways. I help you. And I do all the heavy work. Jiang Jigang immediately volunteered. Let the quick muscles in the gym experience the challenge of reality. Jiang Yame reached out and hammered this clown. You are coming out. Not becoming a monk. Pay attention to your mental state. Random Yame said seriously. As for tools, we now have a fire axe and 2 mop poles. I thought about it. If everyone wants to participate in the action, you can chop the table legs with an axe. Everyone must have tools in hand. We can't fight zombies hand to hand. Right? Lu Tingting wiped the sweat from his forehead with a tissue and continued. We will definitely not rush out and shout for a decisive battle. The risk is too high. Although the previous luring the tiger away from the mountain can't be used. Maybe we can make a feint to the east and attack in the west? Jiang Jigang eyes suddenly lit up. Explain it in detail. Lu Tingting rolled his eyes. What are you talking about? It's just an idea. How to control the flow of nearly 30 zombies outside. So, let's defeat them one by one. Song Song seemed to have thought of something. and hesitantly said, I do have an idea. It's okay. Tell me. Let's improve it together. Song Song crossed his hands and said confidently, in fact, the idea is the same. Use sound or smell to lure zombies within a certain range to a specific location. And make a quick decision. Specific location. He Zishuan picked up the topographic map on the ground and looked at it carefully. In fact, if you think about it carefully, maybe the bathroom is the most suitable. She became more and more confident as she spoke, and put the topographic map in front of everyone, motioning everyone to look at it. Now the large groups of zombies are concentrated near the windows of the two work areas in the south and north. The remaining few are wandering around, and their routes are relatively fixed. The restroom is very close to our conference room, which is convenient for layout and retreat. Besides, don't we still have work phones? Mobile phone. The alarm tactic reappears, while controlling the scale of zombies, while making a feint to the east and attacking in the west. Lu Tingting understood what she meant. His eyes lit up, and he couldn't help but reach out and rub her hair. Xianer, my smart baby, you are worthy of it. Lu Tingting picked up a marker and drew a floor sketch on the whiteboard, talking a lot about the small rectangle called the restroom, and even dancing and gesticulating, full of energy, and facing occasional questions and doubts. He also went back and forth, after several rounds of details blending and moving line pulling. The final tactic was finally finalized, although they were tired and thirsty. After several rounds of brainstorming, everyone was still in a highly excited state. They were still chattering about details during lunch, and after a short lunch break, they rolled up their sleeves and worked hard. After all, we are working for ourselves now, Jiang Yame commented. If the ROI is not positive, we will die. Under the guidance of Aunt Zhao, Jiang Jigang took up the fire axe and cut the wooden table in the conference room into 8 pieces, making 4 table legs. The original connection between the table legs and the table top was deliberately retained, and some table corners were split into sharp shapes to increase the lethality. After finishing the heaviest physical work, Jiang Jigang panted and drank half a cup of coke provided by Song Song. Then Jiang Jigang received a large white paper table from Aunt Zhao. Xiaojiang, you can split it into thin strips or wood chips. Take your time. Don't rush. Jiang Jigang took it with both hands. Okay. Don't worry. Then when Aunt Zhao turned around, Jiang Jigang covered his sore biceps and shed tears like wide noodles in his heart. On the other side, He Zishuan and Song Song helped each other, compared the size of their wrists and ankles, cut the small blanket into small strips, and vowed to arm everyone to the teeth. Lu Tingting and Jiang Yame began the preliminary preparations. As they had done before, they took advantage of the gaps when the zombies were wandering around to cover up their own smells, and then carried small packages of things to store in the bathroom, a few bottles of drinking water, chocolate, to prepare for the subsequent actions of the large army. Chapter 9 High Returns. High Risks. July 2nd, 2024. 6 p.m. After an afternoon of tactical deduction and equipment training, the 6 people stood at the door of the conference room ready to go, making final preparations. Several people were wrapped tightly from chin to ankle. The arms and calves were also wrapped with plastic bottle walls and wooden strips cut from the table with tape to ensure that even if the zombies got close to bite, they would not be able to bite at all. Lu Tingting and Jiang Jigang were designated as the frontline personnel in the battle, holding a fire axe and a hammer-shaped weapon cut from the table leg respectively. The selection of these 2 main combat forces was also carefully considered. Lu Tingting was the first to be selected with strength exceeding the average strength of the humans present and slightly superior combat skills. My grades were not good in middle school, and I practiced martial arts for a while, Lu Tingting said. Martial arts? Shaolin? He Zishuan asked curiously. No. It's more like Sanda. I've also had some experience with Taekwondo and the like, but I couldn't stand the hardship and didn't stick to the path of a sports student. Although Lu Tingting described his martial arts skills as modestly as possible, the others were still quick to sway and brag around Lu Tingting. The second person to guard the door with Lu Tingting was Jiang Jigang, who won the arm wrestling competition among the other 5. Jiang Jigang acceptance speech. This shows that the muscles catalyzed by the gym and protein powder are not only beautiful in appearance, but also have some effect. In addition to the 2 of them, Song Song and Jiang Yame held 2 table legs as the second front line, and He Zishuan and Aunt Zhao were the mobile forces of the main interference. Holding a mop pole in one hand and a woven bag in the other. The 6 people were all sprayed with a thick layer of floral water, and they were just a little bit away from being marinated. Before leaving, Lu Tingting turned around, looked around at everyone, and said in a deep voice, "Our slogan is unison, no cavities." Lu Tingting coughed and said again, "Our slogan is safety first. Our strategy is, when the enemy advances, we retreat. When the enemy is stupid, we fight." Everyone's expressions were hidden under the thick masks and cloth strips. Lu Tingting, let's not talk too much. I treat everyone to Coke tonight, and put it on my account. Song Song cheered, "Boss is generous." Jiang Jigang immediately reacted, "Call me boss. I deduct your Coke too." A few words of bickering made everyone's tense mood relax a little. "I'm leaving now." Lu Tingting stood first, and his slightly trembling hand had already pressed on the door handle. No one spoke, and everyone used their eyes to signal that they were ready. Lu Tingting counted down silently in his heart. When the zombies wandering in the corridor passed the door of the meeting room, Lu Tingting pressed the door handle suddenly, and He Zixuan and An Zhao came out one after another and rushed behind the zombies. Taking advantage of the fact that the zombies with sprained ankles did not react, the two cooperated tacitly and put a woven bag over their heads to restrict the zombies' movements. At the same time, Jiang Jigang took a step forward, and with his breath sinking into his dantian, he hit the head under the bag with the table leg. After a few muffled sounds, the sticky liquid fell to the ground, and the zombies in the bag fell limply and stopped moving. The 3 looked at each other, kicked the zombies to the side of the aisle, took out the dirty woven bags for recycling, and then quickly flashed into the bathroom. While the 3 of them were carrying out the blitzkrieg, Song Song and Jiang Yame each carried 2 working standby machines with alarms and volume set, and sprinted to the left and right. The cloth blanket on the ground absorbed all the footsteps. Song Song passed the zombies besieged by 3 people, ran forward to the intersection of the corridor and the elevator, and braked in the shadow in time, just 1 step away from exposing himself to the zombies around him. He squatted down, waved his hands, and drifted the 2 working standby machines that served as bait steadily. One went forward, and the other turned to the elevator, and both hit the wall with a sound of Pia and landed safely. Song Song confirmed that the position of the mobile phone was within the expected range, and immediately turned around to join the main force. At this time, Lu Tingting, who was the last to go out, closed the door with his backhand, confirmed that the tasks on both sides were progressing normally, and then followed Song Song and Jiang Yame into the bathroom. In the bathroom without windows, everyone could only rely on the natural light source at the door to see things. The gathering of a group of people obviously attracted the attention of the zombie in the cubicle. Just at this time, ding dong, do. The alarm sounded at a moderate volume. He Zixuan took out his cell phone from his pocket, checked the time, and whispered, "Unit 1 and Unit 3 are working normally." The 2 cell phones placed at the northern and southern ends of the floor started working on time. The alarm sound, which was set to a moderate volume, attracted the zombies near the 2 glass walls in the south and north. This group of flesh and blood creatures without intelligence turned around blindly, trying to find the source of the brisk and lively sound, while craving the comfort of fresh blood. It was also under the cover of this ringing. In the bathroom, Lu Tingting used a fire axe to bang the door panel of the compartment where the zombie was hidden. The thin wooden door panel tilted forward, and a zombie rushed out with his pants still hanging on his ankle. The stupid zombie, who had been in there for a day and a half, obviously did not have the civilized consciousness to pull up his pants before moving. The result of rushing forward was that he fell to the ground and rolled off the door panel. Jiang Jigang and Song Song, who were holding weapons and ready for battle, obviously did not expect the scene. But soon the 2 of them seized the opportunity and took advantage of the zombies struggling on the ground trying to get up. The 2 of them attacked like whack-a-mole. The table leg hit the back of the zombie head. After a few hits, the fishy liquid gushed out, and the zombie limbs stopped waving. The upper half of Song Song's face was pale, although it was not the first time to kill a zombie without the barrier of the woven bag. The touch and visual impact of hitting the zombie head directly still made Jiang Jigang's stomach churn. The faces of the people present were not very good, but it was obviously not the time to have a soothing talk. An Zhao picked up the mop handle and moved the body on the ground to the innermost part of the bathroom to leave enough space for the next action. Jiang Yame also quickly stepped forward to help. Everyone did not avoid the bloodstains on the ground during the action. Soon, red footprints were all over the ground. But in the busyness, no one cared about these trivial matters at all. Lu Tingting followed the same method to remove the door panels of the remaining compartments. Song Song and Jiang Jigang were beside her. The two cooperated tacitly to fix the door panels with the cloth strips prepared in advance, and then placed them horizontally at the door and stuck them against the wall. They artificially erected a threshold of 70 to 80 centimeters high to serve as a barrier for the battle. The first stage is almost completed, and the highlight is about to begin. On the countertop of the bathroom were bags of supplies that Lu Tingting and Jiang Yamei had taken turns to put in. He Zishuan kept a close eye on the time and listened to the ringing outside. When everyone had completed their first stage tasks, she took out a can of Coke from the bag, opened the lid, and handed it to Jiang Yamei beside her. Yamei took it silently, pulled down her mask, took 2 big gulps, said in her heart, refreshing, and then passed it to her companions. In the dim and stuffy bathroom, everyone who had just made a big move was sweating all over and sticky. The bubbling carbonated drink was simply heaven. The Coke went around in a big circle and landed in Lu Tingting's hands. It was almost time. He Zishuan raised her phone to signal everyone. Lu Tingting looked up, drank the remaining drink in a few gulps, raised his hand, and threw the bottle to the left of the corridor. Ding, ding, ding. At almost the same time, the first 2 rings, one in the south and one in the north, stopped, replaced by a lively and dynamic sound. The ring in the north sounded near the elevator, and the sound was relatively quiet, while the ring in the south was louder and had been placed closer to the wall. Unit 2. Unit 4 are normal. Zombies that had originally gathered in 2 groups moved again after hearing the sound. The group of zombies in the south squeezed together more tightly, bumping between the tables and chairs in the work area, and were seduced by the mobile phone hidden in the dead corner of the ground. On the side close to the elevator, the zombies in the work area in the north began to disperse in 2s and 3s. Some gathered south along the corridor, while others wandered around the elevator. Use different volumes to divide the zombies into different groups. When they are seduced by the ringing and move back and forth, it is time for us to lure the enemy deep into us. His Zishuan voice sounded in his ears. Lu Tingting looked determined, holding a fire axe, and looked at Jiang Jigang beside him, waiting for the first unlucky person to pass by. Behind them, Song Song and Jiang Yamei held a table leg about 1 meter long, ready for battle. He Zishuan squatted by the bathroom door, stretched out an arm, and used the mobile phone in her hand to observe the movement in front. Here it comes. She withdrew her hand, put the phone in the corner of the other side, turned on the flashlight, and shone it directly on the ceiling, providing everyone with a good view without dazzling their eyes. And at the same time, it could seduce the zombies passing by. Zombies who chose to move forward from the corridor at the bathroom door to the south of the loud sound source were undoubtedly choosing the first train to peace. But for them, it might still be a different kind of luck. At least at the first encounter, these 4 or 5 ugly and crooked zombies all stretched their necks, exposed their fangs, and drooled at the prey that appeared. Ah! Ah! The 2 zombies were the first to be hit. When they passed the thick threshold they had carefully made, they fell flat on their faces and fell forward. Lu Tingting and Jiang Jigang, who were concentrating on their work, immediately seized the opportunity and hit them with heavy hammers, causing their brains to splatter on the ceiling. The 3 zombies did not learn the lesson of their predecessors at all, and continued to rush in. Jiang Yamei and Song Song held the table legs and hit them hard on their limbs, forcing them back to avoid the zombies rushing in and making the forwards overwhelmed. Zombies without pain and brains have no mature strategies. But this is also their terrifying point. A zombie with 2 pigtails and a floral dress had red eyes and rushed forward, about to jump on Jiang Jigang. At this time, a mop rod rushed out diagonally and knocked it to the ground. With the 2 zombies whose brains had been beaten out as cushions, the floral zombie didn't even pause, and stretched out his hand to dig out the heart of the tiger. Lu Tingting was still cooperating with Song Song. The 2 of them stabbed and chopped, and cut off the head of a flat-headed zombie that pounced on them from behind. Glancing at the movement on the ground, Lu Tingting kicked with his foot, and the floral zombie arm immediately bent inward. Jiang Jigang quickly jumped to avoid the zombie hand, turned around and stood firm, and then hit him with a few heavy hammers. The few people cooperated well and ended the battle within a minute. However, the sound attracted the zombies at the elevator entrance not far away. and a new wave of flesh and blood machines soon wandered over here. Chapter 10 False Alarm. Fortunately, a new round of bells rang in the elevator, attracting the attention of the zombies in time and creating some space for humans to rest during the battle. Are you okay? Lu Tingting asked the people behind him in a low voice and confirmed with everyone one by one. Fortunately, this small group of zombies was mainly digested by Lu Tingting and Jiang Jigang, and the second wave of defense and mobile forces did not consume too much power. At this moment, everyone's body was more or less stained with blood and stains, especially Lu Tingting and Jiang Jigang in the front. Almost half of their bodies were soaked in blood. They stretched their hands and feet uncomfortably, but they could not relieve the stickiness of sweat and blood. They could only try their best to calm their breathing and seize the time to recover their energy. He Zishuan glanced at the time and gestured to indicate to everyone that there were still 3 minutes before the new round of bells changed. Jiang Yame, sweating profusely, put down her weapon and sat down on the ground. And Zhao and Song Song helped to quickly move the zombie bodies at the door out, piling them in front and behind the bathroom, forming 2 natural trenches. After a short rest, He Zishuan took out the prepared floral water and sprayed it all over the bathroom to prevent the next round of smell from attracting too many zombies. Song Song asked everyone if the tape and cloth strips were loose and whether they needed to wrap them again. Jiang Jigang nodded weakly. The floral zombie almost grabbed his legs just now, which really scared him. Song Song motioned him to just stand up and stop tossing. As he said that, he squatted down and praised twice, and both sides were wrapped tightly. After such a busy rest, 3 minutes passed quickly. Ding dong. Ding dong. Units 1 and 3 started again. The ringing of Unit 4 stopped, and the ringing of Unit 2 continued. The third wave of ringing was set, and several people calculated the zombie movement line at this time. The focus of the last round of bells was in the southernmost work area, and a large number of zombies also gathered on the south side, with only a small number of them being restrained by the bells on the elevator side. When this round of bells rang, Unit 3, which was close to the glass wall in the south, once again attracted a group of zombies. But more zombies were attracted by the 2 sounds in the north and began to migrate slowly. It was this batch of prey that chose to move forward on the road in front of the bathroom door. Following the same method, Lu Tingting and several others were ready for battle, with axes and table legs flying, and the sound of body collisions intertwined with the beeping bells. The blood in this corridor had already stained most of the carpet in the corridor. The dark red liquid stained the clothes of the 6 people. This batch of zombies was more than everyone had imagined. After dealing with the first 3, the 4 or 5 behind rushed up with their heads shaking and tails wagging, and everyone's weapons were swinging sparks. Knock down a zombie to the ground. As long as its brain is not blown apart or its head and body are separated by an axe, the zombie can immediately regroup and come back. But human strength is limited. As the zombies fell one by one, the movements of the crowd became uncontrollably sluggish. The 4 in front were completely knocked down, and the 3 behind had space to have close contact with humans again, and they rushed forward impatiently. A zombie in a white shirt was knocked down by a stick and fell on the body of his companion. Then he suddenly opened his mouth and bid Jiang Jigang calf. He groaned and immediately jumped on one leg. The leg that was attacked kept swinging, trying to shake the zombie off. Everyone who saw the scene was horrified. Song Song stepped forward and hammered it forward with a stick, but the zombie held its teeth very tenaciously. Lu Tingting whispered, "Don't move." As he said that, he quickly aimed the axe at the neck. Jiang Jigang no longer had the strength of the zombies to hold him, so he sat back. The zombies were still attacking, and Song Song immediately took Jiang Jigang's place to prevent the zombies from coming in, which would make it even harder to control them. And Zhao came over immediately and squatted down to check on Jiang Jigang's condition. Now that he had calmed down, Jiang Jigang's twitching legs were held down by Aunt Zhao. Eh? Jiang Jigang's eyes widened, and he suddenly realized, "It doesn't hurt, because I didn't bite you. My teeth got stuck on the wood." Aunt Zhao was relieved. The people in front, who kept looking back, were also relieved. Jiang Jigang's mood was even more ups and downs in an instant, and he wanted to cry loudly with a pursed mouth. But he didn't dare to cry out loud, so he could only sob with his shoulders shrugged. Aunt Zhao sighed silently, turned the mop handle in her hand, and used the thin side to pry off the zombie head that was still stuck on his leg. By the time they were done, Lu Tingting and his men had already blasted the heads of the last few zombies. This round was finally over. All of them were soaked through, and could no longer smell anything. They hurried to clean up the battlefield. Check the time. And if they had some time, they took out clean tissues from the bag of supplies next to them, and wiped the blood and sweat off their faces. At this moment, everyone was like crawling out of a beggar's den. No one looked down on anyone else. They simply wiped themselves in turn, drank some water, and sat on the ground one by one. Zishuan indicated that everyone could rest for 5 minutes. When setting the alarm, why didn't they know to leave more time for themselves to rest? But there was no other way. After all, the battery of the mobile phone was limited. If the time dragged on too long, the mobile phone would run out of power while singing, and they would be done. Jiang Jigang was comforted by several people, and felt much better now. Song Song took the initiative to ask him to change positions in the next round. Jiang Jigang thought about it, and still refused. He held on for another round. And in the last round, he would change Song Song's position. Lu Tingting lowered her head, and breathed through her mouth in small sips. She didn't have any extra strength at this moment. Jiang Yame, who was sitting next to her, took 2 pieces of paper, wiped the sweat from her forehead, and asked in a low voice, "Are you okay? Can I take over the next round?" "It's okay." Lu Tingting shook his head slightly. "This wave is more than we thought. So the next round will definitely be a little easier." 11. Song Song, who had just moved with Aunt Zhao, answered, "Plus the 5 in the last round. More than half are gone." Listening to the ringing sounds from the north and south, Song Song suddenly said, "I really want to smoke. I find it later." Jiang Yame said mysteriously, "I know a brother put a few packs of soft Zhonghua at his workstation." Song Song's eyes twitched. "I smoke grape-flavored e-cigarettes." Jiang Yame, don't be picky at this time." 3 minutes passed in a flash. The ringing sound changed. As expected by everyone, it was also the last time to make a feint to the east and attack to the west. Fortunately, not many zombies chose to pass by their door this time. After the first 2 battles, more and more zombies piled up at the door of the bathroom. This trench was designed by everyone to fill up most of the aisle in front, leaving only about 1 person body space, which was specially used to trap zombies. If they went in alone, they would be like a sheep entering a tiger's mouth, and they would be chopped. However, their trick was quickly broken by the zombies with brute force. As long as they were sure that there was fresh human flesh and blood in front, the zombies would not care whether there was a small mountain of corpses of the same kind. They would just ram their heads and bite with their mouths, stretch their necks and stretch forward, and soon broke down the strategic blockade deliberately piled up by Song Song and others. But this did not affect the battle situation. 8. Jiang Jigang finished counting, and came back to say to the people who closed their eyes and rested, "Finally." I don't know whose voice it was. "Yes, finally," someone echoed. "After I'm done, I want to take a shower. I really want to take a shower." "Friends," Jiang Yame's low voice sounded. "Me too," Lu Tingting agreed. "Song Song, take a shower. You work so hard just to live a more comfortable life. We saw several buckets of pure water on the water rack before, but we didn't have time to move them. Take a shower." Zishuan's dull eyes began to shine again. Aunt Zhao looked at them, and saw that they were full of energy because they could take a shower, and couldn't help shaking her head. People have to have something to look forward to. With this hope, after only 5 minutes of rest, several people started to move their hands and feet. Quick battle and quick decision. "I want my grape-flavored cigarettes. I want my cell phone. My cell phone is still at my workstation. I want. Take a shower." The next wave is the last few zombies. At this time, there is no need to wait for the bell outside to ring. It is a tactic to make a feint to the east and attack in the west. But at this time, the horn of victory can be blown. After confirming that everyone is regrouped, they decided to use up the last bit of strength and usher in the dawn. Zishuan silently took out his cell phone, turned up the volume, opened the music software, and played a cash song. Used the nunchaku quickly. Hi! What a fitting song!" Lu Tingting complained. Jiang Yame was shocked. "Zishuan, do you usually listen to this when writing contracts? If I don't play some exciting songs, how can I calm my heart that is so angry about business that I want to every day?" A long list of blocked words flew by. Jiang Jigang reached out and touched his ears. It was hard to imagine that just now, Zishuan, with her pure and beautiful appearance, said a restricted level 10 sentence. Working. Either go crazy actively, or go crazy passively. Song Song sighed. At this time, everyone had returned to normal volume. After all, they had already played the song to actively attract all the remnants on the floor. So the louder and more excited the better. Obviously, after fighting so many zombies, everyone is now a little familiar with it, and is not surprised. They are just zombies. Like they have never been beaten before. They will die with one axe. With this mentality of despising the enemy strategically, and taking the enemy seriously tactically. Huff. Huff. Lu Tingting chopped the ground with an axe. It's over. The model table leg in Jiang Yamei's hand fell to the ground. It's over. He Zishuan put the mop handle against the wall. I want to take a shower. Chapter 11 Results and Surprises. Take a shower immediately. Of course. This is impossible. Although everyone was extremely tired, they still dragged their bodies, and first checked every corner of this floor. Every meeting room. Every telephone room. Under every table. Every cabinet. The good news is that no one escaped. And the bad news is that there are only 6 survivors on this floor. Lu Tingting silently calculated in his mind that the survival rate of their floor was about 1:6. However, this is because they are on the top floor, and nearly half of the work area has not been put into use. And half of the people in this work area were in a meeting downstairs when the incident happened. I am afraid that the situation on other floors will only be worse. After searching the floor carefully, they stopped in front of the corridor door. The elevator cannot be used after the power outage, and the stairs are currently the only passage for going up and down the stairs. The doors leading to the corridors on the floors of the park are uniformly installed iron fireproof doors, which are very thick. There are 2 narrow glass windows on the door, and you can see the dense zombies on the other side of the door. Just one look is enough to give people goosebumps. This door opens to the corridor, and zombies, who don't know how to perform the pull action, cannot break through this line of defense. But just in case, Lu Tingting and Song Song found a strong HDMI cable, tightly wrapped it around the door handles of the 2 staircase doors, and tied a knot. The HDMI cable was pulled from the back of the computer and the floor TV. It is made of gelatin and is as thick as a finger, which is stronger than ordinary hemp rope. I hope nothing will happen. It was not until now that she could walk leisurely in this familiar corridor again that she vaguely remembered that there seemed to be some familiar faces in the bloody battle just now. It can be distinguished, but I don't want to distinguish it, let alone recall it. Lu Tingting looked out through the glass window again. There were shadows. There must be people she knows there, and people she has passed by before. However, now, they are in a relationship of hunter and prey. Tigers can eat humans, and humans can also exhibit tigers as ornamental animals. The ups and downs of the food chain are not the key factors that determine the role of hunter or prey. Tingting? Let's go now. The bathwater is ready, and Aunt Zhao has been found. In order to maintain a good living environment, Jiang Jigang and Jiang Yamei dragged the zombies piled up in front of the bathroom door into the conference room with a cart and a roller trash can, dragging their tired bodies. Once the door is closed, out of sight, out of mind. It's just that the corridor soaked in blood and the walls covered with dirt in the aisle are really impossible to clean up. After they closed the door of the conference room, they stumbled back and met Lu Tingting, who was staring at the corridor door in a daze, and hurriedly called her to take a shower. Lu Tingting only then reacted and heard Aunt Zhao calling them to go together in the tea room. When they arrived, they saw Aunt Zhao and He Zishuan were already waiting in the tea room with 2 buckets of water. Aunt Zhao distributed towels to everyone, and barely used the rags that had just been opened. Then, there were clean clothes, t-shirts stored in the storage room, which were left over from some event. However, having clean clothes to replace was enough to make everyone cheer. Jiang Yamei also took out 2 bottles of shampoo, thanks to the dedication of fitness people. Their hard work allows us to wash our hair. The work and rest of the internet giants is so crazy and anti-human. In order to prevent HR or bosses from returning to the clock and records at key nodes, such as promotion and performance, many people have to kill time and go off work late at night with a crowd in order to prevent HR or bosses from returning to the clock and records at key nodes, such as promotion and performance. Even if they have no work on hand, they have to kill time and go home late at night. The gym is their first choice. But now these people's portable gym equipment is cheap for them. He Zishuan's voice was brisk. Like a happy lark, 2 people. 1 bucket of water. All ready for you. Towels here? Clothes here. Take the right size yourself. Then she said to the two boys, we wash in the tea room. You two can find a meeting room. There are clean buckets over there. After that, she stuffed the things into their arms and urged, go quickly. Go quickly. You are not allowed to come before we have agreed. Song Song took Jiang Jigang and turned around silently. Let's go. Jiang Jigang was dejected. An orange with a clove of garlic. Even if the garlic is squeezed in, it is still an orange outsider. Puff. Song Song smiled, threw the towel and clothes into Jiang Jigang's hands, carried a bucket of water on his thin arms, and strode forward. Go quickly. Wait until people take off their clothes. I want to see if it's you who screams or the girls who scream. Jiang Jigang followed in small steps. Song Song. Has anyone ever said that you are manly? The two boys went to find a place to play and fight. Pulling down the blinds in the tea room, He Zixuan immediately took the lead in removing the tape and cloth strips on her hands. Obviously, she could no longer tolerate the dirt on her body. With clean and dry clothes placed aside, the stickiness on her body suddenly became unbearable. While chatting, several people helped each other to remove the protective measures on their bodies. Clean water brushed on the face. The wind outside blew up the blinds, and the window frame hit the window frame, making a clacking sound. A small piece of sunlight passed through the window leaves and appeared and disappeared on the ground. This bath took 2 hours. In midsummer weather, washing with pure water at room temperature is not considered greedy. The configuration of 1 bucket of water for 2 people is so luxurious. Several people know that there will definitely be no such generous time in the future, so they cherish it very much. The stickiness on the body was wiped off bit by bit, and the water in the pool changed from clear to light red. The 4 women poured half a bucket of water into the pool and dipped their heads in 2 by 2. Wow! It feels so good. After a fierce battle, although they had used something to wrap their hair in the preparation stage, it had already fallen apart during the fierce fight, or was stained with splashing blood and mucus. He Zixuan's mobile phone was playing a song softly beside her, with a light and melodious melody. Lu Tingting and He Zixuan, whose hair was wet, poured a lot of shampoo on their heads, squatted on the ground, rubbing their hair and humming happily. I also bought a ticket for the end of the month to watch his concert. He Zixuan squeezed out a ball of red foam with her hands and threw it aside, saying with her head down. Jiang Yame and An Xiao also squatted down to join them. An Xiao took down the shampoo bottle and squeezed another ball of shampoo into He Zixuan's outstretched hand. Did you get the ticket? Jiang Yame raised her eyes in surprise. I didn't get a single ticket even after waiting for it. Yeah. I opened 3 mobile phones and asked several friends to help me get the tickets. He Zixuan's voice was joyful and flying, as if her heart had flown far away. I've also applied for the annual leave. But now, I don't know if there is still a chance. Her voice fell, and the air was filled with the sound of 4 women rubbing their hair. I regret it so much. Actually, 2 months ago, my colleague asked me if I wanted to go with her for the show in Shanghai. She had an extra ticket, but I was too busy at that time. I had endless meetings every day, so I refused. So, He Zixuan squeezed out a ball of white foam and put it in the palm of her hand, blowing it into the air. Do what you want to do. Don't wait. Time is a cunning liar. The song also reached its climax at this time. The bass echoing in the tea room was melodious and lingering, singing about the grassland, the flowers, and the places that were written on the long travel plan, but had not yet set off. You're right, Lu Tingting replied. But it's not too late to start now. Do what you want to do. Don't wait. 9 o'clock in the evening on July 2nd, 2024, starry night. The curtains on the north side were all opened, and the moonlight flowed like water, unimpeded on the crooked bodies of several people. After a long shower, it seemed that all the strength had flowed away with the dust, and only fatigue seeped out from the bone marrow little by little. This was a long and hard day, but also a fruitful day. At least now, they can pull out the camp bed in the corner and lie down safely on other people's nap artifacts, with 2 portable fans powered by power banks next to them. It's great. Several people wore the same style of t-shirts, looking more like a small group. After washing up, several people looked for some snacks and drinks, mobile phones and homemade cards to pass the time, and then collapsed on the camp bed one by one. Things like searching for supplies and making plans can be left to tomorrow. People should enjoy the hard-earned results. When people are exhausted, they will not be able to eat much. They will feel more energetic when lying down. So they might as well find something to kill time. But carbonated drinks still soothe the soul as always. Now they don't have to worry about attracting zombies, and dare not light up. With flashlights, Jiang Yame and Song Song join forces to fight landlord, Jiang Jigang. They bully him and make him cry. He is determined to cheat and refuse to pay the agreed bet. He Zishuan calls himself an iron-blooded person. Although he likes everyone very much, he has been socially overloaded recently. Then he buried his head in the blanket and read the cash novel. Did they collude with each other? Lolulu. This makes him angry. Jiang Jigang ran to Lu Tingting with grievance. Tingting, make the decision for me. Lu Tingting was chatting with Aunt Xiao when Zhao Jigang hugged him. She pushed aside the crying adult and took him to the side of the cards. Don't bully children. He is a child. And I am also a child. Tingting. Jiang Yame immediately acted pitiful, revealing her twinkling puppy eyes. Song Song waved the cards and said, Tingting, play with us? Kick Jigang out. For people can play. Let's make another deck of cards. Jiang Jigang suggested. Hey. Jiang Yame suddenly remembered something. Wait. I get something good. After that, she excitedly rushed to the corridor. What good physical strength. Lu Tingting, who felt sore all over her body, thought so. But soon, she was full of energy, because Jiang Yame returned mysteriously carrying a small box. Clang. Clang, looking at the things in the box. Lu Tingting sighed sincerely. What do you do when you are at work? Chapter 12 Mahjong in Glass. A set of Mahjong. A pink, beautifully carved set of Mahjong co-branded with the hottest grinning kitten IP. Lu Tingting was shocked and stammered. I thought I was the only one who slacked off at work every day. But you guys did such a big thing behind my back? What are you thinking about? Jiang Yame looked at everyone's wide eyes. And even his Zishuan head stuck out from under the blanket. This is not mine. It's a gift that the big boss Alice received before. Lu Tingting, he Zishuan, and Song Song all said in unison. Alice is the big boss of the operations department. Minus one of the president. Jiang Yame explained to Aunt Xiao and Jiang Jigang. +1, -1, are all jargons commonly used by internet giants. Xiao A is +1 of Xiao B, which means that Xiao A is Xiao B's leader, or Xiao B's reporting line superior. -1 is the same. Aunt Xiao thought for a moment and asked, Alice? Is it your real name? No. Big bosses like to give themselves fashionable names, such as Thomas, Jefferson, Guijing, Huang Rong, etc., just to stand out. Jiang Jigang explained. Lu Tingting suddenly laughed. Actually, I have wanted to complain for a long time. Alice is Alice. Some people insist on calling her AI Zong. AI Zong before and AI Zong after. They are crazy. Ha ha ha. Song Song nodded in agreement, to be honest. Because my mentor was named Meanie. Other people in the group gave themselves nicknames with duplicate characters, such as Liang Liang and Ming Ming. So on the first day of work, I lost my real name and became Song Song. What is your real name? He Zishuan poked his head curiously from behind. Zhang Wensong. It is indeed not very fashionable. Jiang Yame, who knew him before, opened her mouth and exposed Song Song background. What are you doing? What are you doing? Song Song shouted with his fluffy golden head. And then sighed. Forget it. I'm used to being called Song Song. In business, you have to be thick-skinned and sweet-mouthed. Every time I open my mouth, you just call me Song Song. And I feel like I have switched my personality. So how do you know Alice has this gift? Song Song changed the subject. Jiang Yame smiled and said to Lu Tingting, Guess who gave it to you? Yao Yuan. Before Lu Tingting answered, Jiang Yame couldn't wait to reveal the answer. Then she introduced Yao Yuan to other people who didn't know him with great excitement. Our unscrupulous boss, the world's largest producer of work garbage, is now probably a zombie in the corridor. In short, this co-branded mahjong was very popular during the Chinese New Year. He asked me to queue up to buy it on New Year's Eve, so that he could take the opportunity to flatter the boss. As a result, Alice didn't like it, and said to put it in her office, and wait until after the Chinese New Year. He was busy, and didn't open it at all. I helped him carry it over at that time. And it was still there. It's a good deal for us. Song Song and Lu Tingting rushed over to help Jiang Yame open the package. The pink translucent mahjong has a golden hemp design on the back, which looks very beautiful under the light of the flashlight. So beautiful. Lu Tingting exclaimed. Come on. Come on. Play here. Jiang Jigang quickly took the small lifting table from someone else's workstation, put it in the middle of the camp bed, and put the flashlight on the small table. Are you coming? Lu Tingting and Song Song, whose hands were itching the moment they saw Mahjong, tacitly took snacks and drinks, and quickly grabbed a seat. I don't know how to play. Let me watch you play a few games first. Jiang Jigang moved a small stool and sat between Song Song and Lu Tingting. Jiang Yamei turned to look at Aunt Zhao and He Zixuan. I don't know how to play. You guys come. I watch the fun. He Zixuan moved next to them with her small blanket. Aunt Zhao? Aunt Zhao smiled slightly. We are short of one. Let me do it. I am not good at it. Please bear with me. It's over. Lu Tingting whispered to Song Song and Jiang Jigang. People who say that are very capable. Remember to help each other later. Feed me some cards. As expected, Lu Tingting played 2 rounds. Not to mention winning. She didn't even have a chance to listen to the cards. She was so shocked that her eyes were straight, and her soul flew away. Jiang Yamei and Song Song on her left and right were not much better. Only Aunt Zhao was full and calm. The drinks on her account could already go around the table. The grinning kitten on the mahjong tiles seemed to be laughing at her naivety. Lu Tingting covered her eyes in pain. Are you coming? She said to Jiang Jigang beside her tremblingly. Jiang Jigang felt sympathetic and shook his head with a wry smile, indicating that he could not help. Lu Tingting accepted his fate. However, their entertainment was soon interrupted by a crackling sound. He Zixuan was the first to notice the movement. Amid the rustling sound of mahjong, she looked at the cards for a while, and then went to the nap bed, leaning against the glass to read a novel. Therefore, when a faint light and sound came from the floor diagonally opposite, He Zixuan was the first to react. Wait a minute. Listen. Everyone's movements were frozen. Lu Tingting raised his hand and turned off the flashlight in the crowd. After the light source in the building went out, the light outside became more sensitive and noticeable. A little bit of faint light could be seen in the upper floors of building number 1, which had a large restaurant logo, diagonally opposite building number 7 where Lu Tingting was. But before they could confirm it, the light went out. Lu Tingting frowned, stood up, squatted next to He Zixuan, and looked at the scenery outside the window together, hoping to receive some good news along with the light. Then, the summer wind blew in through the open window, bringing a few dull sounds. Boom! Boom! Everyone in the house held their breath and concentrated. Crash! There was a sudden loud noise. The moon was dim tonight. Through the faint moonlight, one could see that a window in the upper floors of building 1 was broken. The tempered glass in the upper floors is of special quality. It takes a lot of strength and a clever tool to break the 4 corners. Unlike ordinary glass, this type of laminated glass will not fly around even if it is broken, and it will keep its original outline. At this time, a glass in the upper floors across the street was broken, and then someone hit the edge of the glass, and the window frame was something. Soon, the glass that had been broken into a fine spider web separated from the window frame and flew into the darkness with a thump. Lu Tingting and the others could not clearly distinguish what happened in building 1, but they could feel the tension and stagnation of the atmosphere. Because of the loud noise in the dark night, the zombies in the park seemed to become active, and groups of human figures flashed on the ground. What are they doing? Lu Tingting could only continue to observe. After the glass fell, 2 people quickly climbed out of the open window. Oh my god! He Zixuan exclaimed. Through the night, the people in building 7 could only vaguely observe the movements on the opposite side. They seemed to have estimated the distance between the window and the air conditioner outdoor unit partition. After taking a step over, they followed the logo, lowered their bodies, and climbed to a flat place with their hands and feet. I know. Lu Tingting muttered to himself. The logo of Fanchong is a pair of classic round-frame glasses, which symbolizes watching and represents the origin of Fanchong's video platform. Building 1 faces north, facing the direction of the broad road, and a huge round-frame glasses logo is placed on the upper floors. In order to attract attention and for some anthropomorphic fun, the overall exterior design of Building 1 is that the top 2 layers are painted black, and the bottom is all painted light yellow. From a distance, it looks like a huge pot-covered rectangular man wearing a pair of exaggerated glasses. In order to make this design more vivid, the design of glasses' legs was added to both sides of Building 1. At this time, the 2 people broke the glass, crossed the railing of the air conditioner outside, jumped onto the glass's legs, and climbed all the way to the flat frame. The point is not that the two of them broke the window and escaped, but how to let the zombies escape as well, Lu Tingting said calmly. Sure enough, when the two stood firm, a large wave of dancing zombies suddenly rushed out of the window where they jumped out. These irrational, bloodthirsty creatures have no consciousness of falling into a trap. Attracted by the sound of breaking windows, they only knew to rush forward blindly, rush into a void, and disappear into the night one after another. Only the dull sound of thumping could be heard. Even as the number of zombies at the bottom gradually increased, the sound gradually disappeared. The luring tactic is very smart, Song Song said behind, with admiration and expectation in his words. There are few people, so we can take advantage of the terrain and do it effortlessly. He Zishuan continued. Yes, Jiang Yamei thought for a while and rubbed her head. But this trick is really dangerous. What if they can't break the glass? What if the sound leads the zombies to break in when they hit the glass? Lu Tingting touched the glass in front of her and said, It's the second night of the zombie outbreak, and it's been a day and a half. She paused and continued. I'm afraid this is their last plan. If they don't succeed, they will die. So let's try our best. About 20 seconds later, no more zombies fell into the trap in the window. But the two did not go back immediately. The light from the flashlight function of the mobile phone shone on the window, which was particularly bright in the dark night. Lu Tingting and the other 6 people lying on the window, and the 2 people lying on the legs of glasses opposite, waited silently together. Immediately, a zombie swayed silently out of the window swaying in the night wind, and stepped into the air. After 3 minutes of silence, the 2 men moved, carefully returning to the original route, holding the railing of the air conditioner, and flipping back into the house. It was not until this moment that everyone in Building 7 breathed a sigh of relief. It's really exciting, Jiang Jigang sighed. Song Song put his arm around his shoulders and said, We are not bad either. Fighting bloody battles. He made a few childish poses, which caused Jiang Yamei to roll her eyes and said lightly, Your contribution value is about the same as mine. If you really want to fight, you should watch us stop. Song Song shut up silently, and was silent for only 3 seconds, and suddenly said, Why should you stop? It can also be mine. We are in the same group. You are so childish. Jiang Jigang is now qualified to make sarcastic remarks. Junior high school students don't even fight about who is the best friend. Then he was suppressed by the two's heavy punches. Jiang Jigang began to cry and hugged Lu Tingting's thigh again. Lu Tingting, very good. Very energetic. But, do you think they saw us? Chapter 13 The Rumored Zhang Tian. Lu Tingting's question was quickly answered. He Zishuan, who was holding the small blanket, thought for a moment and tilted her head and said, You must have seen it. Right. We had been lighting the flashlight for so long before. And Chao also nodded in agreement, since they could see the survival road on the other side completely from their perspective. When they were leisurely here before, perhaps the other side could also see it clearly. There seemed to be a faint light in the empty window of Building 1, but it was not clear and could not be confirmed. The 2 desperate people disappeared after they went back. Perhaps they were in a hurry to find food to fill their stomachs. Or perhaps they were carefully checking whether there were any fish that had slipped through the net. In any case, it is always a good thing to know each other's existence. At least in this empty and silent park. They are not the only isolated island. Are you afraid? Lu Tingting's question was a bit abrupt. Now, facing this place that is very familiar and very strange, she asked a little incomprehensible. But He Zishuan still understood what she meant. He Zishuan pondered for a moment and replied, Yes. However, the most frightening time, when I hid in the closet and felt that everything was falling apart, has passed. Lu Tingting smiled. In fact, this was not what she wanted to ask. One weekend, Lu Tingting came to the company to pick up the charger that had fallen. There was no one in the whole building. The lights in the corridor were off, but the white woven lights in the work area were on for some reason. It was a scene that was repeated every day. But when there was no one, it seemed so strange. This is how Lu Tingting feels now. Daily and absurd. She didn't say much, and she didn't want to pass on her complicated feelings to others, adding to others' troubles at this time. And Zhao put the mahjong tiles back into the box one by one, raised her hand and rubbed their hair, and whispered, Shh, don't take them. Andy will buy you Coke. He Zishuan smiled sweetly at Aunt Zhao, and her eyes also completed the crescent shape. Lu Tingting, who lost all his coke and was given alms by Aunt Zhao, naturally had mixed feelings. He had overexercised and been too excited during the day, and witnessed the wonderful feats of another team of survivors in the park. Although they were very tired, the 6 people still couldn't fall asleep. Yes, although there was already a whole floor for them to sleep horizontally, vertically or standing. The 6 people spontaneously put the nap beds together. Aunt Zhao suppressed everyone to lie down obediently and sleep in a row like kindergarten children. But after lying quietly for a while, they still couldn't resist the extremely active brain cells of everyone. First, Jiang Jigang and Song Song whispered. And then Jiang Yamei sat up and sighed. Why can't I fall asleep? Lu Tingting crossed his hands behind his head, looked at the ceiling and said, I can't calm down because of the thoughts in my mind one after another. Okay. Everyone lowered their voices. After a while, Lu Tingting sat up and waved her hand, signaling her friends, who couldn't sleep, to follow her. Jiang Yamei was the first to respond, followed by Song Song and Jiang Jigang. Surprisingly, Aunt Zhao also stood up. In the inquiring eyes of everyone, Aunt Zhao shook her head and whispered helplessly, I'm old and I don't sleep much. So except for the fat and happy He Zixuan who fell asleep beautifully, everyone else followed Lu Tingting to the tea room. I can't sleep anyway. Lu Tingting took out a large stack of white paper from the cabinet under the 2 printers next to the tea room and put it on the table with a bang. It's too dark. It's not safe to explore the rooftop now. So, let's make a poster. Working in the middle of the night. Jiang Jigang muttered to himself with his eyes blank. Jiang Yamei immediately replied, if you want to sleep, go to sleep. If you can't sleep, find something to do. I know. I'm just saying it. I'm still willing to work and very active in my heart. Jiang Jigang muttered quietly, which made everyone laugh. They quickly discussed various forms of posters to convey information. Song Song took a roll of tape from Aunt Zhao and cut out small pieces of tape for backup. Jiang Yamei and Jiang Jigang walked through the meeting rooms on this floor and collected all the markers. Of course, they deliberately skipped the room where all the zombie bodies were stored. They didn't want to be awakened by nightmares after falling asleep. Although the markers in their hands were only black, blue and red, they were enough for posters that were purely for the purpose of conveying information. After all, now is not the time for the design department or external suppliers to make demands at will. Keep everything simple. In order to make the information clear and eye-catching enough, they discussed that A4 paper could be posted on all the external windows on this floor. Write only one big word on a piece of paper to ensure that people far away can see it clearly. Besides people, what else do we need to write? Jiang Jigang asked. Lu Tingting pondered for a moment and replied, our survival tips? This is too abstract. Jiang Yamei chuckled and said, hold a good thigh who can fight. Jiang Jigang followed and said, take Tingting with you when you travel at home. Song Song followed them and laughed. But Lu Tingting seemed to be thinking about something, and then replied, I write a big name. Lu Tingting. 3 words. Let's hang it on the rooftop tomorrow. Jiang Yamei was stunned, thought for 2 seconds, and understood her thoughts. Do you want Zhang Tian to see it? To tell him that I'm still alive and well? To make him feel at ease, and not come looking for me? Jiang Jigang said, if he sees it, he will definitely be more motivated to come looking for you. That jealous guy. Every time Jiang Jigang and Lu Tingting make a game appointment, Zhang Tian will follow like a little tail, serving tea and water to Tingting. Before Jiang Jigang told him about his sexual orientation. When Lu Tingting couldn't see him, Zhang Tian would roll his eyes every 3 seconds, wishing to stab Jiang Jigang in the heart. Even if Jiang Jigang made it clear to him that game partners were pure friendships, Zhang Tian would still stick to Lu Tingting whenever he had time. The longer Jiang Jigang knew Lu Tingting, the deeper his understanding of Zhang Tian's jealous nature was. To be honest, I think he would be very upset if you two didn't see each other for the past 2 days. Jiang Jigang teased. Song Song, who just met Lu Tingting, was confused. So who is Tingting's boyfriend? Jiang Jigang patted his shoulder sympathetically. You will know when you meet him. I have never seen such a clingy man. Lu Tingting's ears became hot when she listened to their teasing. He is just like that. Jiang Yamei leaned close to her ear. We don't understand the fun of having a little husband at home. Sister, you should also look at us. Don't be fickle. Lu Tingting covered her mouth with her backhand. If you say it again, I will be angry. Jiang Yamei keenly caught that Lu Tingting's neck was red, and she winked at Song Song and Jiang Jigang. causing Lu Tingting to stand up and catch them before begging for mercy. Aunt Zhao sorted the order of the papers while watching them fighting and playing, and couldn't help but sigh. Young people are really energetic. After all, there is still work to do. And several people quickly went about their duties quietly. Several papers were written with someone and Lu Tingting. Other than that, everyone had room to express themselves freely. Aunt Zhao was indeed a Chinese teacher. And even the marker pen could not stop the neat and elegant handwriting, sincere cooperation. Working together. Unity is the most important thing. Aunt Zhao said so. Although Jiang Yamei doubted whether the people in the park, who often tore up the billing caliber, occupied the scheduling resources, and quarreled for a traffic position for an afternoon, could understand the spirit of cooperation. She still silently expressed her respect. Jiang Jigang picked up a few pieces of paper, picked up a red pen, wrote a few big words backstage street versus stinky zombies, and drew a few simple sketch-style KO scenes next to it. I can't tell. You are so versatile. Jiang Yamei sighed. Hee. I can do everything except find a boyfriend. Song Song beside him patted his chest and promised. I take care of this. I introduce you to some gay girls when we get out. There are quite a few gay girls in our department. Jiang Yamei, Aunt Zhao, and Lu Tingting exchanged expressions that were hard to describe. Is Song Song really straight? Wait a minute. Song Song was halfway through his sentence when he suddenly realized. It's only possible to introduce some gay girls before they turn into zombies. The atmosphere was about to turn heavy again. These days, the six of them had been playing around. But everyone tacitly avoided the topic of life and death. People far away. People near. They couldn't get in touch and were powerless. So they could only force themselves to focus on the small piece of land in front of them. Not to think about whether the familiar people were still alive. Not to think about whether the loved ones were still there. Jiang Jigang laughed in cooperation. Being single is good. I get annoyed when I see stinky men. The few of them laughed it off tacitly. Jiang Yamei put down the pen in her hand and proudly asked Lu Tingting to look at the slogan she had just written. Lead. Insightful. Lu Tingting commented sharply. Let me add a few more keywords. Perfume. Floral water. Block the smell and fish in troubled waters. Encouraged. Jiang Yamei was full of energy. Several people brainstormed the content of the posters, discussed and wrote with great interest, and then posted them one by one on the windows of the floor. It was late at night, and after the summer heat receded, a slight chill occupied the battlefield at night. He Zixuan, who had already fallen asleep, changed several postures in succession, but was still deep in sleep and did not wake up. Yawning, Song Song put down the tape in his hand, dragged his tired steps and followed everyone back to the nap bed, picked up his own small blanket, covered it silently, and then tilted his head. Almost immediately fell asleep. Lu Tingting and Jiang Yamei, who were watching, couldn't help laughing. After Aunt Zhao and Jiang Jigang had also laid down, Lu Tingting reached out and turned off the lighting. Good night, she whispered. The night wind blew. The moonlight was like water. The A4 paper with 4 corners sealed with tape was tightly attached to the glass window. Lu Tingting stared at the small area in the dark, and her thoughts gradually blurred. The long day finally ended. But Lu Tingting never thought that a new day would start like this. Tingting! Wake up! Someone is looking for you. Chapter 14. Light up the new map. Who is looking for me? The first thought that flashed through Lu Tingting's confused little head. But when she regained her senses, she soon realized that something was wrong. It was not the weekend when she could sleep at home. Who could look for her? Who could find her? The excited He Zixuan didn't care whether she would disturb other people who were still sleeping, and pushed Lu Tingting anxiously. I'm awake. I'm awake. What's wrong? Who is looking for me? Lu Tingting replied while rubbing her eyes. Look for yourself. He Zixuan, dancing with joy, hugged Lu Tingting's arm with both hands and dragged him to the window on the other side. In the gap between the A4 paper posted last night, you can see the rooftop of Building 3 opposite. There is a circle of wire mesh around the rooftop, and there is a banner thrown out next to it. The banner is a classic red style, with white on the front. Fight 618. Fight together in e-commerce. And 3 big characters Lu Tingting written vertically on the back. It's Zhang Tian. Without saying anything, Lu Tingting turned around and ran to the cleaning tool room that Aunt Zhao had mentioned before. The noise of the two of them also woke up the others. When they saw the scene, they didn't even bother to wash up. Jiang Jigang and Jiang Yame came to the window and exclaimed, "It's really fate. The bait was just put out yesterday, and it was hooked today." Aunt Zhao hurriedly helped Lu Tingting open the door of the cleaning tool room and moved out some sundries to facilitate Lu Tingting movements. Picking up the familiar fire axe with one hand, aiming at the slightly rusty iron padlock, Lu Tingting raised the axe and banged it twice quickly and accurately. Song Song came to her side, took the padlock she had taken off and threw it aside. Lu Tingting opened the square door of the upper passage with one hand. The open passage that had not been cleaned for a long time was full of dust and garbage, which fell down along the opening of the passage, causing the three people in the tool room to cough one after another. Before Aunt Zhao and Song Song could put down the ladder, Lu Tingting looked up, stepped on a few buckets that had not been moved out in time, and jumped up. He held the iron single-sided ladder in the passage with both hands and climbed up easily. Aunt Zhao and Song Song, wow. The remaining three people who came to the door, wow. But they didn't have time to sigh. The temptation to light up the new map and the temptation to communicate with other survivors prompted them to not bother to pack up. The ladder was placed steadily under the entrance of the passage, and they followed to climb up. Lu Tingting pushed his hands and got out of the passage, and did not forget to help Song Song behind him, one after another. So the rooftop is like this, he Zixuan, who finally stuck his head out, exclaimed. The high-pressure working environment of large factories is bound to create an unstable psychological state for many workers. Considering safety first, not only are the windows of the park equipped with fine protective nets, but there are also 2-meter-high wire mesh around the rooftop, for fear that someone might think too much. But when Lu Tingting stood on the rooftop of Building 7 and looked expectantly in the direction of the banner, the person who appeared was not the one she thought. Seeing Lu Tingting and his group, the short-haired young man who discovered the survivors waved his arms happily and greeted them. Lu Tingting heart sank, and she lost the urgency and joy just now. Is that Zong Tian? Song Song, who didn't know what was going on, also raised his hand to respond to the short-haired man in the opposite building, and then quietly poked Jiang Yame's arm. Jiang Yame looked at the silent Lu Tingting with concern and shook her head. Huh? Lu Tingting sighed, lowered her head, and couldn't help but purse her lips. Who else would write her name besides him? Lu Tingting. A call. Lu Tingting immediately raised his head. Another figure appeared beside the buzz-cut man. The moment he saw Lu Tingting, Zhang Tian, who was trotting over, stared at her direction, lying on the wire mesh and dancing and shouting Lu Tingting's name. Zhang Tian had short, soft black hair, fair skin but tall stature, sunny and handsome, with a pair of round, drooping puppy eyes, which made Lu Tingting's heart soften every time he acted coquettishly. Lu Tingting. Another shout. This time, wrapped in almost overflowing joy and excitement. Zhang Tian supported himself on the wire mesh with one hand, and waved his other hand constantly, like a puppy's tail shaking behind him. The buzz-cut man beside him took a step back and smiled. Jiang Yame turned her head and said to Song Song, "This is Zhang Tian." Lu Tingting couldn't help but curl up the corners of his mouth, and moved in front of the wire mesh. The two of them were 6 or 7 meters away, looking at each other through the gap in the wire mesh. Zhang Tian called out in a cheerful voice, "Sister, are you okay? Don't drag your words. I can hear you." Lu Tingting also raised her voice. Puff. Jiang Yame behind them couldn't help laughing and complained to everyone. Isn't it like the ending of Love in the Rain, where Yipping and Shuwan kissed each other at the station surrounded by everyone? Her description was so vivid that everyone who imagined the scene in their minds looked at Lu Tingting back and smiled secretly. But they didn't dare to let her find out. After all, being suppressed by force is no joke. After a series of conversations between the young lovers, such as "How are you?" and "You are not injured, hungry, thirsty, or bullied, right?" the two finally remembered to introduce themselves to the people around them. Several more people came up to the rooftop of Building 3 one after another, including Zhang Tian. A total of 5 men and 2 women, separated on the rooftops of 2 buildings. Everyone could only raise their voices to talk, get to know each other, and exchange each other's survival experiences. Unlike Lu Tingting and the others, the group of people on the rooftop of Building 3, including Zhang Tian, are all project team members working on an interface optimization update and iteration requirement of the user growth department. 2 user growth products, a buzz-cut man and a straight bangs woman. A DA, data analysis of Big Brother with tattoos. A front end, Zhang Tian. One back end, the man with black framed glasses. Two tests, the ponytail girl and the two-dimensional man. In fact, the people on the other side introduced their names one by one. However, it was really difficult to remember these vague pronunciations at a height of 6 or 7 meters. After one by one, He Zishuan whispered behind everyone to ask if they remembered them. The whole audience was silent. Everyone hoped that Aunt Zhao, who had been a teacher, would be able to remember the names of students and save them from danger. However, Aunt Zhao also looked embarrassed. Okay, Lu Tingting, just remember the nicknames. They definitely can't remember them. Indeed, the survivors on the rooftop of Building 3 also secretly gave Lu Tingting team a series of simple and efficient code names such as Blonde Man, Curly-Haired Girl, and Obedient Brand. In addition to Zhang Tian, he recognized Jiang Jigang and Jiang Yame. The former was his imaginary rival who had been gritting his teeth for a long time, and the latter was a work partner who had worked with Lu Tingting for a long time. Zhang Tian told their experiences intermittently in the morning light at 7 o'clock in the morning, and the man with the short hair and the woman with bangs supplemented from time to time. The meeting of this group of people was not accidental. When the zombies broke out, they were gathered in the conference room on the 7th floor of Building 3 to hold a product document review meeting. However, the meeting was interrupted by screams one after another halfway through. The man with the short hair who leaned out to look was quickly scared back, closed the door, and shivered in the fog with everyone looking down through the window of the conference room. The hunting scenes one by one could not deny the reality, although absurd, but the facts are in front of them. It was at this point, Zhang Tian's voice paused for a moment, and then continued to narrate, while everyone was panicking to call the police, and browse information. The door of the conference room was knocked. The man with the short hair closest to the door swallowed his saliva and looked at them, and no one spoke. The knock on the door sounded again. Dong dong dong. More urgent, accompanied by the sound of shouting. The short-haired man made up his mind and opened the door halfway, and two people rushed in. Two people covered in blood. The white t-shirt of the first person who came in was half stained red with blood. He covered his right upper arm, staggered 2 steps, and fell to the ground, twitching. The second person closed the door with his backhand as soon as he came in, and then hid in the corner, trembling. The people who were frightened by them first avoided the two people covered in blood like a conditioned reflex, especially the black-framed glasses and ponytail sitting on the side of the door, who almost jumped up and dodged immediately. But then, looking at the painful expression of the first person, they still bent down and slowly approached, trying to figure out what happened to him and help him. But fortunately, they didn't get too close in time, because the man's twitching stopped. He was no longer in pain. No longer in pain. From then on, it only pursued one thing: human flesh and blood. The moment it jumped up, the black-framed glasses and ponytail retreated repeatedly. But due to the limited terrain, they soon fell to the ground and had nowhere to hide. Fortunately, the man with the short hair picked up a stool and knocked it aside. It got up again and again, and was knocked down again and again, until everyone finally realized that it was impossible to stop this unconscious thing without killing it thoroughly. At the same time, the second person who came in and got into the corner, the one with dull eyes and trembling constantly, also began to twitch like the first person before the mutation. His body began to twist, and his eyes were covered with a strange gray. It was too late. They finally took action. The wooden chair back hit the head. One hit did not break it. So the second hit. The third hit. The screams outside continued, and silence spread throughout the conference room. After that, Zhang Tian said, we also received information from the government. After discussing it, everyone dismantled chairs to use as weapons, carried tables, and kept a good distance from the zombies in the corridor, fighting and advancing. Fortunately, many meeting rooms where the zombies were released had closed doors, and we mainly had to deal with some in the corridor. He said it briefly, but the people on the rooftop of Building 7 had also experienced fierce battles, and naturally knew the hardships and dangers involved. But Zhang Tian skipped all of them. Chapter 15: Action Preparation. In short, after we dealt with the zombies on the 7th floor, we started thinking about what to do next. The 7th floor is full of large and small meeting rooms. The workstations are not arranged on this floor, And the food in the tea room is not enough for us to eat. We also thought of posting messages to get in touch with others. But we are on the 7th floor, and the vision is really limited. So naturally, we thought of going to the top floor. The product work area is in Building 3. According to their understanding, the top floor of Building 3 is the boss's office. And there are 2 large reception rooms. There are usually few people, so it should be safer at this time. And you can also go to the rooftop on the way. Stairs are not accessible. There are too many zombies blocking the road. If we really want to beat them out one by one, I'm afraid we will be exhausted first. So we thought of the elevator. We found something to act as a crowbar and opened all 4 elevator doors. Fortunately, several elevators did not stop at the same floor. So we went up along the maintenance ladder in the elevator to the top floor. Fortunately, I don't know if there is any arrangement in the past 2 days, but the administration has put mineral water and refreshments in the reception room here. Last night, as soon as I came up, I found a banner with your name on it. I put it here, hoping you can see it. His voice was clear and echoed in the air. Lu Tingting also smiled and replied, "It's a pity that we lit the lights on the other side to play mahjong last night. Otherwise you would have found me yesterday." "You can still play mahjong?" The man with black-framed glasses was surprised. Jiang Yame smiled. "After working as a cow and horse for 2 years, I still know which corner the boss piles up gifts that he doesn't like." "You can still climb the elevator?" Jiang Jigang couldn't believe it. Life forced me to do some psychological preparation for a long time. And I even tied a fire hose as a safety rope. The tattooed man rubbed his fingers. He hadn't smoked for 2 days, and was almost going crazy. After Lu Tingting briefly introduced their experiences, the conversation between the 2 sides became even more exciting. 2D man, compared to you. We are really simple and rough. If you don't agree, just fight. Yesterday I almost swung the stool and sparks flew. And today I can't even lift my arms. Fahai woman, it's also because there were not many zombies on the 7th floor that we had to fight. The 7th floor itself is a series of meeting rooms. As long as the door is closed, we can deal with the ones in the corridor first. After the few in the corridor are all dealt with, we can clean up the meeting rooms one by one. Song Song responded, because our force is only Tingting. We can only use our brains to come up with some tactics. Woo woo woo. Zhang Tian wailed on the other side of the barbed wire. Sister, you've worked hard. I'd be by your side. I can help you charge. Okay. Okay. Lu Tingting comforted helplessly. I don't ask for much. As long as you're alive. Song Song, TSK. Aunt Zhao, ah. He Zixuan, TSK TSK. Jiang Yame, TSK TSK TSK. Jiang Jigang, TSK TSK TSK. Everyone on the rooftop of Building 3. I can't bear to watch. The man with a crew cut coughed twice and said in a teasing voice, Hey, who is shouting about the suspension bridge effect every day? Maybe in 2 days, your dear girlfriend will be seduced away by your life and death companions. Right? The girl with ponytail continued, Who is it? After checking the rooftop, we went to find something to eat. Some people pulled up banners and ran to the rooftop. Jiang Jigang turned around and said to everyone around him, TSK. I told you. Zhang Tian, blushing but confident. What's wrong? You won't understand. Jiang Jigang took advantage of the fact that Zhang Tian couldn't hit him now, and shouted, Of course we don't understand. After all, we don't have a good sister either. Okay. Okay. Seeing that Zhang Tian was already hesitating and blushing to his neck, Lu Tingting hurried out to smooth things over. The sun is out. It's too hot. Let's all go back first. Lu Tingting turned around and pushed everyone back, and then said, Call me if you have anything, or post a message on the glass. Zhang Tian jumped up and down and responded actively, Okay sister. Take care of yourself. Don't be too tired. In Jiang Yame teasing eyes, Lu Tingting caught a glimpse of Zhang Tian on the opposite rooftop blinking his bright eyes at her. She stopped, and although she was shy, she still gave Zhang Tian a big heart in front of everyone, ignoring how Jiang Jigang and Jiang Yame were wailing. I'm so full of dog food. And not looking at Song Song and He Zixuan surprised and smiling eyes. In Aunt Zhao's. So sweet. Lu Tingting strode forward and took the lead in going down the passage. Just when she was about to jump onto the stepladder. Wait a minute. Tingting. Aunt Zhao came over and stopped her. Lu Tingting looked up. What's wrong? Your boyfriend said there's someone downstairs. Someone. They found it when they were about to go downstairs. Come up quickly. Lu Tingting immediately returned the same way. What's wrong? She hurried to the crowd, and happened to hear the flower-armed brother opposite saying something. You are downstairs. Wait for me to count. The flower-armed brother counted back and forth with his fingers. 9th floor. It's the 9th floor. Someone is waving at us by the window on our side. But there was no sound. Lu Tingting confirmed that there was no sound of shouting. The survivors on the 9th floor could only wave their hands to attract the attention of the people on the rooftop of the opposite building. This shows that they are still trapped by zombies, and dare not shout for help. Once the volume is too loud, it is likely that the zombies will break through the door first and kill them, regardless of whether others will save them. They are in the same building, and can't see Lu Tingting and his group on the rooftop at all. They can only pass the message through the people on the rooftop of Building 3. How many people are there on the 9th floor? Jiang Yamei asked anxiously. The man with black framed glasses had cleverly taken out his phone and pointed it at the glass window on the 9th floor to zoom in, so that he could observe the gestures of the people inside more clearly. Two girls. Asked them again. How many zombies are there on their floor in total? Can you predict it? Can you give a rough range of values? Jiang Yamei was anxious. And some class flavor came out again. What does this mean? The rooftop of Building 3 was chattering, and everyone was crowded in front of the wire mesh, observing the movements downstairs, guessing what the two girls meant by the gestures. More than 40. Right? If yes, raise your hands. If not, don't raise your hands. That's more than 40. The information was transmitted in a tortuous way. At this time, the sun had risen to the middle of the sky. 9:30 a.m. on July 3rd, 2024. The sun was high in the sky, and the unobstructed sunlight shone directly on the two groups of people on the rooftop. And everyone's forehead was covered with dense beads of sweat. Someone went down and brought up bottled drinks and distributed them to everyone. Some people asked for paper and pen, and wrote and drew silently, muttering to themselves. But no one suggested, let's go down. Lu Tingting's mind was spinning rapidly. Two girls, who had been hungry for nearly 2 days, were hiding in a floor with more than 40 zombies wandering around. Elevator? Stairs? No. With this number of zombies, even if they could successfully reach the 9th floor by elevator like Zhang Tian, it would be impossible for them to deal with more than 40 zombies at once with just a few people holding crude cold weapons. And Zhang Tian's voice came from the opposite side. Calm and restrained, there is another point. More than 40. Is this number accurate? It is recommended to leave a little advance. In fact, He Zixuan and Song Song also thought of this. But they haven't said it yet. And they don't know how to say it at this time. Survival is an instinct, and it is not impossible to modify the actual situation in order to get rescue faster. These are all factors that need to be considered. But they are just factors considered from the dark side. Save them or not? How to save them? Will saving them put themselves in greater danger? This dilemma locked the throats of everyone on the rooftop of Building 7, making them not know where to start. Lu Tingting bit the pen and kept tapping the empty white paper with his fingers. How to make this decision? If they were on adjacent floors, then find the corresponding window. Break the window with an axe. Tie a rope. And bring the people up. But from the 9th floor to the 13th floor. Unless it is Spider-Man. How can you rescue them from high altitude? Lu Tingting gritted her teeth and stood up. In order to let the people on the opposite rooftop hear, she deliberately raised her voice. I only speak my opinion. Not for anyone else. People, I want to save them. But I can't watch others starve to death. But it's impossible for us to fight all the way or pull them up. This is impossible. And we are not gods. This conclusion is actually quite obvious. It's just that in a team, someone must be the first to stand up and take the responsibility of making a decision. And making a decision is heavy. Jiang Yamei was the first to express her opinion. I agree. Zhang Tian on the opposite side looked at Lu Tingting's solemn expression and comforted him. Tingting, this is not your obligation. At this time, it is enough to do your best for strangers. Life and death are determined by fate. Song Song also nodded and said, we can only try to send things down and let them hold on until the rescue comes. This decision seems to have been tacitly accepted by everyone. What do the survivors waiting on the 9th floor think? Lu Tingting didn't know. And the people on the opposite rooftop didn't describe it again. But whether they were grateful or resentful, they could not change Lu Tingting's decision and the next plan. As for the problems at the execution level, Aunt Zhao was the first to raise questions. I have no problem. But how to send it? From the elevator passage. They can't bypass the zombies on one floor to get it. We can't go there. But if there is anything we can help, just say it. The short-haired man shouted. Jiang Yamei raised her hand to indicate that this side heard it. Remember what you saw last night? Song Song was thoughtful. He Zishuan continued, break the glass. And then let the zombies jump off the building themselves? Chapter 16. Each showed his special ability. Break the glass. And let the zombies jump off the building? Jiang Jigang pursed his lips and said. But our building doesn't have the geographical advantage of letting them hide outside the window. Outside the window of building 7 is a vertical wall. And even the air conditioner can't bear the weight of 2 people. Aunt Zhao also added, moreover. 2 girls who have been hungry for 2 days, without any sharp weapons in their hands, are using stools to smash the windows. Will the windows break first? Or will the zombies find them first by following the sound? This seems to be an unsolvable situation. In a fully enclosed floor, if you want to pass something, you must break the windows. But breaking the windows will first attract zombies to attack the door. What about the ventilation system? Is this possible? Song Song proposed a new direction. Just like the timeless plot in spy movies, the agile male protagonist wears a black tights, bites a flashlight in his mouth, crawls into silver ventilation ducts, and reaches impossible mission locations one by one. However, this idea was quickly rejected by Aunt Zhao, who knows about the air conditioning and fresh air system. Aunt Zhao shook her head, impossible. The air conditioning ducts have barrier nets, and the cleaning plan of the park includes a cleaning project for the ventilation ducts. It seems that all the ways out are blocked. What about making a feint to the east and attacking in the west? Let's use the same trick we used before. And do it again, Lu Tingting said softly. She drew circles on the white paper while detailing the plan. They are in the east conference room. We will use a rope to lower something from the west. Use music or light sources to attract the zombies' attention. And then let them smash the windows, trying to reduce the attraction of the sound of smashing windows to the zombies. As long as the window can be broken, everything will be fine. Aunt Zhao reached out and wiped the sweat from her forehead, looked at the dark shadows cast by the scorching sun on the ground, and said, if we want to do it, we can only do it now. The longer we delay, the less strength they will have. He Zishuan also agreed. We can't wait until the evening. Jiang Yamei hesitated for a moment, but still said, this plan is very risky. If we play music outside, how much can we keep the attraction to the zombies on the floor? When we tried it ourselves before, there were always some zombies that were not attracted by the music. But what else can we do? Song Song hesitated and said with difficulty, we can only put a few more mobile phones and play music together. This is the only way out. Friends on the opposite rooftop silently waited for their decision. No time to lose. Zhang Tian. Lu Tingting stood up and called. Tell the girls on the 9th floor that we will start the action in about an hour. We will drop the mobile phone from the west and play music as loudly as possible to attract the zombies and let them get ready. When the music starts, start smashing the windows. Don't smash the middle. Smash the 4 corners. Smash hard. This should be their last chance. Lu Tingting's voice echoed on the hot rooftop. Do you understand? Despite the distance of 6 or 7 meters, even if there were 2 barbed wires blocking them. Zhang Tian still locked Lu Tingting's eyes tightly and nodded solemnly. Don't worry. Lu Tingting smiled at him, and no longer worried about the information transmission. Jiang Yamei pushed her shoulder. Let's go. We still have a lot of things to do in an hour. While climbing down, several people raced against time to arrange the grouping and division of labor. Aunt Zhao had a clear idea. I will go to collect supplies from the entire floor. Look through the cabinets. Look through the workstations. Sort out the list. And see what we can send to the people trapped on the 9th floor while ensuring our survival. He Zishuan immediately said, Aunt Zhao, I go with you. The most important thing is not to see what we can give them. As long as the windows are open, we can send them several times in the future. We also need to pay attention to the first delivery. The things they need most now must be what they need most. Song Song added. He Zishuan immediately followed the idea. Water, high-calorie food, power bank. If there are medicines, you can also take a look. Heat relief medicine, vitamins and so on. After a pause, she added, and garbage bags. Everyone was silent. This matter cannot be thought about in detail. When you think about it, you will remember yourself using cat litter, unless it really comes to the moment of life and death. Otherwise, no one knows whether the dignity of life is more sensitive than survival itself. After stepping onto the floor of the 13th floor, Lu Tingting dusted himself off and said, "I go find a rope. Before we start, we need to prepare a rope that can reach from the rooftop to the 9th floor. We also need to ask the people in the opposite building to help us see what length can just hang outside the 9th floor." Jiang Jigang took the initiative to suggest, "I help you. We also need to bring the ladder to the rooftop later. Otherwise, it will be difficult to bypass the wire mesh that is more than 2 meters high. It will be better to step on the ladder. Is there anything else that needs to be done?" Lu Tingting, Yame. You should be responsible for setting up the mobile phone. We can use whatever we have now. And they should all have power. Jiang Yame nodded and agreed, "Okay. This will be quick. I help An Jiang, and the others count the supplies when it's done. And Song Song, we also need a container that can hold mobile phones. It can't block the volume or limit the spread of music. It has to be able to hang a rope and be safe enough to prevent the phone from falling in midair. Mobile phones are one of the most precious strategic resources at present." Song Song touched his chin and thought, "I first look for a ready-made container that meets the requirements. If not, I make one with a mineral water bucket." Jiang Jigang actively promoted, "I help you after I finish this. I know how to make a simple loudspeaker." Song Song hooked his hand around Jiang Jigang's neck and pulled him twice. "Good. No stuck point." Lu Tingting clapped his hands twice, cheering everyone up. "Hurry up. Go! Go! Go!" Several people ran. And Zhao did not forget to remind everyone while running, "It's hot. Be careful not to get heat stroke. Drink more water. If you feel uncomfortable, come to me. I will scrape you. Pinch a few times, and you will be fine." "Good." And Zhao gave people the feeling of a kind grandmother who often gave you snacks in the neighbor's house. Safe and warm. Lu Tingting rushed to the workstation, hesitated for 3 seconds, and ran to the firefighting material storage point as soon as possible. Jiang Yame took the fire axe here before. According to common sense, there must be a hose at the firefighting material storage point. The fire hose is strong and reliable. As long as it is long enough, it is the best choice. If it doesn't work, you can also see if there is a survival rope in the material cabinet. We can only hope that the administrative conscience can purchase some fully equipped firefighting materials. From the rooftop to the 9th floor, Lu Tingting stood up and looked at the height of the building, comparing it with his own height. The wire mesh on the rooftop is 2 meters high, and each floor is about 3 meters high. Adding the thickness of the building materials, Lu Tingting quickly did simple arithmetic problems in his mind to hang it from the rooftop to the 9th floor. At least a 20-meter rope is needed. Fortunately, the restaurant really spent a price worthy of the name of a big factory on firefighting facilities. Lu Tingting successfully found a standard 25-meter fire hose in the firefighting material cabinet. The rubber lining is wrapped in linen weaving, and there are metal connectors at the front and back ends. It looks very reliable. But in order to connect the fire hose and the material bag to the container with the mobile phone, Lu Tingting and Jiang Jigang carried the hose and ran to the position of the rest of the people. First, connect with He Zixuan and An Zhao. The first batch of things passed down must include water. And An Zhao also took energy drinks extravagantly. Therefore, in order to avoid the bags of materials falling apart in midair, the bags must be the strongest. An Zhao pulled several bags in a row, tested the materials with her hands, and finally chose one. Middle-aged and elderly people's hobby is to hoard bags. An Zhao stuffed the contestants, who were unfortunately eliminated, closed the cabinet door, and covered the half-full cabinet with various bags. When Lu Tingting arrived with a fire hose, the two of them were quickly collecting all the things that needed to be passed down in the first batch. He Zixuan even thoughtfully put 2 sanitary napkins in. What if you need it? If you really have your period at this time, the sisters downstairs will be too miserable. He Zixuan has always been considerate and understanding. As soon as she saw Lu Tingting and Jiang Jigang carrying the fire hose, An Zhao's eyes lit up immediately. This is a good thing. Obviously, this fire hose thicker than an arm symbolizes a full sense of security. Lu Tingting put the fire hose on the ground, squatted down, and pulled out the end with a metal interface. I have to think about how to connect this to the material bag. Yes, it can't slip off when it's time. That would be too painful. He Zixuan came to Lu Tingting's side. Aunt Zhao glanced at the three people squatting on the ground and smiled slightly. I go find some medicine. You guys do this. The three people who were concentrating all said him at the same time. As obedient as three primary school students sitting in a row to share fruit. Lu Tingting stared at the metal interface and the handle of the cloth bag for 2 seconds, fiddled with his hands twice, and thought, tie a knot from the interface. Clean and neat. Give it a try. After demonstrating it twice, the three of them felt it was feasible. So they rushed to the next task without stopping. He Zishuan followed Aunt Zhao and began to sweep every workstation with the speed of a tornado and the precision of a locust, cleaning every file cabinet and drawer. Their strong and resolute style formed a sharp contrast with their usual gentleness, which shocked Lu Tingting and Jiang Jigang. The shocked Lu Tingting picked up the fire hose and took Jiang Jigang to find Song Song, who was struggling with a mobile phone container. Sure enough, Song Song did not find any container suitable for storing mobile phones. In order to prevent the mobile phone from falling out, the container must be firm to a certain extent, and it cannot be a large open basket. But in order to allow the music to spread unimpeded, a sealed box would not work. When the two of them arrived with the fire hose, Song Song, who was racking his brains, was struggling with a large utility knife and a mineral water bucket. He used his legs to hold the water bottle with difficulty, holding the mouth of the bottle with one hand and holding a utility knife with the other hand, and cut small holes on the wall of the water bottle to facilitate the sound to come out. The difficult posture and the hot weather made Song Song nose sweat. Seeing the two of them coming, he hurriedly breathed a sigh of relief and put the water bottle on the ground. Gongzi, come here and help me hold this. Chapter 17. Goose stewed in an iron pot. The mineral water bucket that Song Song chose was not the 15-liter capacity model commonly seen in offices. He also tried to use the utility knife on that large mineral water bucket, but he soon found that the bucket wall was too thick and the blade of the utility knife was too thin, so he couldn't operate it at all. So, inspired by Jiang Yame, go to the boss's office. The boss doesn't drink the water of us workers. He has special London water. Try that bucket. Song Song quickly found a 6-liter small bucket in the boss's office. The material of the bucket wall is exactly the same as that of a common mineral water bottle. A utility knife can make a hole with one cut, which is very easy to operate. Before Jiang Jigang and Song Song finished making the sound holes on the bucket wall, Lu Tingting, who was waiting to measure the length, tried it with the joint of the fire hose. Friends, let me go first. The 6-liter mineral water bucket is a rounded cone. Many businesses will make a plastic handle at the mouth of the bucket to facilitate customers to carry it. However, it is not known whether the London water is too advanced, and the design does not consider the situation that customers need to carry water by themselves, or whether the worker who delivers water to the boss has thoughtfully removed the handle that is in the way. At this moment, Lu Tingting and the other two can only look at the mouth of the barrel and hesitate. Jiang Jigang took the utility knife and gestured below the mouth of the barrel. How about cutting a hole here and plugging the water hose in? Lu Tingting rejected. No. When hanging it, it can only bear the force here. The mouth of the barrel will be deformed by the force, and it will be bad if it cracks along the hole. But, Song Song said with some hesitation, actually, I was planning to cut a hole here to plug the phone in. This is indeed not safe enough. The faces of the three people wrinkled, staring at the mineral water barrel tightly, as if they wanted to stare a hole out of thin air. In the end, Jiang Jigang thought of the perfect solution first. He ran back to the work area and quickly came back with a basketball. Of course, the focus is not on the basketball, but on the tool for holding the basketball. A woven net bag. Will this be okay? Jiang Jigang put the basketball aside and sat down with the net bag. Look, the opening of the net bag is not big, and it is quite strong. Open a hole at the bottom of the mineral water bucket. Put the mobile phone in, and seal the opening with tape to prevent the mobile phone from falling out in midair. Then use the net bag to hold the bucket, and the fire hose can be directly tied to the upper opening of the bag, and it will not block the sound transmission. Perfect. Solved. Song Song hugged Jiang Jigang's shoulders. Okay. Lu Tingting got up too quickly and felt dizzy. Gongzi helped Song Song cut the hole. Yame mobile phone should be ready. I will go to the rooftop to test the length of the rope first. Getting the leave it to me look from the two people. Lu Tingting rushed to the rooftop without stopping. Tie the heavy fire hose around his waist, and then over his shoulder. Lu Tingting wiped the sweat from his forehead and climbed up the ladder to the rooftop. The hose dragged her body, and every step and leg lift was so difficult, as if she was struggling in a world with double gravity. I really want to eat iron pot stew. This thought suddenly flashed through Lu Tingting's mind, reminding her of a day last week. She couldn't remember exactly which day of the week it was. Anyway, it was after a long workday. Tired, she rubbed her numb shoulders and neck with one hand, and typed quickly on her phone with the other hand, complaining to Zhang Tian about the unreasonable team leader Yao Yuan. How unreasonable was he? It was obvious that she could leave work on time at 8 o'clock. But Yao Yuan insisted on calling her to one-on-one at 7:50, saying something about recent work, overall review, and promotion opportunities. They both knew that the restaurant operation department had not had an outsourcing conversion for many years. But this is a useful pie. It is also a set of common rhetoric. Maybe it's because I always leave work on time recently, which is annoying him. Lu Tingting thought carelessly, responding with yeah. Okay. Got it on her lips. However, it seemed that her stubborn attitude angered Yao Yuan. His speech speed increased, with a Beijing accent, and his tone became provocative without knowing it. Do you think we will renew the contract after it expires? I can ask the HR department to replace you now. Don't you think you haven't put yourself in the right position? Lu Tingting rolled her eyes at him, looked at the time on her phone, which was already 2017, and walked out of the meeting room to clock out. She didn't bother to think about whether she would be fired or whether she would be bullied. If she couldn't continue, she would just quit. She was just hungry. After facing the computer screen all day, it was only when she got off work that she seemed to regain her senses and limbs. The feeling of hunger, the feeling of stomach movement, the soreness of the eyes, the discomfort of the shoulders and neck. All the feelings came up. So she took out her phone and poked Zhang Tian out to eat a hot iron pot stew. The moment the wooden lid was opened, all the troubles were gone. Lu Tingting, who had calmed down, was ready to be fired, and even imagined a wonderful life after leaving. As a result, the next day, Yao Yuan pretended that nothing had happened, continued to assign work, and continued to act like a leader. This is funny. Lu Tingting's hands were propped up on the entrance of the rooftop. The fine sand and stones brought her fine pain. But she didn't care. Why did she suddenly think of what happened that night? It should be because the iron pot stewed goose that day was too fragrant. I must eat it again. Tingting! Seeing her come out of the entrance and throw the fire hose heavily on the ground, Zhang Tian, who was sitting alone on the rooftop of Building 3, shouted hurriedly. Lu Tingting waved to him, and climbed down the corridor again to get the stepladder. But this time, Tingting. Here! Jiang Yamei handed the set-up mobile phone to Song Song and Jiang Jigang, before joining Aunt Zhao's army to count supplies. She first came to see if Lu Tingting could help. Fortunately, she came, bending down to take the ladder handed over by Jiang Yamei. Lu Tingting said gently, Yamei, if all the teams are ready, call everyone over. It's almost done. Jiang Yamei made an okay gesture and skipped away. Zhang Tian stood up and stared at Lu Tingting with a sharp look. He put the ladder on the edge of the wire mesh, tried whether the ladder would shake, and then climbed up step by step and lowered the fire hose. How is it? Can you reach it? It was not easy for Lu Tingting to support the weight of the hose alone, and her voice trembled. It's okay. Zhang Tian's voice also became anxious. Just 20 centimeters more. Right. Just right. Lu Tingting took advantage of her strength and turned around to hold the hose with her arm. With one hand, she took out the marker pen that had been prepared long ago, bit off the pen cap, and marked the position that had just been tested. It's okay, Lu Tingting murmured, pulling the hose back with both hands. The sun was high in the sky, and the air around seemed to be steaming. Feeling dizzy, Lu Tingting picked up the mineral water that someone had drunk before, and raised his head to drink it. Zhang Tian looked at this scene and wanted to call her name, but knew that she could not help at all. The rooftop of Building 7 and Building 3 was only 6 meters apart. It was like a natural moat. The movement on the rooftop attracted the attention of the rest of the people in Building 3. Heads emerged from the tunnel, men with short hair and women with bangs. All stood by the wire fence under the scorching sun, silently cheering for the upcoming action. Tingting? Jiang Yamei, the first to crawl out of the tunnel, noticed the pale face of Lu Tingting, who was squatting in the shadow, and hurried over. Did you get a heat stroke? She touched Lu Tingting's forehead and back, opened the small bag she brought along, took out the cold mineral water, opened the bottle cap, and handed it to Lu Tingting mouth. Yame, help me get something. Jiang Jigang put the mineral water bucket with a mobile phone and a net bag on the ground, and complained at the same time. But when he saw Lu Tingting's face, Jiang Jigang also turned pale and ran to Lu Tingting's side. Aunt Zhao behind him took out Huixiang Jingqi water from her pocket, inserted a straw and handed it to Lu Tingting. Lu Tingting drank it in one gulp. I'm fine. I just used too much force. It's my fault. I should have come up to try it. The water hose is so heavy. Jiang Jigang's face wrinkled into a little old man, which was particularly funny with his tall body. Lu Tingting raised his hand and made a stop gesture, and Jiang Jigang's mouth closed immediately. Lu Tingting sat up straight. Have you set the alarm? Yes. It's 10:15. Jiang Yame replied. She turned on the screen of her mobile phone and took a look. There are still 10 minutes. With everyone's intensive preparations, all the preparations were completed in half an hour. Then get ready. Lu Tingting was about to stand up, but Jiang Jigang pressed his shoulders. Jiang Jigang looked serious. Sit down and rest. We will do it. Occasionally, you should give us some opportunities to perform. Song Song was behind Jiang Jigang, revealing half of his head. Yeah, He Zishuan responded, took out a tissue, and wiped the sweat off Lu Tingting's forehead. This is not just your business. Okay. Lu Tingting succumbed to everyone's unanimous agreement, holding a fully charged portable fan and sitting in the shade, watching everyone move in an orderly manner. July 3rd, 2024. 10:10. The ladder under the wire mesh on the west side has been set up. Jiang Jigang stood on the ladder and dropped the fire hose to the position marked by Lu Tingting, and the excess part was wrapped around his arm. Song Song steadied the ladder on the ground, holding the end of the fire hose in one hand, just in case. To the east, the team of survivors on the rooftop of Building 3 had reached an agreement with the trapped people on the 9th floor, and they synchronized the time and progress from time to time. Aunt Zhao and He Zishuan were beside Lu Tingting, holding the prepared material bags, and checking Lu Tingting's condition from time to time. Jiang Yame ran between the east and west sides, synchronizing the time. The silent clock's ticking sound echoed on the rooftop. 10:13. 10:14. 10:15. The bell rang. Chapter 18. The number and volume of the ringing sound far exceeded the previous ones. It was not known whether it was an illusion, but Lu Tingting seemed to hear the sound of the zombie's commotion. The rotting body rubbed and twisted. The saliva and blood dripped. Jiang Yame used almost all the mobile phones they found. The loudest volume and the loudest ringing sound. The zombies on the open space of the park were stimulated by the ringing sound in the air, and made a ho-ho sound of thirst, but could only chase in despair, almost at the same time as the ringing sound. The people on the rooftop of Building 3 shouted, "Smash!" Lu Tingting and his group could not see the situation downstairs, and could only guess through their expressions and words. The situation was not optimistic. It was noon on the third day after the zombie outbreak. 48 hours of no food and water, and excessive shock had worn out the strength of the trapped people on the 9th floor. Although they tried their best, Lu Tingting could only catch some faint knocking sounds from the loud and reverberating bell. The bell can last for 20 minutes. But everyone present knew it. If the trapped people still cannot break the window within 5 minutes, it means that they no longer have the strength to break the window from the inside. Then even if the bell can restrain all the zombies, it will be useless. 1 minute. 2 minutes. The knocking sound is getting weaker and weaker, but it is still going on. Lu Tingting supported himself with He Zishuan hand, and several people walked to the edge of the roof together. The survivors on the roof of Building 3 stared at the movement below. Zhang Tian looked up and exchanged a look with Lu Tingting. Dong. Dong. Don't be sad. Dong dong. You have tried your best. Dong. The sun was dazzling. They had been running around since they got up, and had no time to eat anything properly. I have seen people who have been with me day and night smile and have their necks bitten off, with blood spraying onto the ceiling. I have seen people who are struggling to survive, but accidentally become zombies after having their limbs amputated. However, it seems that I have never felt the passage of life so slowly and directly as I do now. Is it because people in the past were completely powerless? Is it because people now try and fail? Lu Tingting's eyes were a little wet. 3 minutes. 4 minutes. He Zishuan turned sideways, hugged Lu Tingting, leaned her head on his shoulder, and patted her back gently. He Zishuan whispered in Lu Tingting's ear, "We tried our best." Look! There are people downstairs in Building 3. Aunt Zhao suddenly said in surprise. Perhaps attracted by the ringing. Several people appeared in front of the windows on the 4th floor of Building 3 and were looking over here. Just at this moment. Bang! A loud noise. Crash. Bang. Then, there were several more collisions. Did they succeed? However, the shocked expressions of the people on the rooftop of Building 3 silently told us otherwise. 8th floor. Below them. Someone broke the window on the 8th floor. The buzz cut man was so excited that he was incoherent. Did it work? Let's pull them up now. Jiang Jigang shouted from behind. Jiang Yame, wait! Lu Tingting could only wait for their retelling. But in the eyes of everyone in Building 3, everything that was happening now was so incredible. The girl with bangs leaned on the wire mesh and replayed in a brisk tone. A sister came out of the 8th floor with an axe. She must have broken the window just now. It was the middle of summer. Luo Fei cleaned up the debris by the window, stuck his head out and greeted everyone. It's so lively. What are you doing? Everyone. Why are you playing music in the middle of the day? Save people. Everyone in Building 3 talked about the situation in unison. I see. Luo Fei realized the situation was urgent and went back and yelled, Someone, bring a ladder. The crew cut man then reported to Lu Tingting and the others, she's back again. What's wrong with you? Ancestor? The long-haired man came over with a ladder that was the same as Lu Tingting and the others, and was used by the entire restaurant. Business. Saving people. What? Is that the ringtone? Luo Fei ignored the long-haired man's question, put the ladder against the window, and climbed up with a fire axe, leaning his upper body out of the window, frightening the long-haired man to rush over and hug the ladder and Luo Fei's legs. The tattooed man took over the broadcast signal, she's out again, and put a ladder against the window. People inside? Step back. Luo Fei took a deep breath. Although the ladder made up for the lack of height, there was still a big gap from the bottom to the window above. Here I come! She stretched her arms as far as she could. Her muscles tensed up, and her thighs used force to support her body. Pung! Thanks to the restaurant administration. Thanks to the park property. Thanks to the building designer team. In order to let in light, the windows were made so big that it would be convenient for later generations to build windows in the next building. Broken! Broken! The most difficult step has been taken. The people on the rooftop of Building 7, who were listening to the broadcast, joined in the cheering. Even the people on the 4th floor of Building 3, who had just understood what happened, celebrated quietly. Soon, the tempered glass was cleaned up by the trapped people on the 9th floor. The fire hose was pulled up. The mobile phones were turned off, and the bags full of supplies were replaced and lowered from the east. At the very end, the empty fire hose was pulled back and Jiang Jigang threw the hose to the ground. Woohoo! It was like a big dream. So excited that he forgot about hunger and fatigue. The end of the world. I am the savior of the big factory. Fake. But? Jiang Jigang picked up the fire hose on the ground, rolled it back to its original shape, and walked to Lu Tingting. This feels 100 times better than completing the game. Lu Tingting, nonsense. Sister. Well done. Zhang Tian on the opposite side shouted. Whose sister? Are the siblings working together? Luo Fei curiously stretched his head out to look, but due to the limited angle, he couldn't see Lu Tingting on the rooftop at all. Not my biological sister, but my lover's sister, the flower-armed elder brother said lightly. Lu Tingting, Oh! Luo Fei followed suit and said, Do you have a girlfriend? Brother? If you do, please ask the short-haired elder brother next to you. The long-haired man pulled Luo Fei back. I'm sorry. She just got cheated on, and she's gone crazy now because she can't beat the scumbag. Okay. It's okay. If you look closely, you will find that the flower-armed elder brother's ears are half red. Ahem. It's noon, and everyone can't stay in the sun all the time. A few groups greeted each other, agreed on contact information, and went back to their homes. 1 o'clock in the afternoon on July 3rd, 2024. At noon nap time, the curtains were half closed, blocking half of the room. But the people who had eaten and drunk enough were still immersed in the exciting action plan just now. He Zishuan gave everyone a lollipop. Aunt Zhao, who couldn't rest, walked to them with a long piece of paper. The materials have been sorted out. I will read it to everyone. Aunt Zhao, you have worked hard. Everyone said in unison. Why am I hard? You all worked hard in the morning. First of all, the most important thing is food. After searching all the workstations, I found 9 barrels of mineral water, a box of pure milk, half a box of instant noodles, a box of waffles, a bag of toast, most of a box of purple rice bread, 5 boxes of chocolate biscuits, and some small packages of melon seeds and spicy strips, which added up to about a box. Spicy strips? Song Song was startled and sat up. He Zishuan said, yes. Spicy noodles. Originally there were some fruits and lunch boxes in the refrigerator. But since the power outage, we should not take any risks. Aunt Zhao continued to count. Combined with the food we found in the tea room before, we will definitely have no problem staying here for a week. Even if we help the trap people downstairs, we will still have more than enough. Woohoo! Jiang Jigang was the first to applaud. Can I have a bag of spicy noodles as a reward? Song Song blinked his eyes and tried to confuse He Zishuan. Ahem. He Zishuan coughed lightly. Aunt Zhao and I think that we can leave the snacks for everyone to take. And Aunt Zhao will distribute the staple food. Everyone agreed. So the food part passed happily. Aunt Zhao continued, electronic products. We found 13 power banks, almost all of which were only half full, 21 laptops, which had not yet been tested for passwords, and 13 mobile phones, which are the numbers after removing your own mobile phones. Daily necessities. I won't go into details about paper towels and wet wipes. You can use them at will, as long as you don't squander them. They will definitely be enough. In addition, we also found 3 bottles of floral water and 2 tennis rackets, which are of good quality, and will be good weapons if you encounter zombies later. After Aunt Zhao finished speaking, He Zishuan added, these are the more important parts, and the rest of the scattered ones will not be counted. If you need anything, please come and ask, as long as we have an impression of everything we have found. Thank you for your hard work. Jiang Yame opened her arms and gave Aunt Zhao and He Zishuan a hug from a distance. Wait, we still have a highlight. He Zishuan spoke mysteriously and turned his gaze to Lu Tingting. Lu Tingting, who had almost recovered, was stunned. Clang, clang, clang. It's a pair of walkie-talkies. Jiang Yame was the first to call out, ah, it's the McDonald's set meal toys that were released before. This one was sold out immediately. In early summer, McDonald's, a famous fast food chain brand, released a pair of toys on its signature set meal. Food-shaped walkie-talkies. Primary school students think it's childish, but it's just right for college students and perfect for employees of large factories. As soon as the set meal was released, it sold out on the same day, and several McDonald's toys near the Rice Factory Park were sold out one after another. Those who want it can only buy it secondhand online. Food-shaped walkie-talkies are not only cute, but also quite practical, although they are mostly for viewing when there are mobile phones. But at present, 2 walkie-talkies, one large and one small, powered by 2 batteries, can achieve free conversation within a distance of 10 meters. Whoever sees it and doesn't say anything is a huge progress from the STEAM age to the information age. With this, some people can chat with some people. He Zishuan approached Lu Tingting blushing face and joked openly. Lu Tingting, the only person in love at the scene, said, Chapter 19. The well-fed and well-drinking crowd was obviously in a gossipy mood at this moment. Jiang Jigang pretended to be puzzled. Then how can we get the other walkie-talkie to someone? Jiang Yame followed closely. 2 buildings. 6 or 7 meters. It's impossible to throw it over. Lu Tingting touched her slightly hot cheek and said calmly, this shows that the person on the opposite side has no fate with this walkie-talkie. Why not give it to the sister downstairs? One building should help each other. He Zishuan put her hand on Lu Tingting's shoulder. Really? Tingting? Are you really so selfless? Lu Tingting exerted force and pressed the person on the nap bed with his backhand to tickle him. What do you think? I'm wrong. I'm wrong. He Zishuan immediately begged for mercy. But Lu Tingting, who was already angry and embarrassed, would not let her go. No matter how she twisted her waist, she could not escape the palm of the big devil. Everyone laughed. He Zishuan wiped away the tears from her eyes and said seriously, Okay. Let's keep it for the sisters downstairs. They are not within the effective communication distance. Song Song agreed, well, maybe it can be of great use someday. For example, our next action. Lu Tingting pretended to be suspenseful. The next action? In fact, at this point, if they just stay here, it is not an unacceptable option. Food is no longer a problem. There are people playing and laughing with themselves. Everything in front of them is already a rare piece and beauty. But the haze always exists. Why do zombies appear? Can humans really eliminate zombies? These questions were too far away for them in the past. How can people who have not solved the problem of food and clothing think about these profound questions? But now, it seems that it is time to decide the direction. Hizishuan hesitated for a moment and said, "Actually, before the action today, I have been wondering why no one else in this building responded to us. Are they also imprisoned? Or do they not want to come out and participate? Or, are there no other survivors in this building except us? When you saved me and Aunt Zhao, I was actually quite optimistic. At that time, I thought that even a scumbag like us could eliminate zombies through a carefully designed plan. There are so many people in the park, and there must be many people who can survive. But now, it seems that this is not the case. As for the big battle at noon, as of now, in the two neighboring buildings, the only confirmed survivors are Lu Tingting and his group on the 13th floor of Building 7. The two girls on the 9th floor, Luo Fei and his group on the 8th floor, Zhang Tian and his group on Building 3, and the survivors on the 4th floor discovered today. They don't even know how many survivors there are on the 4th floor of Building 3 and the 8th floor of Building 7, where Luo Fei is. Looking around the park, they now know that only 2 survivors managed to get into the outdoor cafe, and 2 people successfully escaped from Building 1 last night by using the jumping off the building trap. It's a lot if you count them carefully, but the entire restaurant park covers a large area, with a total of 7 high-rise buildings and nearly 10,000 employees. The survivors are a drop in the bucket. Aunt Zhao raised her hand and touched Hizishuan's hair. This shows that we are very lucky. Yes, Jiang Yame murmured. We are very lucky. If Tingting hadn't come to pull me back then, I would have become a zombie. Song Song and Jiang Jigang looked at each other. If it weren't for you, we don't know when we would have the courage to come out of the conference room. Hizishuan smiled and joked, "Okay. Everyone stop thanking me." Lu Tingting rolled his eyes and agreed. "Save the thanks for later." "What? Just say thank you and that's it? Of course, I have to treat everyone to dinner." "Okay. I make a reservation first and treat everyone to hot pot." "Ah. You stole my food? I want to treat everyone to hot pot too." "Then you treat Chongqing hot pot, and I treat Jingshi copper pot? Today is Wednesday?" A question about the date suddenly appeared in the midst of the banter. Jiang Yame turned her head to look at Song Song. "Well, what's wrong? I was wondering. Why do I always feel like I forgot something? I should write the weekly report on Wednesday." "Ah." As soon as these words came out, everyone started screaming as if they had swallowed a fly. Jiang Jigang and Jiang Yame, who were sitting next to Song Song, turned around and started to hit him with heavy hammers. "Too unlucky. Pooh. 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 I was wrong," Song Song shouted. "Ah. I didn't mean that." "What do you mean?" Jiang Yame showed a dangerous look and exchanged glances with Jiang Jigang. As long as Song Song said the slightest word of missing work, he would be strangled immediately. Song Song, who had a strong desire to survive, said, "If Doomsday Survival is an answer sheet, how do you think we did?" People who had no entertainment methods also cooperated with Song Song wild questions. The answers varied, but in general, everyone was satisfied with the current situation. After all, being alive was the greatest victory. Song Song, I suddenly thought of the weekly report. Not because I was really itchy and had to be squeezed by the capitalist's efficiency tools. It was because I thought of reviewing and summarizing. Lu Tingting continued. "That's right." Song Song nodded. "Didn't what happened this morning inspire you? This is really like chicken soup for the soul." Hizishuan needed a quarter of her clothes unconsciously. But when we helped the girls downstairs together, I felt a strong sense of happiness and mission. Jiang Yame nodded. "It's like regaining control of life and destiny," Lu Tingting said word by word. "Giving roses to others leaves a lingering fragrance on your hands." Aunt Zhao added, "The most profound truth is also the simplest." Who would have thought that at this time, trapped in this broken place, we could still accomplish such a great thing? Jiang Jigang leaned back with his hands, his eyes shining. "Song Song, it's more comfortable than negotiating with a difficult artist. Do you still remember our initial OKR?" Lu Tingting picked up the whiteboard. "Ogle, Survival requires more than just food and clothing. People must have some spiritual pursuits. Right? KR1. Food. We have stored enough food. As long as we have the right strategy, we can also get more food. KR2. Alliance building. Only by forming alliances can we maximize our interests. We on the 13th floor can only help the 9th floor attract zombies. And the people on the 8th floor can directly break the windows on the 9th floor. So, let's open the elevator door too. This was the inspiration from Zhang Tian. Let's see how many people are still alive in Building 7. How many are friends, and how many are enemies? Lu Tingting. Jiang Yamei voice followed Lu Tingting. I find you are really a very contradictory person. Everyone's eyes stole a glance. Until now, I feel that I really know you. I do it with you, and be your direct descendant. Lu Tingting didn't have time to say anything. Ah! Cunning woman! Jiang Jigang roared. I am Tingting first little brother. Song Song, what are you doing? I don't want to be a soldier. I also want to be a direct descendant. Lu Tingting held his forehead, and shouldn't have had illusions about these people. Compared to fighting for power, Coke and spicy strips can still arouse everyone's fighting spirit. Apart from the noisy crowd, Aunt Zhao smiled, and winked at Lu Tingting playfully. The Doomsday made the 13th floor of Building 7 an isolated island. But on the isolated island, there are only people who are willing to be kindergarten children. Okay. Lu Tingting tried to smooth things over. But the people who took advantage of the topic were immersed in the struggle of who is Lu Tingting's best friend, and couldn't get away from it. If this were a comic book world, you would see a small blue vein popping out of Lu Tingting's forehead. Bang! Bang! Lu Tingting, holding a child in each hand, returned to his seat and said seriously, Do you have anything else to say? He emphasized the word business. It was already a good lunch break. And while everyone was in sync quickly, those who should take a nap took a nap. Those who should chat chatted. And those who couldn't sleep went to pry open the elevator door. I have it. He Zixuan seemed to be a real elementary school student, and stretched out his right hand while speaking. But in the palm of his hand, there was a box of pills. Pink packaging. Short-acting. Oral. Contraceptive pills. The facial expressions of the only two boys present slowly solidified, and their calves unconsciously moved outward, showing a tendency to escape. The girls quickly understood the crux of the problem. Menstruation. Oh my god. Jiang Yamei wanted to cry, but had no tears. You reminded me. I should be coming soon. Yes. He Zixuan's expression was solemn. When Aunt Zhao and I were collecting supplies, we only found a few packages of open sanitary napkins. Not many. And only for daily use. Jiang Yamei's expression was almost petrified. Half of the workstations in Building 13 that have been put into use are used by the Operation Department, and the other half are used by the Risk Control Department where Jiang Jigang is. The proportion of girls in the Entertainment Account Operation Department is about 2/3. And some groups can be higher. But the Risk Control Department is more serious. Moreover, even if some girls have sanitary napkins, they will not put too many at the workstations. It is enough to have half a package for emergency use. This leads to, He Zixuan, I gave a few pieces to the girls downstairs before. According to estimates, the remaining pieces are only enough for 3 people to get through one menstrual period. Jiang Yamei has been mumbling to herself in a cycle of why. He Zixuan, Yamei came in the last few days, and I just came. Aunt Zhao and Lu Tingting answered one after another. About next week. About half a month. He Zixuan pondered for a moment. It seems that our reserves can barely support it at present. She put the medicine box in her pocket. Leave the contraceptive pills with me first. If you want to avoid menstruation, you have to start taking 1 pill a day half a month in advance. If you need it later, please find me. Also, it's the 3rd day of the zombie outbreak. Maybe the rescue will come back later. I don't know what the scene will be like at that time, and whether we will be separated. Aunt Zhao and I will organize a few small carry-on packages in the afternoon. Put some food and emergency supplies, and everyone will come to pick them up at that time. The natural advantages in her personality and the meticulousness and tenacity trained in her profession have created He Zixuan's unique thoughtfulness and tenacity. At this moment, the women present were not in high spirits. Song Song and Jiang Jigang shrank tighter and tighter, wishing to reduce their presence to the minimum. Menstruation means physical fatigue, soreness in the waist and back, lingering bloody smell, and the inevitable stickiness in midsummer. not to mention the vomiting and diarrhea caused by menstrual cramps, and even the inability to stand steadily. Lu Tingting looked up at the sky, and her bright eyes dimmed. The zombie apocalypse is coming. It's okay to have no superpowers, no space, and no system. But can you evolve away from menstruation? There has never been a heroine in a doomsday-themed novel who has menstrual cramps while fighting zombies. Jiang Yame sighed. Chapter 20. The cold reality slapped everyone's face. But the depressed mood did not last long. At noon, when the sun was the hottest, with the blessing of 3 USB small electric fans, a group of people gathered together, sleeping or lying down. In such weather, playing landlord or mahjong are 2 intense activities. Take a day's nap, half asleep and half awake, not knowing what the world is. Just want to slowly stretch and make a few soft hums. Or just pick up a magazine that no one knows who owns and read every joke in the insert. Leisure time is short and precious. July 3rd, 2024. 3:30 p.m. The leisurely time is over. Lu Tingting went to the rooftop to find Zhang Tian to ask for tips on prying open the elevator door. No one went up with her this time, and everyone tacitly left some private time for the young couple. Aunt Zhao also quietly stuffed a parasol into Lu Tingting's hand, making her laugh and cry. When Lu Tingting walked to the wire mesh with a vinyl parasol, Zhang Tian happened to see the white paper message she had just posted and ran up. How was your rest? Zhang Tian's voice was anxious and nervous. When Lu Tingting was feeling unwell due to heat stroke, he was 7 meters away from her. But he couldn't get close. Couldn't wipe her sweat. Couldn't shade her. Couldn't pour her a glass of water. Sister, don't be so stubborn next time. You should think about others and me. You know that I feel so bad when I see you so uncomfortable. Of course, Lu Tingting could only say that everything was fine now, and there was no problem. Because even if there was a problem, speaking it out would only increase each other's worries. Zhang Tian had known her stubborn temper for a long time. She pursed her lips and said seriously, Sister, I plan to go to the basement with George Xian. George Xian? Basement? Lu Tingting's head was paused. Wait, who is George Xian? Black framed glasses? Zhang Tian also paused. He thought Lu Tingting would scold him first. It's the one with short hair and black polo shirt. Lu Tingting understood. The buzz-cut man. She motioned Zhang Tian to continue. George Xian's wife just gave birth to a child, and is still on breastfeeding leave at home. Monday happened to be the day when the confinement nanny went to the house. There were only mother and daughter at home. He was worried and decided to find a few people to go to the underground parking lot to find a sturdy car and drive back to the community. The basement of the restaurant is a living area with various restaurants, convenience stores, fruit shops, dessert shops, etc. The second and third underground floors are parking lots. Zhang Tian continued, so I thought I could help him go underground, through the underground floor, and come to you. The underground floor is designed to be fully connected, and you can use the underground floor to directly shuttle between floors without having to go up to the ground. Lu Tingting took a deep breath and tried to ask calmly, only the two of you? Zhang Tian had already smelled the breath of danger. He touched his earlobe and murmured, Did you get heat stroke too? I don't agree. So don't come. Lu Tingting's breathing became rapid. Sister, do you know what the underground floor is like now? How many zombies are there? How do you protect yourself when you get there? How do you deal with a zombie swarm? Obviously, Zhang Tian has not found the answer yet. He can only say that George Xian and he are still looking for survivors in the building. Looking for people who are willing to go underground together for various reasons. Lu Tingting looked at his stubborn expression, and her heart softened. I know you want to come and be with me, but you are worried about me. And I feel the same way. I solemnly warn you. If you become a zombie, I will ask Jiang Jigang to introduce me to a 1.8-meter male model in a minute. This is more useful than any advice. Zhang Tian immediately. Okay. No problem. And he wanted to prove that he is in better shape and more energetic than anyone else. At this point, Lu Tingting on the rooftop looked at the abandoned car and the blood-stained street in the distance, and wanted Zhang Tian to remind the short-haired man that it is not just cars that can pass outside now. But she changed her mind and held back her words. Can't they see the wounds in front of them? It's just that they are too concerned and choose to accept the risk. Zhang Tian. Lu Tingting stared at the figure on the opposite side that was divided into small pieces by the barbed wire. Don't make me sad. Zhang Tian was silent for a moment. and answered solemnly, "Okay. I will definitely wait until I am sure before taking action. I won't make you sad. Sister, you'd better keep your word." Lu Tingting fingers holding the umbrella handle slightly exerted force. After chatting a few tips on prying elevators and climbing elevator shafts, the two reluctantly went downstairs. As soon as Lu Tingting stepped on the stacked boxes and landed, she saw Jiang Jigang sitting on the side with his head down. "What's wrong?" Jiang Jigang looked at Lu Tingting with a look of disappointment, and said aggrievedly, "How can I introduce you to a 1.8-meter tall male model? If I had such good resources, wouldn't I have to get myself a few first? Zhang Tian will definitely dislike me even more. Tingting, we can't play games in the future. Facts have proved that the 13th floor is adjacent to the rooftop, and the conversation between the two on the rooftop will naturally be transmitted to the ears of the people below through the window." Lu Tingting's face was covered with a layer of red gauze. She coughed lightly, pretended to walk calmly, and patted Jiang Jigang on the shoulder. "It's okay. I will protect you." "Where are they?" "When you two said goodbye for the third time, Song Song and Aunt Zhao went to find the iron rod that Zhang Tian said was very useful for prying the door." Cough. Lu Tingting blushed and quickened her pace. Gulp. The elevator door opened with a bang. When Lu Tingting walked along the corridor to the elevator aisle, Song Song and others had just finished their work. The iron crowbar was still in Song Song's hand, but he didn't bother to put it down. He and others hurriedly stuck their heads out to look at the dark subway entrance. There were 4 elevators in the building, one of which happened to be parked on the 13th floor. It was the one that brought up He Zixuan and the original source of zombie infection. At this moment, there was still a half-eaten headless corpse lying in it. Everyone tacitly ignored the extremely aggressive stench. In the hot summer, the rotting corpses were crawling with wriggling maggots. Lu Tingting glanced at it and felt his stomach rolling. The shock of seeing a human corpse could not be relieved by killing more zombies. The empty elevator entrance was faintly whistled by the wind, bringing a hint of rancid smell, as if the black hole was naturally frightening. Everyone gathered around the elevator entrance, but they all huddled against the wall, holding the edge of the wall with their hands. Although they were still 3 steps away from the elevator entrance, their bodies subconsciously shrank back. Lu Tingting was also a little scared. She took out her cell phone, turned on the flashlight, and illuminated the elevator shaft. As far as she could see, there was indeed a simple welded iron ladder installed on the wall of the elevator shaft. Just as Zhang Tian said, it was a little dangerous, but it could be climbed. "Is anyone there? Is anyone still alive? We are on the 13th floor." The voices of several people echoed in the elevator corridor, bringing a faint resonance. Dong, dong, a faint sound. Hold your breath and concentrate. Dong, dong. There is really a sound. There is someone. After reaching this conclusion, not long after, the people who had their bodies strung together like carrots with a fire hose that served multiple functions finally dared to get closer to the hole and stick their heads out to look. After a few clangs, a little light emerged from the endless darkness below the elevator shaft, followed by a row of heads looking up. "Hello. It's so lively." Familiar lines. "It's the girl on the 8th floor." The 2 rows of little heads quickly exchanged names and experiences. However, at a distance of 20 to 30 meters, the 2 sides looked at each other and saw only small black heads with backlights, and nothing could be distinguished. After some communication, Lu Tingting and the others successfully found out who the girl on the 8th floor was. Luo Fei, a wonderful woman who spent all her time in the dance studio outside of work. The physical strength and muscles she developed from dancing were of great use in the end times. The anger she had because of being cheated on, and because she was blocked by zombies in the building, was poured out on the zombies' heads and necks without reservation. And what was unexpected but reasonable was, "Yame, you're still alive too." "Yes, Jian Yame, a well-deserved social genius and a know-it-all in the restaurant." "Lu Tingting, you are worthy of it. This is really a world that I don't understand." Jian Yame, hee. According to Luo Fei's description, the survivors on the 8th floor can be roughly divided into 3 categories: Luo Fei, and the boss with long hair who happened to find her for a one-on-one fight and was therefore protected by Luo Fei, the first group of 5 people who ran down from the upstairs to survive, and the survivors from another department on the same floor. A total of 13 people. A total of 20 people. Lu Tingting was very puzzled as to how they achieved such a high survival rate. The little black head next to Luo Fei had a few beads of sweat on his forehead that Lu Tingting could not see, and said embarrassedly, Oh, this matter has to start with the indicators of this month. July. Q3 began. Each business line began to share the completion of the previous quarter's business. Those who exceeded the previous quarter's completion began to explore new directions. And those who were not satisfactory in the previous quarter began to find ways to whitewash the pitiful data. But this is not the most critical part. Q3. How to decide how many indicators each line should carry. This is not a first-come first-served logic. The entire department has to run 100% of the business volume. If one group carries more, the other groups will naturally have less pressure and a higher possibility of completion. But the boss will have to think again. Spending the same money to support the same people. Can others resist you? Then you go. Therefore, how much to carry? Whether to issue a military order, and how to issue a military order are all a science. Whether the team leader can study this course well is often much more important than actual efforts. So on July 1st, the melee between the groups began. The department on the 8th floor found a large conference room to hold an indicator meeting. The sarcasm, the sharp tongue, the spit flying. The quarrel was so dark that the sun and the moon were dark. Then in this fierce battle, the movement outside was ignored. No one cared about what was going on outside. Everyone in the conference room was fully immersed in documents and verbal battles. By the time they finally recovered and turned their attention to the outside, the initial turbulence had passed. The group of people who did not rush down survived and had more time to think about the zombie fighting tactics. Although the black-headed man did not say it clearly, Lu Tingting clearly heard the meaning of why not send a few zombies to each group and see who fights faster in his words. Lu Tingting, the people behind Lu Tingting. Is this the world of the King of Roles? Chapter 21. In this era when it is increasingly difficult to find a job, there is a joke that goes like this. What should we do if a zombie outbreak occurs? It is very simple. Tell college students to get 1 credit for killing a zombie, and to get internship reports for killing more zombies. It won't be long before the zombies become extinct, and they even have to spend money to compete for zombie quotas. Lu Tingting thought that these big factory role kings also created similar effects. But leaving this issue aside, Luo Fei also brought a more important message. The pair of trapped people on the 9th floor were successfully transported from the window to the 8th floor by Luo Fei with the help of safety ropes. They were weak due to not eating for a long time, and are still resting. Being able to be with a group of people is obviously a safer option. Except for Zhang Tian. This is their first contact with other survivor teams. But perhaps because Luo Fei knew Jiang Yamei before. Or perhaps because they looked very law-abiding. And Luo Fei and then participated in the rescue operation of the trapped people on the 9th floor. The conversation between the two sides remained friendly and kind. Compared with Lu Tingting's 6 people, the team of 20 people on the 8th floor is a more aggressive and proactive team. Luo Fei soon mentioned their next plan. Including the 9th floor, they hope to filter all the nearby floors, clear the zombies, and collect supplies. This is also an inevitable choice. A large team of 20 people consumes considerable food every day. I am afraid they are on the verge of running out of supplies. Lu Tingting keenly caught Luo Fei's signal. Did the other party mention the next plan inadvertently? No. Luo Fei was testing whether Lu Tingting team had corresponding expectations for the resources in Building 7. Resources are limited, but desires can be unlimited. Lu Tingting paused for a moment. Her voice sounded relaxed and happy. But there was no smile in her expression. No problem. If you need any help, you can call us at any time. After the friendly exchange, the people who stepped back a few steps looked at each other. Why do I feel that it is not what we thought? Jiang Jigang spoke hesitantly. Yes, their communication was friendly but polite. But they deliberately avoided the really important news, such as whether they had enough food and clothing. Should we meet? Alas, Lu Tingting sighed expressionlessly. It seems that I am too naive. Compared with the dark forest, it seems that there can be a dark park theory in the park. This is a desolate and silent building with limited supplies and space. And a fatal limitation. Zombies. You know that there must be people alive in the building. But you don't know how many of them there are, and how strong they are. From this, you can't help but speculate. If they find us, will they plunder our supplies and end our lives in exchange for a greater chance of survival? The rules of the civilized world have become blurred. And even if the social order is rebuilt, it is impossible to investigate every bloody case in this wild time one by one. The smooth meeting with Zhang Tian and his group made them forget that interpersonal relationships after the zombie outbreak can no longer return to the previous model. They are natural competitors. And this is an insurmountable chasm between them. Lu Tingting's words made everyone present feel vaguely suffocated. And their utopia was torn apart. Jiang Yamei took a deep breath and added, "My impression of Luo Fei is that she is a very powerful woman. She has worked in the restaurant for 4 years and is a veritable veteran. She just transferred to a management position this year and has a good relationship with several big bosses. And she is not the kind of leader who only lets the subordinates charge forward and reap the fruits for herself. You can understand her style as protecting her shortcomings, but she is able to fight and work hard. So her reputation in the department is also very good. If it is her." Jiang Yamei frowned. "There should be no problem in getting along peacefully. Indeed, judging from the fact that Luo Fei was willing to help the trapped people on the 9th floor, she is not a person who has abandoned conscience and morality. Actually, I think the logic is like this." Song Song simply spoke freely. "Their number is several times ours. So Tingting could only let them do whatever they want. Even if we objected, or even if we only said that we would leave a few floors for ourselves to search. Do we have the ability to slam the table against them?" This was also Lu Tingting's mood at the time. How could they say to the other party, "No, you have to leave some for us"? Maintaining superficial friendship is the best way. When the rescue team arrives, everyone will be allocated according to the number of people and live in peace. But if the rescue team is late, or a batch of supplies are dropped first, they will immediately become the target of public criticism if they occupy the top floor and the rooftop. A sense of crisis surged in everyone's hearts in an instant. "Let's start arranging a night watch tonight." Lu Tingting received unanimous agreement from everyone. The elevator shaft has a big black mouth, swallowing up the pastoral peace that will never return. Lu Tingting glanced at the bottomless black hole, and her heart was filled with anxiety and worry. He Zixuan saw this, took Lu Tingting's arm, and comforted her. "It's okay. It's a matter of time. At most, we will join them. It may not be as comfortable as it is now, but it's only temporary." Lu Tingting also smiled at the right time, but her heart was beating. In the building, are there really only enough survivors on the 8th floor? Those people in the dark are the reason why she feels uneasy. They were too naive and arrogant in the past. When Lu Tingting and Zhang Tian were communicating on the rooftop, were there others staring at them and laughing at this pair of lovebirds in the end of the world? This day was really too long. From the unexpected meeting in the early morning, to the material delivery and rescue operation in the morning, and then opening the elevator door, they really met with other teams. Looking back now, Lu Tingting felt that the joy and excitement when she saw Zhang Tian in the morning seemed to have gone away. While it was still light, Lu Tingting asked He Zixuan to help and wrote a few words on a large A4 paper to warn the other side to be careful. After seeing Zhang Tian's figure appear on the rooftop, Lu Tingting silently played the A4 paper again. Zhang Tian quickly understood her meaning from the few words. The sky at 6 o'clock in the afternoon was still bright. Looking down from the rooftop, you can see the lush shadows of trees and the zombies wandering among them. Zhang Tian gritted his teeth, made a gesture to wait a moment, turned around and ran back, and soon came back with a blank paper. At least, believe me, the high-standing wire mesh can block the view of people on the lower floors looking up. And the height of the floor makes it impossible for them to look up and see what the people above are doing. Only those who look at each other can see the words on the paper. There are many things I want to say in my heart. I can't say it. It's also good to be able to accompany each other quietly like this. But, while leaning on the wire mesh, a surge of anger suddenly surged into Lu Tingting's heart. Why? I have been a low-level worker ant in this park for so long, watching others intrigue and fighting every day, and just being a submissive working machine. As a result, when the doomsday breaks out, I still have to worry about this and that. Why? Everyone has escaped death, and my boyfriend is right across the street. Why do we have to think twice before saying a word? Just say it. If you want to listen, listen. We are adults with mature and healthy love. If you don't agree, hold it in. The moment Lu Tingting was about to speak, a faint whistle came into her ears along the wind. What sound? Before her ears reacted, the pain awakened Lu Tingting's fighting instinct. Tingting! Accompanied by Zhang Tian's shrill screams. Several scratches split on Lu Tingting's left arm, bringing piercing pain. The bright red blood drops rolled down instantly, staining half of her clothes red. The pain made her instinctively shrink her shoulders and hide. The moment she turned her body to the left, Lu Tingting met a strange empty eye. Time went back 3 seconds ago. On the silent rooftop, there was only the sound of the wind blowing through the treetops. And Lu Tingting's mood was rolling like magma, clamoring to burst out and burn. A predator was coming from afar. The silence of the city gave the beasts in the mountains and forests that really eat raw meat a chance. The sticky and coagulated blood on the road was washed away by the sudden rainstorm on the night of July 1st. The zombies looked up in the dark, and their gray eyes turned to the direction of the lightning and thunderstorms crawling across the sky. The heavy rain poured over the zombies' torsos and the dead, from hair to jaw, from shoulders and neck to limbs. The snakes, insects, rats and ants full of snakes in the sewer shook off the water stains on their bodies and fled in all directions. A sparrowhawk in the sparse wood shook its brown and white fur, stood lightly on the branch at the top of the pine tree, locked its eyes on a vole in the mud, and glided past in an instant, picking up the small prey with its sharp beak and enjoying this dessert after the meal. But soon, this gray-brown sparrowhawk with white spots on its body regretted its decision to get close to the edge of the city. The unknown virus attacked its internal organs, and the needle-like pain spread to every inch of its feather-covered flesh. When the sparrowhawk soared in the sky again, it opened its gray eyes and cast its sights on the rotting corpses in the city. Stop! Lu Tingting met the sparrowhawk's gray double pupils, and for a moment she was stunned. She forgot the invasion of pain, but her reason returned, and she saw the sky assassin who hunted by instinct spread his wings and turned with the wind. Lu Tingting covered the wound with her right hand, and the sticky blood instantly moistened her fingers. She stared at the direction where the sparrowhawk was flying, concentrating on it. She brushed past the sharp claws of the predator twice in a row, and could not spare a single thought for Zhang Tian, who was anxious on the opposite rooftop. Run! Lu Tingting, who once again evaded the sharp claws of the sparrowhawk, shouted while moving purposefully towards the rooftop exit, and swiftly dodged into the passageway. The predator in the sky could not enter, nor would it enter the narrow passageway. After a sharp scream, it flapped its wings and flew away. This city has long become a paradise for hunters. Lu Tingting, who was clinging to the iron single-sided ladder with her right hand, was dizzy due to excessive blood loss. Everyone who heard the noise ran over. Jiang Yame, who was at the front, held Lu Tingting's trembling calf, helped her land, and slowly sat down against the wall. Aunt Zhao, when Zixuan saw the blood on Lu Tingting's clothes, she turned around quickly, took Aunt Zhao, who was surprised, behind her, and went straight to get the first aid kit and the medicine reserves that had been searched earlier. Don't move, Jiang Yame yelled. Her face was already covered with tears, and her shaking hands could not tear off her clothes. She simply took off her t-shirt and tightly wrapped Lu Tingting's bloody left upper arm. Lu Tingting showed a comforting smile in the pain and dizziness. Tie me up first. Chapter 22. What are you tying up? Jiang Yame cried to Lu Tingting. The first aid kit and a bag of medicines were quickly delivered to Lu Tingting. Zixuan's hands were shaking as she confirmed the indications of each drug. She was so anxious that her eyesight was blurred by tears several times. I do it. Aunt Zhao tried to stay calm, turned to the left side of Lu Tingting, opened the first aid kit, and took out the gauze and disinfectant alcohol one by one. However, Lu Tingting raised her hand to refuse Aunt Zhao's approach. Tie me up first. Her lips were pale, and her words were soft but very firm. Jiang Yame's tears fell on the ground, and she shouted to Song Song and Jiang Jigang, who were anxiously turning around outside the door. Go get the rope and chair. Hurry up. It was not until the strips of cloth tied her ankles and shoulders to the computer chair that Lu Tingting handed her injured arm to Aunt Zhao. Zixuan had already taken out 2 sustained release capsules and asked Song Song to get clean mineral water for Lu Tingting to swallow first. The pain-relieving effect of the capsules takes a long time to take effect, but it is better to take it than not. Jiang Yame loosened her hand that was covering Lu Tingting's injured arm, and Aunt Zhao lifted up the red-stained clothes to reveal the wound underneath. The figure that had been seen before, although the flesh of the wound had been cut off, was still a zombie, and was thrown out of the window of the open-air cafe by his companions, lingering in everyone's mind. The 3 scars scratched by the sharp claws. The skin was torn and the middle one was the deepest. But fortunately the pressure just now stopped the bleeding. Fortunately, it was just a scratch, which was much better than the bite they expected. Bear with it. Jiang Jigang, who couldn't squeeze to Lu Tingting's side, opened a brand new rag and handed it to Jiang Yame, indicating that she should put it into Lu Tingting's mouth. It turned out to be necessary. The moment the disinfectant alcohol was sprinkled, Lu Tingting's muscles tensed up instantly. Sweating profusely, she clenched her teeth unconsciously, and a painful whimper came out of her throat. With the stimulation of alcohol, the wound began to bleed red blood again. Along the arm, it slid from the fingertips and dripped onto the dirty clothes that had been taken off earlier. Since the injury, Lu Tingting has set off a ticking alarm in her heart. How long has it been? Has it been 5 minutes? The zombie virus is transmitted through blood and body fluids. It was the sharp claws of the sparrowhawk that hurt her, not the sharp beak. But this did not let her heart fall to the ground. Is there any blood on the claws? Is there any stain left by grabbing a rotten corpse? Aunt Zhao repeated the disinfection action for the third time amid Lu Tingting whimpering. Meticulously and calmly, Jiang Yame wiped the sweat from her forehead to her neck with a tissue. After He Zixuan fed Lu Tingting the painkiller, she stood up and went to the tea room to get 2 brown sugar bags, stirring them with mineral water until they melted. She planned to wait for the disinfection and bandaging to be completed, and then give the excessively bleeding Lu Tingting to drink to replenish energy. It's okay. It will be fine, He Zixuan told herself again and again in her heart, and took the cup back to Lu Tingting. And Jiang finished the disinfection and was wrapping the wound with layers of white gauze. The 5-minute infection time had long passed. Jiang Yame wanted to help her untie the rope, but Lu Tingting shook her head and refused. Wait a little longer. If the amount of virus in the wound was too small, and her mutation speed slowed down, and eventually hurt others, she would not forgive herself. He Zixuan carefully held the cup and fed her a whole cup of sugar water. Song Song unlocked the backrest lock of the computer chair behind her, so that she could lie back and at least be more comfortable. Zhang Tian from the opposite building had been shouting at the window for a long time. Now everyone finally had time to deal with him and simply synchronize the situation. Aunt Zhao packed up the dirty clothes and utensils. Jiang Yame changed into the clean t-shirt handed by Song Song, holding a small electric fan in one hand to blow at Lu Tingting, and holding a tissue in the other hand, always paying attention to Lu Tingting's condition. It seemed that in an instant, everyone lost the desire to make jokes. The 13th floor had never been so quiet, suffocatingly quiet. In order not to disturb Lu Tingting's rest, He Zixuan and Aunt Zhao came to the tea room with the first aid kit and medicine reserves, and checked one by one whether they could be taken by Lu Tingting. The reserves in the work area were just some basic broad-spectrum anti-inflammatory drugs, which could be taken, but they might not have much effect. It would be best to find some external ointments that were suitable for the symptoms. However, in fact, when they were searching for supplies before, they had a good idea of what they had found. At this time, checking them one by one was just a fluke. But in the end, there were only 2 boxes of basic broad-spectrum anti-inflammatory drugs for Lu Tingting, with energy drinks and medicines. He Zixuan returned to Lu Tingting, exchanged glances with Jiang Yame, and shook his head slightly. Tingting, sleep later. Take the medicine first. After recovering from the pain for a while, Lu Tingting's face looked better, but still a little pale. After swallowing the pills, Lu Tingting was more energetic. Is it time for dinner? It's almost time, Jiang Yame replied in cooperation. So everyone gathered around Lu Tingting tacitly. It had been about an hour since she was injured. This time Jiang Yame helped her untie the bandage, and Lu Tingting did not refuse. Although it was just some biscuits and bread with snacks, they had always cherished the food they ate during the special period. But now, Aunt Zhao looked at the food reserves, without showing it on her face, but sighed silently in her heart. Hot weather, shortage of medicine, and nutritious food. Lu Tingting herself didn't think so much, holding the small bread and eating happily. Which one do you want? Aunt Zhao brought the snack box over for her to choose. Wow! Lu Tingting deliberately made an exaggerated expression of being flattered. Is this the treatment of a patient? Love it. But no one took up her words. Lu Tingting was silent for a moment, and suddenly said, I'm sorry. What do you have to be sorry about? Did you create the zombies? Jiang Yame was like a gunpowder, and she kept talking. Of course it wasn't me. I didn't have that ability. I should have been more careful. But I got hurt without permission, when everyone needed her. Okay. Aunt Zhao picked some dried meat for her, and put it on Lu Tingting's legs. Eat more. Jiang Yame, eat it quickly and recover well. If you say it again, I will be angry. What did you do wrong? You are just unlucky. Jiang Jigang joined in, and did not forget to put eye drops on Zhang Tian. That's right. Did you go to the rooftop for no reason? It was not to fall in love with someone. Lu Tingting saw through his little thoughts and chuckled. Song Song. And we also got important information. Animals can also become zombies. Lu Tingting experience sounded the alarm for them. At the beginning, they were optimistic about the arrival of rescue. Either in 3 or 5 days, or a week later. And all they needed to do was survive and wait. However, as time passed, the order of civilization was destroyed bit by bit, and the machine representing violence had not yet arrived. Only uneasiness and anxiety grew day by day. The only thing to be thankful for was that, apart from the accident in the sky, there was no danger source such as a zoo near the park. Chewing the dried meat strips that he hated the most in the past, Lu Tingting suddenly turned his head and looked out the window. Seeing this, Jiang Yame snorted lightly. I told him that you're fine. No. Lu Tingting didn't know whether to laugh or cry. I was thinking. You said that animals can be infected with the zombie virus. But what about plants? Everyone was stunned for a moment. He Zixuan, no way. Humans and animals have similar physiological structures. But plants? No one dared to make a conclusion. After all, the zombie virus itself is something that breaks through human cognition. As the sun sets, the golden light spreads across the ground, lengthening the luxuriant and fluffy shadows of the trees. And the shadows seem to touch everyone's hearts. The sense of crisis pushes everyone to act. And Zhao packed up the food packaging and empty bottles. And the rest of the people performed their duties. Song Song and Jiang Jigang went to get the weapons they made in the previous battle against zombies. After confirming that there were no zombies on the floor, except for the fire axe that was wiped clean. The weapons stained with blood and stains were thrown outside the door of the conference room, where the zombie bodies were stored. He Zixuan first stared at Lu Tingting and took the medicine, then drew a piece of white paper and discussed with Jiang Yame about the night shifts, in order to prevent falling asleep when alone, or being unable to respond to any emergencies. They expected to have at least 2 people together, and they also had to consider evenly dividing the force value of each night watch team. Lu Tingting was about to get up to pour them a glass of water, but Jiang Yame gave him a look and nailed him to the chair. Don't move. Don't do anything these 2 days. Just tell me if you need anything. One of me and Zixuan will definitely be with you. Lu Tingting felt warm in his heart. Why? I go to the toilet with you. He Zixuan nodded seriously. Not only to the toilet, but you don't have to take a shower tonight. Yame and I will wipe your body. Don't really treat me as a seriously ill patient. Lu Tingting wanted to protest, but his words gradually died down under the gaze of the 2. Okay. Lu Tingting, who felt guilty, lay down and accepted everyone's kindness. Dusk fell. The crowd, who had regained some sense of stability in the detailed preparations, heard the movement at the elevator entrance before they had time to determine the person to watch the night tonight. Almost at the same time, everyone, including Lu Tingting, whose arm was still fixed on his neck, gathered nervously at the elevator entrance. Yami? Tingting. It was Liu Fei's voice. In the dark elevator corridor, only the doors of their 2 floors were still open. I seemed to hear a sound from above before. Are you okay? Lu Tingting did not lean out, but just answered casually. I accidentally fell on the rooftop and happened to be cut by the wire. They were scared. That's good. Liu Fei's voice did not fluctuate. I don't know if she believed Lu Tingting's words. We looked down through the window in the afternoon to see the situation on several floors. The 7th and 6th floors. There is no sign of human activity, and the floors are full of zombies. As soon as these words came out, everyone on the 13th floor had a new understanding of the strength of the team on the 8th floor. They were able to quickly understand the situation within a few hours. They are likely to have efficient and powerful auxiliary equipment. A remote-controlled airplane with a cell phone? Or a drone? People in the internet industry often have a wide range of interests, and it is not uncommon for drone enthusiasts to be interested in drones. But there is one thing I think you should know. Do you know Yao Yuan? Chapter 23. The moment they heard the name, Jiang Yame and Lu Tingting looked at each other in disbelief. Yao Yuan is still alive? Liu Fei knew Jiang Yame. Liu Fei must know that Yao Yuan is their superior. If you remain silent for too long, people will notice something. Jiang Yame took a deep breath and replied, yes. I know him. My boss? Is he still alive? Liu Fei's voice became frivolous and meaningful. alive. And he is doing well. An hour ago, we took stock of the situation on the 7th and 6th floors. Looking in from the window, the 7th and 6th floors were very crowded, with about 50 or 60 zombies. The drone made a full circle and found no living people. Of course, unless someone was hiding in a blind spot like the bathroom. The drone continued to go down. And on the 5th floor, we found Yao Yuan. Yao Yuan is with President AI. Yao Yuan, who is used to flattering. And President AI, the head of operations. It's really no surprise. You know that the elevator stops at the 7th floor in our elevator corridor. Right? The implication is that people from the 8th to 13th floors can communicate through this elevator corridor. But the possibility that people on the 7th floor and below can hear the noise cannot be ruled out. Yao Yuan may be listening now. Luo Fei's voice was crisp and naughty. If you are listening, you can make a sound. She suddenly raised her voice and shouted. Of course, there was no response. The visitor was not friendly. Lu Tingting leaned against the wall and remained silent. Luo Fei was plotting. Given Yao Yuan's personality, in their contact, it was more likely that irreconcilable contradictions had arisen between Luo Fei and Yao Yuan than harmonious coexistence. But Yao Yuan was not a fool. He was rude to Luo Fei, which in itself was a signal that he was quite confident now. The snipe and the clam were fighting. But the 6 of them were not fishermen. They were small fish in the puddle on the shore, unable to escape or hide. Whoever wins can eat them. Lu Tingting motioned Jiang Yamei to continue. Wow. He's really lucky. When the zombies broke out, except for the 2 of us, everyone else in the department was in a meeting downstairs. Yeah, Luo Fei continued. There are so many zombies on the lower floors. It's amazing. And he likes my drone very much. If you open the door of elevator number 3, you can join our group chat. The elevator number 3 is parked on the 3rd floor. The elevator number 1 is on the 13th floor. And the rotting corpse is in the elevator. Elevator number 2 is the elevator they are using to communicate at the moment. And the elevator is parked on the 7th floor. Elevator number 4 is parked on the 1st floor. The latter 2 are all synchronized by Luo Fei. Let's try it later. Jiang Yamei did not comment. Luo Fei did not dwell on this question. But then the conversation became more and more pressing. Mr. AI told me that they are also considering when they can return to the 13th floor. They know you are still alive. They also know that there are only 6 of you. Yao Yuan has too many ways to get their information. Communication on the rooftop in the morning. Information exchange in the elevator corridor at noon. Perhaps they used to think that the 13th floor might have fallen. Even though the geographical location is excellent, cleaning up the zombies is always a risky behavior that requires costs. But now, Yao Yuan knows that there are only them on the 13th floor. A piece of fat meat. Luo Fei chuckled. So you know what's going on now? I tell you straight. You can't defend the 13th floor. And now both AI Zong and I want it. It depends on who is more capable. In order to reduce unnecessary casualties, I hope you will think carefully about it. Is it me or AI Zong? Well, I canvass for myself first. You let us go up. And we won't take any money from the 13th floor's supplies. After that, we act together and divide everything equally. We've worked together once, and I believe Yamei knows my character. Luo Fei's voice was full of confidence, as if she was sure that the people on the 13th floor who were in a dilemma would choose her instead of their immediate boss. Since we're talking about this, let me add a few more words about AI Zone downstairs. You know I'm the boss on the 8th floor, but I'm not the highest ranking person on the 8th floor. My boss is still here, and I'm not the person with the most people here. The boss. Lu Tingting couldn't help but think at this time. This is a Cantonese word. Is Luo Fei from Guangdong or Hong Kong? I can speak to you here on behalf of the 8th floor because I am the best fighter, and I also have brains. I don't mean to offend you. Luo Fei turned around and said something to the people in the corridor, which made everyone twitch their mouths. But it's not like that at President AI's place. You are powerful, but you still have to line up according to your rank. How much you take has nothing to do with how much effort you put in. Do you understand? This is a blatant eye drop. Luo Fei didn't care whether he had poked AI's lungs in front of him. In the past, when competing for traffic resources and rankings, you had to be ruthless and quick-eye. But now you have to double it. Jiang Yamei glanced at Lu Tingting's expression, and then looked around at the solemn expressions of everyone, and didn't respond rashly. It was Lu Tingting who moved first. Her left hand was still hanging and she couldn't move. So she was afraid of losing her balance. She didn't stick her head out to speak, but just raised her voice. Let's think about it. Luo Fei heard another voice and raised his eyebrows playfully, but didn't give up. If you miss this opportunity, you won't have it anymore. But Lu Tingting was not easily fooled by her. Since you are so sure, why don't you come up directly? Luo Fei choked. Because although we only have 6 people, it is more than enough to guard an elevator entrance. This matter does not require too much force. We still have the weapons left over from the previous fight with zombies, which are soaked with zombie blood. Do you think anyone can withstand this? The conversation between the two sides stagnated. After a moment, Luo Fei broke the silence. Have you killed anyone? No. Then how do you know you can do it? Lu Tingting laughed instead. So you want to put your lives on whether I dare to do it? I don't mind you coming up to test my conscience. Let us think about it. You don't want to die, do you? Lu Tingting did not say anything final. And Luo Fei also stopped when he saw the good. And the conversation between the two ended here. At the same time, at the elevator entrance on the 5th floor, the 4 elevator doors were wide open. At the signal of General AI, everyone was silent and listened to the voices above. Although the distance was 20 to 30 meters, the park was silent and there was no noise. The closed elevator passage formed a good sound transmission, so it was not difficult to hear the conversation above. Alice, whose original name was unknown, was initially because she was carrying a non-compete agreement from another internet giant when she joined the fan factory. At her level, job hopping is actually a well-known thing in the industry. Non-compete agreements have always been used to prevent big soldiers and small leaders. But they cannot stop these giants, who have long been familiar with the big fish eats small fish rule. But in order to prevent unnecessary disputes and controversies, she still used a pseudonym when she joined the company, Alice, and later became AI Zong in the mouths of the public. Alice is over 50 years old, has shoulder-length hair that has not been dyed or permed, never wears makeup, and is a person who speaks slowly. People who meet her for the first time can't help but wonder how such a mild-mannered person can fight in the internet ecosystem. However, if you listen to her for a few more words, you will know that this woman's innate ability is to see through people's hearts and stir up ambitions. A natural ambitious person and leader. For example, at this moment, listening to Luo Fei's merciless complaints about her bureaucratic style, the people around her couldn't help but look at her face. Only Ai Zong herself didn't care, and even had the mood to comment lightly. A newborn calf. She didn't care about the evaluation of unimportant people. The man in the vest next to Ai Zong pushed Yao Yuan's shoulder and grinned. How is it? Have you thought about it? Yao Yuan's thin shoulders shrank, and he stammered. I can't. I will fall down. He cast his eyes on Ai Zong, hoping to get the guidance and salvation of the big boss. But Ai Zong did not respond to him, but just listened to the conversation above silently. At this time, Lu Tingting asked Luo Fei if he wanted to bet his conscience with her. Is this from your team? Yao Yuan grabbed a life-saving straw. Yes. Yes. It is outsourced from our team. Then you should be more responsible for convincing them. Ai Zong turned around, stared at Yao Yuan's eyes expressionlessly, and said word by word, don't let others laugh at your team's affairs. This others naturally refers to the man in the vest next to him. If Jiang Yame and Lu Tingting were here, they would recognize that the man in the vest was the head of the headline operation team, who often competed with Yao Yuan. The people on the 13th floor did not expect that Yao Yuan's life on the 5th floor was not easy at this time. At noon on July 1st, when the zombies broke out, Yao Yuan, who was sitting by the door, went to check the situation. He joined the fleeing crowd without hesitation, abandoning the people in the entire conference room behind him who were waiting for his response. Yao Yuan ran to the stairs and saw the hellish scene in the stairwell through the glass on the fire door. It was difficult to tell whether more people died from zombie attacks or from being trampled and pushed. So he turned around and dodged here and there, relying on pulling and stepping on others among the survivors, and avoided the zombies again and again. And just after turning around, he saw the whole de Zhou behind the glass wall. Facing his actions, he still survived, although he despised his behavior. Ai Zong let all those who came to knock on the door to survive in. Being isolated was inevitable, and his reputation in the group had always been bad, and no one would support a notorious person at this time. He had pushed others into the zombies' mouths, so he would naturally not hesitate to push the next one. After the situation stabilized, everyone quickly organized an activity to fight back against the zombies and clean up the floors. Yao Yuan, who was quick-witted, began to work hard again. But he was never able to get close to AI Zong again. Until there was a sound from the top floor. He heard a voice from outside behind the window. Someone was shouting. Lu Tingting. Yao Yuan suddenly realized that he could use this to talk to President AI. It was his team members who occupied the 13th floor. The 13th floor that President AI wanted. In his heart, he was even grateful for the survival of Lu Tingting and Jiang Yamei. But he obviously didn't expect. Go up. The man in the vest threw the thick rope into his arms. Tie the safety rope yourself. So you don't have to blame me for not tying it well. Yao Yuan's lips trembled, biting the flashlight in his mouth, and tremblingly stepped towards the dark elevator shaft. Chapter 24. Just as Yao Yuan was struggling on the iron ladder of the elevator shaft, after the conversation with Luo Fei, the group of people who left the elevator did not go far, but gathered in the aisle next to the elevator to discuss. Jiang Jigang, how did we become so popular? Song Song lowered his head. What kind of popular? It's obviously a soft persimmon. So what do you think? Lu Tingting asked. How many options are there now? First, as Lu Tingting said, firmly guard the elevator entrance. The 13th floor is their territory, and no one can move. But this way, it is very likely to push Luo Fei and President AI to the same camp. Once we become the common target of the two gangs, they are likely to reach a cooperation. And then our situation will be dangerous. He Zixuan was worried and couldn't help biting his nails. Lu Tingting added, that's right. And although I was very confident when I threatened Luo Fei, in fact, apart from the elevator parked on our floor, people who want to come up may choose the passages of elevators 2, 3, and 4. There are only 6 of us. Even if we defend it, can we really play whack-a-mole here 24 hours a day? And, as Luo Fei said, none of the 6 of them can be cruel enough to point their weapons at humans. The second way is to choose Luo Fei. Let them come up and share the 13th floor. He Zixuan. The advantage is that there are more people and safety is guaranteed. Song Song. The disadvantage is that there are more people and more disputes. With so many people, there will definitely be division of labor, which is a series of questions about who will do the work, who will distribute the food, and who will fight the zombies on the front line. Jiang Jigang nodded, and we joined halfway. So we are more likely to be excluded. The third way is to choose President AI and Yao Yuan. As for the benefits, Jiang Yamei hesitated. Is it easier to get promoted and get a raise? For a moment, everyone looked at him speechlessly. Jiang Yamei scratched her head. Then what other good aspects do you think there are? She really couldn't think of anything. Compared with Luo Fei, who had already given a favorable treatment promise in public, it seemed that President AI only had an advantage in his job rank. But talking about the issue of promotion and raise at the moment was too vague. Just like not stocking up first when the doomsday comes, but rushing into gold futures. And Zhao pointed out a problem at this time. That is, they knew too little about the people on the 5th floor. They knew nothing about how many people there were, the personnel composition, and the material situation. Lu Tingting nodded in agreement, but then showed a helpless expression. To be honest, as long as Yao Yuan is there, I don't want to act with him. Jiang Yamei nodded painfully. Song Song, who was in the next group, but didn't know that Yao Yuan himself was so avoidable, said, is it so outrageous? Jiang Yamei shook her head. You don't understand. If increasing the workload is a physical attack, working with him has indeed reached the level of a magical attack. Let's put it this way. When most people encounter a problem, their first reaction is how to solve the problem. But Yao Yuan's idea is to ask his subordinates why there is a problem, and whether you have not done it well. Even when cooperating with horizontal departments such as finance, taxation and law. Before, he wanted to sign a music material supplier, and the tax department told him that the other party was a small-scale taxpayer. The tax collector cannot issue the corresponding invoice, so there must be tax losses. Ask him whether the tax losses are borne by the business or the supplier. Do you know what Yao Yuan said? He couldn't handle the supplier, and didn't want to increase his own costs. So he chased the tax collector and asked why he had never heard of invoices in his previous company. Why he couldn't issue invoices. Why he had to consider tax losses. And who stipulated this tax law. The tax teacher was so angry. Song Song was shocked. Can you do things like this? But soon, The 4 curious and sympathetic people present could experience it for themselves. Because the elevator door of elevator 3 was knocked. Late at night, in the dark corridor, the crowd gathered together, and suddenly there was a knocking sound. At the moment when Jiang Jigang and He Zixuan screamed, all the elements of a horror movie were gathered. After the surprise, Lu Tingting took the lead. Jiang Jigang and Song Song picked up their weapons, and He Zixuan hugged Aunt Zhao tightly. She was originally rushing towards Lu Tingting, but she thought of Lu Tingting's injury halfway, so she turned around. Lu Tingting paused and moved nervously towards the elevator door that made the sound. This life is already difficult enough, and if there are more ghosts and gods, will people still be able to live? Jiang, Yame, Lu Ting. Stop! Accompanied by the knocking on the elevator door, and the wheezing voice calling their names. Lu Tingting's hair stood on end. But soon, she found that this voice was so familiar. Open the door. Do you hear me? It's Yao Yuan. The alarm was lifted. Lu Tingting gestured to Jiang Yame to come and talk to Yao Yuan. Compared to her previous attitude of being a salted fish that could not be kicked, Yao Yuan ordered Yame around much more often and was closer to her. Jiang Yame made a "huh? Me?" expression and took over the responsibility with tears in her eyes. Brother Yuan? You're still alive? Great. Everyone. We just say that we should pretend to be more realistic. Yao Yuan in the elevator shaft climbed a long distance from the 5th floor to the 13th floor, and his arms and thighs had long felt numb. He finally caught his breath. Hearing Jiang Yame say this, he wanted to jump on the spot. Didn't you hear Luo Fei say that he was still alive? But he came here with a mission, so he could only suppress his habitual complaints and accusations, and try to speak softly. Yes. That's great. We can see each other again. You guys quickly pry the door open. I'm running out of strength. Hearing him say this, Jiang Yame put her ear close to the elevator door, and then turned her head and gestured to everyone. There was only Yao Yuan inside. Then this matter would be easy to handle. Jiang Yame put on a dark smile, but her voice was deliberately affected. Brother Yuan, it's not convenient. Right? We have all gone to bed. Men and women should not be intimate. Can you come again tomorrow morning? Puff. Jiang Jigang almost spit out a mouthful of water. Everyone had different expressions, and Lu Tingting gave Jiang Yame a thumbs up. Now Yao Yuan also knew that the people inside had made up their minds not to open the door for him. After all, it's the 3rd day of the apocalypse, and everyone is not naive. Yao Yuan suppressed his anger again. Okay. Then I make it short so as not to disturb you. Sugar-coated bullets. Jiang Yame winked and made everyone laugh. I won't beat around the bush with you. I know Luo Fei is also in contact with you, and you didn't pay attention to her. I know you have a scale in your heart. This is the beginning of flattery. But I have to say, it feels really good to hear these words from Yao Yuan, who only knows how to PUA. No wonder he used to be so successful in the workplace. He is really a good hand who can bend and stretch. In the dark elevator shaft, Yao Yuan still climbed on the iron ladder to continue preaching. The 13th floor was originally our work area, although we were not on the 13th floor when the zombies broke out. This principle will not change. This is the first level, to make people understand the reason. Besides, you must trust us more than Luo Fei. Right? Even if we had friction before, it was our internal affairs, and we must present a united front to the outside world. The people downstairs are our colleagues, all from the media operations department, and we all know each other. The second level, appeal to their emotions. Also, there is good news for you. Boss AI is with us, and she is in charge of the rear. Boss AI also knows that it was you who recaptured the 13th floor together, and she praised you to me. Although you are young, you are very capable. With the endorsement of the big boss, you will be able to become a regular employee or even promoted in the near future. The third level, lure them with benefits. Lu Tingting supported his chin with his intact right hand, and couldn't help but admire this fluent mouth. It seems that Yao Yuan didn't know how to speak well before, but they were not worthy of Yao Yuan good words. What's the matter? Jiang Yame cast a questioning look at everyone. Just keep talking. Jiang Yame understood and replied with a pinched voice. Brother Yuan, I know what you mean, but I can't decide this matter. Everyone was shocked. What kind of script is this? No matter what the script is, Jiang Yame is very happy to act it. Don't worry. I will definitely try my best to convince everyone that it is definitely safer to be with you. I understand. She said so. Yao Yuan couldn't continue to force her to express her opinion. So he had to pretend to be sincere and make a moving speech again. After confirming that he had returned from the original route of the Iron Ladder, everyone gathered together again, worrying about this complicated situation. How about voting? Lu Tingting suggested. Under the current situation, except for the first option of defending the 13th floor, which may cause casualties, the other two options are just changes to the status quo to varying degrees. Whether it is Luo Fei or President AI, no matter whether their style is loose or strict, Lu Tingting is willing to believe that it is not yet the point where human life is worthless. I will choose Luo Fei. Jiang Yame raised her hand first. The reason is simple. I bet that if they come up, Yao Yuan will immediately package himself as the hero who returned to the 13th floor, and then take credit for it. I don't want to tolerate him anymore. Since these words came from Jiang Yame, the former hardworking and uncomplaining king, it is enough to show that the arrival of the end of the world has made many people seriously examine their lives. Song Song was the second to raise his hand, Luo Fei. The reason is simple. The people on the 8th floor are more diverse. But it sounds like most of the people on the 5th floor are from your media operations. I think the environment on the latter floor is more likely to cause us to be excluded by the group. Add one. He Zishuan also joined silently. Yao Yuan must have come to us at the suggestion of President AI. Right. But you see, he never said from beginning to end. After they came up, what to do with the things we collected originally, how to divide the place, and directly classified us as his subordinates. This is not a good signal. He Zishuan made the final decision. So it's 3 against 3 at the moment. Lu Tingting cast his eyes on Aunt Zhao and Jiang Jigang. Aunt Zhao, I listen to you. Jiang Jigang, I have a fear of choice. But I've been convinced by you. So let's go with Luo Fei. People who are willing to help with the rescue should not be too bad. After making the decision, everyone did not intend to notify Luo Fei immediately. It would be too hasty to draw conclusions immediately after Yao Yuan conversation, which would not be conducive to mastering the subsequent initiative. Besides, they still have a lot of things to do before joining another group of unfamiliar people. Jiang Jigang and Song Song moved all their daily necessities, including but not limited to nap beds, small blankets, clean clothes, cards and mahjong, etc., to a small meeting room with a window. When there are more people, sleeping by the window in the work area is not so convenient. This is also something they have discussed. Regardless of whether Luo Fei will make other arrangements, they do not intend to accept the possibility of being broken up or reorganized. Jiang Jigang original words were, I think that the meeting of the 6 of us was arranged by fate. If we reintegrate into a new group, we will not have the same common experience and trust as we did. I can entrust my life to you. Song Song sharp comment, suspension bridge effect. But you can't fall in love with me. Jiang Jigang emotional speech suddenly paused, and he wanted to roll his eyes to the sky at Song Song, although he didn't finish his words. Everyone still understood his meaning accurately. The 3-day experience made them a real collective. This is not replicable. While the boys were moving things, He Zishuan and Jiang Yame were also busy shuttling in the corridor, transporting food and water that had been placed in the tea room. There are also medicines. Lu Tingting's current condition is relatively stable, and he is quite energetic. But He Zishuan is still very worried. Not being infected with the zombie virus is already great news. But the claws of wild animals are likely to carry other bacteria and viruses, and they only have the most basic medicines. Lu Tingting, who wanted to help, was forced to the side of the elevator corridor, under the pretext of being with Aunt Zhao to guard in case of an emergency. Aunt Zhao even stuffed a bottle of sweet milk in her hand. Replenish your nutrition. Drink it obediently. Lu Tingting, who was completely treated as a child. Meanwhile, in the elevator corridor on the 5th floor, in front of the doors of the 3rd and 4th elevators, several well-equipped young men stood respectively, holding wooden sticks removed from tables and chairs. Their upper limbs were tightly wrapped, and 2 of them even wore goggles. Yao Yuan huddled in the back, trying to get closer to Mr. AI. But he couldn't get the point. He had just returned from the elevator shaft, and his whole body was sore and weak. So Mr. AI motioned him to go aside and not get in the way. Yao Yuan didn't understand. He didn't get Jiang Yame approval. But it was obvious that this matter could still be discussed. Why did Mr. Ki look like he didn't care about him at all? Mr. AI, with his hands folded in front of him. Certainly wouldn't explain his plan to Yao Yuan. Under the illumination of her cell phone, she scanned the people who were about to set off and nodded. Be careful to hide when you cross the 8th floor. If Luo Fei finds you, don't fight. You only have one mission. To fight quickly and take the top floor. Chapter 25. The people on the 13th floor were still busy like little ants, unaware that someone was silently moving in the 2 dark elevator shafts, preparing to seize their territory in one fell swoop. With the help of the cart, it was not difficult to move the materials. In 10 minutes, several people completed the preparations and returned to the elevator corridor. Seeing that everyone was gathered, Aunt Zhao asked, should we call Luo Fei tonight or wait? Jiang Yamei held her chin and said seriously, should we tell Luo Fei quietly? If we shout directly, and the people on the 5th floor hear it, it shouldn't be a fight to the death. But it would be bad enough if they just messed up a little. Makes sense. Lu Tingting pondered and suddenly thought of something. She drank the sweet milk in a few gulps and tilted her head. Is that my walkie-talkie still there? Yes. He Zixuan was confused. What's wrong? Who do you want to give it to? Lu Tingting, send it to Building 3. There are only 6 or 7 meters between Building 3 and Building 7. As long as 2 people are at the window on the same floor, theoretically they can receive the information. Doesn't Luo Fei have a drone? We have to think of a way. Let her take the initiative to help. Lu Tingting muttered to himself, and suddenly came to his senses, and quickly explained to everyone. This is not a love-brain attack. He Zixuan smiled. We haven't said anything yet. Jiang Jigang, I understand. With so many people, it's really not convenient for you to communicate through the air. Especially after the zombie eagle appeared on the rooftop. It was even more so. Lu Tingting made a pause gesture and began to explain seriously. If we don't get along well with Luo Fei team, or if there are any other emergencies, the other side can be a retreat or helper for us. As long as he can do it, he will do it. Lu Tingting firmly believes that Zhang Tian will always put her first. Everyone has no objection to the distribution of walkie-talkies. But the signal revealed in Lu Tingting words obviously made He Zixuan, who is a love-hate person, very envious. How long have you been dating? Heh. Jiang Jigang sneered and mentioned his own painful experience. You should ask Zhang Tian this question. He can talk about how broad and vast his love with Tingting is for 3 hours without interruption. Jiang Jigang, who didn't understand Zhang Tian nature and was embarrassed to come out, felt embarrassed because he made Zhang Tian jealous. Until Zhang Tian mentioned for the nth time how deep the emotional foundation he and Lu Tingting had, how romantic their love experience was, and how they were a perfect match. The numb Jiang Jigang realized that if he didn't explain it to Zhang Tian, he could be a repeater who never stopped. Stop! Stop! Lu Tingting pressed the curious He Zixuan's shoulder with his right hand, and kicked Jiang Jigang, who was about to start talking, with his left foot. Let's do business first. The 13th floor was like a soft and fragrant cake hanging between Luo Fei and AI Zong, which was really not a long-term solution. In order to avoid more trouble, Lu Tingting decided to solve this problem tonight. Everyone agreed with Jiang Yamei's proposal and planned to secretly pass information to the people on the 8th floor. As for the delivery method, of course, the universal fire hose comes into play again. Use a 25-meter long fire hose to connect a small box wrapped with tape. There is an A4 paper in the box. The content is to let them take advantage of the night to send a few combat-capable people up first. When the next day dawns, everything will be settled. The remaining personnel and materials will be slowly transferred. This way everyone can feel at ease. At the same time, Lu Tingting also kept Luo Fei in suspense on the paper. There is a piece of information to tell her, but she needs a little help. As for the true appearance of the information, Lu Tingting smiled and pointed to his wound. Animal zombieization is a big deal. There are no animals in the park, except for the unlucky Lu Tingting who encountered the zombie sparrowhawk. No one else has a way to know this information. Luo Fei will not refuse to exchange an exclusive intelligence for a drone dispatch. 9 o'clock in the evening on July 3rd, 2024. A small box with information was slowly descending in the shaft of the number 2 staircase. Song Song had modified it from a high-end tissue box in the conference room. Jiang Jigang lay at the elevator entrance, laying down the fire hose in sections. The hose reached the end, and soon Jiang Jigang felt movement at the other end. After a while, 2 strong pulls came from the other end, which was a signal to return. They were so leisurely that they would not have thought that while the fire hose was slowly rising in the number 2 staircase, someone was approaching behind them, behind the 2 closed doors. The accident happened in an instant. Jiang Jigang had pulled up the hose a second ago and was tearing the box wrapped in tape. The next moment, the 2 elevator doors behind him almost simultaneously heard the sound of iron bars clanging. Someone is trying to pry open the door. After the shock, everyone who reacted grabbed their old friends, mop rods, table legs, and fire axes. Fortunately, they had put their tools in a convenient position early in the day. The sound of the crowbar colliding with the door from inside the elevator door continued. Song Song took the table leg, exerted force with his backhand, and slammed it on the door with a bang. And the sound echoed in the empty floor. "What are you doing?" He pretended to be fierce and shouted loudly. Except Lu Tingting, who was injured in his left hand. The others stood in scattered positions with weapons, ready for battle. But obviously, this warning did not scare the people in the corridor. On the contrary, they sped up their actions. Elevators 3 and 4 are for President AI. No wonder President AI only sent Yao Yuan to talk to them, because he had other intentions. The superficial persuasion was just to attract their attention, ease their tension, and let Luo Fei relax his vigilance. The real big move is here. As long as the raid tonight is successful and the advantageous terrain is occupied, Luo Fei will be useless in the future. Thinking of this, Lu Tingting, with empty hands, quickly approached the number 2 elevator entrance and shouted, "Luo Fei, people are picking peaches directly with their hands. Hurry up. I can't hold on any longer." Her shouting made the people who were prying the door in the elevator corridor speed up immediately. Luo Fei on the 8th floor was startled. She was still packing her things for the night. But now she pulled a few people, put her sticks and weapons behind her waist, and rushed to the iron ladder. She jumped up like a monkey, and she didn't even hear the long-haired man asking her to tie a safety rope. The elevator door was slippery on the outside. If you want to open it, you can use the lever principle to pry the door gap, but it is too difficult to force it to close. She pressed her hands on the door and squeezed it in the middle. Before the door moved, her hand slipped away first. It was a useless effort. Therefore, the people outside the 2 elevator doors could only hold weapons and wait for them to pry open the gap, and then use heavy hammering and pounding to make them retreat. Listen, people inside. Lu Tingting, who was blocked by the crowd, could only launch verbal attacks. There is no way out by forcibly breaking the door. There is only an axe stained with zombie blood inside the door. This is a lie. When taking weapons, everyone tacitly passed the fire axe. After all, this thing can really disembowel people. I don't know what kind of ecstasy AI has given these people. Even after saying this, the action of prying the door still does not stop. Soon, the number 3 elevator on the left opened a gap the size of a fist, without giving them a chance to continue to expand it. Song Song held the mop rod, changed the direction flexibly, inserted the thin end into the door gap, and swung his hand up and down quickly. The mop rod stabbed left and right, and several times made a muffled sound, obviously hitting the people inside. The situation was good. Jiang Yame quickly stuffed a stick covered with stains and blood into the elevator door, and shouted, "Don't move. This is real zombie blood. I will beat anyone who moves." Seeing that people were temporarily frightened here on the 3rd floor, something strange happened on the 4th floor. Obviously, the door-breaking team on the 4th floor had a strong learning ability and absorbed the experience and lessons of the friendly team next door. After they inserted the crowbar into the gap on the inside of the elevator door, they did not rush to use the leverage effect. Instead, they waited for a few seconds, and then the 2 of them worked together to open a 30-centimeter gap. He Zixuan was about to poke the mop head in when she saw a leg slip out of the lower half of the gap and kicked her on the knee. He Zixuan groaned. The mop rod fell to the ground and bounced twice, and she also fell to the ground. Song Song, who was next to him, saw this scene from the corner of his eye, and his face turned half pale. Zixuan! He couldn't get out of his way to help her. But fortunately Jiang Jigang angrily hit the leg wrapped in black trousers with a stick, and the person inside immediately shrank back in pain. And Jiang and Lu Tingting quickly helped He Zixuan up and checked her injuries. Fortunately, the kick was not heavy. It just made her lose her balance, but did not hurt her bones. Jiang Jigang was struggling to cope with the hands and feet that kept sticking out of the crack, and soon he was a little powerless. One of them was not paying attention, and a young man took the opportunity to grab his stick and pulled it forward. Jiang Jigang took a step forward, and the young man kicked him in the stomach again. Cough, cough, cough. Jiang Jigang covered his stomach and almost vomited. Lu Tingting turned his head and saw the scene. And suddenly a burst of anger burned from his heart to his head. Although they were trying to stop them from coming up, the 6 of them didn't even use the guys who could really bleed from beginning to end. But what about these people? They really don't treat people as human beings. After He Zishuan fell, Jiang Yame and Song Song, who were guarding the number 3 staircase, hit her harder. After all, if she really got hurt, it was their own fault. "We be there soon," Luo Fei's voice came from behind. Lu Tingting stood up with a cold face and picked up the mop handle that He Zishuan had dropped. After Jiang Jigang fell to the ground, the dirty young man had already drilled out of the door of elevator number 4. And the second person was crawling out at this time. 2 steps away. Lu Tingting exerted force with his right hand and rushed out in 1 step. The slender mop handle hit the young man's waist and abdomen heavily, and it broke with a bang. 1 part fell to the ground, and the other part was still held in Lu Tingting's right hand, revealing the sharp tip after the break. The young man who was very arrogant just now was half squatting on the ground, holding his waist. At a distance of 1 step, Lu Tingting, who had exerted too much force, passed him by inertia and kicked the man who was trying to drill out from the gap of the elevator door. Ah! The man who was attacked held his hands tightly on the elevator door, and he almost didn't fall down. After 1 kick, Lu Tingting turned around and pointed the sharp end of the broken mop rod straight at the face of the fallen young man, slowly approaching, frightening him so much that he took 2 steps back. The young man's back was against the wall of the corridor. At this time, the tip of the wood was only 2 centimeters away from the young man's eyes. Lu Tingting looked at his frightened eyes and sneered. "Stand up." Under Lu Tingting's threatening tone, the young man shrank and climbed up, hesitating to say something, but was frightened back by Lu Tingting's cold face. "Go in." Lu Tingting's right hand held a sharp weapon steadily, as if he would make a standard thrust in the next moment. Jiang Jigang, who had recovered, also picked up the wooden stick and was now guarding the elevator door with a covetous look. The situation was over. The young man swallowed his saliva. "Hurry up." Lu Tingting was almost impatient, and poked his shoulder with a mop handle in dissatisfaction, causing the young man to say yes repeatedly, until he entered the elevator door under Lu Tingting's coercion. Huff, huff, "I'm here." 3.5 minutes. Luo Fei's sweaty head came out of the number 2 elevator. Chapter 26. When Luo Fei arrived at the 13th floor, the battle was already decided. Seeing the reinforcements coming out from the number 2 staircase, the people who came to attack under the command of General AI realized that the situation was hopeless, and they all gave up the action and returned the same way. Awesome. Luo Fei wiped the sweat from his face and sighed at the broken mop rod on the ground. There were several strong young men who came up with Luo Fei, and they all followed Luo Fei honestly. Luo Fei briefly introduced their names. After the tense nerves relaxed, everyone was extremely tired and had no energy to greet others. They just nodded and greeted briefly. After taking a breath, Jiang Yame and Song Song checked the injuries of He Zishuan and Jiang Jigang with An Xiao. He Zishuan had a bruise on his knee, but fortunately, he could walk and bend smoothly, and he didn't feel any sprain or fracture. In addition, she pulled her pants tightly, and refused to let An Xiao and Jiang Yame check her buttocks that had just landed. "I don't feel it now. It means it's just a flesh wound." He Zishuan blushed and insisted. Jiang Jigang's situation was more complicated. The kick just now hit his abdomen. The muscles dissipated some of the force, but there were some bruises on the surface of the skin. The only problem was that his stomach was also affected, which led to his previous symptoms of acid reflux and vomiting. The stomach is a fragile organ, and it is very likely to cause gastric bleeding or even gastric perforation if it is hit hard from the outside. Jiang Jigang comforted everyone, saying that it didn't hurt much now, but the internal injuries could not be distinguished by the naked eye, and there was no condition for examination at the moment, so they could only observe and see. In a short time, 3 of the 6 people were injured. "Tingting, what's wrong with your hand?" Lu Tingting secretly hid his left hand behind his back, but was still caught by the sharp-eyed An Xiao. She could only stammer and explain, "I accidentally used too much force when playing with the stick just now." When people are focused, it is easy to not pay attention to other things. The fight was too intense. Although she did not use her left hand, The muscles of her whole body were tense and stretched, which stimulated the muscles of her left upper arm to stretch, causing the bandaged wound to bleed again. Aunt Zhao pulled Lu Tingting aside to rebandage without saying anything. And Lu Tingting did not forget to call Luo Fei. Luo Fei? ? I didn't know why, but I followed her anyway. Aunt Zhao disinfected Lu Tingting with alcohol with great skill. And fortunately, the wound did not bleed much. Luo Fei, who was following behind them, caught a glimpse of the 3 scars that were obviously caused by animal claws. Huh? This is the information I told you. Lu Tingting turned his head to talk to Luo Fei, not looking at the place where the disinfectant was applied. Although Aunt Zhao had tried her best to restrain her strength and technique, the alcohol seeped into the wound and still affected the pain nerves. Animals can also become zombies. This injury was caused by a zombie-like eagle attacking me on the rooftop during the day. Luo Fei's expression also became serious. This city has no shortage of zoos and aquariums. Not to mention that more and more people are beginning to treat pets as family members. There are also mountains and forests outside the city. Can animals also transmit the zombie virus? Luo Fei asked tactfully. I dodged quickly and was not bitten. Lu Tingting shook his head. But I guess it should be possible. Lu Tingting recalled the sparrowhawk's double pupils with an ominous gray color. This is really a headache. It's really hard one news. Luo Fei sighed, looked into Lu Tingting's eyes and asked, So how do you want me to repay you? Circle after circle of white gauze was wrapped around Lu Tingting's left upper arm. After the wound was bandaged, Aunt Zhao put a fixed cloth sleeve on her neck and reminded her, Don't move. There are not so many gauze to change for you every day. Lu Tingting imitated Zhang Tian puppy eyes and showed a flattering smile. Luo Fei interrupted and said, It's okay. We also have a first aid kit. I will ask them to bring it up later. No hurry. Help with this first. Lu Tingting grabbed Luo Fei and walked through the corridor and asked He Zixuan for the My intercom. The food-shaped intercom seemed to still have some grease aroma, which made these people who had eaten dry food for 3 days have a surge of appetite. But compared with the shape, what attracted Luo Fei more was its function. Walkie-talkie. This is a precious strategic equipment. Of course, it is still not as good as her drone. Lu Tingting stretched out his hand. Use the drone to help us send it to the rooftop of Building 3. And we will be even. Luo Fei scratched his head. Building 3. Oh! Your boyfriend is in Building 3. Okay. She agreed very happily. But if the other side has any intelligence to tell you, you must share it with us. We are all grasshoppers on the same floor now. Lu Tingting answered without hesitation. She hadn't thought that she could avoid everyone by using the intercom. Luo Fei was very efficient. She took out the remote control device from her pocket and returned to the elevator entrance to ask the long-haired man to help her put the drone on the elevator car. After a few operations, the drone flew up with a buzz and soon came into Luo Fei's hands. She was obviously an old hand with drones. She was very skilled in operation and could still operate smoothly in the narrow elevator passage. Wow! Compared with the people on the 8th floor who were already used to it. Lu Tingting and the other 6 couldn't help cheering and applauding, which gave Luo Fei great satisfaction. Hee hee. A little hobby. A little hobby. Although she said so, her proud expression did not shrink at all, stopping Lu Tingting's action of going up with her. Luo Fei only gave her a relaxed look and climbed up to the rooftop in a few steps. Soon, people on the 13th floor could hear shouts from above. Wow! I haven't seen such a wide sky for a long time. It's so cool. I'm dying of suffocation. Lu Tingting laughed out loud and shouted towards the passage. Hurry up. Be careful not to attract zombie birds. Luo Fei's movements were very quick. 3 minutes later, she came down with the drone. Okay. Let them get it. By the window. Zhang Tian. Jiang Jigang shouted first. Come out. I have something to talk to you about. The voice echoed in the air and resounded through half of the park. Luo Fei touched the pimple on his chin and suddenly thought that President AI must have heard it too. And now he must know that the 13th floor has been occupied by her and her people. Oh my! Times have changed. In the past, who would dare to snatch things from President AI? But I have to say, it feels so good to win. Luo Fei smiled a hee-hee smile, causing He Zixuan to glance at her in confusion. A few seconds after Jiang Jigang spoke, a faint light from a mobile phone lit up by the window of Building 3. What's wrong? Is Tingting okay? Zhang Tian's voice was filled with worry and anxiety. But Jiang Jigang didn't tell him maliciously. Go to the rooftop and have something for you. The light disappeared. Apparently Zhang Tian left without saying a word. He Zishuan shook another matching my intercom at Lu Tingting, turned on the switch, and put it in her palm. It was obviously just a young couple about to talk. But for a moment, everyone present held their breath and waited. The hoarse sound of electricity echoed in the quiet 13th floor. Lu Tingting held the intercom on the glass, expecting and comforting herself at the same time. It's okay. It's very likely that the distance is too far, and the signal can't be received. You have to accept this possibility. Seeing Lu Tingting's serious and well-behaved look, and Zhao and Jiang Yamei put on a mysterious smile if I bumped into it. And Jiang Jigang, who always treated Zhang Tian with no politeness, also became a little anxious. Tingting. The call came with the sound of electricity. It's me. Lu Tingting immediately pressed the talk button and replied. Wow. Everyone burst into great enthusiasm and cheers. Several people who just came up from the 8th floor didn't know Lu Tingting and Zhang Tian at all before. But at this moment, they couldn't help but be infected by this rare gathering and reunion atmosphere. Who hasn't thought that this moment will happen to themselves? All the concerns, misses, regrets, and unfinished. There will be a chance to come again. Are you okay? How is the wound on your hand? Zhang Tian asked about Lu Tingting's health. Although Jiang Jigang had synchronized with him during the day, he could only feel at ease when he heard Lu Tingting's voice in person. It's been bandaged. It's fine. Everyone looked at each other, tacitly left the space by the window to Lu Tingting, and went about their own business. Luo Fei had just come up from the 8th floor. There were still many people and things downstairs that had not been sorted out. But climbing up and down was too tiring. So she squatted at the elevator entrance, ordering the long-haired man to run around, and occasionally answering questions downstairs. Although there was a more private space for conversation, Lu Tingting and Zhang Tian didn't know what to say for a while. In just 3 days, a huge gap was drawn in their lives, which completely separated the previous life from the future. Are you okay? Are you safe now? Do you have enough food? These have all been confirmed. What were they talking about before the zombie outbreak? Lu Tingting suddenly remembered that she and Zhang Tian had a quarrel the night before July 1st. What was it about? Is it because Zhang Tian didn't put chili in her dishes, and she didn't change it even after she told her? Lu Tingting loves spicy food and has a physique that easily gets angry. So Zhang Tian always secretly feeds her light food. Or is it because they always disagree on what kind of dog to raise in the future? Lu Tingting likes large dogs, Samoyed or Bernese Mountain. In her dream, she will return to her hometown to live in a big yard for the dog to run around happily. But Zhang Tian prefers small dogs or cats. After having a big dog, sister won't like me anymore. He always said that. What are you thinking about? Sister? Zhang Tian suddenly asked. I'm thinking. I suddenly want to quarrel with you. But I can't bear it. How can we quarrel? We are obviously two adults discussing things reasonably. At most it's an argument. Zhang Tian paused. Why can't you bear it? Because someone is not in front of me now. I'm afraid that I can't see you. And I'm afraid that I can't talk to you and make you cry. If no one wipes our tears, we will be very sad. Tian Tian is Zhang Tian's nickname. When they were very young, they lived on both sides of the same street. Zhang Tian liked to play with Tingting since he was a child, because Tingting's name was a double word. He also strongly asked his parents to change his name to Zhang Tian Tian. When his parents didn't agree to him, he made a fuss. So the adults had to say, Okay, we will call you Tian Tian from now on. And this is also your name. Then you can be like your sister? He stubbornly called Lu Tingting's sister, just because boys at the age of 4 or 5 had slow development. And Tingting was tall since childhood. In fact, they were the same age. And Zhang Tian was even a few months older. Sister, Zhang Tian called softly. If you weren't around, I wouldn't cry. Tears were Zhang Tian's weapon. And Lu Tingting knew it well. The tip of her ears turned red quietly. And she coughed, Okay. No more. Save electricity. Zhang Tian asked quickly, Then sister, can you tell me once a day that you are safe? 8 o'clock in the morning? At 8 o'clock. Turn on the intercom together. See you there. Chapter 27. Turning on the intercom. Lu Tingting looked into the dark night. The stars were like lights, reminding her of her childhood life in her hometown. Without so many artificial light sources, the town became quiet at night, and the street lights were dim. Luo Fei behind him was leading people to pick up the people who climbed up with supplies. And someone else was packing up on the other side. On the way back, Lu Tingting, who was touching her head, bumped into the impetuous Luo Fei. Luo Fei was startled and reached back to grab the man and stabilize him. What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Lu Tingting shook his head. I'm a little tired. Go to bed early. I arranged someone to keep watch tonight. Luo Fei said with concern. You six are in one room. Remember to lock the door. At this time, it won't go wrong to have an extra layer of defense. Lu Tingting was a little surprised that Luo Fei would say such a thing. Isn't it a clear point that they have to be on guard against the people on the 8th floor? Facing Lu Tingting's surprised eyes, Luo Fei knew Lu Tingting for the first time. But he was also very calm. You can know a person's face, but not his heart. There are so many people. How can there not be a few thorns? Lu Tingting curved the corners of his mouth. Caution is something that is never too much now. She suddenly remembered what Zhang Tian had said and asked. Did any of you say you wanted to leave the park and find a way to go home? Luo Fei was startled and sighed imperceptibly. Of course. Several people with families were very emotionally unstable on the first day. They were clamoring to go back. So I held them in the corridor to see how they could get out with so many zombies. Luo Fei's fingers subconsciously touched her lips. And after touching nothing, she rubbed her fingers again, obviously craving for cigarettes. Without cigarettes, she continued, someone else tried to reason with them. Even if they left the park, the roads were full of traffic jams. What should they do? Walk back. It's still. I went out with a drone, and the mobile phone video I brought back showed that the 2 nearby roads were blocked. There were all chaotic cars, and some wandering zombies. As Luo Fei spoke, his tone became heavy. Everyone is waiting. Waiting for rescue. Waiting for news. But to be honest, in a few days, if there is still no breakthrough, I am afraid I can't hold them back for long. She ran her fingers. A slightly sad look in her eyes flashed, and smiled at Lu Tingting, one day at a time. After that, Luo Fei pushed Lu Tingting, who was already tired and confused, all the way to the door of the conference room, and called Jiang Yamei to receive him. I leave him to you. She turned around and continued to deal with the big pile of things. Jiang Yamei and He Zixuan cooperated, washing and wiping Lu Tingting, whose hand was sealed, like playing with a doll, and then changed him into clean clothes. Thanks to the undistributed t-shirts, they were able to change them whenever they got dirty. When everyone was lying on the familiar nap bed, they couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. He Zixuan and Jiang Jigang were still fiddling with their mobile phones, and the faint light spread, reflecting the outline of Lu Tingting on the glass window. Did you lose some weight? She frowned. There were too many things that happened during the day. Everything was quiet. The door of the conference room weakened the sound outside. There was only the sound of talking and walking. But it was not noisy. On the contrary, this sound acted as white noise, which made people fall asleep. It's time to rest. As soon as this thought came out, the breath that had been supporting Lu Tingting seemed to be half dissipated. In an instant, his temples throbbed, his eyeballs swelled and hurt, and the bandaged wounds seemed to be faintly painful. Lu Tingting felt the fatigue deep into his bones. Every time he took a breath, he could feel chest tightness, shortness of breath and uncontrollable coughing. Go to sleep. Song snoring came to my ears. Go to sleep. The moment his head rested on the pillow, darkness instantly submerged Lu Tingting. It rained heavily in the middle of the night. In the early morning, a muffled sound hit the sky, and raindrops fell, gathering into a stream and winding down. A thunderstorm. Unlike the last thunderstorm night, this time, the thunder did not have the momentum of a silver bottle breaking and water splashing out. On the contrary, it was duller and more distant, as if it came from the other side of the city, with earthy water vapor. He Zixuan turned over in a daze in her sleep. The tip of her nose was filled with the smell of soil, and her ears were filled with the sound of continuous rain. Dry mouth and tongue. She did not continue to sink into sleep, but was awakened by her body's instinct. With a flash of lightning outside the window, she opened her eyes, tried twice with her left hand, touched her mobile phone, turned on the screen, and stood up with a light to reach for the mineral water on the ground. Mom, the inarticulate voice. Is someone talking in sleep? He Zixuan did not take it to heart. People's adaptability is strong. After only 2 nights, she got used to falling asleep to the sound of song snoring, the sound of someone grinding their teeth, and the sound of talking in sleep. At this special time, these annoying sounds themselves mean company, which makes her feel at ease. But this time, He Zixuan put down the mineral water, retracted her arm, and habitually glanced down at the screen of her mobile phone. Surprise flashed in her eyes, and she shook her still not very clear mind, and leaned over to look at Lu Tingting's face next to her with the light of the screen. Tingting's face had an unnatural blush, sweat beads on her forehead, and her eyelids kept trembling. It was obvious that she slept very uneasily. He Zixuan, who reacted, did not have time to get out of bed and put on her shoes. She stepped on the ground and leaned over to test Lu Tingting's body temperature. His forehead was hot, and his neck was also covered with sweat beads. High fever. Is the wound inflamed? There was no time to think so much. He Zixuan made a prompt decision and woke everyone up. Several people were still a little confused. She shook them one by one, and finally turned on the flashlight on her mobile phone. The straight light hit the ceiling and illuminated the surroundings. Song Song, go get the medicine box. Jiang Jigang, go ask Luo Fei if there is any antipyretic medicine. We only have ibuprofen, and Tingting has already taken it, so it's useless. While speaking, He Zixuan's mouth became dry again. Yame, find a small basin, pour some mineral water, and get a few clean rags. And Zhao, take off Tingting's gauze first. It is very likely that the high fever is caused by inflammation of the wound. After a tense and orderly arrangement, the people who just woke up from the dream quickly understood the situation, tidied themselves up in a few seconds, and got busy. Aunt Zhao took over He Zixuan's action of wiping Lu Tingting's sweat, and told her to put on her shoes first. He Zixuan looked down at her toes blankly, and then realized that she had forgotten about it. Clear water gurgled into the bucket, and two newly opened rags were thrown into the water by Jiang Yame. Rubbed twice, and wrung dry. One was handed to He Zixuan, and the other was wet and placed on Lu Tingting's forehead. Jiang Yame and He Zixuan took turns wiping the sweat off Lu Tingting so that she could sleep more comfortably. Song Song brought their own medicine box, and found ibuprofen and broad-spectrum anti-inflammatory drugs. Lu Tingting had used them in the afternoon, and it was probably difficult to have any effect now. But it was better than nothing. Jiang Jigang, who had hurried out, hurried back with the long-haired man, who was carrying a bag of medicine. Tonight was his shift in the second half of the night, and when he heard Jiang Jigang hurried out to ask for help, he brought the medicine without saying a word. The whole plastic bag was stuffed full. See what you need? The long-haired man glanced at Lu Tingting, who had a high fever, and put the bag in front of Jiang Jigang. The anxious crowd immediately came over to count the medicines. Qingwen capsules, cold medicine, and fire medicine. Most of them were over-the-counter medicines for common diseases and had no effect. At this time, the orange marrow granules caught everyone's eyes. I go make the medicine. He Zixuan immediately got up and ran to the tea room like a whirlwind to get a disposable paper cup. This box of marrow was probably left over from the peak of the flu. There were only a few packs left. He Zixuan looked at the dosage instructions on the box and made up her mind to drink 2 packs directly. In the conference room, Aunt Zhao, who had just removed the bandage, and Song Song, who was lighting the side, looked at the slightly festering wound and couldn't help but take a breath of cold air. You must use trauma medicine, preferably Yunnan Biao powder, which is the most effective in anti-inflammatory and healing. The long-haired man took a closer look and made a conclusion. However, they were trapped in Building 7 by zombies, which was like an isolated island. Where could they find effective trauma medicine? Pray that an employee would have a sudden idea and put a bottle on the desk, and they would just find it. When they killed all the zombies and searched the entire building, Lu Tingting would be close to death. The bag of medicines brought by the long-haired man did not have the right medicine for the wound. But they could not just leave the wound to fester. Aunt Zhao shook her teeth and asked Song Song to help her, using cotton swabs and disinfectant alcohol to clean Lu Tingting's wound bit by bit. The wet cotton swab head touched the wound, like a slow knife cutting meat. The forehead and neck that had just been wiped clean soon had a layer of fine sweat beads, and the person twisted unconsciously. Song Song quickly held her hand to avoid secondary injury. After a simple disinfection, Aunt Zhao asked the long-haired man behind her to help her get a broad-spectrum anti-inflammatory drug. Song Song hesitated to speak. Tingting had already taken this in the afternoon, and it might not be effective. But Aunt Zhao took out the capsules one by one, twisted open the capsule shells, and sprinkled the fine white powder evenly on the 3 scars of varying depths. I hope it will be of some use. Aunt Zhao sighed, and put away the capsule shells and empty packaging at hand. She was not a professional doctor either, and could only help Lu Tingting with some simple common sense. This time, in order to facilitate the inspection of the wound condition, and to prevent the wound from getting worse due to wrapping too tightly, Aunt Zhao did not wrap the wound again, but only covered it with a layer of gauze to prevent dust from getting close. Jiang Yamei had a worried look in her eyes, and wrung out a rag again to wipe the sweat off Lu Tingting, hoping that she would get better soon. Everyone present looked unhappy, and the long-haired man, who had only met a few times, pointed to the door. I am with them in front of the elevator. Call me anytime if you need anything. Jiang Jigang thanked him, but he couldn't smile. The long-haired man patted his shoulder, and didn't say much to comfort him. There were too many separations and deaths on July 1st. They thought they could face life and death after seeing so many corpses. But seeing the people around you suffer is a completely different kind of sadness from the sudden disaster. He passed by He Zixuan. He Zixuan, holding a paper cup, walked without stopping, and returned to Lu Tingting with the medicine steadily. Jiang Yamei patted Tingting on the shoulder. Tingting? Wake up first. Drink the medicine, and then go to sleep. Lu Tingting frowned in a daze, feeling that he was in an ice-cooked lamb hot pot. Half cold and half hot. Hot. Turn on the air conditioner. Chapter 28. Jiang Yamei smiled bitterly, and continued to coax and persuade until Lu Tingting was willing to open her eyes. Seeing that she was conscious, He Zixuan skillfully lifted Tingting's head with one hand, and fed her the medicine slowly with the other hand. As soon as she lay down, the sticky and strange taste in her mouth made Lu Tingting wrinkle her face and open her mouth to drink water. Several people went to pour water at the same time, and those who were a step slower surrounded Lu Tingting. And when Lu Tingting was uncomfortable gesturing, they prevented her from hurting her left hand. For a while, they were in a mess. When she finally fell asleep peacefully, Aunt Zhao also told everyone to take time to rest, and she would watch over Lu Tingting. Several people said they would do it themselves, but Aunt Zhao insisted stubbornly, and asked them to come back to take over in the morning. This was obviously a protracted battle, in order to have enough energy and strength to face the unknown tomorrow. Everyone forced themselves to close their eyes, but it is unknown how many people have been sleepless all night. The second half of the night became particularly quiet after a busy period. Aunt Zhao sat at the head of Lu Tingting's bed, listening to the gurgling rain outside the window, and took Lu Tingting's temperature every hour. This time, the antipyretic medicine seemed to have some effect, and the temperature dropped a little, but it was still not to the point of reducing fever. When the first beam of sunlight from the horizon shone into the park, without the need for an alarm clock to remind them, several people got up silently. With the help of the sunlight, Aunt Zhao lifted the gauze on Lu Tingting's left hand again to check the inflammation of the wound. It was still not optimistic, although it did not continue to worsen. There was no trend of swelling, and they didn't even have the conditions for ice compresses. After giving Lu Tingting another dose of antipyretic medicine, Jiang Jigang looked at Lu Tingting, who had fallen into a coma again, and gritted his teeth. I go to the health center to find medicine. This won't work. The health center in the park is equipped with a variety of emergency medicines and common medicines, and there should also be a reserve of trauma medicines. How do I get there? Jiang Yamei raised her head, revealing slightly red eyes. Aunt Zhao sighed silently, stood up, moved her stiff limbs, and took some food to share with everyone. Eat something first. Everyone held the bread and biscuits in their hands and hesitated to open them. You take a rest. We go out and talk. He Zixuan took the lead and said. Song Song lowered the curtains, and Jiang Yamei twisted a new towel for Lu Tingting and put it on his forehead. As soon as the door was closed, the dull atmosphere seemed to worsen. Song Song, go to the tea room? People who came up from the 8th floor last night kept looking at them curiously in the corridor, and everyone was in no mood to greet each other at this time. How do I get to the infirmary? After sitting down, Song Song asked impatiently. He Zixuan pursed her lips, took out a few sheets of white paper from the supply cabinet on the side, and took out 2 pens. She used a black pen to outline the 2 main roads that shuttle through the park, one horizontal and one vertical. Several buildings were scattered in the park, represented by black squares. Then she changed to blue and directly superimposed the roads on the underground floor on the simple topographic map. There are 3 floors underground in the park. The second and third floors are underground parking lots. And only the underground floor is a living area. There are multiple dining areas, convenience supermarkets, health stations, gyms, and reading rooms on this floor, different from the open spaces on the second and third floors underground. There are many shops on the underground floor, and the corridors are also slightly cramped. There is often a tendency for people to squeeze in during peak meal times. The elevators and stairs on all floors of the park can go directly to the underground. All floors can be connected on the underground floor, forming a U-shaped corridor around the park, and the shops are distributed on both sides of the corridor. The most central part of the U-shaped shape is the Unified Tableware Washing Center. Building 7 is located in the southwest corner of the park. Going down from the elevator is the lower left corner of the U-shaped shape. The health station, gym and reading room are arranged one by one in the north-facing corridor, directly below Building 7. With a distance from the dining area, Zichuan circled that distance and put down his pen. Not far. Song, we can go downstairs through the elevator passage. Go down to the 8th floor from elevator number 2. And change to elevator number 1 to go directly to the basement floor. Because the 4 elevators stopped at different locations, they were able to shuttle between the elevator passages and reach the floors they wanted to go to. What will happen on the basement floor? Zichuan bit his nails unconsciously and muttered to himself. 10:30. The employees must have been at work. In addition, there are people eating breakfast. But there shouldn't be too many. Even so, arriving in a completely unknown environment is still a very risky thing. Jiang Jigang frowned. I can't care so much. Let's go down first and see the situation. Wait. Song called him. Can we ask Zhang Tian to help us? He pointed to the direction of Building 3 on the map. Building 3 is in the middle of the corridor below the U-shaped shape, and the health station is located in 2 directions of Building 7. Let him take a mobile phone or something else that can illuminate and make sound, and attract the zombies under Building 3. And then we will take action. This sounds like a feasible plan. To get out of the elevator, you have to open a fire door to reach the corridor. Let Zhang Tian throw the phone out of the fire door. Set the timer, and hide in the elevator corridor. It won't be too dangerous. Jiang Jigang immediately stood up, went back to the conference room to get the intercom, and called Zhang Tian at the window. The figure soon appeared, and in Jiang Jigang anxious words, Zhang Tian agreed to their plan. Their conversation quickly attracted the attention of others. Many of the people who just came up from the 8th floor last night were strangers to them, and had never met. At this time, they were scattered in groups of 3 or 2. Jiang Jigang was in no mood to care about them, and just hurried past. However, a man stopped him. Are you going to the basement? The man with the wedding ring kept picking his fingers. Perhaps it was the uneasiness and anxiety in his eyes that made Jiang Jigang not turn around and leave. Yes. Can I go with you? Jiang Jigang frowned. Why? I have to go home. My wife is not in good health. There is almost no medicine at home. Jiang Jigang sighed silently in his heart. We are only going to the basement. If you want to go out, you have to find a car yourself. And you can't drive outside. It's okay. My home is in the community next door. I will go there by myself. It's been 3 days. I can't wait any longer. Jiang Jigang pursed his lips. You can go down with us. But we can't help you. You have to find a car and go out by yourself. After getting Jiang Jigang's answer, the man nodded as if he had found a treasure and packed up the few things he had. Luo Fei, who was not far away, saw this scene, shook his head, and did not dissuade him anymore. It can't be stopped. Everyone has their own place to go. Floral water, fire axe, anti-bite equipment and tape. It took a lot of time to prepare everything. Fortunately, all the equipment used to fight zombies 2 days ago is still there. And now they are just picking it up again. They haven't been out of the 13th floor for 3 days. And there is no place to throw it. Anxiao woke up not long after sleeping. And after learning about their plan, she helped to prepare without saying a word. All the things are ready. Anxiao sat next to Lu Tingting and was bringing her medicine. She still had a low fever, and her wound showed no signs of improvement. Jiang Yame poked her head in, not wanting Lu Tingting to see her fully equipped arms and legs. But Lu Tingting still keenly noticed something was wrong. Where are the people? Where are you going? She leaned on Aunt Zhao's arm, barely sat up straight, and her face sank. Come in. One by one, A series of small gourds were scared out by Lu Tingting low pressure. Lu Tingting knew what they were up to without asking. Don't go. I get better. Her words seemed pale and powerless. Sleep a little longer. And Zhao will accompany you. He Zixuan replied. We be back when you wake up. I promise. Yeah. The other three also nodded and smiled to liven up the atmosphere. But Lu Tingting tears fell, as if the pain and fatigue also weakened her psychological defenses. Come back safely, or I beat you up with one hand. They went out. No flags left. And there was no do something else before leaving drama. But Jiang Jigang still couldn't control his mouth. Stay here and don't move. I go downstairs to get you some medicine. Lu Tingting burst into laughter. But when the meeting room quieted down, everything seemed so quiet and empty. An Zhao patted her hand and gave her a comforting smile. In front of the elevator door, Jiang Jigang leaned forward and tentatively reached out to hold the simple iron ladder. Many people gathered here and watched the move. The man who had previously offered to walk with them for a while had already quietly stood in a team and brought two people who decided to go out with him. Luo Fei stood in the crowd. Before the action, she gave Jiang Yame a tennis racket and a fruit knife. I have to keep the axe for self-defense. These two are for you. They are better than wood. The fruit knife is inserted directly into the back of the head, which is faster than smashing the head. These are all Luo Fei experience. Saying thank you seemed shallow. Jiang Yame asked behind Jiang Jigang, is it okay? No problem. Jiang Jigang led the way with a backpack on his back. The bag was stuffed with water and a few packs of biscuits, some emergency supplies, and 2 mobile phones. The handle of the fire axe stretched straight out, one after another, in the long and dark corridor. The open elevator entrance on the 8th floor under his feet was the only light. Step by step, his breathing gradually became heavy, and sweat flowed from the tip of his nose. Stop, Jiang Jigang said to the top. He Zixuan immediately asked nervously, what's wrong? Sweat is running down my eyes. I wipe it off. He Zixuan, This episode significantly reduced everyone's tension, and they occasionally talked to each other during the process. Are you okay? Change the elevator passage on the 8th floor. Jiang Jigang, who arrived first, helped everyone down one by one. Not bad. The 3 men and 1 woman who were about to leave at the end were silent and did not participate in their conversation. They could understand that everyone was just going along the way. Jiang Jigang turned on the intercom, and Zhang Tian kept the phone on, waiting for their news. What's going on? Jiang Jigang, halfway. It will take a while. Okay. I'm here. Call me when you're ready. After replenishing water and resting for 3 minutes, several people set off again. This time, Jiang Jigang, who was counting the floors in his mind, stopped in front of a closed elevator door. He took out his mobile phone and illuminated it. The sign next to it showed that it was indeed the basement floor. Jiang Yame, who was above, took out a crowbar from her backpack, climbed up the iron ladder to Jiang Jigang's side, and the two of them pushed hard along the crack. Bang, bang, bang. The elevator door was pried open with a gap of about 10 centimeters. And then the fishy and rotten smell spread with the wind. It can be seen through the light of the mobile phone. A pair of gray hands stretched out of the gap, eagerly trying to grab some human flesh and blood. They who were hanging on the ladder were the meat hanging in the air. Chapter 29. Jiang Yame saw with her sharp eyes that a black object stretched out from the narrow gap. At first, she didn't realize what it was, until she looked closely. The black was messy hair, and between the hair, there was a gray eye rolling around. Jiang Yame's heartbeat was thumping. The head was covered with messy long hair, and it was also stuck with coagulated blood and dirt. The head without pain was like other waving arms, only knowing to get closer and closer to the living human beings. So it stretched forward with all its strength, and its ears and scalp rubbed against the elevator door, scraping off a layer of bloody skin. Jiang Jigang swallowed his saliva. The gap was getting bigger and bigger, and more zombies were squeezing forward. The two of them climbed firmly on the iron ladder with one hand, and held the crowbar and fire axe in the other hand, while the people above held their breath. The elevator door opened wider and wider, and the zombie in the front sprinted forward and jumped. Before it could reach the two people, it slammed down the elevator corridor and hit the bottom with a bang. The height of about 10 meters was enough for the zombie to break its neck. As expected, there were no zombies with super jumping ability. The zombies fell one after another like dumplings. Jiang Jigang used his mobile phone to take a picture outside, and then gently knocked on the elevator door to confirm that the zombies in the elevator room had all gone down. Then he jumped in and came to help everyone again. The elevator room had been cleaned up, and they did not dare to shine light directly outside, for fear of attracting a group of zombies. The underground floor only had artificial light sources, and it was pitch black at this time, and only the general outline could be seen. The 4 people half crouched in front of the door separating the elevator room from the corridor, observing the number of zombies wandering outside. Jiang Jigang bent over, holding the door with one hand and holding the handle of the fire axe that was not put in the bag with the other hand. No one paid attention to what the 3 people behind him were doing, when a hand suddenly grasped the handle of the fire axe. Jiang Jigang felt the force, and he subconsciously tightened his grip, but his already bent body was pulled back by the retreating force. In the darkness, the specific movements of others could not be seen. Only 2 more heavy breaths were heard. 2 hands desperately dug his fingers, leaving a trail of blood. Jiang Jigang reacted and pressed his body on the fire axe in his right hand. After failing to snatch it, someone kicked him in anger. Song Song and Jiang Yame reacted at this time, rushed up, hugged the waist of an abuser and swooped forward, throwing him to the ground. He Zishuan helped Jiang Jigang up and whispered, "Are you okay?" After pressing the man to the ground, Song Song angrily punched the man under him in the face. Just at this moment, the zombies wandering outside the door seemed to hear some movement and stopped in front of the door. The doors of the elevator and the corridor outside were still open outwards, so the scattered zombies could not get in. But once they gathered together, it would only be a matter of time before they broke through the door. The situation was stalemate. Jiang Yame stepped forward to help Song Song up and distanced herself from the 3 of them. We have no ill intentions. We just want some weapons. There is definitely no way for the 3 of us to go out like this. 2 hours ago, when he begged Jiang Jigang to go with him, he spoke in such a gentle and honest voice. Another low and hoarse female voice sounded, "We don't want to either. But my child is waiting for me at home. Please be kind." Heh. He Zishuan sneered and checked Jiang Jigang injuries. If they wanted weapons, they could have said so when they were upstairs. It was impossible for them to give away their only lethal weapons to others. But it was not impossible for them to chop some tables and chairs with an axe to make their own. They just wanted to wait until a secluded place to take advantage of the weak. Jiang Jigang waved his hands, indicating that he was only kicked twice in the back, and his internal organs were not injured. Get lost? The 4 people stared at them, not daring to leave their backs to strangers again. The fruit knife in Song Song's hand made his attitude clear, and the 3 people could only reluctantly go to the second underground floor. Jiang Jigang wiped his sweat, ignored the pain in his body, and took out the intercom. "Zhang Tian? We are here. Play the music in 3 minutes. Remember to hide well. I don't want Lu Tingting to ask me for someone." He silently distributed floral water to everyone, and sprayed it on their bodies, not sparing any exposed skin, masks, head scarves. After wrapping them tightly, the music started. The rhythmic electronic music echoed in the dark underground corridor. All the zombies ran towards Building 3, not noticing that a door at the corner opened slightly, and 4 sneaky figures slipped out and walked along the wall, walking in the dark environment. Song Song, who was in the lead, walked forward quickly, feeling the wall, and almost tripped several times because of the messy signs on the ground and some soft objects that he didn't want to identify. Although they stumbled, the strong smell of toilet water blocked the zombies' sense of smell. The music covered their footsteps, and they moved forward in the darkness. It was not without obstacles. A half-body zombie whose legs and feet had been eaten by zombies before the mutation crawled on the ground, which scared Jiang Yame. Song Song quickly cut it with a knife, and the tortured body finally got eternal stillness. Passing by several stores, the sound of zombies knocking on the glass doors came from the zombies. Sooner or later, they would break out of the door, which made the group speed up their pace. It was like this moment. The wall came to the end, and after a fork leading to the bathroom, there was a health station a distance away. Song Song stuck his head out first, and sure enough, 2 staggering figures came into view. The firefighter raised his axe and fell, and the remaining one rushed forward and was also smashed in the back of the head by Jiang Yame and He Zishuan. Keep moving forward. Open the door. Check safety. And sneak in. The good news is that no one is entrenched in the health station, and no zombies have broken in. After locking the door, Song Song and Jiang Jigang stood guard at the door with weapons, and the other two opened their backpacks to chase after them. But the bad news is that someone has been here, and the shelves in the back room are in a mess. However, after turning on the phone, the screen light source made Jiang Yamei first notice a piece of white paper on the table on the left-hand side of the door. The handwriting on the paper was messy, and it was obviously left in an emergency. Take less. There are people coming later. It is a caring senior. Jiang Yamei showed the information on the paper to He Zixuan and put the white paper back to its original place. I don't know how many people have come to the health station. Judging from the messy red footprints on the ground, there should be more than one wave of people who have come to look for medicine. Relying on the lighting of the mobile phone to search between shelves one after another, He Zixuan realized that no matter when the note was written, the later comers followed it with actions. There were different amounts of medicines on the shelves. The amount of several common categories left was obviously less, but at least some inventory was left for those who came later. Antipyretics, anti-inflammatory drugs, wound dressings, white medicine, iodine and gauze. The two met up, counted them one by one, and immediately found Song Song and Jiang Jigang and set off on the return journey after confirming that there was nothing missing. Lu Tingting was still waiting. Now was not the time to collect the rest of the supplies. The little light of the health station went out again, witnessing the struggle of groups of people in the park to survive. The music outside had been played for an unknown number of times. Jiang Jigang did not dare to contact Zhang Tian on the intercom, because he was in a space without any separation from the zombies. Two mobile phones were left on the ground, and Jiang Jigang deliberately kicked them to the north of the health station. Further north was the gym. The people who held their breath and concentrated their attention did not know that in the dark gym, several people were lying behind the glass wall and staring at them intently. Really, can't we call them? They are here to find medicine. What if you make a noise now and attract zombies? You go out and help them fight? The young man whose suggestion was rejected pursed his lips. I really want to chat with others. What's going on outside? The others? Why? It's really unfair for you to have only us to chat with you. The young man? Oh. Jiang Jigang didn't know that their appearance aroused the curiosity of the survivors on the underground floor about the outside world again. Following the direction of the music, more and more zombies appeared along the way. Everyone tried to reduce their presence as much as possible, and cross with the zombies at a distance of 2 or 3 meters. If they really couldn't avoid it, they tried to deal with it as quietly and quickly as possible. The return journey seemed much faster, and the road that had been walked once was unobstructed. Finally returning to the elevator room of Building 7. Several people removed the protection on their faces and took a deep breath of air. The cloth strips on their necks were also soaked with sweat, but it was not the time to remove them yet. Jiang Jigang took out the intercom. Zhang Tian? Is he still alive? Squeak. Squeak, after the sound of electricity. The voice of conversation came from the other end. Have you found the medicine? Jiang Jigang, I got it. To make a long story short, I set up 2 mobile phones in the northernmost place and set an alarm. When you hear the sound and the zombies disperse, you can take the opportunity to run over. Do you hear it? What? This is an unplanned arrangement. Jiang Jigang, don't you want to go up and take a look? If you don't come now, when will you wait? Jiang Yamei came forward. The mobile phone can't be taken back anyway, so you should hurry up and we will open the door for you. Okay. After the reply, the 4 people went through the action just now, and now sat on the ground exhausted. He Zixuan pinched the blood-stained clothes on her body, and complained in a low voice. I'm running out of clothes to change. Really? Song Song, it's good to be alive. Even compared to the new people on the 8th floor, we are clean enough. Before they could finish chatting, a ringing sound came from the left. The alarm clock rang. The 4 of them came to the door. The sound of zombies responding to the music, and the sound of their bodies colliding. After the first wave of zombies swarmed away, the remaining zombies with missing arms and legs, only half of their bodies, or those who were somehow insensitive to music, slowly swayed like old men crossing the street, which made the 4 people anxious. But the next second, dong, dong, dong. It was the sound of healthy humans running. Squeak, Zhang Tian dodged into the door, then pressed the door with his backhand to stop the zombies, who were following him a few steps away. Bang! 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 The sound of zombies hitting the door attracted more and more companions. Hitting the fire door. Jiang Jigang carried his backpack and asked Song Song and the other two to climb up the elevator shaft first, and then called Zhang Tian to come quickly. Zhang Tian, who was blocking the door, gritted his teeth and rushed to the elevator entrance. The fire door swung louder. The glass on the door was smashed, and several bloody hands reached in. The group climbed steadily, pulling their muscles and causing pain. About 2 floors later, there was a loud noise from the underground space, and the fire door fell down, and they had already left the building. The confused zombies filled the elevator room, waiting for the next movement of living people to wake them up. Chapter 30. Lu Tingting fell asleep again. The pain made her weak, her muscles sore, and her mind was groggy. She woke up several times, mostly because Aunt Zhao fed her some water and soft bread. Luo Fei also came to see her twice, asking if anyone needed help. They seemed to be organizing an activity to search for the rest of the floors. The sound of discussing plans could be vaguely heard outside the conference room. It was thriving and full of vitality. Sick people would be more sensitive. When Lu Tingting chewed the bread, she wanted to eat salted egg yolk tender chicken pizza. Soft, sweet, and hot. Swallowed the bread, drank 2 sips of water, and continued to lie down with the help of Aunt Zhao. Closed her eyes, not knowing whether it was a good dream or a nightmare. Tingting. Someone was calling her. So noisy. Don't you know that others are sleeping? Tingting. The wound on her hand was affected. Many people were calling her. Lu Tingting raised her heavy eyelids, and in front of her were figures flashing constantly. Aunt Zhao sat on the left, disinfecting and applying medicine to her again. Aunt Zhao looked serious, and while applying medicine, she muttered, "This trauma medicine is very useful. I had a student who fell down during a sports meeting. At that time, it was still a gravel track, and a large piece of skin was rubbed off. I also used this, and it healed in a few days." And on the right is Zhang Tian. Zhang Tian's hair was messy, and there were beads of sweat from his forehead to his neck. There was still a red blush and a few stains on his face, but his eyes were particularly bright. He was also thinner. "Why are you here?" Lu Tingting's voice was soft and gentle. "I am here, and I will never leave you again." Zhang Tian tears rolled in his eyes, and his eyes were fixed on Lu Tingting's face. They all said they were good, but they were all little liars. He reached out to touch her, and then remembered that he hadn't washed his hands yet. So he turned his hand behind his back and wiped his tears. "They are all back." Lu Tingting looked at everyone one by one and felt relieved. "What's the situation underground?" He Zishuan leaned against the window and replied, "There are not many zombies. Mainly employees underground. There are several shops with their doors and windows closed. I guess there should be survivors, but I haven't contacted them. And that health station." Jiang Yame was like a child coming back from a spring outing. She leaned close to Lu Tingting and smiled. Someone left a note at the health station, asking everyone to take only the amount they need and leave some for others. The first few people were very restrained. When we went to find them, there was still nearly half of the inventory. It feels like I can trust humans again. Alas. Lu Tingting sensitively caught the signal. Why? What happened? Jiang Jigang got angry all of a sudden, and stood up to show Lu Tingting a few footprints on his back. Before, a few people said they wanted to go down together, and they went to the parking lot to find a car. Since we were going together, I agreed. Who knew that when we got downstairs, they wanted to rob us? Fortunately, I reacted. Luo Fei, with his arms around his chest, leaned against the door. Hearing this, he raised his eyebrows in surprise. Him? This really doesn't tell a person by appearance. Luo Fei didn't know him either. He ran down from the upstairs with others. He didn't know Luo Fei at first, but he always kept his eyebrows down, and was the one who was eager to leave the park at the beginning. Luo Fei didn't think that such a person would have the idea of robbing things. But on second thought, what is impossible at this time? During their conversation, Zhang Tian gave Lu Tingting a look, indicating that he would go out first. After getting Lu Tingting nod, Zhang Tian quietly stood up, went to the door and pulled Song Song, who had not spoken, out together. Song Song, who was confused, said, ? Song Song. Zhang Tian brushed back his hair. They had exchanged names on the way here. Do you have water? I want to clean up simply. Song Song was stunned. Is this your urgent matter? But he did not ask more questions. He took him to the tea room, pointed to the mineral water for washing, and found a new rag and t-shirt. Thank you. Song, you are quite clean. You just came up and wanted to wash up. Zhang Tian took it and prepared to find a place to clean himself. But when he saw Song golden head, he added, we have met again after a long time, and we must give Ting a good impression. The problem of medicine was solved at this time, and Lu Tingting's spirit was much better, and his jealous nature began to play tricks again. Song, I asked unnecessary questions. When Zhang Tian returned to Lu Tingting, they were discussing cleaning the rest of the floors. Luo Fei was very excited. Do you want to join us? You can form groups freely. Whoever is in charge of the floor will get the supplies. If you cooperate with other groups, you can split them equally. Jiang Jigang was wavering between finding something to do and isn't it good to have nothing to do. When he saw the brand new Zhang Tian walk in, squeezed Jiang Yame aside and squatted next to Lu Tingting. His hair was still a little damp, with a few strands of hair sticking up, looking cute and playful. He was wearing a loose t-shirt, which made him look very young, like a college student. Jiang Jigang, Fox Charm. Jiang Jigang, who held his forehead with one hand, didn't look at the couple holding hands over there, and asked the friends present if they were interested in cleaning the floor. Lu Tingting would definitely not be able to move for the next 2 days, but it would be meaningless for them to stay here all the time, and they couldn't play mahjong and landlords all the time, so they might as well fight zombies and look for supplies. After confirming that they were all willing to participate, Luo Fei nodded. Okay. I call you when the time comes to draw lots to divide the floors. Before leaving, she remembered something and turned around and said, I'm also on your night shift. There will be at least 4 people in the first half of tonight and the second half of tomorrow night. You can do whatever you want. Lu Tingting made an okay gesture to her. This was also because Luo Fei saw that she was still a patient and Aunt Zhao was relatively old. Otherwise, there would be no need for at least a few people. Of course, everyone had to contribute. As soon as she put her hand down, Zhang Tian held it in his hand again, pressing her fingers one by one and pinching them. Lu Tingting had a well-proportioned figure, but she had a pair of small fleshy hands that did not match her figure. No matter how much weight she lost, her small fleshy hands never changed. The soft knuckles and small fleshy dimples, when clenched into a fist, were just like Doraemon's small round hands. Zhang Tian always liked to raise Lu Tingting's clenched fist arm and hum the soundtrack of Doraemon's cartoon when the robot cat took out the props. Then Lu Tingting would backhand a punch. Although the small hand is round, it hurts to hit someone. It was noon, when the sun was the most poisonous. After eating something, everyone stopped playing around and just took out the mahjong tiles to have fun. As for the previous deck of homemade cards, they contributed it to the people on the 8th floor. Song, who went to deliver the cards, never came back. He Zishuan was still wondering if he was left behind because of the shortage of 3 people. He went to take a look and came back with a frown on his face. Someone found a game console. I don't know who brought it to work secretly. Now there are so many people watching and arguing about who can play the next game. Childish man. Jiang Jigang snorted, not realizing that his words also swept him into it. Another male friend, Zhang Tian, who was present, didn't care at all, but enthusiastically discussed the beautiful mahjong of pink mahjong with Lu Tingting. This one looks good. Let's see if there is any custom-made one later. Don't you like the cat with blue bangs? I want a blue one with cat-shaped sequins. He talked non-stop, as if he was sure that he could place an order tomorrow. So he had to finalize all the details now. Lu Tingting listened silently, sometimes nodding in agreement, and sometimes making some suggestions for revisions. After it was confirmed that Song was obsessed with the game, Aunt Zhao, Jiang Jigang, Jiang Yame, and Zhang Tian, who were present, just sat at one table for 4 people. Lu Tingting, who had an injured hand, could only sit next to Zhang Tian and act as a behind-the-scenes military advisor. As for He Zishuan, she gave everyone a shot of prevention after dinner. Don't worry about me. I'm out of social energy. I need to be alone to recharge. Then she laid down on the nap bed and read a novel on her mobile phone. Although they were still in the same space physically, they really did not hear anything outside in the spiritual sense. The crackling sound of mahjong rang out. They sat in a corner where the sun could not reach, and when they turned around, they could see the dust dancing slowly in the light. This conference room now has 6 nap beds. After Zhang Tian came, he put cardboard and a small blanket next to Lu Tingting. And now there are 7 beds. The table in the conference room is used to place cartons, and several cartons are stacked with classified food. Until now, their food is still stored together and distributed by Aunt Zhao. Zhang Tian only brought a backpack when he came, and now he is just living off Lu Tingting. But he promised to work twice as hard in the search work later. In addition, the scattered backpacks, scattered clothes, and entertainment props on the small table make this conference room far from its original function. But it has a bit of the atmosphere of a university dormitory. Heat. Aunt Zhao plays cards very quietly, unlike the noisy Jiang Jigang and Jiang Yame, who will yell and shout when they win or lose. And the good and bad cards are all on their faces. Zhang Tian plays mahjong in a different style. You can see that he is careless. Does he say a few words to Lu Tingting? He plays cards quickly, as if he has not thought about it. But his luck is not bad, and he can win from time to time, which is much better than Jiang Jigang and Jiang Yame, who are helpless under Aunt Zhao's high-end technology. After a few sessions of mahjong, Jiang Yame and Jiang Jigang regained the feeling of being ruled by Aunt Zhao. While wailing, Song Song pushed the door in. He shook the paper in his hand. I drew the lot on the way. Everyone turned to look at him, waiting for a result. Song Song kept it a secret. Ahem. Do you want to fight zombies? This made it seem like they had a choice. But everyone still cooperated one by one. Zhang Tian, looking forward to it. He can't just live off his wife forever. Can he? Jiang Jigang, just do it. Jiang Yame, who was dizzy from losing, said, 2 zombies come to wake us up. Song Song coughed lightly and announced, half of the 12th floor is ours. Luo Fei chose 2 floors in total, the 12th and 11th floors, with about 10 people on each floor. The 13th floor cannot be left unattended, so the 2 sides have to go down alternately. The long-haired man and I have an appointment to discuss it later. Oh, Song Song added. The long-haired man and his 3 colleagues are on the other half of the 12th floor. Speaking of this, Jiang Jigang seemed to be thinking. When we went to the basement before, we opened the elevator door, and the zombies in the compartment jumped down directly. Song Song also knew what he wanted to say. Do it again? He Zixuan sat up and joined the conversation, rather than letting the zombies jump from the elevator. It would be better to let them fall from the outside of the building? It can be seen that she greatly appreciated the action plan of building one at night. Lu Tingting shook his head. I agree. Moreover, we have to think that the elevator shaft is so small in total, and there are zombies underneath. If the ones who fall down don't die, they will crawl up along the elevator shaft in groups. Everyone present had goosebumps. Zhang Tian leaned over to shake Lu Tingting's hand again. That makes sense. Even if we don't consider the zombies climbing up. If the zombies, whether dead or alive, block the elevator shaft on the lower floor, it will be very troublesome for us to contact the lower floor later. At this point, the proposal to let the zombies jump into the elevator shaft by themselves was rejected. But the people on both sides acted together, and it would be better to look at the action plan together. Therefore, everyone quickly changed the topic. Ahem. Jiang Yame glanced at the closed door and asked mysteriously, why is there an extra team with us? Is there any gossip? Chapter 31. Speaking of gossip, this is really exciting. Song Song looked back, made sure the door was closed tightly, and tiptoed to drag the chair to their mahjong table. He Zixuan also put down her phone and hurriedly got out of bed, fearing that she would miss a word. It really has the atmosphere of a university dormitory. Lu Tingting smiled secretly in her heart. Song Song obviously made full use of his business social skills. It's like this. I sat outside for more than an hour and finally figured out the situation. Jiang Yame urged, tell me something real. Remember? Luo Fei told us before that there were 3 groups of people gathered on the 8th floor. Luo Fei and his boss, the long-haired man. It seems that the long-haired man's real name is not a secret, but everyone just tacitly calls him by his characteristics. They are relatively normal, although the subordinates are now overthrowing the superiors and Luo Fei is using force to win over the superiors. The long-haired man is not dissatisfied and often helps Luo Fei do things and manage people. But the other 2 gangs are much more fun. Song Song took a sip of the water handed over by He Zixuan and continued to talk. Among the 5 people who ran down from the upstairs, 2 of them seemed to have a grudge against each other. They usually didn't say a word to each other. No one knows whether it was because they knew each other before, or what happened on the way to escape. The other 3 people also kept silent. But the strange thing is that because they were the only 5 people who were not originally from the 8th floor, they were the only ones who didn't like each other. But they were still very close. Everyone began to imagine what could have caused such a complicated and bizarre scene. If they said they had a grudge, it wasn't a blood feud. It shouldn't be something like pushing people to feed zombies. But if it was a small matter, it's already this time. Can't they get over the friction of a few words in the past? I don't understand. Song Song continued to gossip. Okay. The main event is next. He spread his hands, palms up, and gathered them towards the crowd, indicating that they had to give some tips. Jiang Jigang stuffed a mahjong tile into his palm and pushed it back to him. Don't tell me that there will be no food tonight. Song Song frowned in a wrong manner, and Shizi held her heart in a sad expression. Okay. I continue. Didn't Luo Fei say before that the bosses and team leaders of that department were so angry because of the quarrel in the conference room that they perfectly avoided the most dangerous first wave of chaos? But there is a background to this matter. The boss of their department was replaced not long ago. The original boss may have been taken away by the palace fight. We don't know the situation of the top management. Anyway, after this person came, he cleared out and replaced the original boss's direct line one by one. Laid off those who were laid off. Marginalized those who had no quota for layoffs. And stuffed several backbones into a group, without giving them any production and research resources, so that they incubate their own projects. Jiang Yame touched the pimple on her chin. The situation is very dangerous. So they can quarrel to the bottom. Song Song rolled his eyes in cooperation. Then, here comes the point. The original direct line is not stupid. In the past, the higher rank was overwhelming. I couldn't go against you. Now that the zombies have broken out, should I listen to you? The new boss who parachuted and brought new small leaders. And the original direct line won over the big soldiers who worked. And then the 2 gangs started to make trouble. To be honest, I'm very glad that none of these people can beat Luo Fei. Otherwise it's hard to imagine how bad the ecological environment on the 8th floor would be. Everyone laughed. They are all professionals who have experienced several structural adjustments. And they have a scale in their hearts about the situation. Fortunately, they are fighting to the death within their department. And no one can stand the other side getting promoted. So this situation can be maintained stable. On the surface, Luo Fei, who has the highest military power, is the boss. And undercurrents are surging underneath. Once one side has the upper hand, the human wave tactic can also hold back Luo Fei. But with Lu Tingting and the others here, the scene is different. Luo Fei is the one who occupied the 13th floor effortlessly. And everyone on the 8th floor has to thank her more or less. In addition, she has a good relationship with Lu Tingting and the other 7 people. They are allies who help each other, and can barely deter the aggressive faction that is ready to make a move. After laying a lot of background, Song Song got to the point. This time we were assigned to clean the lower floors, and Luo Fei assigned about 10 people to take charge of one floor. But when those 3 shameless people went to the basement by themselves, the situation on the 13th floor was like this. Luo Fei and the long-haired man who was so popular that he didn't offend anyone, and the 2 girls that Luo Fei and we had worked together to rescue before. Only 4 people were left in the small team that ran down from the upstairs. I found out that the one who left was the woman among the 3 people who went down with us. The other 2 men were originally the young leaders brought by the new boss. After they left, there were only 5 people left on their side, and the old direct line plus the children. 6 people. Song Song finished speaking in one breath and drank 2 big mouthfuls of water. Jiang Jigang, awesome. The game was not played in vain. This social skill is really impressive. Wipe the water droplets from the corners of his mouth. Song Song rolled his eyes unceremoniously. What kind of game are you playing? I was not even allowed to touch the game console. I was just busy chatting and making jokes. These people are really rude. This is the price paid for collecting information. There is always a little emotional value. Jiang Yame asked, so which 3 people will the long-haired man take with us? The most important information was forgotten. Song Song said, there are about 10 people on one floor. The teams of the 2 internal fighting departments are fighting for the external survival team of only 4 people. The result is that the old direct lineage, which is mostly young people, won. Song Song lowered his voice and added, of course, if I choose the same. Have you met the new boss? Everyone shook their heads. Song Song showed a smug smile and revealed, I don't know whether the new boss is broad-minded or not, but it is obvious that his belly can hold triplets. Ahem. Jian Yame, who was drinking water, choked when she heard Song Song's amazing description. Zhang Tian, so exaggerated? Song Song, is it really that exaggerated? It can fit at least 2.5 of me side by side. In a row. Wow. Everyone couldn't help but imagine how strong this person was. With his size, if I wasn't lucky enough to be in the conference room, I guess it would be difficult for me to survive. Because I couldn't run. The 4 people who successfully escaped from the upstairs must know how important agility is. He Zixuan thought of a terrifying possibility. Don't scare me. He won't want to go with us. Right? No. 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 Song Song shook his head like a rattle. After the 2 groups decided to go together, the long-haired man took the initiative to coordinate with the new boss. Their 3 young leaders acted with the long-haired man. I also saw him in the afternoon. He looked normal. After all, everyone has to eat. Song Song added. There is no future if you live off the land. This is another way of checks and balances. If the 2 sides have the possibility of forming an alliance, then they have to support a third party. It will be difficult to deal with a single dominant party. When thinking of this, Lu Tingting was suddenly startled. And then he realized that he had also been marinated by the class flavor. What a painful realization. Lu Tingting grabbed Zhang Tian's arm with his backhand, put his head on his shoulder, and sighed silently. Zhang Tian's eyes flashed with surprise. But then he raised his arm and patted Lu Tingting's head gently. Don't worry. In the middle of the afternoon, the long-haired man brought the 3 airborne leaders who were going to act with them to discuss things. As Song Song said, they all looked ordinary. This is Su Qian. The middle-aged woman with frameless glasses extended her hand to show her goodwill. Full of high-knowledge temperament. Elegant and intellectual. Meng Chu. A typical 2D otaku. Even his bangs are kept perfectly 1 centimeter above his eyebrows, perfectly blending into the company's army of programmers. Ding Funing. A sturdy young man in shorts, his voice full of local manliness. Nodding and greeting. Lu Tingting quickly gave the 3 people code names in his mind. Gao Jijia, Lu Hainan, and Shorts. There was no way. There were too many people showing up one by one, which really tested people's memory, no matter what the people present thought in their hearts. At least on the surface, everyone was communicating very cordially and friendly. Gao Jijia spoke first. Everyone, please sit down. In fact, there were only 4 newcomers standing. Song Song and Jiang Yame stood up tactfully, gave up their stools, and pulled Lu Tingting and Zhang Tian to sit by the bed, forcing everyone present to sit down. Lu Tingting, okay. This side is full of children, and over there are bosses with 1 chair each. Lu Tingting didn't know what others were thinking, but she was a little scared at the moment. If nothing else, this was too much like a formal meeting. The 3 people in front of them had much higher work experience than them, and their rank was not even comparable to her superior Yao Yuan. Of course, there was also a long-haired man at a high level, but the long-haired man and Luo Fei were really approachable, and there was basically no sense of distance. No one spoke, and the scene froze for a moment. Lu Tingting stretched out his right hand and poked Zhang Tian. Zhang Tian responded reflexively, hello? After walking around and introducing everyone one by one, Zhang Tian looked at the 3 of them twice and said, although we didn't know each other before, it's fate that we can meet here in such a difficult time. How did you clean up the zombies on the 8th floor? Accepting Lu Tingting instructions. Take the lead. Rank and rank are a thing of the past. Now the actual combat is still who is stronger and who is better. 5-Point Pants crossed his hands in front of him and smiled. How else can you beat zombies? If you don't agree, just fight. After a few bangs, everyone will fall. It's just zombies. Who hasn't fought before? Song Song rubbed his fingers. Haha. We were discussing it before, and discussed several tactics. Let's take a look together. What? Who doesn't have strength? Do you have brains? Lu Tingting. What's going on? What's going on? Why is the smell of gunpowder so strong? Chapter 32. Seeing you and I talking back and forth. The gunpowder smell in the words is getting stronger and stronger. And the long-haired man hurried to smooth things over. In the afternoon, Luo Fei used a drone to take a look. From the video footage that came back, there were about 40 zombies on the 12th floor. But the good news is that about 10 zombies were separated and trapped in the large conference room. They should have been wiped out at the same time. There were only more than 20 zombies outside. With this number, as long as it is properly controlled, the risk should not be very large. The long-haired man then added, "You went underground in the morning and didn't receive any news." At around 10 o'clock, President AI sent someone up to pass on a message, asking everyone to avoid attracting zombies into the elevator shaft. President AI occupies 5 floors, and the upper and lower development is also within the lower range. If there is a problem with the elevator shaft, they will definitely be the first to suffer. Jiang Jigang's face immediately turned green. He had just finished doing this. Jiang Yame patted Jiang Jigang sympathetically and gave him a look that said, "Don't worry. No one will report you. It's done. The situation is urgent, and there's no turning back." However, what the long-haired man said next really set off the whole scene. The people of President AI encountered a group of mutant rats on the 3rd floor. We guessed that the rats may be running around on each floor through the stairs and elevator shaft. If the zombies in the elevator shaft pile up higher and higher, the rats can easily move around by climbing the corpses. Rats? Mutated rats? Zombie rats? Facing the surprised and frightened eyes of everyone, the long-haired man nodded heavily. Only one of the 3-man team returned. The zombie eagle can hide as long as it stays away from the rooftop. And even if it is exposed to the sky, it can be clearly observed and kept away. But the mutant rats are omnipresent, and the spreaders of germs that run around through door cracks, pipes, holes, and sewers are expanding their sphere of influence again and again. And once they are scratched, people have no chance. Lu Tingting was stunned, and a huge panic arose in his heart. If the news of the animals turning into zombies had been given to President AI at that time, could it have been avoided? Her hands trembled uncontrollably, and were grasped by the worried Zhang Tian. Jiang Yame moved to Lu Tingting's side and patted her shoulder to comfort her. "You can't control this matter. Even if we knew that animals would turn into zombies, no one could have expected that mutant rats would become a disaster so quickly. The sanitation level of the rice factory park is very high." And Xiao also added a few words. According to her understanding, rats have never appeared in the park. This means that the zombie rats that are rampant now came here from the unattended sewers. This conjecture made everyone shudder. If there are mutant rats on the 3rd and 4th floors, then the survivors on the 1st floor underground will have to live with this huge hidden danger day and night. Luo Fei and President AI have discussed it. The 12th floor will be cleared for them to live in. We will take the materials on the 11th and 12th floors, and we don't need the lower floors. When they come up, we will seal all the openings from the 12th floor. Wait, Sister Gaoji spoke. What should we do with the elevator door that has been opened? It can't be closed. Everyone has tried it before. The long-haired man looked grim. We can only seal it with something. Our initial consideration is to use a woven bag and tape to cover it, and then use a table to block it, and pile things to resist it. Jiang Yame, when? The elevator door blocking action on the 13th floor can be carried out after you come back to collect supplies. Wait for AI's zone to bring people up on the 12th floor, and see their pace. Jiang Jigang stood up and moved his hands and feet. That means we have to deal with the zombies, and count the supplies as soon as possible. The long-haired man smiled helplessly. Yes. The 11th floor has been scheduled to take action in half an hour. You can discuss it. And it should not be later than tomorrow morning at the latest. Wait! Lu Tingting suddenly remembered that they still had to be on duty in the first half of the night tonight. Then there was only Zhang Tian. It's better to be early than late. Wait for them to come up and we set off. The 6 people here nodded. And the long-haired man agreed? So the remaining 3 people naturally had to follow. Seeing that everyone was busy, Lu Tingting tugged at Zhang Tian's clothes and pointed downstairs. Before she could open her mouth, Zhang Tian covered her mouth. No! You can't go. Have you forgotten how the wound worsened? Stay here honestly. This time, except for Lu Tingting, everyone was going to fight the zombies. Leaving her alone upstairs, Lu Tingting narrowed her eyes and glanced at Zhang Tian threateningly. Seeing that he turned his gaze away, Lu Tingting had to keep poking his waist with her right index finger, then come back quickly. Although she felt that she had no problem chopping a few zombies with one hand at this moment. If she went downstairs, others would have to keep an eye on her and pay attention to her. So she decided not to cause trouble for everyone. Zhang Tian bent down to avoid her hand, touched Lu Tingting's head, and kept saying yes. Tingting rarely sticks to him like this. He is not the only one who is terrified about the time of separation. The sticky time of the young couple was not ruined by the surrounding environment. But Lu Tingting quickly let go of Zhang Tian and asked him to discuss strategies with everyone and pack up equipment. However, the difficult time started from now. Who will take the lead? The two groups acted together, and everyone was not of one mind. And they didn't intend to be of one mind at all. Who took more risks, and who took less risks was something worth thinking about. Song Song, who had a lot of tricks but didn't intend to use them, played a straight ball. Who are you going to stand in the front row? They couldn't lead the zombies down the elevator shaft, which meant that they would have to secretly pry open the elevator door and sneak in. It is absolutely impossible to enter the stairwell. No one has the ability to go through the mountains of swords and seas of fire. If they break into the window, they have to consider how to bring up the supplies. Anyway, President AI will come up from the elevator shaft, so this door must be opened. But the problem comes after leaving the elevator door. There are wide corridors on both sides, without even a blocking partition. A few pieces of meat are exposed to the zombies alive. They can only fight and retreat. After a brief discussion, the focus of this battle is very clear. That is, whether the people in the front row can block the first wave of attacks. If they can block it, find a stronghold, and have a barrier, everyone will take turns to chop the zombies. And this matter will be easy. If they can't block it, then they will die together. The three airborne trio, who were the only three sitting on the chairs in the meeting room, looked at each other. And it was the long-haired man leaning against the wall who raised his hand first. Count me in. With a ratio of 4 to 6. There must be one more person. Lu Hainan and Wafenka looked at each other. But Gao Jijia was calm and composed. Let me do it. After more than 10 seconds of silence, Wafenka finally spoke. Okay. Jiang Jigang made the final decision. On our side, Zhang Tian, Song Song and I will be in the first row. Yame and Zixuan will be backup. And An Zhao will be responsible for support. Once the formation is clear, the following things will be logical. How to sneak in through the elevator door. What to do first after sneaking in. Which place to choose as a base. Is there any alternative? What to do when there is a gap in the first row. After a series of problems were solved, the outside soon became noisy again. The people going to the 11th floor went down. It was not the first time for everyone to face zombies, and their psychological endurance has been trained well in the past few days. In response to this, Lu Tingting felt that it was probably due to the high-pressure working environment in the past. In the past, if you couldn't adapt, you would resign. And now if you can't adapt, you will die. How can it not be considered a beginning and an end? Luo Fei stood at the elevator entrance and greeted them one by one, saying something like be careful. Come back safely. At this moment, it felt more real that they were going down to fight the zombies. After the noise came to an end, Luo Fei was busy taking inventory and settling the people and things on the 13th floor. They also put in the detailed preparations. Check the weapons. Put on the dirty clothes from before. And reuse the wristbands and cloth strips. Put on the equipment layer by layer. Jiang Yame was asking Jiang Jigang to help her sharpen the front end of the wooden stick with a fire axe. And suddenly her face changed. And she pulled He Zixuan out. When Lu Tingting saw her hurried look, she thought about it and understood it. She quietly went to the medicine box to get ibuprofen, and asked An Zhao for a warm baby and a sugar bag. Jiang Yame, with a pale face, came back and saw that Lu Tingting had prepared everything attentively. She swallowed an ibuprofen, drank a cup of sugar water, and saved the hot pack for the evening. She said ambitiously that with the painkillers, she could still fight. But He Zixuan and Lu Tingting both pulled her with heartache. Why don't you go? Lu Tingting asked tentatively. But Jiang Yame shook her head stubbornly. The formation has been shot. Without me, there will be less combat power. Yame has always been a very competitive person. But she paused for a while and said embarrassedly, Do you have any ibuprofen? I'd take another one to be safe. During this period, everyone did not rest well. And they ate sloppy bread and biscuits, which was not nutritious enough. What if her menstrual cramps were particularly strong this time? It's better to prepare for the rainy day. The two stood by and could not persuade her. Compared with the pain of fainting, vomiting and diarrhea during the menstrual period in the zombie pile, the side effects of taking one more painkiller are nothing. After Jiang Yame finished eating, she continued to do what she had to do as if nothing had happened, leaving He Zixuan and Lu Tingting behind with heavy hearts. But being uncomfortable cannot change the status quo. The reality is that even if you take painkillers, you still have to work hard to survive. Those who even have medicine to take are still lucky. Lu Tingting did not follow him downstairs, but shuttled among the crowd, helping this one pass things, helping that one to lend a hand, and then urgently trained and instructed Jiang Jigang on how to use the fire axe. The fire axe is a rare strategic weapon, with only one on each floor. Of course, the one on the 8th floor was also brought up. Luo Fei asked the people who went down to fight the zombies to use it alternately, and they were fighting bloody battles on the 11th floor at this time. As for the future, because the long-haired man said that he was more comfortable with a fruit knife, the fire axe on the 8th floor would be used by the 5-point pants. Therefore, when Lu Tingting was giving Jiang Jigang a small class, the 5-point pants were also peeking out from the other side. Lu Tingting saw it twice from the corner of her eye, and simply asked him to come over, and she would teach him together. The 3 airborne leaders wanted to try to put on airs at first, but after finding that Lu Tingting and his group did not buy it at all, they began to try to take the people-friendly route. Lu Tingting was fine with it. Anyway, it would not lose a piece of meat whether the attitude was good or bad. But Jiang Jigang had some PTSD because of his experience this morning. Time passed by second. Everyone was almost ready, and the conference room gradually became quiet. Jiang Jigang, who was standing in front of the table, threw the fire axe on the table, and the axe blade was facing the 4 long-haired men. I say it first. Jiang Jigang's voice was very serious, which made Lu Tingting a little uncomfortable. It was at this time that she remembered that Jiang Jigang had not taken the initiative to make people laugh during this period. When did it start? It seemed to be since she was sick. If you are dissatisfied, come up and solve it. Jiang Jigang's words were fierce, but his mind recalled this morning in the dark underground elevator compartment. He bent down desperately, and his back was hit by raindrops. He didn't dodge and block the fire axe to prevent people from snatching it away. Wait until we go down. If someone is doing something behind my back. Jiang Jigang chuckled. Love always doesn't let people throw zombies down. Then I will throw living people down. Chapter 33. The scene was a little stagnant for a moment. The long-haired man and the bangsman smiled almost at the same time. People with high ranks always speak with a condescending scrutiny, especially when they try to be friendly and pleasant. Sometimes Lu Tingting would wonder if this was the dividing line between small leaders and real bosses. The bosses at the top of the workplace food chain are basically 2 extremes. Either they pretend to be perfect, or they simply don't pretend at all. But their smiles have completely different meanings. The long-haired man raised his right hand and swore that he would never stab someone in the back. Prosperity is prosperity, and loss is loss. In front of the zombies, this is a very obvious truth. But the bangsman crossed his arms and seemed a little unconvinced. In psychology, this action means defense and resistance. The long-haired man wanted to shake his head hard to pour out the water in his brain. You can't even beat him, and you might have to rely on others for this trip. So why are you being so stubborn now? Zhang Tian was very smart and put one hand on Jiang Jigang's shoulder, as if to support him. Now Lu Hainan also saw that they were of the same mind, and they might really do something to destroy the body. So he had to nod and reluctantly said I know. It was Gao Jijia who stood up to mediate and ease the atmosphere on both sides. She pointed at the long-haired man and asked him to be a witness. Whoever did less work or had a little idea would have his supplies deducted accordingly. Once this attitude was put forward, everyone was more accepting. Lu Tingting looked around and checked the quality of the protective equipment one by one, and then told Zhang Tian and Song Song to remember to pay attention to Yame's physical condition. It was almost time. The door of the conference room was open, and everyone walked through the aisle to the elevator entrance. The 11th floor team just came up. No matter how they disliked each other in private, the survival of their companions was always a good thing. Only by sticking together could they have a greater chance of survival. Of course, this did not affect their internal struggle while sticking together. The people who stayed behind went up to meet them as soon as possible, greeted them with concern, and were sincerely happy. The excitement and joy in their words were not fake. Lu Tingting also naturally softened her mouth in such an atmosphere, and forgot her anxiety and tension for a short time. Zhang Tian hooked her finger and stood with her on the side of the crowd. Everyone came up with large and small bags on their backs, panting as soon as they landed, pulled off the protective equipment and threw it on the ground, and lay there, panting with their chests rising and falling. Luo Fei stood by the door and helped everyone stand firmly on the ground. The two people in the middle of the team did not carry supplies, but carried the other two people on their backs and trudged through the difficult journey. What happened? For a moment, everyone was terrified, fearing that they would be bitten by zombies. Fortunately, the first person who came up caught his breath and explained in time, "I sprained my ankle downstairs and almost gave it to the zombies as a buffet." "Both of you sprained your ankle? Ouch. Ouch." The young man who was helped down from the back laughed embarrassedly. "I stepped on a zombie, lost my balance and fell, and also brought down the person in front of me." Everyone was speechless, but still waved, "Take a rest. Don't run away." Seeing that this group of people came up, Luo Fei was busy asking people to count the supplies while calling the 12th floor team to get ready to go down. It was already 5 or 6 o'clock, and it would be inconvenient to move after the sun went down. The only one left, Lu Tingting, stood in the aisle and watched these people go down one by one. Jiang Yame, who was leading the group, relied on the fact that Lu Tingting would not care about her at this time, and tiptoed to pat her head. Jiang Jigang, carrying a fire axe, blew a kiss playfully. He Zixuan smiled with dimples, and Zhao pointed at her hand and reminded her to take medicine. Song Song waved his hand freely with a backpack on his back. And finally, there was Zhang Tian. Zhang Tian said nothing, blinked at her with his exposed eyes, and then bent his eyes. Lu Tingting was so familiar with this person that she could completely imagine what he looked like behind the mask. At this moment, she wanted to go down with him, and wanted to say that she wanted to kill some zombies for fun. The figure disappeared into the elevator shaft. Luo Fei patted Lu Tingting on the shoulder. "Old mother, don't look." Lu Tingting didn't argue with her. "Why don't you go down?" After that, she turned around and pulled out a stool to sit at the elevator entrance, looking like a man standing alone against 10,000 men. If there was no bandage on her left hand that affected the visual effect. Luo Fei turned around and reminded those who were lying around to get up early and be careful not to catch a cold. Then lowered his voice and said, "Guan Guyuan is gone." Guan Guyuan is the name of the long-haired man. "Why? Can he represent you?" Lu Tingting smelled the scent of gossip. Luo Fei smiled, half squatted, took out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, took out a cigarette, did not light it, just put it to the tip of his nose and sniffed it. In the eyes of the people on the 8th floor, Guan Guyuan is probably the most talkative boss in the world, willing to help his subordinates, not fighting or competing. Her voice was neither high nor low, and she controlled it so that those behind her could not hear. "Ex-boyfriend." Lu Tingting's eyes flashed with surprise. "He is your cheating ex-boyfriend?" "Oh." Luo Fei was stunned. "I should call him ex-boyfriend. Are you two in an office romance?" Lu Tingting asked carefully. Luo Fei shook her head gently. "I don't have office romances." He had an opportunity to change jobs at that time, and I said, "If you want to work here, let's break up. I can't stand work and life intertwined." Luo Fei is a real backbone of the restaurant, and Guan Guyuan is one level higher than her. It is rare for him to be in this position at this age in large factories that widely promote young people. If he comes, we break up. Her words fell to the ground. As a result, this year, the organizational structure was adjusted again and again, and he became my boss. Don't you think it's funny? Lu Tingting didn't know whether to laugh or not. Luo Fei, hey, how did you fall in love? Lu Tingting was stumped by this question. The relationship with Zhang Tian seemed to be a natural outcome, because they knew each other since childhood, and soon began to secretly fall in love after entering puberty. They lived in different places for a few years, but they quickly started living together after graduation. Of course, she was sure that she liked him, but there were really no thrilling moments. Except for these 2 days. Lu Tingting hesitated again and again, and replied, I haven't considered the possibility of not being with each other. Luo Fei smiled. It was the kind of smile that would appear when you see a cute little Sanhua stepping on a pile of fallen leaves on the side of the road. At the same time, the 10 people who were climbing step by step in the elevator shaft also reached the end. Jiang Yame first took out the floral water and sprayed it up and down the gap of the elevator door, then pulled out the crowbar and worked with Jiang Jigang behind her to press out a small gap. The sound of the crowbar hitting the elevator door obviously attracted the attention of some zombies. Jiang Jigang stretched out his left hand and signaled everyone to be quiet. Cuckoo! Kaka, time hit everyone's heart second by second. Seeing that the outside was quiet, Jiang Yame held her breath, pulled out her mobile phone and clicked twice, then exerted force and threw the mobile phone through the gap of the elevator door to the right front. 10 seconds later, the sound was loud. Jiang Jigang exerted force with both arms, and the elevator door opened in response. With a crowbar swung, Zhang Tian and 5-Point Pants, who had been waiting behind them, jumped down with the mineral water bucket rack tied together, firmly blocking the zombies on the right. This group of zombies had just been dispatched to the right by the sound, and now they reacted and rushed towards the walking food that jumped out of the elevator. Their special mineral water bucket rack was designed specifically for this scene. The light and sturdy iron rack was not a burden when carried in the elevator shaft. 2 of them tied together were just about 50 centimeters long, which firmly separated the people and zombies. But this was not a long-term solution. After all, if people and zombies competed in endurance, it would be a dead end. They were not that stupid. Behind Zhang Tian and the shorts, Jiang Jigang and Jiang Yame ran out one after another. In a few seconds, Jiang Jigang, holding a fire axe, and Song Song, holding a tennis racket, led the way in front and headed towards the lower left side of the elevator. The long-haired man and Jiang Yame turned their backs to them, guarding against the visitors in front of the aisle. "Go!" He Zishuan shouted. Zhang Tian and the shorts gritted their teeth after hearing the signal, exerted their strength, and pushed the blocking rack forward half a meter in one go. Then they let go together, and the zombies and the rack fell down together. The 2 of them immediately turned around and ran to join the others. And at the same time, they did not forget to pull out the weapons from their backpacks. Now the 10 people formed a triangle formation and moved towards the predetermined target at full speed. Jiang Jigang and Song Song took the lead. Jiang Jigang recalled the teachings of Lu Tingting in his mind, stood firmly in horse stance, exerted strength on his waist and abdomen, aimed at the zombie neck and swung, and a stream of dirty blood flew through the air. The long-haired man Guan Guyuan and Jiang Yame guarded the rear and joined Zhang Tian and Wu Fengku, who came, while paying attention to the accidents that jumped out from both sides. While running forward, the other 4 were between their 2 waves of people. At this moment, all the zombies on the 12th floor knew the arrival of the uninvited guests, and were twisting and climbing towards them. The zombies trapped in the meeting room banged against the glass wall, and the dark red liquid flowed down. For a moment, the entire 12th floor was turbulent. However, at the end of the corridor, Lu Hainan looked at the empty work area and cursed. In their original plan, the battle base was the work area in the lower left corner. With so many people, it was a bit difficult to find a meeting room. And the advantage of the meeting room is that it is hidden. They don't have the conditions to play with lure and control flow now. Such a big target jumped from the elevator and ran all the way. Even if the zombies' brains are a decoration, they know to chase the meat instead of stupidly getting close to the music. In this way, when they considered the battle base, they came to the conclusion that they had to take the entire bunker. The role of the bunker is not to let them hide, but to slow down the zombies. As long as they can delay the zombies and let them approach in small groups, the safety level will be much higher with the cooperation of those few people. Therefore, their original base was the work area in the lower left corner. As long as they overturn the file cabinets to block the corridors on both sides, zombies would have to climb over the cabinets first, and then shuttle through the dense area full of tables and chairs. This would be enough for them to find gaps and defeat them one by one. However, something unexpected happened. There were no file cabinets on this side of the work area on the 12th floor. What to do? What to do? What to do, ho ho? Woo woo, the zombies' roars were close to my ears. Chapter 34. It's too late. Zhang Tian, who was at the back, used a stick in his left hand to repel a bald zombie that was running forward, and with his right hand, he stabbed the back of the zombie head. Jiang Jigang turned around quickly, pulled a computer chair and pushed it straight to the right front, tripping the zombie rushing in that direction, and shouted at the same time, "Move the table." Jiang Jigang and Song Song took 2 steps forward, leaned down to stabilize their center of gravity, and their noses were full of sharp rotten smells. They worked together to repel the first wave of zombies that attacked. Now it was impossible to distinguish which was the head and which was the hand. There were limbs with fangs and claws everywhere, and they could only chop and hammer wildly. Behind them, Aunt Zhao and He Zishuan moved quickly, dragging tables and chairs to the aisle. Lu Hainan and Gao Jijia also had a table each. filling the aisle in all directions. At the same time, a large group of zombies were coming. The people guarding the two aisles on the left and right could only fight and retreat to prevent being overwhelmed by zombies. He Zixuan was sweating profusely, seeing that the tables in the aisles on both sides were almost blocked. She supported the table with one hand and jumped onto the table. "Come here!" The high-pitched voice echoed in the air with fierce ping-pong. The forwards on both sides retreated. There were 4 people on Zhang Tian's side. At this moment, Zhang Tian and the 5-point pants barely blocked the pressure, allowing Jiang Yame and the long-haired man to climb onto the table first, jumping between several tables and running back. Then they also jumped up and retreated at a high speed. On Jiang Jigang's side, 2 people guarded an aisle, struggling to do what they wanted. He Zixuan gritted her teeth, quickly jumped over several tables, picked up the computers and bookends on the tables, and smashed them down to create breathing space for them. "Zixuan, catch it!" And Zhao threw the tennis racket to her from a distance. He Zixuan caught it, turned around and started to hit it from above. Song Song first stepped onto the table sideways, and after standing firmly, he held Jiang Jigang with one hand and He Zixuan wrist with the other hand. The 3 of them staggered and seized the opportunity to accelerate their retreat. The sloppy strategic blockade still worked. The zombies were not agile and had no good brains. They could only push with brute force. But the tables were arranged in a mess, and there were several tall computer chairs in the middle. The tables and chairs were stuck on the wall, and they could not be pushed open with simple force. The zombies did not have the rationality to clear the blockage bit by bit. They just knew to rush forward. Some chose to climb onto the table, but they had no way to deal with the high and low debris on the table, and they could not jump or step. So they tripped each other, and the limbs were entangled together. They still didn't care, but just used their hands to support themselves and crawl forward. Some pushed and climbed along the gap under the table, colliding and rubbing between the table legs and chairs, causing the tabletop to make a dull thumping sound. The few people who finally gathered together had no time to confirm each other's safety before they were thrown into a new wave of battle. The zombies in the front were about to stick their heads out from the table and chair barrier. Zhang Tian, holding a fruit knife, and Jiang Jigang, carrying a fire axe, took the lead. The panting man in shorts looked at their backs, took a breath and followed. The key is to hit the vital points accurately to avoid unnecessary waste of physical strength. Jiang Jigang was numb at this moment, and he couldn't remember the force techniques that Lu Tingting told him. He just knew to do whatever felt comfortable. The 3 of them solved a batch, and a new wave of zombies squeezed out again. The dirty blood covered the messy ground, and dark traces were lingering on the soundproof blanket. Putting down the cup, Jiang Yame picked up the crowbar and shook it twice, and then went forward with the rest of the people to help. And Zhao and He Zixuan took the time to arrange the troops and adjust the direction of the remaining tables and chairs in the work area, leaving no space for the zombies to run rampant. Then, they also picked up weapons to assist from the side to prevent the black hands of the Horn Gadari from hitting the people who were concentrating. As the zombies continued to collide, the tables and chairs on the floor gradually moved, but fortunately they still stubbornly blocked the crowd and the zombies. The most difficult wave had passed. Zhang Tian wiped off the stains on his chin, took the paper on the table and wiped the dirty blade, stood up and looked forward. There were not many left. The long-haired man took a big step forward, jumped onto the table, and shuttled between the tables and chairs with his agility, harvesting the zombies stuck in the gaps between the tables and chairs with quick eyes and hands. The battle was decided. Jiang Jigang retracted his strength, and the fire axe fell to the ground with a clang. He just sat down, and then he remembered something and kicked the axe under his legs. He wanted to wipe the sweat, but found that his hands were covered with blood. He was stunned for a moment, and could only bury his head in his arms and rub it for a few times. Song Song and Lu Hainan walked around the front, and then walked around the entire floor, and finally came back to them. It's solved, except for a few closed meeting rooms. Sister Gaoji rubbed her sore shoulders. What should I do? Do you want to solve the problem in the conference room? Zhang Tian glanced at the long-haired man. It doesn't matter whether this is done or not. It won't affect their collection of supplies. At most, it will cause some trouble for President AI. It depends on how Luo Fei and President AI talked before and what they are planning now. The long-haired man raised his hands and stretched his shoulders and neck, and stretched out his tone. Just kill them, and make a quick decision. He pointed at Song Song and Lu Hainan, You two come with me. Song Song had no objection. Fighting zombies. One less zombie means one less zombie. And they will be safer when collecting supplies. After all, Lu Hainan still had to work under Luo Fei for 2 more days. And he would not take the initiative to oppose the long-haired man. So the matter was decided happily. Time was tight. And after a simple 2-minute rest, the group began to assign tasks. The collection of supplies was a sensitive matter. So the long-haired man divided them into teams before leaving. The principle was that the 2 sides would work in pairs and search an area together to avoid any disputes about hidden things that would affect harmony. No one had any objections. The sun began to move westward. And the sun gradually faded. The sky in the distance was still blue and clear. Aunt Zhao made full use of her professional advantages and found sturdy garbage bags from various tool rooms. Distribute to everyone. He Zixuan and Gao Jijia are in charge of the more complex and fragmented work area. They search through every drawer and open every backpack. Basically, they take whatever they can find. After all, the elevator entrance will be sealed after today, and it is unknown when they will collect supplies again. Mobile phones, power banks, power cords, snacks, candies. Zhang Tian, Jiang Yame and Lu Hainan took charge of the collection of food and water. The 3 of them tacitly ignored the refrigerator in the middle of the tea room that was faintly emitting a strange smell. In the hot summer, the power outage lasted for 3 days. It is easy to imagine how fascinating the scene inside would be. The unopened mineral water bottles were piled at the elevator entrance, waiting to be moved together. The glass of the vending machine was broken, and the drinks inside were. The materials, bread, etc. were packed one by one. Napkins, A4 paper, markers, anything useful could not escape the search like a locust passing through. After the 3 of them finished, they joined the search of the work area. The work area was larger, with more fragmented spaces, so the time spent was naturally doubled. Jiang Jigang had exerted too much force in the previous battle, and was still a little exhausted. He gave the fire axe to Song Song, who continued to clean up the zombies, and asked Aunt Zhao to help him check if his waist and abdominal muscles were strained. Jiang Jigang climbed up and down all day, fighting zombies while being attacked from behind. And he was really exhausted. They were right next to the work area, and that was why they realized something was wrong when the 3 long-haired men returned from the other end of the aisle with serious expressions. What's wrong? Jiang Jigang, who was half lying on his stomach, stretched out his white hand and pulled Song Song close. At this moment, the zombies on the floor had been cleared, and Song Song also pulled up the cuffs of his long sleeves to dissipate heat, put down the cloth strips that protected the lower half of his face, and no longer wrapped himself tightly. As a result, the expression on his face was clearly revealed to Aunt Zhao and Jiang Jigang. What's wrong? Jiang Jigang asked again. But he was really worried at this moment. Did mutant zombies appear, or did he see a group of rats? All kinds of bizarre and mysterious thoughts flashed through his mind. The material collection team not far away also noticed the movement here and slowly approached. It was the long-haired man who spoke first. The zombies in the conference room have been dealt with. Isn't that very smooth? Why so serious? There is a conference room over there. When we go in. Song Song finally opened his mouth, paused halfway through, as if he didn't know how to organize his words. There is a corpse inside. Lu Hainan added to Song Song's words in a low voice. He starved to death. Well-dressed, without wounds, curled up in the corner of the conference room. He was unfortunate. The conference room faced the outer community and was cut off from the floors of the park. Otherwise the people in Building 3 would have found him. And his expression. Song Song didn't know how to describe it. And he didn't intend to arouse other people's curiosity. Perhaps that was the embodiment of despair. Song Song asked himself, if he were a person, would he have the courage to go out and face the zombies? Or would he be like that corpse, struggling with hunger and thirst, and finally losing the courage and strength to choose? This is a self-troubled question, because he is not him. Facing He Zixuan worried eyes, Song Song forced a smile to show that he was fine. The golden hair reflected the outline of the sunset in the air. Let's go! He Zixuan gently touched Jiang Yame back. Are you okay? Jiang Yame nodded. After taking 2 painkillers, she was now refreshed and full of energy. The elevator shaft seemed to be able to hear the noise and noise below. The team of President AI was already preparing to come up. Everyone had a backpack on their chests and backs. and several boys had mineral water bottles tied with several layers of plastic bags hanging on their backs, carrying a lot of weight. The long-haired man helped everyone to enter the elevator corridor steadily, climbed the ladder, and finally looked around the 12th floor under the golden afterglow, and turned around and disappeared into the dark elevator room. And above, Zhang Tian, who was leading the way, popped his head out, grabbed the elevator door, and threw the weight behind him to the ground, and smiled proudly at Lu Tingting. Are you on time? Chapter 35. When night falls, the sky presents the color of the sea, and the sea, half of it is almost dark, highlighting the color of the stars, while the other half is still covered with a thin mist, which reveals the layers of clouds. The summer night of July 4th is composed of coolness, sparkling drinks, and horror stories. After a day of running around, I washed off the stickiness and changed the dirty clothes with blood stains. The evening breeze is cool. No one called, but everyone chose a corner of the work area, moved the tables and chairs, laid a small blanket, stepped on it barefoot, and called a few friends to get food and drinks. More and more people gathered, and the open space in front of the French window expanded. A small fan powered by a power bank was set up behind people. Lu Tingting lay on Zhang Tian's legs with her head on her knees, letting Zhang Tian comb her hair one by one. Aunt Zhao opened her wound and looked at it again. The white medicine was indeed very effective. At this moment, the wound had already shown a tendency to heal. Aunt Zhao wanted her to drink another bag of medicine, but Lu Tingting repeatedly assured her that she was refreshed and had no discomfort at all. Next to them, Jiang Yame and Song Song were asking Luo Fei about the operation skills of the drone. He Zixuan was playing with his mobile phone. Jiang Jigang was leaning against the window drinking a carbonated drink to recuperate. No one proposed, but Aunt Zhao silently brought mahjong cards over. Several young people who had been defeated repeatedly looked at the sky and the ground, but did not respond. But soon someone else explained what this was. Then, they happily joined Aunt Zhao's crushing game. Lu Tingting raised his hand to block Zhang Tian action, stood up, picked 2 candies, stuffed one into Zhang Tian's mouth, and ate one himself. What's wrong? Zhang Tian asked vaguely, holding the candy in his mouth. Lu Tingting was thoughtful. Everyone is here. Yes, everyone on the 13th floor is here. The 2 girls who were rescued from the 9th floor came over to thank them. They still didn't look very good. Obviously, the traces of 2 days of hunger and suffering could not be erased so quickly. Luo Fei handed out cigarettes to everyone, and even Song Song came over to ask for one. But she stubbornly did not allow anyone to light up, and even rejected the suggestion of going to the rooftop to smoke, and mercilessly scared everyone with the zombie eagle. Lu Tingting smiled and watched how Luo Fei intimidated the whole audience, so that all the old smokers could only smell the cigarettes honestly to satisfy their cravings. But at this time, she glimpsed again that the long-haired man quietly came around from behind and sat on the open space next to Luo Fei, put down the coconut water and canned Americano in his hand, made a simple coconut Americano with a paper cup, and handed it to Luo Fei. Luo Fei didn't even look at what was in the cup, just took a few sips and handed it back to the long-haired man. Oh! Wow! Lu Tingting watched the scene with interest. Zhang Tian noticed that Lu Tingting's eyes were on the long-haired man, and he came over to kiss her unhappily. After learning the important gossip, Lu Tingting had no way to share it, so she pushed his face away. Don't make trouble, sister. Zhang Tian pretended to stick to her closer. What's so good about them? Love? Lu Tingting turned around in surprise. How did you know? She deliberately lowered her body, fearing that Jiang Jigang and others next to her would hear it. Luo Fei told her privately that they had been in love, and she couldn't spread it without permission. Do you still need to guess? Zhang Tian raised the corner of his mouth. Adult men and women, or superiors and subordinates? It's not interesting. Would they drink water from the same cup? It turned out that he just saw that they were having an affair. Lu Tingting hooked his finger and nodded in praise. Really smart. Zhang Tian didn't know why but felt that he was scolded. ? Lu Tingting smiled but didn't say anything. A familiar wailing sound came from the mahjong game over there. It was obvious that 3 more people were swept away by Aunt Zhao's autumn wind. Some people were bored and played truth or dare. From time to time, cheers and boos were heard, and some people shouted loudly that they couldn't afford to play. Can't afford to play. Being in a crowd like this, quietly snuggling with Zhang Tian, it was like an ordinary gathering of friends. Some people kissed openly, and some people touched their fingers while playing and laughing. But soon, the people talking in groups of 3 or 2 couldn't help but lower their voices, and the laughter seemed to be paused. This story is my personal experience. Luo Fei's voice was deliberately calm. The ghost story game began. When I first came to Beijing, I temporarily lived in a friend's rental house. It was an old-fashioned community without an elevator. The highest floor was only 6 floors, and my friend rented the top floor. The first day I moved in, I started dreaming. Her voice brought everyone into that strange atmosphere. The old-fashioned concrete stairs, the green paint on the wall just up to the waist, and the mottled traces of Spring Festival couplets on the door. Everyone was immersed in the world created by Luo Fei. Only Lu Tingting noticed that when everyone was startled by Luo Fei's story, only the long-haired man had a smile on his face. Why? Confusion flashed in Lu Tingting's eyes. Luo Fei's story reached its climax. I took that photo to show my friend. At the moment when the suspense was about to be solved, Luo Fei picked up the flashlight in the middle and put it under her face. The white light reflected shadows and highlights on her face. But my friend told me that the person in the photo has the same face as me. Ah! Screams rang out one after another. Jiang Jigang had moved towards Lu Tingting without a trace when he heard half of it. And now he jumped over all of a sudden, hugged Lu Tingting and Zhang Tian, and stammered. Lu Tingting listened to the bickering between Zhang Tian and Jiang Jigang, and comforted the 2 childish ghosts as usual, while glancing at the long-haired man's movements with his peripheral vision. Sure enough, he was not surprised at all, and even laughed with Luo Fei at the reaction of the crowd. There is a ghost. Lu Tingting made a conclusion. Okay. Luo Fei, who ended the ghost story contest with a story, stood up. Let's all go to rest. Rest early? The students who are on night watch stayed for a while. The crowd dispersed in 2s and 3s. Luo Fei walked up to them and briefly explained a few things to do on duty. The plastic film, woven bags, table boards and heavy objects blocking the elevator door have been placed. The work of night watch is not heavy, and it is mainly for caution. When the few people dispersed, Lu Tingting saw the right time, pulled Luo Fei a few steps behind, and asked quietly, "Have you told Guan Guyuan that story?" Luo Fei shook his head. "No." "Why do you ask?" I don't think he was surprised or scared at all. Puff. Luo Fei laughed. "That's because he is that friend. When I first came to Beijing, I stayed in a friend's rental house." As soon as this sentence came out, the long-haired man couldn't listen to the story. "Then did you do it on purpose?" Lu Tingting winked at Luo Fei with a smile. In return for an unfathomable smile, the night watch only required at least 4 people. But 7 people still appeared in front of the elevator without missing a single one, bringing some snacks and bedding. Several people were lying or sitting, chatting to kill time. In order to save power, they did not set up flashlights for lighting, but only lit up their mobile phones intermittently to check the time. 21 o'clock in the evening. There are still 3 hours. When there are various entertainment facilities, 3 hours, especially 3 hours at night, fly by quickly. Pick up the phone, put it down, and it will pass. But in the dark night, every bit is stretched out. Topics that are repeated over and over again. Precious life stories, previous love experiences. All the topics that can be talked about are picked up. When Song Song was still talking quietly, he heard Jiang Jigang rude snoring. Everyone was stunned, first laughing, then rudely giggling. They deliberately controlled the volume. And Jiang Jigang, who was too tired during the day, was still sleeping soundly. "Do you want to call him?" "Let him sleep, and we will go together when we get back." "Okay." I go cover him with a blanket. The clear sound of snoring in the darkness sounded and extinguished. Zhang Tian pulled Lu Tingting over, tested her temperature, confirmed that she was not feverish again, and whispered, "Do you want to rest first?" Lu Tingting shook her head, then reacted and said, "No. I slept too long during the day. The rest of the people on the floor should have gone to bed." At this time, the place was quiet and empty, and it seemed very lonely. Sitting at the elevator entrance, they seemed to be able to vaguely hear the sound coming up from downstairs along the elevator shaft. The team of President AI just moved up today, and they are probably still packing and tidying up, thinking of the people on the floor, the mutant rats. And today is the 4th day of the zombie outbreak. The troubles that were forgotten when getting along with everyone surged up again. Lu Tingting stuck to Zhang Tian, stroking from his arm muscles to his neck. Zhang Tian grabbed her naughty hand and pressed it in his arms, not allowing her to move. Lu Tingting was locked, and she had no intention of resisting. Jiang Yame behind him was quietly discussing with Zixuan how to unlock several mobile phones collected downstairs. The lights were on. Ah! A scream. Ah! The light pierced into everyone's eyes. Everyone's first reaction was surprise. And then, they covered their eyes that were stimulated by the sudden strong light. Is it a call? Jiang Yame's voice was so excited that it was about to fly up. And no one cared whether it would wake up others. It's a call. Zixuan endured her tears and ran to the switch to confirm. The central air conditioner made a wheezing sound when it turned on, and a cold air mixed with the smell of dust rushed out. Is it a call? The lights are on? It's a call. Similar conversations rang in every corner of the park. Jiang Jigang rubbed his eyes in his sleep and asked in a daze, "What's wrong?" There was no need for others to answer him. He reacted for a while, and then jumped out of bed excitedly. The electricity is coming. Everyone on the 13th floor was startled. One door after another opened. As they ran around to tell each other, a collective cheer came from downstairs. It was electricity. It was the dawn of human civilization. The French windows were crowded with people. Many people had just turned over from the ground, not dressed properly, with their hair in disarray. But no one cared about this at all. The city of Beijing was lit up again. The starlight was extinguished, but the vitality was shining. Chapter 36. Tonight is destined to be a sleepless night. In the brightly lit Beijing, the suddenly lit lights attracted the zombies wandering at night to gather in the direction of the light source. Within the range of the virus spread, the animal groups in the mountains and forests look towards the brightly lit city cluster. But no matter how the dangerous source in the dark reacts, for humans, this is a night worth celebrating. In the rice factory park on Hochang Street, Dongsanki. Inside the Pig Trotter restaurant on the first floor of the basement, the girl who was suddenly awakened shouted, "What's wrong? What's wrong? The mice are coming again?" The excited male voice slapped her face. "Are you stupid? What is this? This is light. There is electricity. There is electricity." The girl was still dazed and didn't react. "I can eat hot pig trotter rice." In the corner of the second floor conference room of Building 1. "Do you think we have been forgotten by the world?" The young man, with a marker in his mouth, began his daily routine of sadness. Humanity will eventually come to an end. Is the root of all this an ancient virus brought by the melting of the Antarctic glaciers? Or an advanced attack by alien visitors? The man who dozed off during his chattering looked out the window speechlessly. "God, please take him away. As long as he can escape from this contemporary Tang monk, he will do anything." Snap. The lights outside the window turned on, and it was the familiar night view of Beijing. The man thought that a passing god had responded to his wish. But the next second, the young man's steady voice continued to read behind him. "The power has been restored. It seems that the power system of the entire city, not just the park, is really great. This means, in the convenience store in Building 5. Brother Chi, it's almost time. Everything has been packed. Do you think it can be sent out?" The middle-aged man with cracked lips bent over, stretched his neck, and asked the person sitting on the sofa for instructions. "Wait a little longer." In the convenience store, the curtains on the glass wall were tightly closed, and the door was closed with several thick chains. All the goods were collected in the storage room through the side door. The shelves separated the shopping area. Outside, several people were playing cards and laughing with the people on the sofa chairs. In the dark, several figures inside the shelves shivered. Their wrists were rubbed by the ropes, and they listened to the noise outside with their ears propped up, silent as a cicada. The moment the lights came on, the eyes of the leisurely people were stinging, and they all raised their hands to cover their faces, while the people who fell on the ground inside had messy clothes, and tears of hope slipped from the corners of their eyes. On the 13th floor of Building 7, no one wanted to sleep. After trying the mobile phone and still having no signal, the excited atmosphere stagnated for a second, and then quickly rekindled. The kettle started to work with a gurgling sound, and buckets of steaming instant noodles were passed around by everyone. One mouthful of noodles, one mouthful of soup. In an era of abundant supplies, no matter how difficult the family is, they will not fight for even a mouthful of instant noodles. But after 3 days of eating dry bread and biscuits, a mouthful of mellow and rich braised beef noodles is simply the best delicacy in the world. Drink less. Drink less. Leave some for me. Twisting the meat on Song Song leg, Jiang Jigang looked at his Adam's apple rising and falling, and wanted to grab the bucket directly. Fine. Song Song shouted. And for the first time in a few days, he felt warm in his stomach, flowing along the meridians to his limbs. And his whole body was lazy. Childish. After commenting on the boys' dispute, He Zishuan's eyes never left the pickled beef noodles in front of Lu Tingting. Jiang Yame, is it ready? He Zishuan, it's ready. It's ready. Lu Tingting, I only added water for 30 seconds. But she was also too greedy. And after holding it in for another minute, she couldn't help but lift the lid. Wow. The domineering aroma instantly swept the floor, along with the sound of slurping noodles. Everyone talked about their imaginations about rescue and national actions. The man with bangs had an unreal smile on his face. The signal will definitely come soon. Let's wait a little longer. The man with shorts was unusually optimistic. At this rate, we might be able to get out tomorrow. Go out? Where to? The survivor base? Song Song interrupted. You've read too many novels. Right. It must be to recapture the city. And everyone should go to work and school soon. The man at the next table who I didn't know wailed. No way. Isn't it worth a long vacation to heal the psychological trauma? The topic of work instantly ignited the whole audience. What trauma do you have? I see you eat well and sleep well. And snore louder than anyone else at night. I will quit if you let me go to work. I support you. Whoever falls in love can do it. I want to go home to accompany my parents. Life is too dramatic. I will quit my job when this is over. I will go to Dali, find a homestay, and spend a long vacation. Lu Tingting smiled but said nothing. People who are most eager to quit often stay more steadily, while those who keep silent may change jobs one day. Zhang Tian heard the discussion and came over to ask her, after this is resolved, shall we go back? Where to go? Lu Tingting smiled and pinched Zhang Tian's cheek. You know what I'm talking about, Zhang Tian said aggressively, and used his tried and tested dog eye attack again. You can go home, but let me make it clear first. You go to deal with the adults urging you to get married. Lu Tingting threatened Zhang Tian with his index finger on his nose. Okay. Okay. Zhang Tian nodded. When didn't I go to talk? Perhaps because the relationship between their two families was too close. Zhang Tian and Lu Tingting's self-righteous middle school love was not hidden from anyone. It's better to say that since Zhang Tian was a teenage boy who was hated by everyone and followed Lu Tingting to the interest class, his parents guessed that their son was a spilled water. So, one evening in middle school, the two of them, who pretended to go to the library to study with friends, walked home holding hands and eating ice cream, and were bumped by their parents, who were watching a play together. Tingting father, who was driving, parked the car next to the two of them in a very mischievous way and honked the horn. Then, the four adults saw Zhang Tian's face flushed instantly, pinching Lu Tingting's fingers and stammering, unable to speak. But Lu Tingting asked her uncle and aunt very calmly. It was precisely because of this that after they graduated from college, although their parents did not say it explicitly, their words always revealed their expectations of when they could get married. Lu Tingting was not dissatisfied with this relationship, but she always felt that she was still a child and did not want to enter the marriage hall at a young age. So she usually instructed Zhang Tian to evade the secret urging of the adults on both sides. Now that they talked about going home to live for a while, the adults who had experienced this zombie period must have expressed their feelings about the shortness of life and the early family. Alas, Lu Tingting sighed and told Zhang Tian, don't propose before I say yes. Did you hear me? Zhang Tian nodded, not caring about the weird looks others were giving them, and concentrating on coaxing the cute and overbearing sister Tingting. During the conversation, He Zishuan, who had been fiddling with her phone, suddenly jumped up and said sharply, there's a signal. What? Hearing the sound, everyone grabbed their phones to check, fearing that they would miss the news of their relatives and friends if they were a step late. No. No, He Zishuan said loudly. It's not a mobile signal. You can connect to Wi-Fi. The Wi-Fi in the park is working. Damn. Someone was operating quickly, muttering to himself. The operation and maintenance team is too awesome. Increase the salary. This infrastructure. It's not like a bodhisattva. Fingertips were flying, and the voice became smaller. The phone could not be dialed, but the communication software could be used to contact. Everyone was in a hurry to contact their loved ones. Lovers and friends who were separated by natural disasters and man-made disasters. But they just didn't know whether the other end could receive the message. Some lucky people received the message as soon as possible. And they were so excited that they cried. Tears fell on the ground. And their eyes were red, and they cried with tears and snot. The messages from Beijing received the most replies. And there were very few from other places. The message left for my parents never received a reply. Many people in the university classmates group jumped out to ensure safety. And more people's avatars were dim. Zhang Tian approached Lu Tingting, put his arm around her shoulders, and tried to convey strength to each other. It's okay. Beijing will definitely be the first batch to complete the repairs and restore power. Wait for the news. Their hometown is an inconspicuous small county in the Central Plains. Wait a little longer. With great expectations, many people, like Lu Tingting, silently said in their hearts. Very few people received news from other places. Most of the locals in Beijing contacted their families or friends and learned some happy or sad news. Some people stared at a line of words on their phones. Their eyes were blank and their lips were trembling. The people around them silently pressed their shoulders and accompanied them silently. Some people were anxious, looking at the empty chat interface, praying for a miracle in their hearts, and constantly persuading themselves that maybe the phone was still charging, or maybe the Wi-Fi was disconnected. Only a few people received the verdict. More people held hope in the unresolved blank. And Xiao put down her phone, accepted the fact that no one responded yet, and opened a few packs of tissues for everyone to pass around. The time on duty in the first half of the night also passed in the ups and downs of emotions. It was already early morning. Go to bed. After a long silence, Luo Fei's plain voice came from a corner of the work area. No matter how mixed the heart is, people always need sleep. Whether it is a deep sleep or staying awake until dawn. And tonight, it is probably the latter. Lu Tingting heard Jiang Yamei sigh for the third time. He Zishuan tossed and turned, and finally sat up, leaning against the window and looking at the lights opposite. The park does not have a timer for turning on and off lights. The floors occupied by zombies are brightly lit, like a striking scar on the building. Can't sleep? Lu Tingting asked. She knew that no one was asleep. Jiang Jigang, how about playing with your phone? He Zishuan and Song Song voices sounded at the same time. I don't want to look at my phone. The chat box without messages refreshed over and over again, making people irritable and depressed. When there was no way out at all, I could convince myself not to think or guess, because it would only add to the trouble. But now, perhaps in the next minute or the next second, I can receive news that will be heaven or hell in an instant, which makes all the separations and deaths real again. Ya. She has 2 daughters. Jiang Yamei was lying on the bed looking at the ceiling, and suddenly said this. Only Lu Tingting knew who she was talking about. Zhanya, the person who turned into a zombie in front of them on the first day, was now lying in the closed meeting room on the 13th floor. This September, her little daughter will go to elementary school. Jiang Yamei has the best relationships with people. She can talk to anyone and knows all the gossip. Lu Tingting sighed in her heart and could only say, go to sleep. Time can't make everything right. She didn't know when she fell asleep that night. She only knew that when she opened her eyes the next day, she heard He Zishuan curse. Asshole. Chapter 37. Lu Tingting is really a carefree person. She thought she fell asleep without knowing when. But in the eyes of the other 6 people, after Lu Tingting said let's go to sleep, her breathing gradually became even within 2 minutes. And she fell asleep. Everyone knows that blindly worrying before something happens will only lead to internal consumption. But few people are not affected. Lu Tingting mentality is enviable. And it also gives everyone some comfort. As if listening to her regular breathing, they regained the sense of security of being protected by Lu Tingting. The next morning, Lu Tingting, who had woken up, heard He Zishuan roar outside the door before she could regain her thoughts. Asshole. Before July 1st, Lu Tingting's impression of He Zishuan was that she was a gentle, considerate, understanding, professional and reliable legal teacher. He Zishuan always spoke softly, even when dealing with Yao Yuan demands that were obviously on the edge of breaking the law. She was slow to reason and talk about risks, although the 2 of them had met more often. She also felt the lively and cheerful side of He Zishuan as a young girl, but generally speaking, her gentle nature remained unchanged. However, after July 1st, everyone struggled to survive surrounded by zombies, encountered more dangers, and went through more moments of sharing joys and sorrows. Under high pressure. While He Zishuan was considerate and calm in her daily life, it was inevitable that she would lose control of her emotions. But this was the first time that she cursed someone out of control. Lu Tingting shook her head to sober up a little, and went out to see what happened. She was the only one in the meeting room. Did something big really happen? Why didn't you call her if there was something wrong? Lu Tingting moved her left hand slightly. It was no pain at all when she exerted force. And it was no problem to hit a few people who were not sober. She opened the door, and the chattering and arguing outside became louder. He Zishuan was indeed cursing someone by name. But it was not what Lu Tingting imagined. Zhang Tian, who was leaning against the door with his hands crossed, saw her come out, pulled her to confirm her physical condition, and stuffed her with a cup of warm water and a bag of crispy biscuits, and whispered to her about the whole story. The people who fell asleep last night under the leadership of Lu Tingting did not know that after contacting relatives and friends in the night with Wi-Fi, the people in the park also turned their attention to Fan's intranet. Fan is a dedicated work software within the Fan factory, which integrates instant messaging, shared documents, office tools, and process centers. The purpose is to completely block the office systems of other large factories and ensure that information is highly confidential. But at this time, as a software with real name authentication for everyone in the park and real name searchable, Fan has become a very useful communication tool. For example, last night, Luo Fei immediately created a group chat for all the survivors on the 13th floor, and then pulled a group for the entire building 7, which is actually the 13th and 12th floors. In addition, all the survivors in the entire park were jumping messages in various groups. You are still alive. I am still alive. You are still alive. We are still alive. Simple and funny. But in addition to this, there are all kinds of information. Someone asked for help. 3 or 2 people hid in the conference room. After eating the supplies, they dared not go out again. The 3 of them only had one mobile phone with the last single-digit battery left. After they reported the address, people around them soon sent messages and privately chatted about rescue plans. The major business departments quickly organized all employees to report the number of people in the group and count the employees who were alive. Someone asked for medicine. Although they were not scratched or bitten by zombies, it was inevitable that they would be bumped and bruised during the fight. When they were so nervous, it was inevitable that they would suffer from various disasters and diseases. Soon someone replied that they could exchange supplies for medicine, but they needed to find a way to get it themselves. Some people also pointed out the way, saying that they could go to the emergency medical box on the first floor of the basement or on each floor. Some people shared their survival stories. Jiang Jigang saw 2 brothers who climbed the glasses decoration on building 1 and let the zombies jump off the building by themselves in an emoji group. Some people used their mobile phone alarms to set alarms like them. Some athletes fought in close combat. And some people even climbed the ventilation ducts, but were limited by the barriers in the ducts and finally returned in disappointment. Some people vented their emotions crazily, and the messages in the group were 99 plus at a time, which was dizzying. PMO and administration quickly took action and organized the establishment of major information groups, special survival groups, special material groups, and personnel statistics and reporting groups, etc., leaving the chat groups for everyone to use. After a message bombardment that was even more intense than the project execution period, at 5 in the morning, a video once again detonated the major chat groups in the park. The person who sent the video was Lei Ziqian, a UI designer. He said that he and his colleagues hid in a conference room after the zombie outbreak and shot this video by the window. At the beginning of the video, a familiar sign flashed by the convenience store in the park. Obviously, the purpose of the person shooting the video was to record the appearance of zombies at the beginning. The subsequent shots were mostly concentrated on the open space and lawn of the park, where zombies chased humans, not humans, and alienated humans. A large bloodstain spread under the unfortunate person whose flesh and blood were bitten off. The zombies moved their targets, and when the camera turned back, there was no one on the bloodstain. This 13-minute video was accompanied by the exclamation of the shooter, and the collapse and crying of the remaining survivors in the conference room. In the second half of the video, these sounds gradually disappeared, perhaps realizing that the zombie outbreak was already a global event. This video was no longer a novelty worth spreading, and the shooter put down his phone. But soon, The events he saw prompted him to raise his arm again. This time, the center of the camera was aimed at the convenience store in the park. The convenience store in the park is located on the first floor of Building 5, occupying a full half of the space, with everything from food and beverages to daily household items. Building 5 and Building 6 are the only two buildings in the park that are connected vertically at right angles, which is why the angle of the video shooter can perfectly capture the situation of the convenience store. The convenience store has two doors, one facing west and the other facing south. During peak hours, the flow of people is restricted to the main door and the side door. In the video, through the glass wall, you can see that the clean and transparent glass wall of the convenience store is stained with red blood, and the neatly arranged shelves are scattered during the pushing and running. But this is not the point. A steady stream of zombies are breaking through the gate of the park and chasing the panicked crowd. The door of the convenience store is locked from the inside. The crowd of people seeking survival desperately slaps the glass door, but the people inside are obviously determined not to open it again. The zombies approached and knocked down several people behind. Some people tried to pull them, but they also fell into the tiger's mouth. Some people gritted their teeth and continued to run, entered the building, and disappeared in the camera's picture. The people in the convenience store moved the shelves to block the main door, and quickly sent people to guard the south-facing side door, and pulled down the curtains of the glass windows one by one to block the zombies' sight. But their movements were not as fast as the zombies. The human corpses piled up at the main door attracted a group of gluttons, who attacked the glass door while enjoying the food. Through the glass wall that was not completely covered, it could be seen that the people inside were trying their best to block the main door. But there was not so much pressure at the side door. A figure passed through the glass wall and grabbed the young man who was pulling the curtain. "Damn!" A whisper. In addition to the video shooter, who was concentrating on the movement in the camera, the other survivors in the conference room also came over. What's wrong? Their situation was not good. But fortunately, there were not many zombies on this floor, so there was no worry about breaking into the door at this time. And they had time to observe the movement in the park. The tall figure pulled the young man's collar, causing him to stumble for several steps. His action was sudden, and no one expected what he was going to do, until he kicked the young man in the lower abdomen, knocking him to the ground, groaning in pain, and then untying the rope of the side door. He wanted to throw him out and use him as bait to lure away the zombies at the main door. Someone cursed. The incident happened suddenly, but after the people in the convenience store reacted, two girls quickly went up to pull, but they were both thrown by the tall and strong man. The side door opened a little, and the young man who tried his best to get up and climb was pulled up mercilessly and stuffed out of the door, arguing, accusing, and quarreling. The camera no longer cared about the movement in the convenience store, but focused on the young man who was thrown out. He covered his stomach and looked back, completely giving up the hope that someone would open the door for him, and staggered to another direction to avoid the zombies behind him who moved at the sound. The man's plan worked. The pressure at the gate was reduced by half, and soon someone took over the young man's previous action and lowered all the curtains beside the glass wall of the convenience store. They could no longer capture the movement inside. Lu Tingting watched the video silently with his eyebrows furrowed. At the end of the 13-minute video, the camera turned to the direction where the young man disappeared. Did the zombies catch up with him? Lei Ziqian, the sender of the video, gave the answer. He ran to the back of Building 5, where the video could not capture. A day later, my colleague found that one of the wandering zombies was wearing exactly the same clothes as him. I sent this video to remind everyone. Everyone knows and is waiting for the arrival of the government and the army. But in the eyes of some bastards, human life has been worthless since noon that day. Everyone be careful. Murderer. Except for the group that the administrator set to the top and did not allow relevant messages to be sent. This matter became the topic of everyone. There will be no less friction and contradictions between people. And snatching supplies and occupying territory are also common, which is almost not worth mentioning. But this video shows most directly that some bad guys are just waiting for an opportunity for unrest. And they can't wait to pave the way for themselves with other people's lives. Most people are criticizing, being afraid, and blaming the murderer's behavior. There are also a few people who claim to be neutral and comment that this is also an emergency avoidance and justifiable. Lu Tingting scrolled down and soon saw He Zishuan's speech, crackling and refusing those justifiable remarks, scolding these people for pretending to be reasonable after reading a few legal terms and not whitewashing the murderer. Looking at the time, she jumped into the battle as soon as she woke up. Putting down the phone, the dispute in her ear continued. He Zishuan's eyes were red and her excitement had not yet subsided. Yame and Song Song accompanied her in indignation, wishing to call a group of people out to fight a group fight with the majority bullying the minority, and using violence to solve violence. Do you know him? Or do you know someone else in the convenience store? Someone asked. He Zishuan raised his head, his eyes stubborn. Do I have to know him before I can speak out? Chapter 38. Do I have to know him to speak up? Of course not. Lu Tingting answered in his heart. It was dawn, and the incident continued to ferment, with more and more people discussing it. Lu Tingting sat on the computer chair by the aisle and swiped his phone, and saw the number of small bubbles in the lower right corner grow. I know this. Soon many people sent messages saying that they knew the person in the video. The young man who was pushed out worked in the data security department, and the two girls who came forward to help him were also in the data security department. One was Qian Xiaoxin, and the other was Dong Qian. In addition, the other figures that flashed by in the convenience store were also identified one by one. The man who pushed people to death without any psychological burden was called Qi Weishan. Now his headshot and resume have probably spread throughout the entire Fen factory. Born in 1985, he works in risk control and has basically jumped all over the internet companies. He jumped into the Fan factory at the end of last year with his own direct team. Another thing worth pondering is that it has been 10 hours since the power was turned on, and no one in the convenience store has spoken online. Lei Ziqian, the original video shooter, said that since that day, the main door and side door of the convenience store have been closed, and no one has entered or left. The resources in the convenience store are enough for a few people, since the zombies did not attack and no one went out. It can only mean that something else must have happened in the convenience store. Lu Tingting pulled his hair. What could have happened? A person has committed the crime of indirect murder. What else is there to be afraid of? He Zishuan took the lead, and many people tried to contact Qian Xiaoxin and Dong Qian on their own, but there was no response. Building 5 is in the northeast corner of the park, looking from Building 7 in the southwest corner. It is as small as a melon seed. This matter is somewhat tricky, and it is not appropriate for anyone to be involved in the presidency. Many people even thought that they should wait for the rescue team to arrive and let the police take care of it. But waiting is impossible. Lu Tingting agreed with He Zishuan. If they waited any longer, the person might disappear quietly. What to do? Luo Fei took the fully charged drone, pulled the long-haired man and several volunteers to the rooftop. Since the power was restored, the restaurant, which had unimpeded traffic, had a decision-making organization again. The original decision-making layer became a natural community of interests. The two business line bosses of the operation department and the e-commerce department, who had been fighting each other to death, suddenly shook hands and made peace. Why? Because not so many people bought their accounts. No matter how high your rank is. You told me to take risks and I will go? My life was picked up, in order to prove the value of their existence, and to allow the half-collapsed pyramid structure to survive for a while in the restaurant, at least until the rescue team arrived. The company's senior management actively implemented rescue operations and saved the lives of employees. What a good story it can tell. In short, Luo Fei, who showed off his skills in front of President AI, did not escape the fate of being caught as free labor. The self-rescue plan consists of two parts. On the one hand, it collects information about the trapped people and passes it to nearby people who still have spare energy, encouraging everyone to help each other. On the other hand, it is to check the situation of the survivors to avoid malicious incidents. In addition to the convenience store incident that is being discussed in full swing in Fan, there are actually many incidents that have been suppressed. It can't be said that they have been suppressed, but the evidence is kept first. The evildoers are observed first, and those caught on the spot are tied up somewhere. After all, the Fan factory is not a police station. It has no power base and no trial qualifications. Luo Fei's main participation is to use drones to check the situation of the buildings in the park, so as to facilitate the judgment of the situation based on the number of survivors. It's not that she is unwilling to do this, but in this way, it seems that everything is the credit of the decision-making level, and she has become a white-handed worker, which makes Luo Fei very unhappy. But no matter how unhappy she is, she still has to do it. But on the way to the rooftop, Lu Tingting stopped her. Chat? Lu Tingting pulled He Zishuan and signaled Luo Fei to find a place to talk with her. The three of them found a corner away from the crowd. Lu Tingting searched his pockets and stuffed a lollipop into each of them. Why are you like Doraemon? Where did the candy come from? Luo Fei was surprised. This brand of lollipop is not something that can be purchased from the tea room vending machine in the park. Zhang Tian asked someone to change it. Lu Tingting brushed it off and got down to business. You want to use a drone? Luo Fei tore off the packaging and stuffed the candy into his mouth. The big boss has spoken, and we have to listen. In fact, the CEO of the restaurant was not in the park during this period. As for whether he had contacted him now, these small shrimps could not understand what was going on above. Luo Fei and the long-haired man knew some changes in the decision-making level. The general principle was that whoever was still alive had the final say. Simple and crude but effective. Anyway, as far as Luo Fei knew, AI Zonka had started working overtime again. Lu Tingting went straight to the point. What about you? What are your plans? He Zixuan tried to tear the candy wrapper twice but failed. So she bit it open with her upper teeth in annoyance. Plans? Luo Fei's eyes were deep. What plans can I have? We have to do what the boss says. Lu Tingting smiled slightly. And she was not going to tell the truth. I don't think you need to be so obedient. Lu Tingting turned the handle of the lollipop. Don't you think it's thankless? You did the work. And your credit doesn't count. If you were going to save people, forget it. Is it really necessary for you to fly a drone to do statistics? Luo Fei pursed his lips slightly, and a hint of displeasure flashed in his eyes. Lu Tingting stared at her expression and did not miss the signal. Seeing this, He Zixuan added, drones can do a lot of things. It is not impossible to load supplies when fully charged. I also feel it is a pity that such important equipment is not used effectively. The people who help you save the convenience store are used effectively. They haven't shown their true colors yet. But Luo Fei flipped the table first. Lu Tingting smiled slightly, but did not respond to her words, but continued to ask, what does Guan Guyuan think? Have you discussed it? Why should I inform him? Luo Fei's tone rose, with a little annoyance in his voice. Now He Zixuan also saw that it was not simple. He wanted to follow the boss's wishes, but you were reluctant. You think counting is really boring. This job doesn't need you at all. And most importantly, it doesn't highlight your value at all. But at the same time, you haven't decided whether to go against them. Because you are not sure what the world will become. Whether these people will be reshuffled. Or even whether this industry will be reshuffled. Lu Tingting was straightforward and a little cold. He Zixuan glanced at the two worriedly. You make a lot of sense. Luo Fei nodded, still with a bit of sharpness in his words. If you come to work here, I will definitely make you a regular employee. Lu Tingting skipped this sentence. She never linked this job with her future. So she didn't care about Yao Yuan manipulation in the past. And now she doesn't care about Luo Fei's words. Then come with us. Lu Tingting's expression was very calm. And she didn't feel like she was fooling people at all. But gave He Zixuan a sense of ease. Let's go save people and rob the convenience store by the way. Hee. Luo Fei laughed. Ah. Lu Tingting. You really impress me. Is your sense of justice so strong? Or do you actually like her? You're willing to take any risk to make her happy? Luo Fei pointed at He Zixuan and looked at Lu Tingting, laughing so hard that tears were about to come out. Lu Tingting and He Zixuan rolled their eyes at the same time, and were glad that Zhang Tian didn't hear them. If you mean love, I like my boyfriend, Lu Tingting clarified, and then explained. But I just can't bear to see girls suffer. You are the modern Jiao Baoyu. Luo Fei recovered, was silent for 2 seconds, and said, Hey, give me 2 more reasons to fight you. Lu Tingting pondered for a while. Well, can I give you all the supplies? Luo Fei laughed even louder, and several people on the other side of the corridor leaned over. No. Divide it by head. Or take it out and treat everyone on the 13th floor to a good meal. Luo Fei turned on his phone and checked the time. Do you have a plan now? Negotiation or direct violent solution? If there are only a few of us, this matter will be more troublesome. Lu Tingting directly counted all the people in his team, although in fact everyone had not yet reached an agreement. But now that I have you, isn't it much easier? She hooked her arm around He Zixuan, and her voice became relaxed and playful. Have you thought about it? When will it start? Let's have a short meeting in 10 minutes. You should have something else to deal with. Right? Lu Tingting pointed at the long-haired man and a group of people who were looking around behind Luo Fei. Okay. Luo Fei didn't say goodbye, but walked directly to the long-haired man, took the drone and put it in his arm. I quit. What? Before the long-haired man expressed surprise, the man next to him had a question mark on his face. Luo Fei pulled her hair back, stared into the long-haired man's eyes and repeated, I said, I quit. Let them find someone else to do the statistics. I'm going to do something else. Long-haired man, what? Luo Fei raised an eyebrow. Robbery. After saying that, she turned around, bit the remaining candy in one bite, and threw the lollipop handle into the trash can. Brother Guan, what should we do? The group of people who had volunteered, including the educated woman and the 5-point pants acquaintances, were all hesitant at this moment. They didn't expect that the two bosses would fall out first. Alas, the long-haired man sighed. You can do whatever you want. He took 2 steps forward and was grabbed by the person who asked the question. What are you going to do now? Are you going to do the work assigned to you? Who are they working for? Will your performance be deducted if you fail to complete it? The long-haired man was stunned for a moment. Don't stop me. I have to help her. The phone rang. The lights were not turned on in the convenience store, and the curtains were not opened. The sunlight shone through the gaps in the curtains and cast thin and thin strips of light on the ground. Didn't you say it's okay? What should I do now? Why are you panicking? The dispute over there continued, and they were discussing how to get out. The bright incandescent light made these people realize that the end was coming, and their mobile phones kept flashing and vibrating, and the death warrants were getting more and more urgent and closer. The tall man in the video, Qi Weishan, turned around twice and kicked over the chair viciously, turned around and grabbed the man who didn't dare to speak in the corner, and threw a cloth bag in front of him. Pick out your phone. The shivering man hunched his back and tremblingly dug out a phone from the bag among 5 or 6 phones and handed it over. Turn it on. The man took his phone, connected to Wi-Fi, browsed the meal, and smiled contemptuously. You just stay here, charge your phone, and browse your phone here. If these idiots have any news, tell me immediately. Do you hear me? The man nodded tremblingly. Qi Weishan slapped him on the shoulder. Did you hear me? I heard it. I heard it. After threatening, he stood up and curled up in the sofa chair. What about the 2 women? Send them to the zombies. Eat them up, and see who will find evidence. Then take them out at night. The 4 people smoked cigarettes, and the air in the room was turbid. Qian Xiaoxin in the corner relaxed her breath and adjusted her position behind the shelf lightly. A little closer. A little closer. Her hands, which were tied behind her back, touched the goods hidden under the shelf, pulled them out little by little, and unpacked them under her body. Stainless steel fruit forks, 2 in a bag. After stuffing the package back under the shelf, Qian Xiaoxin tested the sharpness with her palm, and then slowly moved back to her original position. With her back to Dong Can, Qian Xiaoxin reached for Dong Can's hands, and Dong Can's body trembled when their fingers touched. Qian Xiaoxin grabbed her hand, squeezed it hard, and then stuffed a fruit fork into her hand. Chapter 39. So what's the plan? Luo Fei pointed at the paper cup on the table, looked around at the people at the table, and asked. Lu Tingting raised his hand first. Wait! Why are they here? The conference room was a long square table. At this moment, Lu Tingting and 7 others were sitting on one side, and Luo Fei, the long-haired man, and 2 young men were sitting on the other side. The man with bangs pointed at Luo Fei and the long-haired man. I followed them? Luo Fei, I told them that I don't want to do the job of counting the floor situation anymore. I want to go out and fight zombies. It's very dangerous. But they still came. The young man with a huge cat head on his t-shirt nodded. Hello. I'm Wang Xiaojing. I'm glad that we can act together. Everyone. What a cheerful young man. Your boss? Song Song pointed at Lu Hainan. And your boss? And then pointed at the cheerful cat-headed man. Do you have any objections? Lu Hainan rubbed his hands. My boss cried a lot after receiving a video call from his daughter. Now he is determined to eat vegetarian food and keep healthy. He has already signed a letter of resignation. Then I have to find a way out. Right? Anyway, I am clinging to Sister Fei Thai. The corners of everyone's mouth twitched. Lu Tingting thought of his boss's huge body and fat face, and felt that it was really not easy for him to survive in the zombie era. He should really consider keeping healthy. Wang Xiaojing cleared his throat and said excitedly, My boss has no objection. I can do anything. Lu Hainan showed an unfathomable smile. Silly child. Your boss agreed to you because he was afraid that there would be something good here, and he would not be able to catch up. Lu Tingting knocked on the table. Since you are here, let me first tell you about the confidentiality requirements. No matter whether everyone in this conference room will participate in the action together in the end. My requirement is that you are not allowed to tell anyone outside about this matter. Wang Xiaojing blinked. Why? Lu Tingting did not answer him, but just stated calmly that if he needed to explain his whereabouts to others word by word, he should not participate in this matter. Wang Xiaojing scratched his head, and just when everyone thought he would leave, he nodded, okay. If you don't want to tell me, then don't tell me. In the surprised eyes of everyone, Wang Xiaojing shrank his neck embarrassedly. I'm not a fool. There is no future in this place. High risks bring high returns. This kid probably thought they were going to rob the supermarket, and they would feel confident if they had supplies. Lu Tingting didn't realize that the kid she was talking about was actually older than her. Then let's start. He Zixuan turned on the projector with a smart move and connected it to the computer. A topographic map was printed on the whiteboard. Our target is the convenience store. As soon as these words came out, Lu Hainan and Wang Xiaojing's eyes widened. He Zixuan ignored them and continued, the benefits of conquering the convenience store. First of all, the convenience store has a wealth of supplies, which can greatly alleviate our current lack of food types. Especially there are all kinds of furniture and supplies, which will also be a good exchange item when dealing with others in the future. Secondly, thanks to that pervert, everyone in the park now knows that there is a murderer guarding the convenience store. But because of this, we killed him, and our legend spread in the park. And this is legal and reasonable. I am a legal officer. I endorse you. This is a righteous act. He Zixuan stood up and couldn't help tapping the whiteboard with a marker. Finally, saving a life is better than building a 7-story pagoda. There are so many people trapped in the convenience store. Qi Weishan dared to push people to death on the first day of the zombie outbreak. It is impossible to believe that he is making democratic decisions in the convenience store now. Now everyone in the meeting room understands that the last one is the key point. If you want to find supplies, there is a supermarket on the first floor of the basement. You don't have to go all the way to the other side of the park. If you want to establish your authority, joining the rescue team for the trapped is also a good choice. Song Song said, it's not too late to leave now. Wait until you hear the action plan. Jiang Jigang smiled threateningly. If you say you don't want to go, we will tie you up and take you away. Lu Hainan and Wang Xiaojing couldn't help but shrink under the siege of the two. Let's think about it. At this moment, the two guys from the wrong teams began to unite again. Lu Tingting, no later. Decide now. Wang Xiaojing immediately roared, I join. Lu Hainan turned his head to look at him in disbelief. No. You said you would think about it. But you only thought about it for 2 seconds? Wang Xiaojing had a bit of determination on his face. This is what a man should do. I'm tired of scheming every day. It's over. Lu Tingting cried out in his heart. This is a real hot-blooded kid. The arrow is on the string. The man with the bang smacked his lips twice and nodded heavily. I followed you. But I have a question. Why don't you find more people? Looking at the entire conference room, there are 11 people in total. The real top fighting power still depends on Lu Tingting and Luo Fei. Yes, although Lu Tingting's hand is injured, her heroic posture of guarding the elevator entrance alone is still publicized by the social genius Song Song and Jiang Yame. Although her left hand is injured now, under the careful care of Aunt Zhao and Zhang Tian, Lu Tingting has recovered 70% to 80%. Guan Guyuan and Zhang Tian barely give them an 80% discount on their basis. Lu Hainan believes that he can only barely match Jiang Jigang fighting power. They are all a little brute force, but have no fighting consciousness. Faced with his doubts, he Zixuan clicked on Fan on the computer and showed him the news that was flooding the screen. This matter has been discussed until now, and no one in the convenience store has come out to say a word. What does this mean? She didn't expect others to take over, and went on talking directly. It means Qi Weishan controls everyone in the convenience store. They are inside the convenience store, with plenty of supplies. Someone can prove that the front and back doors of the convenience store have not been broken through by zombies, so safety can be guaranteed. In such a stronghold, mobile phones and electricity are impossible to be lacking. But no one has contacted the outside world until now, which means they can't. Song Song leaned back, looked up at the sky, and said, if that video hadn't been leaked? I guess at this time, he would have gotten rid of the people in the convenience store who knew his crimes without anyone noticing. People who often deal with corpses know. Jiang Jigang played a bad joke. Corpses are the most difficult to deal with. But now there are zombies. He just throws them out. It's too late to save people now. Who has the leisure to check the cause of death of each corpse? Zhang Tian nodded. Qi Weishan must have known that the whole park is judging his behavior now. He turned his eyes from Lu Hainan to Wang Xiaojing. And his scrutiny was quite calm. He, or if he uses someone else's phone, will definitely be eager to peek at the screen to find out what the people outside are going to do, and when the government will come. We don't know whose phone he can use to log into Fan. So the safest approach is to strictly control the news. There are many people on Fan who are indignant and say they will take action, whether true or false. They can also help act as smoke screens. Jiang Yamei said contemptuously, to be honest, I don't find it strange that he is desperate now. It's just that he can't escape now that the zombies are besieging the city. Luo Fei reached out and knocked on the table. There is another point. How can one person control so many people? He Zishuan clicked on the video that he had watched countless times and moved the progress bar to the middle. Before the curtain was drawn, more than 10 figures could be clearly seen inside, several of whom were wearing shop assistant uniforms. Either he is so powerful that he can fight 10 people alone. Luo Fei proposed this possibility, and then denied it himself. But it doesn't look like that. When he attacked that person, he just took advantage of the unexpected situation. In terms of skills, he doesn't look like he is practiced. Either. Lu Tingting continued. He has helpers. He Zishuan nodded and confirmed this guess. I have been checking the messages in the group. Several people have not shown their faces, but some people still recognize them. They are his 3 subordinates. He Zishuan pointed at the blurred figures in the video. Hey. Luo Fei suddenly thought of something and asked everyone present. Have any of us contacted him? Or their department? Everyone shook their heads, and only one person remained silent. Luo Fei followed the crowd's line of sight, and found that it was Guan Guyuan who was sitting next to him. The long-haired man sighed and said, Before the structural change, I had contact with Qi Weishan when I was doing commercialization. At that time, one of my subordinates had some unclear accounts with the supplier, and the anti-corruption and risk control departments came together to investigate this matter. Jiang Yamei's eyes were bright. Then what? How did you feel? Actually, nothing special. Just an ordinary person. Guan Guyuan recalled the scene a year ago and said intermittently, But I heard that he got along well with the business team. It was the business team that went wild. He said it vaguely, but everyone more or less understood what he meant. Business is often a high-incidence area for internal transactions. It is not appropriate for risk control to be close to business. Not to mention, some business teams have a culture of doing everything to sign orders. Lu Tingting alone has heard of several cases of dragging customers directly to Sham K. Song Song immediately raised his hand. Not all businesses are like that. There are also people like us who work hard and humble ourselves. Lu Tingting laughed and shook his head. He saw He Zishuan glaring at Song Song and signaled him to put his hand down quickly. Let's get back to the topic. After the long-haired man answered Luo Fei's question, Luo Fei tilted his head and pondered for a few seconds, and said irritably, It's not easy. Indeed. Seeing Qi Weishan and his 3 subordinates colluding with each other, they are now on guard under the bombardment of information. And they also have to take care of the hostages in the convenience store, and the zombies everywhere. Xiener. Lu Tingting called out. Tell me about your plan. He Zishuan received the signal, gestured OK, clicked on the PPT, and entered the projection mode. For people in the workplace, what is confidence and what is always prepared? With the energy of a promotion report, He Zishuan calmly said, This plan is divided into 3 stages. I will talk about them one by one. Here, the battle plan is being worked out intensively. While in another corner of the park, what are you doing? The constant flow of information made Qi Weishan's mood even worse. He pointed to the charging cable packaging that fell on the ground and taught the people who were in a hurry a lesson in a sinister way. If you can't even handle this, why would I ask you to do it? Huh? Go feed the zombies. Forget it. Brother Qi. Come and eat something. The man in white behind him came over to pull him and handed him a steaming hot pot. A bunch of rubbish. Qi Weishan's vicious expression did not disappear. But he did not lose his temper at his brother. Keep cleaning up. Be quick. After persuading people, the man in white said to the clerk squatting on the ground. The clerk nodded a few times and did not dare to look up. After picking up the things that accidentally fell on the ground, he continued to move a few stacked boxes and helped Chi Weishan and his party to pack their luggage. Just when he passed by the shelf in the corner, he squatted down without leaving a trace, pulled out a zombie forearm from a box, and stuffed it under the shelf. The convenience store had experienced zombie fights and man-made tragedies, and the ground was covered with blood that could not be wiped clean. The rotten and spoiled forearm rolled over and over under the force, and silently stopped beside Qian Xiaoxin, who grabbed it. Chapter 40. Staring at the gap in the curtains and the green lawn outside, Qian Xiaoxin listened attentively to the movements of Qi Weishan and his group. After making sure that they would not come over for a while, she secretly poked Dong Can and signaled her to turn around. Dong Can moved his sore limbs and stepped lightly to face Qian Xiaoxin. Both of them had messy hair, pale faces, and chapped lips because they had not eaten for a long time. Qi Weishan only asked the clerk, who acted as an errand boy, to deliver them 2 meals a day, and the amount was only enough to keep them alive for the time being. On the day when the zombies broke out, after Qi Weishan pushed out a scapegoat, the curtains were drawn and the nightmare came. In addition to the 4 of them, there were 3 clerks in the convenience store: Dong Can and Qian Xiaoxin. Qi Weishan, who had the advantage in numbers, completely regarded the convenience store as his own one-man show, and wished he could have a good time as an emperor in the feudal dynasty. Dong Can and Qian Xiaoxin shouted at the top of their lungs to accuse him of killing people for no reason, and the shop assistant sternly chimed in. Snap. A slap. Dong Can's left ear buzzed, and he still couldn't hear it clearly. The older female store manager came up to help immediately, and the other 2 were stunned for a second and then hurried forward. But under the physical advantage, all struggles seemed so powerless. In order to achieve the management and abuse of a few people, they were separated. The store manager's meticulous gray hair was messed up. Her leg bones were bent unnaturally, and she was locked in the storage room with the shop assistants, without seeing the sun, until Qi Weishan realized that they needed a free labor force to take on all the tedious cleaning and sorting work. So a middle-aged male clerk, who was always hunched over, was released, obeying all the instructions of the villain, but would also secretly smuggle some things when delivering food. And they, 2 young girls, were such a dazzling existence in the troubled times. It's just that chaos temporarily replaced order, and people can become resources, become blood that nourishes the grass, and become mud on the ground. Qian Xiaoxin kicked the zombie forearm handed by the clerk out from under the shelf little by little with her foot, and finally moved it between the 2 of them. The sharp stainless steel fruit fork was soaked with the zombie blood. Dong Can used his wrist to force the fruit fork along the cross-section of the forearm, allowing the blade to fully rub against the rotten flesh. The fork was pulled out, bringing out a stream of gray-green pus. Her eyes were full of determination. Qian Xiaoxin moved the numb half of her body that had been lying on her side for a long time, and looked at Dong Can worriedly. They are not good friends. Before July 1st, they were not even friends. Even if the campus recruits, who entered the company at the same time, did not explicitly say that it was a promotion mechanism of survival of the fittest, there were always some subtle comparisons between them. Qian Xiaoxin reached out and touched Dong Can's ear, where some blood stains remained. Does it still hurt? She opened her mouth, but no sound came out. Dong Can understood her mouth shape and shook his head gently. She stretched out her hand, and the 2 of them exchanged survival plans on each other's palms, like busy ants. Today, Qi Weishan is already preparing a retreat, and before they act, they will definitely get rid of him. Qian Xiaoxin and Dong Can both understood that there was no room for hibernation. They held each other's hands tightly in the dim light, exchanging courage and confidence. What are you doing? A call made Lu Tingting, who was standing in front of the window, turn his head and see He Zixuan turning from the corridor, rubbing his sore neck. All prepared? Lu Tingting asked. He Zixuan was still holding a laptop in her hand. Her own computer had been broken when she was running away, and now she was using Lu Tingting. Yeah. He Zixuan, whose hair was neatly tied up, nodded. I have adjusted it 3 times. I hope there will be no mistakes when executing it. Lu Tingting put his arm around her shoulders and pushed her to eat something to replenish her energy. From morning to now, He Zixuan has been busy and racking her brains. Her fatigue has long been written on her face, but she is too stubborn to rest. While she was eating, Lu Tingting poured a cup of warm water and placed it on the table. Even a project team of hundreds of people can't do everything well. Don't force yourself. It's hard to imagine that he's Yixuan, who looks gentle, has such a strong sense of justice. You don't know. He's Yixuan rubbed her sore wrists and said in a calm tone. My original intention of studying law was to become a prosecutor and fight crime. But the year I graduated, I was diagnosed with Hashimoto's thyroiditis. It's not a serious illness, but I couldn't pass the civil servant physical examination. So I ended up here writing contracts for various business lines every day and looking at risks. Ha ha. She laughed at herself. They had never talked so deeply before. He Zixuan didn't know what Lu Tingting majored in college. Nor did she know that Lu Tingting was a top-notch fighter. Lu Tingting also didn't know about He Zixuan ideals and regrets. Legal work is very boring. If the work of pulling reports every day is repetitive and boring, then He Zixuan work should be repetitive and annoying. Every day. Various businesses that are crazy about breaking the law come to ask if they can do it. Why not? Why not? Why others are doing it? Why can't we? She explained one by one, and racked her brains to figure out how to reduce the risk of the business and find solutions. However, even so, the functional departments did not get any benefits. There was serious infighting in the department. Lu Tingting did not hear He Zixuan complain, but just by looking at her changing scope of responsibility, she knew how profound it was to deal with interpersonal relationships and upward management. Lu Tingting held her hand with a sincere look in his eyes. You have tried your best. We will help you in them. He Zixuan felt the warmth of Lu Tingting's palm and nodded silently. At noon on July 5, 2024, Wang Xiaojing's hands flew on the keyboard, mumbling to himself, sighing from time to time. Luo Fei stared at his computer interface from behind, idly waving his phone without mobile signal. The employees of the restaurant were still the ones who were busy on the Wi-Fi in the park. They were talking about the same things. Since she had decided not to work with the bosses, she was too lazy to read the messages. Wang Xiaojing was quite nervous under Luo Fei's gaze, and opened one chat window after another with trepidation. This was also the confusing tactic they had discussed. How to cover a drop of water. Put it in the sea. How to cover a star. Put it on the Milky Way. There were many people who were indignant on the fan page. And there were also many people who sent private messages to scold. But there were still few people who really took action. Wang Xiaojing was assigned the task of lighting a fire here and there. And under Luo Fei's guidance, he successfully attracted several chat groups to arrange plans and programs enthusiastically. Of course, this method is not always successful. After all, now is a time when everyone is in danger. So how can so many people be in the mood to meddle in other people's affairs? There are so many people who are willing to pay attention to this matter with great interest. I am afraid that a large part of the reason is that the employees of internet companies are generally young. Most of them are children under 30. And they have not forgotten the courage and integrity taught in the ivory tower. So Luo Fei will make up for the other part of the confusing tactics. She has excellent personnel and quickly contacted several trustworthy people, asked them to form gangs in the public group, and set up an execution group in a serious manner, so that anyone who comes can listen and see, fish in troubled waters, and confuse the fake with the real. The more muddy the water, the safer they are when they really want to take action. Even if a few confusing plans really touch their edges, it doesn't matter. After all, Luo Fei touched his chin and thought of the strategic plans that He Zixuan had formulated and overturned over and over again. The most important thing is the person who executes it, not the detailed plan. At 12:30 noon on July 5, 2024, Zhang Tian insisted on putting a wooden strip on Lu Tingting's upper left arm to protect it tightly. Now Lu Tingting can't even keep his left hand close to his body. Okay. It's okay. Lu Tingting tried to reason with him in a soft voice. But Zhang Tian couldn't listen at all. Zhang Tian, you move around. Lu Tingting shook his hands up and down, and bent his elbows twice, like a strange robot dance. I need to adjust this again. Zhang Tian pinched the cloth strip and gestured up and down. Lu Tingting sighed and had to let him go. Unexpectedly, Zhang Tian accepted the fact that she also had to go to the convenience store. The convenience store was far away on the other side of the park. There were too many variables to go all the way from here to there and back. Rather than leaving her here alone and separating again, it would be better to tie her tightly to his side. Lu Tingting turned around to show him where there were still places that were not well protected, and cooperated to soothe his anxiety. At 1 p.m. on July 5, 2024, Lu Tingting carried a fire axe and scanned the crowd. For a long journey, you must travel light. Luo Fei chewed gum and fell behind. The long-haired man in front of him carried a backpack with water and food that quickly replenished calories. And most importantly, Luo Fei droned. Further ahead, He Zixuan was helping Aunt Zhao to tidy up the broken hair around her neck. Jiang Yamei and Jiang Jigang rarely quarreled, but talked quietly together. Song Song pulled Lu Hainan and Wang Xiaojing to chatter about something. Lu Tingting raised his eyebrows, thinking that these three people actually talked about the same thing. Then, there was Zhang Tian, carrying a bulging mountaineering bag with supplies for the two of them. The remaining survivors on the 13th floor were scattered in twos and threes. They did not come close, but Lu Tingting could still sense the vague prying eyes. In order to prevent the plan from being leaked, they only said that they were going to collect supplies. "Let's go!" Lu Tingting's voice sounded. Everyone looked forward at the same time. July 5, 2024. 1:30 p.m. Is this here? Lu Tingting, who was at the bottom, pulled out the fire axe on his waist, looked at the corner diagonally below, and asked Jiang Jigang above softly. Yes. After getting a positive answer, Lu Tingting leaned out lightly and threw herself into the elevator room on the underground floor. She rolled to release the force, and at the same time, the fire axe in her right hand flashed forward and harvested the head of the zombie in front. Lu Tingting stood up and jumped lightly twice. After only 2 days of recuperation, her joints were rusted. After moving twice, she felt comfortable all over. The first station, the underground floor. Although there was already electricity supply, the previous zombie tide still caused irreversible damage to the facilities in the park. And the elevator was an example. They could only move through the elevator shaft. Soon, the people behind her jumped down one by one, stepped forward to fight with her, and held up a safe barrier for the companions coming down from behind. The underground floor was arranged in a U-shaped pattern, with dozens of shops in between. Under the white light, it seemed like a different place from the place where Jiang Jigang and others came down yesterday. Dark stains were spread on the ground, and every few steps there were limbs and bloody fragments that were unbearable to look at. The decorative plants in the corners were still standing there, but the tables and chairs were messy, and there was very little sound in the shop. The door between the elevator and the corridor was broken by zombies when they came down to find medicine last time. After quickly dealing with the zombies in the elevator, the group laid several layers of various floral water and perfume-smell walls in front of the door, and then squatted in the blind spot of vision, watching Luo Fei skillfully control the drone to fly out. Chapter 41. Is it my illusion? The zombies seem much weaker? Looking at the images brought back by the drone, Lu Tingting hesitated. She felt it during the fight just now. The zombies' strength and speed seemed not as good as before, but she had rested for 2 days, and she didn't know if this feeling was because she hadn't exercised for too long. When she said this, everyone started to think, recalling the experience of fighting zombies several times. It seems that it can indeed be felt that with the passage of time, the zombies' strength and speed are getting worse and worse. After exchanging a few words and confirming that this was not an illusion of 1 or 2 people, Jiang Yamei's expression seemed very excited. This shows that biology is not dead yet. Zombies are not perpetual motion machines. She was so excited that she could hardly hold back her voice. From the return video, the difference in the underground zombie group is very obvious, except for a few conspicuous ones that are still wandering. The rest seem to have turned on the standby mode, squatting or sitting blankly. Good news. But at this time, ah! A sharp cry pierced into the quiet underground floor like a sharp blade. Lu Tingting turned his head to look, and He Zixuan stamped his feet with a pale face, shaking off a black-brown mouse with bald fur. The mouse was covered with ulcers and sores, and it was a hotbed of countless bacteria and viruses. Wang Xiaojing next to him cleverly hit the mouse in the corner with a stick. The mouse hit the wall and fell to the ground, and a pool of blood spread below. Without time to worry about whether the sound would attract zombies, Lu Tingting asked quickly, "Are you hurt?" But fortunately, He Zixuan shook his head in shock. "No. My feet are wrapped thickly." All people's exposed skin was wrapped in cloth strips. This was a habit they had when they first dealt with zombies. Although it was troublesome and cumbersome, it could not be denied that it was indeed very useful. He Zixuan's eyes glanced at the dead rat in the corner. Although there were shoes and cloth strips between them, The feeling of being crawled on the instep and rubbed by the sharp teeth of the rat was still like a maggot attached to the bone. Without time to think about which corner the rat came out from, Luo Fei shook his hands quickly a few times to make the drone outside hover, and hurriedly said, "Go. The zombies are coming." The previous movement still alarmed the zombies. The zombies in standby mode quickly entered the hunting state and used all their strength to chase humans. Staying in the elevator will only make you a turtle in a jar. No matter how skilled a person is, he can't stay out of the war. The plane can't keep up with the changes. And several people quickly got ready to set off. Lu Tingting took the lead. As soon as she stepped out of the door frame, she saw the zombies on both sides approaching quickly in various curious postures. She paused for a second, turned right with her people, pulled out the fire axe in her right hand, stretched her arm slightly, and rushed towards the nearest zombie. After a few puffs, Lu Tingting no longer wanted to fight after solving the recent hidden danger. She looked back and saw that everyone had caught up. And then she quickly strode through the zombies, kicking down the zombies that blocked the way, and axing the zombies that looked quite aggressive. Zhang Tian and the long-haired man behind her quickly joined Lu Tingting and made a way for the team, running on the corridor on the first underground floor. The few people walking among the zombies kept the team stable. Luo Fei chose to stay at the end of the team, paying attention to the picture sent back by the drone on his mobile phone, while preventing anyone from falling behind. "What should I do?" the man with bangs asked, panting. In the original plan, on the first underground floor, they would dispatch the zombies to the other side with the help of the survivors in the gym and the lure of the drone, so that they could pass safely. However, plans cannot keep up with changes. In the shop facing the corridor, the tables and chairs were against the glass door, but the survivors who were enjoying afternoon tea inside were browsing their phones when they heard a noise outside. They thought it was just another group of people looking for something underground, and didn't take it seriously. However, soon, a group of people ran by with backpacks on their backs, and a group of weird zombies were hanging behind them. The people in the store made Jiang Jigang eyes, and the latter smiled apologetically, a little embarrassed to disturb the rest, and then made a few gestures. Seeing the people inside didn't understand, Jiang Jigang didn't have to worry about attracting zombies at this time. After all the zombies in the underground should be around them. So he simply shouted loudly, "Secret operation. P0 level. Don't tell anyone. Tell anyone. Go out." The echoes collided back and forth on the underground floor. Survivors, running to the corner at the end of the corridor. Lu Tingting and the long-haired man just worked together to decapitate a muscular zombie wearing a fitness vest. When they stood firm, they saw that the corridor on the left was empty, with bright lights and sunlight pouring in from the exit of the corridor. If it weren't for the bloodstains on the ground, it would really look a bit like before. However, it was precisely because of the bloodstains on the ground and the current urgent situation that this tranquility seemed so out of place and so strange. Lu Tingting stopped walking, with a strange situation in front of him and a group of zombies approaching behind him. Time was running out. Lu Tingting gritted his teeth and asked, "Wang Xiaojing, has the person you contacted taken any action?" Wang Xiaojing kept walking, and his fingers quickly brushed a few times, giving a negative answer. He did not issue any orders, and the survivors who had agreed did not rashly attract the zombies over. Lu Tingting, "Luo Fei, is it a drone?" "No. It's hovering at the door of the aisle." From the video, her voice gradually became confused, and suddenly clear. "Oh! In front. There is also a team of people in front." Lu Tingting frowned. At this time, she had to make a decision as soon as possible, since it was not a dangerous place. It was better to move forward than to stay here and be overwhelmed by zombies. "Go! Go! Go!" She ran in the bright aisle, wondering whether the person in front was an enemy or a friend. However, after bypassing the time check gate, the situation suddenly became clear. The entrance to Building 6 is on the right. Open the elevator door and deal with the zombies wandering in front of the elevator, and you can move freely. In front, relying on the pickled fish store as a position, several people armed from head to toe are waving kitchen knives and scissors, using tables and chairs as trenches, and are constantly consuming the zombies' manpower. Looking through the glass wall, there are several people in charge of logistics. Obviously, this group of people did not come from somewhere else, but were trapped in the pickled fish store before. "Do you need help?" Lu Tingting shouted, successfully attracting several zombies to stagger towards them. After 4 or 5 days of running around, these underground zombies did not get enough food. Although they were still unconscious and chased humans by instinct, they were no longer as brave as they were at the beginning. It's okay. Hearing the other party's refusal, Lu Tingting did not hesitate and pushed open the door of the corridor. After cooperating to deal with the zombies inside, Luo Fei, who was at the end of the team, also came in with a drone. Huff and puff. Almost everyone was calming their breathing and recovering their strength from the escape just now. The group of zombies behind them suddenly jumped in front of the door. He Zishuan cleverly turned off the lights in the elevator room. The sound of the zombies outside the door gradually decreased and seemed to spread to all sides. Wang Xiaojing. Lu Tingting suddenly remembered something. Send them a message and play music. They almost attracted all the zombies in the underground. If they got away at this time, most of the zombies would turn to the pickled fish shop in front. Lu Tingting was afraid that the other party would not be able to stop them. Okay. After resting for a while, Jiang Jigang and Jiang Yame stood up first, turned on the lights again, and observed the surroundings. Through the glass window on the fire door of the corridor, Jiang Yame inadvertently met the eyes of the zombies. Most of the zombies trapped in the corridor were incomplete and hideous. When escaping, everyone was pushing and shoving, and zombies and infected people were mixed together. Nails, teeth, limbs, scratching, biting, and trampling. Until now, the corridor doors were all filled with broken limbs and flesh, crowded together, indicating what kind of tragedy had happened here before. However, there was an exception in this door. Its hair was neatly and elegantly gathered and tied behind its head. A few strands of hair deliberately left hung on the side of its face, swaying with the slender earrings. Her face was calm and gentle, without the hideousness of most zombies, nor the fear and despair before death. If she hadn't seen through the glass window that the other party was neither sad nor happy in the zombie group, if she hadn't seen the pair of color-changing eyes, Jiang Yame retracted her gaze and turned to the elevator door. What was puzzling was that 2 of the 4 elevator doors had been opened for the most part, leaving a hollow view. Song Song stepped forward with courage, put his hands on the wall, stuck his head out, then retracted his hands and said, "Both elevators are up there, and we can't see the specific floors. There are several elevator doors open on elevator 2, but only the second floor door is open on elevator 3. Do you want to pry open the other 2 doors?" Jiang Jigang was eager to try with a crowbar in his hand. He Zishuan thought of the elusive rat and shuddered. Goodbye? Everyone agreed. So everyone's attention turned to elevator 3. Needless to say, Luo Fei placed the drone in elevator 3, and the drone suddenly flew up. Several people gathered around Luo Fei, watching the images sent back by the phone. Empty floors, messy tables and chairs, messy ground, and the inevitable bloodstains. But there were no zombies. On the contrary, the camera captured a few humans. Several people who were sitting on the ground eating looked up in surprise and looked at the buzzing drone. A sturdy man with tattoos on his arms stood up, took off the cigarette from his mouth, raised his eyebrows slightly, and showed an interested look. He moved swiftly, raised his legs and stretched out his hands to jump lightly, and was about to touch the drone. But Luo Fei palm flew, and in the middle of the movement, a circle was made, allowing the drone to fly lightly and return along the original path. When the drone returned to Luo Fei's hand, a male voice came from the elevator shaft. "Hey friend, come up to see me." Everyone looked at each other. Chapter 42. Lu Tingting and Luo Fei made eye contact. "What? You can't avoid it. Then go for it." Lu Tingting made a few gestures. "It's impossible to be so heroic and high-spirited." Lu Tingting took Zhang Tian's backpack and motioned that he should go up, and the others would stay behind. Jiang Jigang thought for 2 seconds, proudly showing off his muscular lines trained in the gym, silently indicating that he could also go to support the scene. Zhang Tian quietly stood in front of Lu Tingting, inadvertently separating the two, but did not stop Jiang Jigang from following. Zhang Tian took the lead. Lu Tingting was in the middle, and Jiang Jigang was the last. The movements of everyone climbing the elevator shaft became skillful and sophisticated. "Hi!" Zhang Tian looked up and met 3 pairs of curious eyes. In addition to the tattooed man, who was conspicuous in the video just now, the 2 people who passed by in the video also stretched their heads out. "Wait." Zhang Tian blinked and shook his head slightly. "They really look exactly the same. Left, we are twins. Right, You are not mistaken. Don't doubt yourself. Zhang Tian smiled. The other party did not stop them from jumping out of the elevator shaft one after another. The three of them stood still, looking at each other, and felt a little awkward for a while. The tattooed man who invited them up was the first to break the silence. Don't stand there. Come quickly. He then asked them to go to the tea room. Lu Tingting and Zhang Tian looked at each other, exchanged glances, and then followed the pace. Here, the tattooed man took a bottle of mineral water and put it on the table, and took a few disposable paper cups. Resources are tight. Let's share a bottle. Gulp. Lu Tingting looked at the cup of water in his hand, took a sip, and was a little confused. When did you clean this floor? Jiang Jigang couldn't hold back first. One of the twins, an hour ago. This answer was unexpected, but reasonable. If they had cleared the zombie threat on the second floor early, they should have packed up their supplies and found a high-rise to stay. The second floor is too close to the ground, and uninvited guests like them. Zombie rats lurking in the dark. This also shows that the tattooed man and his three companions also came from somewhere else. Maybe through the underground floor. So the elevator door below was open. Several thoughts flashed through everyone's mind. Only you three? Jiang Jigang asked in surprise. The tattooed man did not answer, but smiled and replied, Only you three? Silence once again swept this small corner. Lu Tingting pondered for a moment and said, We need to take a detour from here to Building 5. Are you going to a convenience store? The tattooed man's fingers swirled around the edge of the disposable paper cup, his eyes fixed on Lu Tingting, without giving a glance to the two boys next to him. Lu Tingting smiled and simply admitted it. Yes. The two of them locked eyes, not giving in at all. Lu Tingting's injured left hand was placed on the table, holding up a paper cup, while his right hand quietly pressed on the backpack beside his knees. The fire axe was in the bag. Lu Tingting didn't give in, but he was already thinking about the chances of winning if he fought. He took out the axe with his right hand and crossed the other person's neck. Then I want to go with you. The tattooed man grinned and looked away first. Brother. Before Lu Tingting and the others could have any opinions, the twins started to persuade them. The tattooed man was firm and insisted that the twins not go with him. Lu Tingting, why? The tattooed man didn't give an answer right away. You have to give a reason. Right? Otherwise, what if you stab us halfway? Zhang Tian said this in a light-hearted and teasing tone. But everyone present knew that he was serious. The tattooed man's silence didn't last long. He knew that these people wouldn't bring a stranger with them for no reason without a legitimate reason. The tattooed man lowered his head and rubbed the back of his neck with his hands. With a somewhat depressed expression, My mother is at the convenience store. Lu Tingting frowned, and the flashing figures in the scenes flashed through his mind, and finally fixed on a few store clerks in uniform. Apparently Jiang Jigang had thought of the same thing. Is your mother a clerk at a convenience store? Yes. That convenience store was contracted by my boss's relative. My parents divorced when I was very young, and my mother raised me alone. After I bought a house in Beijing, I took my mother to live with me. She couldn't sit still and had to find something to do. So I asked her to apply for the position of store manager at a convenience store, which would be easier, and I could take care of her. The days passed normally until the zombies attacked, and there was no news at all. It was hard to contact people in the park, but I found that my mother had become a bystander of a murder case and was trapped in a closed place with the murderer. What about the two of them? Zhang Tian pointed at the twins. The tattooed man, members of my team, being able to accompany each other at this time. They must be close friends. But on second thought, they are not all like this. It is not necessarily for personal interests that one can take action. Now that the situation has been discussed, Lu Tingting took out his mobile phone to call the friends, who were waiting for news downstairs to come up. Jiang Jigang consciously went to the elevator to pick them up, and the twins glanced at them uneasily, trying to persuade the tattooed man. But the tattooed man has made up his mind. And in Lu Tingting's opinion, the situation can be controlled if one more person is brought. Even if the tattooed man is really an excellent actor, they can always control him, and there will be no big trouble. But three strangers, it's different. Therefore, it is absolutely impossible to let Lu Tingting agree to let the twins join. If the tattooed man really wants to find someone sincerely, he will naturally know how to choose the best one. Sure enough, when Luo Fei and others arrived, the tattooed man also successfully appeased the twins and persuaded them to return the same way. It would be safer to stay with the main force. As for him, He would deal with the opponent's moves and keep in touch. The twins glanced around the colorful team of 11 people and reluctantly gave in. They took their things and went down the elevator with grievances. It seems that they are quite confident in their skills, and 2 or 3 of them are confident that they can jump between buildings. Lu Tingting watched the 2 figures disappear around the corner and introduced the tattooed man to the others. Greetings and greetings were omitted. After the plan was synchronized, everyone quickly embarked on the journey. After the call, the work of shuttling between floors to fight zombies was not so difficult. With the cool breeze of air conditioning and the lighting of incandescent lamps, the days of sweating in the dim corridors 2 days ago are really trance when I think back now. These big factory people used to have to fight with the management for several rounds if the brand of bread for afternoon tea was not right. But now they are easily satisfied with the minimum guarantee of modern technology. Building number 6 and building number 5 are designed to be vertically connected. The tattooed man briefly introduced the actions they had completed before. The 3 people had limited manpower. After they came up from the elevator, they first concealed their bodies and breath, and first blocked the fire door between building number 5 and building number 6, and then let go to clean up the zombies on the 2nd floor of building number 6. This also means that Luo Fei pointed to the fire door of building number 6, indicating that everyone behind him should be ready. With a creak, the fire door opened wide. The zombies on the 2nd floor of building number 5 were stunned for a second, as if they couldn't believe that the food fell from the sky. Of course, the zombies' little brains didn't have the idea of believing or not. When the nervous system, which lacked energy supply, reacted, it drove the muscles and meridians to become active, and launched hunting actions again and again. And the humans who took the initiative to attack also moved. After dealing with zombies so many times, everyone had some experience in fighting zombies. For Lu Tingting, this is like a soul game. Aiming at the neck, hitting hard, and it's like instinct when you are familiar with it. Before the brain reacts, the axe is swung out. For Jiang Jigang, he can't make every blow hit the spot, so he has to use his strength to break all the skills. If he can't hit the neck, he will hit the torso first. If he does it over and over again, there will always be a chance to seize it. For Luo Fei, the key to the battle is agility. Even if she is not strong enough to break through thousands of troops, the zombies can't catch her, and she shuttles among the zombies slyly, and the efficiency of headshots is not low. 10 minutes later, the few zombies on the 2nd floor of building number 5 were conquered. Several people did not conduct a thorough search of this floor. Their target is not supplies. Although mosquitoes are meat no matter how small, it is more important to retain physical strength and energy. And Zhao and Yizishuan distributed chocolate and energy drinks to everyone. Replenish energy without causing burden. After a brief rest, Song Song, Wang Xiaojing, and Lu Hainan first patrolled the entire 2nd floor to confirm that there were no zombies stuck somewhere that would jump out from behind while they were paying full attention to the convenience store. After joining the team, the tattooed man seemed to be much less talkative, obeying orders and observing everyone's actions, which was very consistent with the image of a new member. But in the most important stage of conquering the convenience store, he still actively participated in the adjustment of the action plan. To be honest, the plan along the way was very different from the plan of the few people before departure. The rats that appeared on the 1st floor of the basement, and the tattooed man who arrived on the 2nd floor of building number 6 first. The original feint to the east and attack in the west, internal and external cooperation, and luring the tiger away from the mountain were all useless. On the contrary, everyone adhered to the spirit of making a concerted effort, moving forward courageously, and being invincible, and the guiding ideology of, I'm here now. And they also broke here unscathed and added a general. Yes, the tattooed man not only looks very social with his tattoos, but also very social when fighting. The momentum of swinging the stool is obviously the result of his previous battle training. But when it comes to the most critical juncture, capturing the convenience store, everything can't be so careless. How to sneak into the convenience store without anyone noticing? When making a plan, this question is the core problem that everyone is struggling with. The convenience store is located on the 1st floor of building number 5. Run all the way from the ground to the outside of the convenience store wall. They probably don't have the physical strength to fight the zombies on the entire ground. They will be drowned in the sea of zombies before they reach the place. Take a detour from the underground 1st floor and climb directly from the underground elevator passage of building number 5 to the 1st floor. The sea of corpses on the 1st floor can be imagined. The above two plans also have a common problem. The convenience store has glass walls on three sides, whether entering from the outside or from the inside of the first floor. As long as you don't kill into the convenience store instantly, you will alert the enemy. It's easy to imagine that Chi Weishan and his men will not surrender, and taking hostages is almost a foregone conclusion. When everyone was in a mess, Lu Tingting leaned against the window and looked at the large glasses exterior of building number 1, and got an inspiration. The big glasses in building number 1 made it easy for the two people who were trying to survive late at night to kill all the zombies on the first floor. Building number 5 also has the advantage of terrain. Building number 5 and building number 1 are both on the north side of the main road, which is considered the storefront of the restaurant. That is why building number 1 adopts a unique appearance design. And the convenience store in building number 5 uses a lot of glass in the decoration, which is bright and neat. Not only that, the building shape of building number 5 also has a very unique loft design. The lobby of building number 5 is 2 stories high, and a whole skylight is installed directly on the top. Visitors can look up and see the blue sky and floating clouds. In other words, if you break out of the central window on the second floor of building number 5, you can immediately reach the door of the convenience store. Chapter 43. In other words, if you break out of the central window on the second floor of building number 5, you can immediately reach the door of the convenience store. That's why they went all the way down from the 13th floor of building number 7 to the basement floor, and then went around a whole circle to the second floor of building number 5. The tattooed man who met them on the second floor of building number 6 obviously had similar ideas. For him, the best situation is to be able to catch a ride, no matter who it is. No matter the purpose is to save people or find supplies. As long as he can follow him into the convenience store, anything is fine. He joined many planned rescue groups, but they all went to waste in various ways, and none of them took shape. But he didn't know that most of the endless rescue teams on Fan were smoke bombs released by Lu Tingting and others. Wang Xiaojing touched his nose, obviously feeling uneasy and guilty about his behavior that fooled the sincere rescuer. The tattooed man didn't say anything. After a brief moment of shock, he quickly accepted the matter, and even sighed that his luck was still very good. There are so many roads, but he chose the one where the real rescue team would come. Lu Tingting didn't feel uneasy at all, and even agreed with the tattooed man's lucky remarks. Not only for the tattooed man who wanted to save his mother, but also for them to meet the tattooed man, because his mother was the store manager. The tattooed man often took advantage of no one to help his mother when she was on night shift and acted as free labor. He knew the layout of the warehouse behind the convenience store, and the locations of several storage rooms and tool rooms. This information added bricks and tiles to their plan and enriched the details. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon of July 5, 2024, everyone gathered in the middle of the second floor of building number 5. In front of them were 3 full glass walls surrounding the lobby. From here, they could already overlook the crowded zombies in the lobby downstairs. From the tragic situation left now, it is not difficult to imagine what kind of tragedy happened here a few days ago. Even for them who have experienced many battles, they have never seen such a zombie scene. What is shocking is not the zombies still wandering around, nor the blood or limbs, but the layers of corpses, piled up, messy, eating each other. The bodies that died as humans were torn beyond recognition and turned into unrecognizable skeletons. The escape at that time was too tragic. Too many people fled in all directions, trying to enter the convenience store, but no one opened the door for them. So they fell in front of the door. Some people who were bitten halfway turned into zombies, with half of their bodies left to wriggle, opening their mouths to bite everything they could reach. Corpses and zombies were piled up layer by layer, and it was hard to tell what was moving among the mountains of corpses and blood. Jiang Yamei thought she was immune to all poisons, and it was no problem to watch zombies eat. But in this scene, she couldn't help but instinctively churn in her stomach. Everyone's face was ugly. This was a scene they didn't expect. How to shuttle through the sea of blood and corpses. How to open the door that was blocked by 2/3 of the body. Can we, for example, we don't fall to the ground. Song Song's voice was also erratic. Flip down from here. Make a hole in the glass door, and get into the convenience store through the hole? The more he spoke, the lower his voice became. Obviously, he knew that his idea was quite unreliable. It was dangerous enough to go from the second floor to the first floor. Besides, to accurately flip into the convenience store, everyone was not a juggler. For a moment, no one could think of any solution. Is it really still only possible to enter from the side door outside? Lu Tingting touched the glass in front of him, feeling the solid touch under his hand, and felt a little impatient. Time passed bit by bit, and the goal of a quick victory was getting farther and farther away. We can't wait any longer. It won't take much time to come to this conclusion. There are 11 people in their team, which is more than enough to deal with 3 or 4 vicious criminals. The most important thing is not to give the other party a chance to take hostages. Only a quick victory is needed. Only a quick victory. After making up her mind, Lu Tingting looked around the relative positions and chose the innermost position of the convenience store downstairs. Wang Xiaojing. Lu Tingting confirmed that the protective equipment on her body was still firmly tied, and said calmly, "Contact Lei Ziqian and let them prepare. I will take the lead. Break the glass inside the convenience store, and squeeze in first. The first few people will work with me to quickly control the people inside. Knock them all down. Tie them up, and then distinguish who is who. Finally, 3 or 4 people will be needed to guard the glass wall to prevent the zombies from pouring in." A series of arrangements were made, and Lu Tingting was not unaware of the simplicity and haste of this plan. But she had a bad feeling in her heart that it would be too late if she didn't act now. "I'm fine." Luo Fei stood up and said lightly. "In this team, when it comes to the right to speak, Lu Tingting is not the only one who has the final say. Although there would definitely be more people on her side if there was a democratic vote. That was not the logic now. Luo Fei's consent was also crucial. "I can do it." After seeing the scene outside the convenience store, the tattooed man was obviously very anxious. After the emergency deployment, Song Tsong, the long-haired man, the Bangs man, and Jiang Yame were given the most important task of guarding the gate. If they failed, everyone would be finished. After a faint sound came from outside the building, Wang Xiaojing ran back from the other side of the corridor waving his mobile phone, indicating that Lei Ziqian had begun the seduction tactic. This was the task they had contacted before they set out. As the first person to expose the video, Lei Ziqian was the least likely to help Qi Weishan. "Let's go!" Lu Tingting hit the glass with the axe blade with a bang, and He Ziqian immediately cooperated to clean up the remaining glass fragments with the prepared wooden board. Luo Fei took the lead in stepping out of the railing, grabbed it with his backhand, aimed at the target and jumped down, landing steadily on the soft corpse group, and kicked a few times to get rid of the threat on the ground. Lu Tingting followed closely behind, and Zhang Tian leaned over the railing and held Lu Tingting waist tightly. Her left upper arm was still injured, and her right hand needed to hold the weapon tightly, which was not convenient for climbing. "Let go!" The moment Lu Tingting spoke, Zhang Tian let go without hesitation, and after seeing Lu Tingting land lightly, he immediately turned around and went down. When Zhang Tian landed, Lu Tingting and Luo Fei had already smashed a glass wall inside the convenience store. Relying on their own strong protection, they rushed in with the glass shards. Time went back to 2 minutes ago, when the outside world heard shouting and cursing. Qi Weishan and others immediately grabbed the kitchen knife and walked to the side door aggressively. But they only dared to lift a small piece of curtain to look out. A window in building number 6 was opened as wide as possible. Lei Ziqian and a few friends set up a super loudspeaker, shouting Qi Weishan's name in the rhythm of the music, and calling his relatives, friends, and neighbors with all kinds of colorful mute words. And this loudspeaker that resounded through half of the park was also thanks to the dedication of Ms. Luo Fei. Of course, Luo Fei didn't like square dancing, but she knew the park administration. She successfully contacted people in just 1 hour, found the props left over from the company's celebration, and secretly handed them to Lei Ziqian with a drone. Qi Weishan and the other 4 were all focused on the window, and didn't notice that in the corner behind them, Dong Qian and Qian Xiaoxin shrank up swiftly and helped each other untie the ropes. Now is the best time. Take one away as one. The flames of revenge flashed in the eyes of the 2 girls, burning so hot that it could not be added. Enough to burn the sins here. Under the pressure of noisy accusations and insults, Qi Weishan was the first to lose control of his emotions. He punched the glass angrily, and his chest rose and fell violently. 2 people came up to persuade him, and the other man in white turned around twice, and suddenly roared out of control, "Why are you still standing? Take the things and go." They had already prepared the package for escape, but they still had a fluke in their hearts. Qi Weishan remained silent, and the other 2 people's eyes wandered between them. Finally, they gritted their teeth and pulled Qi Weishan to move together. But the furious man shook his hand away. "Look down on me, dog," he muttered to himself, looking for something in the pile of debris on the side. A wooden stick. Qian Xiaoxin in the corner had been observing their movements. And at this time a sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. The useless snack, who only knows how to find a sense of superiority in the weak, is just a coward. She hid her hands behind her back, pretending to be still bound, and shrank towards the wall with Dong Qian. Qi Weishan aimed at Qian Xiaoxin back. But just as the stick was about to fall on her, the weak woman under him suddenly jumped forward, holding his thigh with one hand, and holding the fork stained with zombie blood with the other hand, accurately stabbing Qi Weishan's waist along the gap. Ah! The man felt pain and kicked hard with his foot, and Qian Xiaoxin rolled to the wall with the force. "Ha-ha. It's stained with zombie blood. Wait for you to die." Qian Xiaoxin laughed happily and wantonly. The standing man subconsciously covered the wound on his waist. The other three stopped their actions and looked here in silence. The red and black blood in their hands completely stimulated Qi Weishan's nerves. His body began to tremble. And he trembled. Impossible. 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 Dong Qian looked at his ugly appearance and almost laughed from the bottom of his heart. How vulnerable he was in the face of the vanity of fate. One of his accomplices wanted to step forward, but was stopped by the man in white. Qi Weishan entered the stage after denial, venting his despair and fear to all possible places. Qian Xiaoxin was hit in the abdomen, and she curled up in pain, waiting for the next opportunity to counterattack. Dong Qian pulled Qi Weishan's feet, but his weak body could not withstand the man's strength. No! Qi Weishan was dead. But there were still three bastards who were going to run away. The three men had no intention of getting Qi Weishan, who was destined to mutate into a zombie, out, and they were about to evacuate. Dong Qian barely stood up, rushed 2 steps to knock Qi Weishan down, and then turned to sprint, holding a small sharp weapon in his right hand. But it was too difficult to attack 3 healthy men under the precautions. When Dong Qian fell to the ground, the familiar pain did not make her sad. On the contrary, it was a strong anger and unwillingness that occupied her heart. Why can't I touch him? Why can't I be faster and harder? Why can't I even do a 1-for-1 exchange? The shouting outside continued, and Qi Weishan seemed to have lost all his strength after being pushed down, staring at the ceiling in a daze. The 2 girls got up again and again, like a game in which they could not inherit blood and physical strength. "Let's go," the man in white said with a smile. Bang! The glass wall broke. The man in white's smiling face froze, stagnated, and twisted, like a cartoon. He was hit hard by Lu Tingting's powerful legs and feet, and the flesh on one side was squeezed to the other side, and his facial features were crooked, and he could no longer pretend. Chapter 44. The first to rush into the convenience store were Lu Tingting and Luo Fei. Zhang Tian chopped 2 agile zombies outside, delaying for a few seconds. With a head full of glass shards, Lu Tingting saw the scene inside without thinking, and kicked the man in white to the ground. The situation changed in an instant, and the calm man in white staggered to his feet, moving his wrists and ankles threateningly, almost making Lu Tingting laugh. The other 2 men wanted to come to help. One was thrown to the ground by Luo Fei behind him, and the other pulled out the fruit knife on his waist, waving it twice with horror in his eyes. Luo Fei stretched his right hand back, pulled out the tennis racket, and saw the opportunity to hit him on the wrist. The man felt pain, and the fruit knife fell to the ground. Luo Fei saw the opportunity and hit him on the waist and abdomen, and then kicked him to the ground. By the time Zhang Tian and the people behind him filed in, the battle was over. Lu Tingting didn't have time to beat up the man in white. He staggered to the counter. Lu Tingting didn't stop him, but watched him leisurely to see what else he could do. The man in white pulled out a sharp machete and waited twice. Then the main force arrived. Surrounded by the crowd, the man in white quickly turned around. The machete was placed on the table gently. The man in white said politely that he was coerced. No one cared about his nagging begging for mercy. Aunt Zhao and Yi Zixuan ran to Dong Qian and Qian Xiaoxin as soon as they entered the convenience store, bringing medicine and water. The 2 girls had not recovered from the shock yet, and looked at Yi Zixuan with some incredible surprise. But Dong Qian came to his senses and immediately said, "Tie him up. He will soon become a zombie." She was referring to Qi Weishan, who was lying on the ground like a dead dog. Luo Fei heard the girl voice and raised his eyebrows. "You did it?" The 2 girls nodded silently, and with the help of Yi Zixuan and Aunt Zhao, They climbed up from the ground and sat on the chairs, which made it easier for the latter to check their bodies and apply medicine. Luo Fei, awesome. In fact, even if the girls didn't say anything, Zhang Tian and Jiang Jigang immediately found ropes and tied the 4 people up and threw them on the ground. Except for Qi Weishan, who had already started to twitch. The other 3 tried to wriggle their bodies and try to stay away from Qi Weishan, who showed signs of being a zombie, while they kept mumbling words like begging for mercy and shirking responsibility. But the tattooed man was not so good-tempered. He picked up one person's neck with his left hand and slapped him with his right hand. Except for Qi Weishan, the other 3 were not spared. Where are the people? Where are the others? The 3 people groaned as if they were stunned by the fan. But Qian Xiaoxin still spoke hesitantly inside. There is a storage room inside. The tattooed man heard this and rushed in. After the situation in the convenience store was under control, Zhang Tian and Lu Tingting joined the second team at the door to block the zombies. Fortunately, the bait sound in building number 6 had not stopped at this time. With the help of the loudspeaker, Lei Ziqian and his friends greeted several generations of Qi Weishan, and they kept clacking in different ways, attracting a large number of zombies' firepower and gathering in front of building number 6. The number of zombies attracted by their invasion of the convenience store was naturally much less. The long-haired man and Song Song were in front, harvesting the heads of the zombies that pounced on them, while the Bangs man and Jiang Yame were behind, taking advantage of every opportunity to target the zombie limbs and mouth parts that popped out from the pile of corpses. In just a few minutes, the already spectacular sea of corpses and blood spread a little more. As soon as Lu Tingting and Zhang Tian showed up, they gave the 4 people the signal to retreat. The tired bodies of the long-haired man and Song Song in the front row immediately regained their strength, and their movements became agile and swift again. In a few seconds, they pushed or killed, clearing a vacuum zone of more than 1 meter wide between humans and zombies. Without words, Lu Tingting and Zhang Tian first sent Jiang Yame and Lu Hainan into the convenience store, and then took the front row position, allowing the long-haired man and Song Song to retreat. Quick battle. Lu Tingting quickly chopped off the heads of several zombies, followed Zhang Tian and fought and retreated, and was the last one to retreat into the convenience store. The people inside were well prepared. Shelves and tables and chairs were piled up to block the cracks in the glass wall as soon as possible. Several bottles of indoor fragrances were smashed out through the gap between the tables and chairs, and the strong smell that was so strong that its stung eyes fell to the ground. This alone is not enough. Without better inducement, the zombies, who have tasted the sweetness, will not disperse easily. Luo Fei drone started again, carrying dirty clothes and a mobile phone in a net bag, and drilled out from the gap of the newly opened side door, circled along the outer wall, and finally returned to the outside of the gate. The singing was crisp, accompanied by the up and down swing of the drone, and the human smell left on the clothes obviously played a role in confusing the zombies. This group of restless creatures followed the drone out of the gate of building number 5. And then the mutated brain immediately forgot the prey being chased on the other side, and could only focus on the information returned by the current senses. Jiang Jigang, who was squatting by the wall with his butt sticking out and peeping at the outside through the gap of the curtain, let out a long sigh and gestured to everyone. The alarm was lifted. The air in the room seemed to flow again in an instant. All the tables and shelves in the convenience store were stacked in the cracks of the glass wall and around it. It would be impossible to break in with brute force without spending some effort. At least for now. This space is still safe. Luo Fei did not rush to fly the drone back, but instead controlled the machine to stop at the window that the zombies could not reach. Click. The lights in the room were turned on. The messy ground, the scattered goods, and the 4 people tied up. No. Now there are 3 people and a zombie. Qi Weishan's eyes were no longer focused, showing a grayish-white color, and his words were leaking. With his hands and feet tied, he used the muscles of his waist and back to move on the ground, and approached the 3 shivering people next to him little by little. When the zombies were led away just now, in order to prevent the 3 people from making any sound, they stuffed their mouths with garbage found on the ground. Now, under the approach of Qi Weishan, they could only make muffled groans. Victory. But victory also brought the ashes of the past. The tattooed man carried the messy-haired store manager out of the small storage room, and with the help of the clerk behind him, he carefully placed the store manager on the towel blanket. "Mom, does it hurt here?" The tattooed man knelt on the ground and checked the store manager's left leg bones bit by bit. The store manager's mental state was not very good. Still a little groggy. And she didn't even see the surprise of her son. She thought it was just a dream. A dream that had happened many times. So she was not surprised or happy. The two clerks were one tall and one short. The short one was the middle-aged man, who was previously ordered around by Chi Wei-shan and others. His name tag was still hanging on his chest, with the two words Feng Shou written on it. When they needed Feng Shou to work, they would ask him to come out of the storage room, sweep the floor, sort out the garbage, and get some food. When they were done, they would lock him back into the storage room and wait in the dark with the store manager and the tall young man. The tall young man was called Sui. He was as thin as a stick. Although he was tall, he looked shaky and his face was pale, as if he was malnourished. In fact, except for the four people tied to the ground, everyone's weakness could be seen from their faces. After a long journey and fighting, everyone needed real relaxation and rest. But looking around, the current convenience store was in a mess, and there was not even a clean place to lie down. Lu Tingting and Luo Fei quickly reached a consensus and listed several tasks that everyone had to do to improve the rest standard, and volunteered to take them. Sweep the floor, sort out the piled goods, and pick up some things that can be used now. Most of the boys chose physical work, but the tattooed man was worried about the store manager. So he stayed by his side and carefully applied the remaining white medicine that Aunt Zhao had brought when Lu Tingting was injured. The survivors of the convenience store also sat quietly. Lu Tingting and He Zishuan boiled water considerately, picked out several kinds of rice paste and instant porridge that would not hurt the stomach, and chocolate that could quickly replenish energy. The two girls changed their clothes, washed up briefly, and ate in silence. The physical examination and medicine application were arranged after the meal. Otherwise their shaky appearance would really make people worry whether they would faint in the next second. As for the two shop assistants who were not injured, they were the most emotional people. They ate bread as if to vent their feelings, and cried in clusters. Song Song, who was tidying up the counter, sorted out a bag of mobile phones. He knew whose mobile phones they belonged to as soon as he thought about it, and immediately came to the table to distribute them to everyone. The shock of being rescued just now had not yet subsided, and the heart was shaking between ups and downs. Although they were told that there was no signal yet, many places had not even repaired Wi-Fi, and few people could contact their families. The four of them still turned on their phones and charged them immediately. Call, send text messages, leave messages. In the past few days, I don't know how many people have cried when they heard the empty busy tone on the other side of the receiver. Dong Qian's right hand trembled as he held the phone, and his left hand wiped away the tears from his eyes. It was not until then that she finally felt reality. The place that she thought she could not get out of was broken just like that. They all survived. Qian Xiaoxin reached out her hand and held her hand tightly, just like when she was lying on the dirty floor in the dark before. None of the four received a response. But this is the norm for everyone, so there is no sadness or disappointment. On the contrary, after eating this meal, the original dullness was swept away. The two male clerks actively greeted and chatted with everyone, and even Sui, who seemed to be socially anxious, blinked his eyes and shuttled among the people, helping where he was free. After applying the medicine, the store manager finally showed signs of improvement after drinking a few sips of warm sugar water and regained consciousness. Seeing the tattooed man, the store manager could hardly believe his eyes. But the next second, he immediately cried out his son's name and hugged him. Lu Tingting had just shared the good news with all the people involved in the operation, and also informed Luo Fei, and released the news in several large groups, both to appease and to deter those who were ready to make a move. After the store manager calmed down, her words immediately brought new surprises to the busy people. Xiao Su, take them to see if the things in the refrigerated truck are broken. The store manager's words gave Sui inspiration, and he immediately pulled Feng Shou into the storage room. 2 seconds later, he ran out and shouted lively, "No! It's still edible." "What's still edible?" Jiang Jigang was the first to lean forward. Bento rice. Everyone was in a commotion. Their mouths secreted saliva uncontrollably, and pictures emerged in their minds: steaming white rice, crystal clear pork belly. Logically speaking, after a 5-day power outage, bento rice, rice balls and sushi should have been broken long ago. Indeed, in the early morning of July 2nd, Qi Weishan pointed to the cold fresh food on the shelf that was faintly emitting a foul smell, and asked Feng Shou to come out and clean it up. But this batch was just reserved for the shelves, and was sealed in the freezer in the storage room, dark and unopened, relying on the little residual cold air. It has been preserved until now. The surprise came quickly. After sorting all the bento boxes and rice balls one by one, Sui thought of something new. Oden. The oden in the convenience store is all instant food products heated in the store. And even the soup base is just a seasoning packet, which is far from healthy and light. But this industrial era of instant food products is just cheap for them at the moment. Jiang Jigang and Wang Xiaojing rushed to the oden machine excitedly. Probably only the three people and the zombie in the corner were not in the mood to laugh. But no one cared. After being gagged, the presence of these three people was reduced to the lowest, and they would only kick when someone passed by. Among the excited people, He Zishuan quietly took Dong Qian and Qian Xiaoxin to the storage room at the back and closed the door. Less than 2 minutes later, Aunt Zhao stood up seemingly casually and flashed into the storage room with a small bag. No one paid attention to this scene, and those who paid attention also chose to remain silent. Chapter 45. Lu Tingting stared at the scenery outside the window. The sky was high and the clouds were vast, and the blue was as clear as water. Human activities had stagnated, but the world had not stopped. On the contrary, the scenery was unique and even better. Zhang Tian poked her shoulder, motioning her to eat something more. But Lu Tingting shook her head, so Zhang Tian stopped persuading her. After finishing her leftovers, he searched the pile of goods and stopped his pockets with the biscuits and candies that Lu Tingting liked to eat. The phone was spinning at her fingertips, but Lu Tingting's eyes were erratic, and I didn't know what she was thinking. Luo Fei sat in front of her at this time. After the shelves were used to block the door, the space of the entire convenience store seemed much wider. Although the curtains were still closed, the lights were bright, and the floor inside was cleaned up by everyone. With a few mats, a few blankets, and some stools and cushions, it was already a very comfortable environment. This was due to the rich and diverse goods in this convenience store. As the only two comprehensive stores in the park, this convenience store not only has a variety of snacks and drinks, because the restaurant sometimes directly uses the convenience store's large value stored value cards as employee benefits or New Year gifts. The convenience store also purchases a lot of daily necessities, from razors to bedding, and even arranges gift boxes of food and daily necessities on special holidays to provide to employees in need. Just like the multifunctional recliner that Lu Tingting is sitting on at this moment. Luo Fei and she occupied a small area alone, a distance away from the chattering crowd, and could hear the happy cheers of treasure hunting as they sorted out the pile of goods. "How is your hand?" "It's okay." Lu Tingting heard this and subconsciously stroked his left arm. "It's not cracked. It's recovered well." "That's good." Luo Fei still fiddled with the cigarette in his hand, without lighting it, just smelling it. Lu Tingting saw with a sharp eye that this was not the brand of cigarettes she had before, and it should have just been found in the convenience store. "Are you going back next?" Luo Fei and Lu Tingting conversations are always so sharp and straight to the point. "Are you going back or not?" Lu Tingting smiled helplessly and did not answer directly. "Can't you enjoy the happiness in front of you first? It has been less than half an hour since they stopped." "You are quiet?" Luo Fei raised his eyebrows and smiled lightly. "I see you think a lot. Let them decide for themselves." Lu Tingting said that he could not make decisions for everyone. It was everyone's decision to go down to the convenience store to save people. Now that the matter is over, where to go depends on everyone's choice. After the power supply was restored, the connection between people was both close and distant. You can contact familiar friends and colleagues across several buildings, or you can use various means to get together. The threat of zombies is far less than the initial chaos. No one will be together forever. That being said, Lu Tingting is sure that as long as one person in their team says where to go and what to do, the rest will definitely follow. Whether it's a group or a deep friendship, she is so sure. Their topic passed from where they went to where they were, and talked about the goods in the convenience store. After only 3 sentences, He Zishuan came out of the storage room, looked around, and quietly stopped beside Lu Tingting. Lu Tingting moved to the side, squeezed out half a chair, and motioned her to sit down. The convenience store was well air-conditioned, so it wouldn't feel hot even if it was crowded. He Zishuan tightly held Lu Tingting's arm, absorbing the reassuring warmth. "What's wrong?" Lu Tingting gently patted He Zishuan's head and lowered his eyes. After a long silence, He Zishuan's voice was hoarse and dull. I'm just very sad. Aunt Zhao and I applied medicine to them. All the clothes were sealed up. And there were also photos of the wounds, whether they would be used or not. From Lu Tingting's perspective, he could only see He Zishuan's hair whirls, and the black hair stubbornly twisted in one direction. Stubborn and cute. I feel guilty. I don't know. I think you will understand. Lu Tingting patted He Zishuan back again and again. Without answering this question, Luo Fei remained silent, peeling the cigarette paper with both hands bit by bit, crushing the tobacco between his fingers. Lu Tingting suddenly remembered something and confirmed, there is no emergency contraceptive in our drug reserves. Right? No. He Zishuan's voice began to choke. Contraceptive drugs are divided into different types. What they found on the 13th floor was short-acting oral contraceptives, which need to be taken continuously for a long time to play a contraceptive role. And what they need now is the immediate post-contraceptive contraceptive pill. Lu Tingting's scalp tingled. Is there any other way? Where else in the park can I find Yame? Lu Tingting immediately turned around and called the social genius Jiang Yame. Song Song, who was studying games with Yame, looked at He Zishuan, who was leaning against Lu Tingting and wanted to follow, but was stopped by Lu Tingting's slight shake of his head. Jiang Yame squatted between them. What's wrong? Lu Tingting, do you know who has it? Or where can I find emergency contraceptive pills? The ease and joy on Jiang Yame's face disappeared. But after searching her brain for a whole circle, she still said with a pale face, no clue. This is too sensitive medicine. No matter how good the relationship is, she will not share it with colleagues. He Zishuan, what should I do? Can't gamble, too cruel. Luo Fei, who had been silent all the time, suddenly stood up, took something out of his backpack, and turned back. I find it. She sat down with her buttocks, her fingers flying on the screen. Is there any hope? Jiang Yame stretched her neck and asked expectantly. As long as there is in the park, I will definitely find it for you. Luo Fei's words were so powerful that the other three people's hanging hearts fell halfway. That's enough. After nearly 5 minutes of extreme operation, his fingers danced between several chat interfaces, shuttling back and forth. Luo Fei took a deep breath and threw the phone into his arms. I call you as soon as there's news. This sentence was said to He Zishuan, whose eyes were red. Zishuan. Jiang Yame squatted beside them, took He Zishuan's hand and rubbed it gently. I'm fine. I'm fine. He Zishuan stood up and rubbed her hands back and forth on her face, like a seal washing its face. I go see Aunt Zhao. After a brief period of decadence, she regained her spirits. However, she came back after taking just 2 steps, and said seriously, when Cancan and Xiaoxin are with everyone later, tell them not to mention it. After a pause, she added, but you can't not talk to them. You have to be just right and friendly. Okay. Lu Tingting gave her a promise, promising to do a good job of ideological work for everyone. And as for those who didn't do well, they would be beaten until they obeyed. He Zishuan went to the storage room with peace of mind. However, Lu Tingting found that an important problem had not been solved at this time. What about the 3 people? There were still 3 villains tied up in the corner, with a zombie as a bonus. Kill them? Lu Tingting softly proposed a possibility. It's so annoying to keep them. Jiang Yame was stunned. Ah? Luo Fei chuckled. She was joking. Really? Jiang Yame's eyes swung back and forth between the 2 people, and her head swayed back and forth like a rattle. Lu Tingting, really? But Jiang Yame narrowed her eyes suspiciously. Lu Tingting, you are not allowed to do anything dangerous. I know. I know. Lu Tingting laughed, stood up, and pushed Jiang Yame to the side of the game where Song Song and others were competing fiercely, and sat down. Jiang Yame was still a little suspicious, but she also relaxed her nerves in the dynamic sound of the game. What have you been talking about for so long? Zhang Tian came over from the side, and skillfully opened a pack of small cookies, and stuffed them into Lu Tingting's mouth. Salted egg yolk flavored small round cookies. Lu Tingting's favorite. She pulled Zhang Tian's hand, and motioned him to get another drink. Zhang Tian was prepared, and took out a box of soy milk from behind, inserted a straw and brought it to her mouth. It's not worse here than up there. At least you want to eat more. Lu Tingting sipped 2 mouthfuls of chocolate-flavored soy milk and asked softly, do you want to stay here? Hearing this, Zhang Tian rubbed his head against her neck and accused her like a spoiled child. You are a heartless little thing. I go wherever you go. Lu Tingting raised her hand and patted his furry head. Okay. Dinner time. The stars and the moon just flashed in the sky. This sumptuous dinner was placed on 2 tables put together. The gurgling Odin machine was moved to the center. The left half is the traditional classic Odin, with radishes, eggs, and various meatballs floating in it. The right half is the seasoning pack taken out of the self-heating hot pot, cooking instant noodles and ham sausage, spicy and fragrant. In addition to this steaming hot main course, there are also various ready-to-eat bento boxes on the side. From mapo tofu rice to bean stewed noodles. From cheese rice cakes to sushi rice balls. After sorting and classifying all the things pulled out of the freezer in the storage room, and putting away the spoiled and expired food, the people who returned with a full load decided to splurge. Come on. Come on. Sit down. Dong Qian and Qian Xiaoxin were sandwiched between He Zixuan and Lu Tingting, shoulder to shoulder, enjoying the lively atmosphere. What do you want to drink? Beer or white wine? Ice or room temperature? Coke or Sprite? Jiang Jigang held 5 or 6 bottles of drinks in both hands and asked around the table in a flash, arranging everything for everyone. Wang Xiaojing looked back and forth at everyone. Does anyone want to say a few words? In fact, everyone has already started to use their chopsticks. But he still asked for the sake of meaning. Who said that? Who said I cut him? Eat quickly. The tattooed man couldn't hide his joy and kept picking up food for the store manager, who was inconvenient to walk beside him. Sui and Feng Shou, who were sitting on his left, wanted to say a few words to express their gratitude to everyone. And now they also joined the big team with a smile. The store manager washed his hair with the help of his son in the afternoon, and washed off the dust with the help of Aunt Zhao. Now he has restored his meticulous hair. After getting energetic, even his sprained foot didn't hurt so much. And he had already been directing the work of sorting the goods with great interest. Do you want to eat anything else? I get it for you. He Zixuan asked Dong Qian beside him. Dong Qian shook his head. That's good. After a lively meal, all the dishes were packed with instant food. People didn't even need to wash the bowls. They just wrapped them in garbage bags and put them outside the side door in the night. The only Odin machine that needed to be cleaned was taken to the sink by Jiang Jigang, who volunteered to do it. He cleaned it in a few seconds. When people cleaned themselves with clean water, and the large blanket on the ground was spread out, the colorful night activities of contemporary young people were still in full swing in this restricted night. This side was a werewolf killing game. And there were mahjong tiles that Aunt Zhao had to carry with her even if she had to carry 13 floors. People who enjoyed the tranquility were playing with their mobile phones in the corner. And people who loved socializing were talking here and there, struggling to make ends meet. And their lips were busy with afterimages. The only thing that kept everyone awake was the hoarse voice outside the glass wall. Whenever zombies approached, happiness would temporarily stagnate, but it would soon continue to flow. After experiencing sadness and pain, it seemed that everyone knew how to focus on the present. Until late at night. The dusk was heavy. Most people fell asleep. Most of them. Perhaps because they talked too much before going to bed. Or because they hadn't enjoyed sleeping in the air-conditioned room for a few days. They were not used to the climate in the air-conditioned room. Jiang Jigang opened his eyes and felt dry in his mouth. Let's go drink some water. Thinking of this, he stood up gently, afraid of waking up the people around him. But he saw a figure stopped in front of the storage room door. In addition to the refrigerator, what else is there in the storage room? Before dinner, after forcing them to eat some bread to ensure that they would not starve to death, they locked the 3 people and the zombie who were annoying in the eyes into the storage room. While thinking, the figure moved. He opened the door of the storage room. He went in. Chapter 46. Who is it? Jiang Jigang was suspicious and looked around, trying to figure out who got up secretly at night. But the beds were messy, and the bodies were similar, so it was hard to tell where someone was missing. In the dark night, there were 3 enemies tied up in the storage room, and a zombie waiting for an opportunity. Are Dong Qian and Qian Xiaoxin still here? He swallowed his saliva, and the faces of the 2 girls blurred by the heat at dinner appeared in his mind. The more he thought about it, the more frightened he became. No! He got up on tiptoe. After putting on his shoes, Jiang Jigang walked lightly to the door of the storage room. But when his hand was on the door handle, a hand also rested on his shoulder. Who? He was about to scream. But Lu Tingting covered his mouth with his backhand and said in a breath, Don't scream. It's me. Jiang Jigang relaxed his struggle. His heart was hanging and falling. And he was sweating half of his body. Jiang Jigang, someone went in. I know. Lu Tingting's voice was quiet. You go to sleep. I go in and take a look. Jiang Jigang was worried and wanted to follow him. Lu Tingting didn't say much and agreed that he followed behind him. The door of the storage room slid open silently, revealing the scene inside, which made the two people's hearts sink. The high window let in the bright moonlight. The street lights in the park attracted zombies at night, and also cast a layer of light yellow gauze on the scene in front of them. Qian Xiaoxin's hair was loose, squatting in front of the three shivering people, and the tip of the fork in her hand was stained with blood. And Qi Weishan at the edge was still squirming and trying to get close to the living humans, adding an absurd and terrifying atmosphere to the scene. The air in the room was not good. The three people's mouths were stuffed, but their eyes were open. They watched Qian Xiaoxin push the door open expressionlessly, take out a sharp steel fruit fork, accurately stab it into Qi Weishan's chest and pull it out, and then approach them with the fork in hand. The three people were shaking like crazy, their arms moving behind them. But the storage room was so small. They moved in the dirt they created for a long time. And Qian Xiaoxin caught up in 2 steps. She squatted down and admired the fear and pleading of these people, curling her lips contemptuously. It was at this time that the door behind her opened. The door of the storage room was silent, but the air was flowing, telling Qian Xiaoxin that someone was coming. It's time to hurry up. But it was unexpected. Lu Tingting didn't rush up to stop her, nor did he shout at her to stop, nor did he instill the principle of justice. So before dealing with the 3 pigs in front of her, Qian Xiaoxin's curiosity prevailed. She turned her head and saw Lu Tingting's slightly dull face and Jiang Jigang's uneasy expression. Lu Tingting didn't speak, and Qian Xiaoxin didn't speak either. As they looked at each other, Jiang Jigang found some meaning of his existence in this scene. Xiaoxin, don't. But he choked again. What can he say? Killing is bad? Killing is illegal? Ask yourself. If he were Qian Xiaoxin, would he let the culprit go? He had an answer in his heart, which made him wonder how to persuade Qian Xiaoxin. Don't kill. A clear voice sounded. It was Lu Tingting. She said what Jiang Jigang hadn't finished. Kill people. Qian Xiaoxin was tired of squatting, so she stood up and said to them face to face, if I were a bad person, or a bad person like them, I would spare their lives. I would let them experience the same pain as us every day. Despair. No hope. Day after day. But I am a good person. Qian Xiaoxin tilted her head. So I just want their lives. It is not feasible to talk to her about the preciousness of life, the value of procedural justice, and the cost of depriving life. Lu Tingting changed his mind. It doesn't matter if you kill them. I won't stop you. But you can't do it now. You attacked Qi Weishan before. But that's not a crime. Lu Tingting paused and organized his words in this unfamiliar field. Because at that time you were in danger of Qi Weishan's violence. Your actions were considered legitimate defense. But now you have killed these 3 people. What do you want us to say? Let our testimony send you to prison. Or let everyone outside tell a big lie for you. Lu Tingting observed Qian Xiaoxin's expression in the moonlight and considered, you will definitely feel indignant. They go to prison. Maybe they will be out in a few years. But there is still a long time. Xiaoxin, there are many legal ways to make people live worse than death in this world. Jiang Jigang was in a state of anxiety, and his eyes shuttled between the 2 people. With a click, the steel fruit fork was thrown to the ground, making a crisp collision sound. Qian Xiaoxin said nothing and quietly walked out of the storage room. Crisis resolved? Jiang Jigang and Lu Tingting exchanged glances. Although it was the lives of 3 bastards, the possibility of 3 lives being lost before his eyes still made Jiang Jigang's heart tremble in panic. Lu Tingting gave him a soothing smile, calming the butterflies in Jiang Jigang's stomach. Before leaving, Lu Tingting looked around the scene in the storage room. His eyes froze, and then he closed the door. The second half of the night was particularly peaceful, but Lu Tingting kept his eyes open, listening to the even breathing of others, and never felt sleepy. It was not until the light of dawn dimly shone through the gap on the floor that Lu Tingting fell into a shallow sleep, and then was quickly awakened by the people who got up. She couldn't sleep anymore, so she got up, studied the capsule coffee machine in the convenience store for a while, brewed herself a cup of strong American coffee, took a bottle of freshly squeezed orange juice from the freezer, and mixed a pot of orange American coffee. Simple and sloppy, But surprisingly, it tasted good. And it was refreshing. Jiang Yame came to her side and took a cup. And then teased, "What kind of cow and horse drink are you drinking so early in the morning?" Lu Tingting pointed at her dark circles, and took a sip of the sour and bitter must-have for workers. "Didn't you sleep well?" Jiang Yame asked curiously. They had slept on the ground and on the camp bed. Now there was air conditioning and the environment was better. It couldn't be because they were used to the bed. Because there were too many people? Jiang Yame guessed casually. After taking a sip of American coffee, she suddenly found that she still missed the taste a little and couldn't help but sigh. Maybe? Lu Tingting laughed and didn't explain too much. Qian Xiaoxin also got up and passed by them at the coffee machine. After a while, she came back and took a disposable cup. "Can you share some?" Lu Tingting poured her a full cup without saying anything. However, as soon as the coffee pot was put down, a scream rang out. All Lu Tingting put the cup down with a bang and rushed out like an arrow. Wang Xiaojing stood in front of the door of the storage room, his fingers tightly clasped on the door handle, his chest heaving. "What's wrong?" The crowd gathered in twos and threes. "What's wrong? What's wrong?" Lu Hainan rubbed Wang Xiaojing's shoulders. When Lu Tingting arrived in a few steps, Wang Xiaojing was still outside the door with a pale face. His hand tightly clasped on the door handle was pulled down, and someone eagerly asked him what was going on. Wang Xiaojing finally came to his senses and shouted to Lu Hainan's hand that was trying to open the door, "Don't open it." Lu Hainan withdrew his hand as if he was stung, revealing a horrified look. "What happened?" Wang Xiaojing's eyes revealed fear, and he stammered as if he didn't know how to organize his words. They are. Lu Tingting had a vague guess in his heart, prepared himself, gently pressed the door handle, quickly glanced inside, and immediately pressed the door again. The sound of banging on the door came quickly from the inside. Lu Tingting, they have all turned into zombies. Wang Xiaojing, they are eating each other. Lu Tingting's mind reflected the scene just now. The floor of the storage room was smeared with blood, almost turning the floor into a pool of blood. Except for Qi Weishan, who still retained his intact body. The other three people either had long cuts on their arms and legs, or had corrupted organs leaking out of their abdomens. It is not difficult to imagine what happened here when no one was paying attention. The ropes on the zombie hands and legs loosened under its persistent struggle. The hungry zombie pounced on the three fresh mobile delicacies. After enjoying the first victim, the virus spread, and the prey became the hunter, turning to the remaining feast. Bumpy limbs, broken and collapsed skin. Lu Tingting walked through the crowd and saw Dong Can and Qian Xiaoxin holding each other's hands tightly. Their eyes crossed, except for Wang Xiaojing, who witnessed the tragedy. This incident did not have such a big impact on the others. For the store manager, the staff, Dong Can and Qian Xiaoxin, whose legs and intestines were still recovering. The four people ended up in this way, which was a dog-eat-dog happy ending. For others, at most, it was just an increase in the workload of blocking the door, and the inconvenience of losing a closed space. But there was nothing special. This incident was characterized as an accident, and was quickly forgotten by most people, except Jiang Yame and Jiang Jigang. Jiang Yame secretly pulled Lu Tingting aside, hesitated again, and asked, "Did you do it?" "Yesterday." She said that these three people were an eyesore, so it would be better to kill them. "They are gone today." Lu Tingting laughed and shook her head. Jiang Yame felt relieved and patted her shoulder. "That's good. Otherwise, I can only keep it a secret for you. I will be suffocated to death." Lu Tingting winked playfully. "Don't worry." Jiang Jigang pretended to be calm and came to the side of Lu Tingting, who was picking breakfast, and squeezed away Zhang Tian, who was glaring at him. "Tingting, don't look at me. Just pretend we are picking things." Jiang Jigang was nervous, but Lu Tingting silently complained in his heart. "What do you mean by pretending to pick things? I am indeed picking things. Do you think it was Qian Xiaoxin who did it? I didn't notice it last night. Do you think she loosened Qi Weishan's rope?" Lu Tingting paused. "I haven't checked the storage room, so I can't give you a definite answer. But my suggestion is..." Lu Tingting selected the bread flavor and also took one for Zhang Tian. "It wasn't her. If it wasn't her, then was it really just an accident?" Lu Tingting smiled. "Why not?" Chapter 47. Lu Tingting smiled. "Why not? It can be. It can also be not. It all depends on which one you want to believe." Jiang Jigang turned his head and looked at Qian Xiaoxin, who was talking and laughing, and had a plan in his mind. So, although everyone had different ideas in their hearts, this case was concluded as an accident. In addition to the rash omen caused by a scream in the early morning of this day, there was also good news that made people feel relieved. Luo Fei successfully received the reply, and the medicine was found. The drone flew under the blue sky in the morning, circling past, going and returning quickly, and exchanged a small package with scarce daily necessities. Qian Xiaoxin and Dong Can thanked them solemnly, and took the medicine with water. A heavy burden was put down. And this incident also gave Luo Fei new inspiration. You said? How about I deliver food? What? Lu Tingting almost choked. Luo Fei pulled her aside and asked this ambiguous question. It was not until she repeated it twice that Lu Tingting believed that she had heard it correctly. Delivering food? Luo Fei rolled her eyes and played with a deck of playing cards in her hand. This was what was in the package she had just delivered. 2 decks of playing cards. She pulled a few people to find the cards in the sorted goods. And while sending 2 decks of playing cards with the drone, she also opened a deck for herself. I'm not really going to deliver food. My drone can play a bigger role. Add to that the goods in the convenience store. There is indeed a lot of room for development. Lu Tingting agreed. But Jiang Yame on the side asked, then what is your income? What money? Not good. And Luo Fei is not short of money. So he won't do this for a few melons and 2 dates. Want fame? Not that it's impossible, but it's a bit of a waste of talent. When Luo Fei heard this question, his eyes lit up. Oh my god! Jiang Yame and Lu Tingting were both shocked, thinking that she was going to live out some incredible plan. But unexpectedly, Luo Fei was surprised and said, I have never thought about this problem. Do you know how long I haven't looked at the problem without considering the benefits? Lu Tingting, Jiang Yame, without interrupting Luo Fei's extraordinary life experience. Lu Tingting and Jiang Yame exchanged a look of mutual appreciation that only low-level cattle and horses have. However, whether Luo Fei wants to start her takeaway business or not, there is one problem that cannot be delayed any longer. Under Song Song call, Lu Hainan, who was chewing waffles in his mouth, Zhang Tian and Jiang Jigang, who were exercising, Wang Xiaojing, who was concentrating on browsing his mobile phone, the store manager and clerk, who were counting the resources in the store. Everyone gathered at the table and sat down one by one. Lu Tingting and Luo Fei had been waiting for a long time. Jiang Yame, we gathered here today to celebrate our good friend. Puff. A snicker. He Zixuan failed to hold back her laughter and lowered her head to cover her face embarrassedly. Song Song joked, whose birthday is it? Zhang Tian. Fortunately there is no wine on the table. Dong Can silently took down the pure milk carton that he had placed on the table and held it in his palm. Qian Xiaoxin saw this scene and finally couldn't help but, ha ha ha. Jiang Yame blinked harmlessly, indicating that she didn't mean it. Okay. You have to put out the fire you lit yourself. Jiang Yame lowered her hands and signaled everyone to be quiet. Today's meeting agenda is... Jiang Yame was a little dazed when she was halfway through. She flashed back to the time when she was typing meeting minutes in the conference room in the past, and then remembered the small meeting held on the 13th floor of Building 7 a few days ago. The next plan. The room fell into silence. Everyone looked at each other, and no one spoke. Lu Tingting, everyone can talk about your ideas. Luo Fei, and I can guarantee that whether we are together or apart, the supplies here will be divided equally between us, and we can discuss how to deal with them specifically. That's right. Luo Fei replied. This is what we promised before we set off. But in fact, Zhang Tian, Jiang Jigang, Song Song, and Zhao, Jiang Yame, Lu Tingting, and He Zixuan came all the way from Building 7 mainly for their own peace of mind. And Luo Fei and the long-haired man did not join them because of the supplies. He Zixuan was the first to raise his hand to speak, but was reminded by Song Song and took his hand down. Let me say it first. I have no plan. Straightforward and cute. According to our previous guess, the signal will come in a day or 2 at most. Let's see then whether there is rescue, and whether there is a possibility of returning home. He Zixuan pursed her lips. I don't really care where you go before then. You can stay here or go back to Building 7. It's up to you. He Zixuan turned to Lu Tingting, still with that dependent and trusting expression. Jiang Jigang immediately said, Me too. Lu Tingting's newly risen emotion was interrupted, And she looked at Jiang Jigang with amusement. Don't be lazy. Jiang Jigang, that's true. Song Song, that's right. It seems that there is no suspense about where this group of people will go. Okay. Lu Tingting nodded. Since everyone has no idea, let's stay here for a day or two. Zhang Tian held Lu Tingting's hand and squeezed it twice. In addition, Luo Fei quickly stated, I will stay here. I plan to do a barter transaction here for 2 days, using my drone to go back and forth. And I can also provide logistics services for those who have reached a transaction intention. What? The one who reacted the most was Guan Guyuan. The long-haired man is a cool guy. This is the unanimous impression of everyone about him. In Lu Tingting's memory, he rarely spoke in crowded occasions, which did not conform to people's stereotypes of a high-level management position. Almost wherever Luo Fei went, he went, and whatever Luo Fei did, he did. When Luo Fei was in charge, he hit every troublemaker. And when Luo Fei broke the glass, he went to find an axe and a hammer, changing his previous taciturn style. The long-haired man immediately strode around the table and came to Luo Fei after he finished speaking. Lu Tingting tugged at Zhang Tian's sleeve. Zhang Tian thought that Lu Tingting asked him to prepare to break up the fight. But unexpectedly, Lu Tingting's eyes flashed with excitement. Big melon. Eating melon scene. At this time, many people at the table obviously tasted the unusual taste of these two people. Jiang Yamei bit her knuckles silently, fearing that she would shout out in excitement. And Zhao looked up and down at Luo Fei and Guan Guyuan, thinking that the appearance of these two people was still very pleasing to the eye. And Luo Fei's vision was not bad, in the eyes of everyone with different thoughts. Guan Guyuan moved as expected. He squatted down and faced Luo Fei on the chair. Why didn't you tell me in advance? Luo Fei raised his eyebrows. Who are you? Guan Guyuan was silent for 3 seconds. And among the various answers, he put forward the most lethal one. I am your boss. Oh! Luo Fei took out a cigarette from his pocket and opened one. Then I will inform you now that I resign. You? The long-haired man jumped up in anger. Lu Tingting used all her strength to not laugh out loud, biting the flesh of her cheek hard. At this moment, she wished that she and the others would become transparent, in case the two of them suddenly reacted. This was in the public eye. The long-haired man quickly calmed down and squatted down again. It's useless. Even if you hand in your resignation letter now, I will wait 30 days before approving it. You still have to obey me now. Luo Fei raised her eyes and stared into Guan Guyuan's eyes. I will apply for leave starting from today. For 30 days. Until the day when the law requires you to approve it. How about that? She became more and more excited as she spoke. My annual leave. Full paid sick leave. Welfare annual leave. Adjustment leave. And the unused leave last year. Add up to more than 30 days. Right. I will apply until the day you approve the resignation procedures. And the rest will be directly discounted. As Luo Fei was about to take out his mobile phone to explain the process, Guan Guyuan stretched out his hand, but didn't dare to really grab Luo Fei's mobile phone. So he froze there. Sorry. Luo Fei's fingers stopped. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have questioned you. You can go wherever you want and do whatever you want. I won't stop you. And you don't have to tell me. But don't stop me from following you. Lu Tingting didn't know what Luo Fei was feeling now. Whether she was moved by Guan Guyuan. But she knew that she was so excited that she almost crushed Zhang Tian's hand. What is this? A dog training scene. Lu Tingting, I learned it. Zhang Tian, that's all. Guan Guyuan. Luo Fei threw his phone on the table. I really want to resign. I wanted to say it this week. But who knew I would run into this? But it's settled. I'm not kidding you. A game export company in Shanghai has recruited me. The treatment is better than now. And the content is more interesting than what I'm doing now. I agreed. It's okay. Shanghai. Not far away. The long-haired man only had this thought in his mind. Luo Fei, you are free to go wherever you want. Don't use me as an excuse. Bang. Lu Tingting seemed to hear the sound of a heart exploding. In the same room, people have different emotions. Lu Tingting realized that he had been pinching Zhang Tian. And now he relaxed his strength and rubbed the red marks guiltily. Zhang Tian grinned, put his other hand on Lu Tingting's hand, and played Jenga. Guan Guyuan was silent for a long time. He stood up, returned to his seat, and did not speak again. Everyone looked at each other, and the conversation had to continue. Lu Hainan stammered, Sister Fei, if there is a chance, can you recommend me? It was so absurd that it even made sense. Wang Xiaojing was the second one to ask for help. But not in terms of work. Can I do takeout with you? It sounds interesting. And I have joined many groups, which should help you attract a lot of customers. Lu Hainan said that he could take on the work of shelf sorting and demand integration. Luo Fei nodded. Lu Tingting saw that someone's eyes were redder. TSK. Dong Qian and Qian Xiaoxing clearly stated that they would fight together. Although it was a pity that they didn't have the chance to fight zombies. Neither of them wanted to go to an unknown place. They just wanted to wait here for the rescue team to arrive. The tattooed man, after discussing with the store manager, decided to take the store manager back to the original floor. There were his friends, who fought side by side waiting for him there. After some hesitation, Sui and Feng Shou chose to follow the store manager to the safer upstairs. Chapter 48. The time of separation came soon. After making up his mind, the tattooed man could not wait to pack his luggage. The store manager with long hair combed high ordered the tattooed man and 2 shop assistants around. The total amount of supplies they had was really a lot. And they were not sure what would happen after they left, and whether they could come back. So they all hoped to pack as much as possible. The luggage bags were opened wide, and things were put into them, and the full packages were lined up against the wall. The tattooed man talked with several people about what would happen after they left, and also talked about his friends, who had already left, and could meet them on the 2nd floor. These things were not convenient for Lu Tingting and others to listen. Several people were packing their things in full swing, and the others were tactful and took a rest, with no worries about food and clothing. The natural thing to think about was having fun. After politely declining Aunt Zhao's invitation to play mahjong, Lu Tingting pushed Zhang Tian over to fill in the gap, and played landlord with Dong Qian and Jiang Yame. As a result, she had several white slips on her face. But the mahjong game was full of back and forth. Lu Tingting was furious, and realized that she really had no talent at the card table. However, there was no bet, and the few people didn't care about winning or losing. On the contrary, they gathered together to chat under the cover of mahjong and poker, which was the real fun. The gossip parties were scattered at both ends of the convenience store. Guan Guyuan sat by the side door with his arms folded, staring at the window with a solemn expression. After the meeting, he didn't say a word, and he really implemented the cold-faced cool guy's personality. But after what happened just now, everyone had other thoughts in their hearts. Luo Fei acted as if nothing had happened, pulling Wang Xiaojing and Lu Hainan to the counter, and making plans on his own. Jiang Yame suddenly stepped on Lu Tingting and winked at her. Luo Fei stood up and was walking towards the side door. The sound of mahjong colliding was paused for a moment, and the sound of goods being collected was frozen for a moment. Dongkin hadn't played a card for a minute. No one urged her. The 3 of them glanced at each other secretly. 1 step. 2 steps. Lu Tingting's heart was lifted. But, well, Luo Fei stopped beside them. Is there a seat? 3 people can play landlord, and 4 people can play together. It's just a matter of adding an extra deck of cards. The crackling sound of mahjong continued. Luo Fei spoke softly in the sound of pung. And Qi, should I ask you for the ticket fee? The volume was controlled to a level that only the people at this table could hear clearly, making Lu Tingting feel that she had lowered her head for no reason. Ahem. Jiang Yame cleared her throat. It's like this. I can play 3 lollipops. Luo Fei smiled and threw out 3 with 1. And then another straight. 3 lollipops are not enough. But 3 packs of cigarettes are enough. Jiang Yame, go and pick them. I give you my share. Lu Tingting asked curiously, Luo Fei, you always hold a cigarette. But I don't think I've ever seen you smoke. Well, I'm quitting smoking. Lu Tingting was shocked. Ordinary people who quit smoking can't even look at cigarettes. They get sick and can't help it. Luo Fei uses desensitization therapy, looking at them every day, face to face every day, until he is not moved at all. Jiang Yame, why do you want to quit smoking suddenly? Jiang Yame and Luo Fei have known each other for a while. They were not so familiar with each other before. But I remember that Luo Fei always smoked whenever he was outdoors. Jiang Yame also has many female friends who smoke, most of whom like popping beads, mint, red wine, and even various fruit-flavored e-cigarettes. But Luo Fei loves paper cigarettes with a strong tar smell, which is very unique. Luo Fei took the cigarette out of her pocket, opened it, and looked at how much was left, When I decided to change jobs, I also decided to quit smoking. It's not good for my health. As I get older, it's still important to keep healthy. She was only in her early 30s, but she spoke in an old-fashioned way, with some earnest teachings from a veteran. Weird and cute. Dong Kim was curious. Then when did you start smoking? Luo Fei, do you want to try it too? Dong Kim nodded. So Luo Fei stood up, turned the cards upside down on the table, warned these people not to cheat, and then went to the counter to rummage around and brought back a lighter. Here. Luo Fei lit a cigarette and put it to Dong Kim's mouth. Take a puff. Let the smoke enter your lungs, pollute your lungs, affect your thoughts, and then spit it out. Newbies will definitely choke. Luo Fei was at ease, watching Dong Kim tentatively put the cigarette holder in. And sure enough, he choked. She smiled, took the cigarette from Dong Kim's fingers, and extinguished the scarlet cigarette butt. It's okay to have tried it. Cigarettes are not good. I'm so sad that I have no way to vent. Just buy some yourself. Luo Fei said this with a calm face and picked up the cards again. The magical sixth sense hit Lu Tingting, making her move her eyes away from the cards and carefully look at Luo Fei's expression. It didn't seem to be the case in Building 7. What happened between this ex-boyfriend and Luo Fei? Forget it. Lu Tingting retracted her gaze. Gossiping too much will backfire. What's going on between you and him? Lu Tingting looked up at Jiang Yame and was shocked. She was really straightforward. But Luo Fei was unexpectedly frank. It was better before, but not so now. But he didn't seem to understand the situation. Concise and to the point. That's it. Jiang Yame and Dong Kim both showed a look of confusion. But Lu Tingting, who knew a little more than them, narrowed his eyes. Some people really decided to leave, while others were still dreaming. Luo Fei's last relationship broke up just a few days ago, but she had prepared to leave Beijing before that. From this point of view, this ex-boyfriend is probably not an important person. Even if he was not cheated on, Luo Fei should find a reason to dump him. It is worth pondering this pair of people who have broken up long ago but are still connected. Lu Tingting turned into a human observation expert, trying to catch the slightest clue, but was defeated by Luo Fei's airtight appearance. Luo Fei raised his eyes and showed a signature raised eyebrow. Want to hear gossip? No way. Lu Tingting's heart itched even more. After a card game, her mind was not on the right track, and she lost naturally, with 3 more white slips on her face. No. No. Dong Kim got up first. Qian Xiaoxin was waiting for her to exercise together. Seeing that everyone got up and did their own things, many people gathered around the tattooed man. Greeting and greeting. Everyone walked this road together. And after parting today, I don't know if there will be a chance to meet again. Lu Tingting grabbed Luo Fei and didn't let her go. Hurry up and tell me. I'm really going to be suffocated by you. Luo Fei smiled evilly and patted her hands. Why do you like to listen to other people's love stories so much? Isn't your own fairy tale enough? Oh yes. Yours is an urban fairy tale. And mine is a workplace love-hate relationship. Lu Tingting held her chin up. You don't want him anymore? Guan Guyuan was obviously devoted to him. Luo Fei smiled. Sister, let me teach you a lesson. Emotions are important. And dating is also very interesting. The experience of pushing and pulling with people is really great. But I will never be a person who compromises. My future is much more important than an unresolved relationship. You should also think about it. When this is over, where do you want to go? You won't always be doing outsourcing here, right? It's not that outsourcing is bad, but you always have to have something that can be called a career. Whether you do it well or not, that's another matter. Lu Tingting covered his face and nodded, indicating that he heard it. Luo Fei pulled Lu Tingting to say hello to the tattooed man. The people who were leaving were ready to go. Luo Fei errand shop also opened its first order from the tattooed man, who hired Luo Fei drone to seduce zombies outside the building to reduce their pressure to go out. The corresponding reward was 3 bags of espresso, with a taste of raw coconut. The familiar music sounded, followed by clusters of footsteps. The shelf pressing against the gap of the glass door was moved away, and a rope was thrown down along the crack of the glass wall on the 2nd floor, revealing the face of one of the twins. Brother. The tattooed man shook his hand in response, protecting the store manager and tying the rope. Pull. The zombies around surged up, and were blocked by Zhang Tian and Jiang Jigang. The long-haired man fought alone in front with a fire axe, and chopped whoever he saw fiercely. The people on the second floor heard the sound and exerted force, and the tattooed man stretched his arms below to prevent accidents. But fortunately, everything went well. The twins were sweating profusely, and placed the store manager with inconvenient legs and feet next to them, and then threw the rope down. Supplies and people went up to the second floor in an interlaced rhythm, with a tense but not panicked pace. The last bag of things was connected, and the tattooed man grabbed the rope with one hand, took 2 steps back to use the force, rushed a step on the wall, turned around and climbed the railing along the fire rope, and finally turned over and went inside. Friends, see you later? A casual greeting. See you later? Lu Tingting welcomed everyone in at the door, and blocked the door as usual, using a cloth strip to block the light and smell. It's over. Only 4 people left, but the room was much emptier. Ding dong. Song Song's phone suddenly rang. He opened it, and his eyes lit up. What are we saying goodbye to? There's Wi-Fi. Just went upstairs. And there's another message. Wait. Song's voice became puzzled, and then it became high-pitched and excited, and almost at the same time with He Zixuan shouting, "There's a signal!" What? Most people's first reaction was stunned. But soon, the group of people who had just entered threw away the sticks, axes and knives in their hands, and shouted and screamed and looked for their phones everywhere. Lu Tingting didn't go out this time. He took out his phone from his back pocket and quickly dialed a few numbers. Beep, 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 beep. The number you dialed is powered off. Please. Lu Tingting's hands began to tremble. She changed her father's phone number and started to dial, but she couldn't press the right number. A familiar figure appeared beside her, pressed her hand, and entered the number. Lu Tingting leaned on his shoulder familiarly, waiting for the verdict on the other end of the phone. After a long beep, a familiar melody sounded. Hometown. The name of this song. The surrounding sounds faded. Only the melody in the dream echoed. The melody stopped. Hello? Tingting. Lu Tingting's tears fell like beads that had broken off the string. Chapter 49. Emotions are contagious, both good and bad. The mother's voice came from the other end of the phone, and the words "we are all fine" were the best comfort. Zhang Tian hesitated, and Lu Tingting asked directly for him, "Where are uncle and auntie?" "Zhang Tian and I are together." "Oh." They went to collect Lutha's. "Wait." The style suddenly changed. "When you called us, we were on our way out of the city. You said not to go out, so we turned back home. On the way back, we saw cars banging into each other. If we were a step later, the road would be blocked. Coincidentally, we met Tian parents, and we came back together. Oh, I was really scared. I have seen everything in my life for more than 50 years. When the mother was excited, her words jumped out like a machine gun. Lu Tingting listened to every word of her mother with great gratitude. Old Lu, stop crying. Go get someone. The child is calling. There was a lot of chaos on the other end of the line, but Lu Tingting and Zhang Tian leaned their heads together to listen, foreheads touching, and exchanged smiling glances from time to time. Zhang Tian also had tears in his eyes. He took out a tissue to wipe Lu Tingting's face. The two of them had endless things to say to the 4 parents opposite. Compared to the 2 of them, the parents' lives were obviously more comfortable. At noon on July 1st, when Lu Tingting called his family, they were driving on the highway out of the city. After hearing Lu Tingting's shrill plea, the 2 people who felt uneasy immediately turned back to the city. Fortunately, they were 1 step ahead. Soon, the road was blocked by smoking vehicles, making it difficult to pass. Coincidentally, just as they were about to enter the community, they met Zhang Tian parents, who were running for their lives on the side of the road. Zhang Tian parents opened a tea house on the street outside the community. After hearing the commotion next door, they left their things behind and immediately went home. Who knew that the road was full of zombies attacking people? The vehicle shuttled between the excited zombies and the fleeing crowd, and drove into the garage safely. Before the frightened people had time to breathe a sigh of relief, they found that the garage door was stuck with 2 zombies. Mother Lu was the first to react. She got out of the car with shaking hands, took the gardening shears, poked out the 2 zombies under the door, and closed the garage door tightly. For the next few days, the 4 of them did not leave the house. In the community composed of single-family villas, everyone has a small yard at home. Father Lu loves gardening and farming, and keeps the small yard in good order. In the past few days, The few people have lived well relying on fresh vegetables and stored food. And... Stop. Stop, Mother Lou said mysteriously. The neighborhood committee is really powerful. According to Mother Lou, on the night when the zombies arrived, the neighborhood committee arranged people to block the north and south exits of the community with large trucks. No one knows where they got their magic power. This has to mention the ability of their neighborhood committee, as a community dominated by the middle class. The competition for the neighborhood committee election in this area is quite fierce. And it can be said that there are all kinds of tricks. Having a clean family and being helpful are basic requirements. You must also have 1 or 2 irreplaceable characteristics or specialties, and get 10 recommendations from community residents to be eligible for the election. Zhang Tian's father tried to go once after retirement, but he failed. But it is obvious that they really have a reason to be so aggressive. In peacetime, they can manage public security and green garbage at the same time. And they don't forget their duties when the zombies break out. On the first day, they sealed off the community to block the zombies. And on the second day, they returned to the broadcasting room and played the precautions every day. Then, they organized the zombie elimination. The neighborhood committee took the lead, and together with the young and middle-aged people in the community, all the zombies on the public roads were cleared in 2 days. Everyone was at least somewhat safe when moving in the community, knowing that their parents were fine. Lu Tingting and Zhang Tian were relieved. The last stone hanging in their hearts fell to the ground. And now they were full of gratitude and relief, because their happiness was so eye-catching. So much so that the two of them held each other's hands tightly, almost feeling a little guilty. Some people's grief was venting unscrupulously. Jiang Yame covered her mouth and shrank in the corner, burying her head between her knees, and her shoulders kept shaking. Some people's confusion was spreading. They had not yet received the clear trial results. But the lack of news itself was a bad omen. He Zixuan was distributing tissues everywhere. Lu Tingting knew that she should stand up and join her. But she only had infinite escape and fear in her heart. She couldn't face the grief of others. Zhang Tian put Lu Tingting's head into his arms, trying to shield his sister from all the wind, frost, rain and snow. What are you eating tonight? Perhaps only this timeless proposition can reconnect people and the world. Everyone's eyes were swollen, and a lot of tissues were used. Lu Tingting secretly lifted a corner of the curtain, lying on the table and looking up at the purple summer evening, sunset, clouds, and the hazy glow. He Zixuan sat down beside her, posing in the same posture as her, trying to see the scenery in her eyes. What to eat tonight? Lu Tingting didn't look up. After thinking for a while, she replied, I want to eat pickled pepper chicken feet. This is available. Just look for it. Lu Tingting, I also want to eat the pea tips fried by my mother. Then I can't eat it for the time being. This simple conversation ended quickly. Lu Tingting followed He Zixuan with a box in his hand, distributing small bread and purified water to everyone who was weak and listless. And Zhao has remained silent since she received the call, neither sad nor happy. But He Zixuan would rather she cry out loud. After the evening, night fell. Taking advantage of the cover of night, Luo Fei drone delivery began to accept orders online. A laptop was received from the window of Building 1 and delivered to the 3rd floor of Building 6. The order owner said that he forgot to take the computer when he escaped. But now, he urgently needs the computer to help revise his resume. When he escaped, he angrily confronted the boss, who ranked according to seniority. And they broke up and could no longer cooperate. Of course, it is still early. Actively revise, update and improve the project information, and immediately join the job hunting army as soon as the market economy recovers. There were several orders for supplies that night. Most of them wanted some snacks and candies, which were surplus supplies in convenience stores, and were indeed scarce resources on other floors. There was another order for sanitary napkins, which was put together by the girls in the entire building. This gave Luo Fei inspiration. She simply counted the number of all the surviving girls in the park and distributed all the large boxes of inventory in the convenience store warehouse according to demand. As for the reward, Luo Fei herself didn't care about this matter. But Wang Xiaojing and Lu Hainan followed her, and she was also allowed to distribute and use the supplies of many other people in the convenience store. She asked for everyone's opinions and got a unified answer. You can't accept it. Once you accept something, the nature of it changes, which is somewhat strange. So now it has become a purely gratuitous public welfare action. But Wang Xiaojing and Lu Hainan are still working very hard. and they are very active online and offline. They still have to stay in the restaurant. Now, making more good connections will have an unparalleled influence, which is better than writing 100 documents. It was on this night that the long-haired man found Luo Fei himself. Lu Tingting was peeling melon seeds next to Luo Fei. Hearing this, she wanted to avoid it, but Luo Fei grabbed her, so she had to stay where she was under Guang Guyuan gaze, with an apology on her face and a barrage in her heart. Love sent me a message, with a third person next to him. The long-haired man didn't mention any personal matters and got straight to the point. Luo Fei, what? Supplies are coming. Official relief supplies. Lu Tingting eyes lit up instantly. Not right. Lu Tingting, how does AI know? The long-haired man glanced at Luo Fei, and seeing that she didn't object, he explained, the rooftop of the Fanchong Park is one of the few places with convenient terrain in the surrounding area. The information I received is that the authorities will consider using the Fanchong Park as a radiation point to deploy supplies to several old residential areas in the surrounding area. TSK. Luo Fei and Lu Tingting both sighed in their hearts. The authorities have already contacted the top management of the park. It seems that in order to establish good relations and seize favorable positions, the group of people above are going to start a new round of intrigue. The zombies came in this way, eliminating a wave of people on the physical level and letting another group of people go on the spiritual level. There are fewer people left, but the world has the most people who are eager to get the position. There are only a few positions, and some of them will be filled immediately. Luo Fei raised his hand and patted the table. Then why did she call you? Long-haired man, I received messages from President AI and Changzhou at the same time, both asking me to go over and help. Changzhou is the boss of the advertising department. Guan Guyuan boss. Luo Fei sneered. The old bastard is still alive? Long-haired man, yes. Lu Tingting silently peeled melon seeds, silently trying to minimize his presence in exchange for a good opportunity to eat melons. Changzhou is also the nickname of the boss of the advertising department. People who jump between large companies in order to avoid competition all have all kinds of tricks and are very capable. What's even funnier is that under this deformed system, even if you have been rewarded for a few years, those who are not active enough may not know the boss's real name, let alone the direct lineage. Lu Tingting has long heard that Changzhou's reputation among the people below is not very good. Many people anonymously complained online that he was boastful and did not do practical things. He only knew how to align with the horizontal departments all day long. But when it came to the important sectors that really affected the completion of KPI, he seemed to be anxious. Luo Fei, what do you think? The long-haired man didn't care that Lu Tingting was still beside him, and seized every opportunity to communicate with Luo Fei. What do you want me to do? Luo Fei showed an annoyed expression. What do you mean I want to do? You are my boss. Chapter 50. Luo Fei showed an annoyed expression. What do you mean I want to do? You are my boss. You haven't officially resigned yet, so why don't you give me some advice? Lu Tingting stuffed melon seeds into his mouth silently, trying to suppress the corners of his mouth that were curled up. This is a nice thing to say. Luo Fei, there is not much difference between you and Changzhou and President AI. Changzhou has some problems with his brain, but he is more familiar with the CEO. You should sell to him more times, and he will not treat you unfairly. President AI, it will be a little tiring to follow a smart boss, but at least you can learn something. It's not bad to jump to the entertainment sector. It's up to you. The long-haired man obviously didn't want to hear this. Then which one do you think I should choose? You? Luo Fei raised his hand and pushed his drooping hair behind his ears. Follow Changzhou. Isn't it what you are best at to play others as fools? The long-haired man's face turned even paler. Do you have to talk to me like this? Lu Tingting sighed in his heart. What kind of love and hate is this? How did I talk to you? Both of them stood up and spoke loudly. Only Lu Tingting wanted to put his head under the table. The long-haired man, that's not what I meant. What should we do if you leave? Lu Tingting stared at the table. His ears perked up. His heart was like a galloping horse, clattering. I thought it was a tacit agreement. Luo Fei's voice was filled with genuine confusion and confusion. Didn't we break up a long time ago? Yes. But then? The long-haired man still took into account the surrounding environment and people, and did not make it clear. What about what happened after that? Alas, even Lu Tingting, a bystander, sighed. Luo Fei, when did your moral standards become so high? Luo Fei's words defeated the long-haired man. He left here quickly without saying a word. Lu Tingting looked up at the long-haired man's back, revealing a bit of depression. Lu Tingting gave Luo Fei half of the melon seeds. Don't like it anymore? To be honest, the long-haired man also fits Lu Tingting aesthetic. The slightly curled medium-length hair does not look messy. His special temperament makes him look nothing like a gangster in the 1990s with such hair, but rather has a taste of classical beauty. I like him. Luo Fei was very frank. If I didn't like him, I wouldn't sleep with him. Lu Tingting smiled. But didn't you have a boyfriend before? Luo Fei looked up. I like both of them. Don't worry. I'm not cheating on you. Instead, I'm the one who got cheated. Before Lu Tingting could say anything, Luo Fei put away his self-deprecating smile and quickly said seriously, men are everywhere. So don't waste your time here. Me? Lu Tingting pointed his finger at himself, revealing a surprised expression. What's wrong with me? Why are you still working as an outsourcer here? Isn't it because of your boyfriend? Luo Fei, I'm so disappointed in you. Lu Tingting laughed. No, that's not the case. She understood what Luo Fei meant. Luo Fei thought that she came to work at the restaurant just to be with Zhang Tian. But that's not the case. He came here to work for me. Lu Tingting didn't know where to start for a moment, and lowered his head to organize his thoughts. When I graduated from college, I thought about taking the postgraduate entrance examination and also considered whether to study abroad. But in the end, I felt that I didn't like this major and there was no need to force myself to study for a few more years for the sake of academic qualifications. So I started looking for a job. 211 liberal arts is not bad. But when I really looked for it, I realized that liberal arts is really a hell for employment. I didn't want to go to a place with strong restrictions. The outsourcing of the restaurant factory was already a good offer I got at the time. Zhang Tian originally wanted to go to graduate school, but I said I wanted to work, so he followed me without telling me. We even had a fight about this. Luo Fei shook his head. Don't be in love. Because of talking about Zhang Tian. Lu Tingting couldn't help but look for him, as if they had a telepathic connection. Zhang Tian, who was talking to Jiang Jigang, also turned his head, and the two exchanged a smiling look as if no one else was around. Luo Fei saw the scene and was too lazy to make himself unhappy. So he changed the subject, since it's not for him. You should also think about what you want to do. You are definitely not like this when you work. Right? Lu Tingting thought for a moment and summed up his work attitude. I get off work on time and slack off when I have time. I will complete the assigned work seriously, but I will not take the initiative to do the rest. Luo Fei nodded. That's good. But you have no future in the restaurant like this. You can either be like Yame, really enjoy working here, make friends, and make an impact, and one day you will get a reward. Or you can flatter the people above and become someone's direct lineage. Lu Tingting looked a little blank. I've thought about what you said. In the first month of entering the restaurant, I started to brush up on bloggers who quit without a plan. And I have been brushing up until today. It's almost been a year. I haven't made up my mind yet. Besides, Lu Tingting hesitated for a while and continued. I don't know what I should do. Sometimes I look at Yame and really envy her. Although we would complain about work and scold the boss together, I could feel that she liked this job. She ran numbers and wrote plans more seriously than her full-time job. But I'm different. I know clearly that I don't like this job. But I don't know what kind of career I like. Lu Tingting just felt tired and haggard. Well, Luo Fei nodded. Guess what my major was in college? Without waiting for Lu Tingting to answer, she continued, history? Lu Tingting was surprised, but a little expected. She was used to Luo Fei unexpectedness. Not relevant. Right? My first job after graduation was working in a research institute, studying Qing history. It was actually a very comfortable position, working from 9 to 5, leisurely and comfortable. But I found that I didn't like it. I like history, but I didn't want to do this job. After that, I changed many industries. In the words of HR, I am an extremely unstable person. Now, I have to change jobs again. Well, I'm off topic. Luo Fei shook his hand and continued. It's really too difficult to choose a career direction for life right away. From my heart, I both admire and sympathize with such people. So if you don't have the pressure of survival, just try and make mistakes. People won't starve to death in this era. Do more jobs and you will naturally know what you like. Lu Tingting had a smile on his face, but his tone was very serious. What if I say that I don't like work at all, and just want to travel and rest every day. That's not bad. If it were in ancient times, you could become a famous traveler, write notes, and leave your name in the family tree. But in modern times, I would be considered to be idle and idle. Yes. Luo Fei nodded. Lu Tingting opened the window a little and faced a half-rotten head of a zombie. But who cares? I want to be successful in the secular sense. But I can't let go of the life I really want. This is why I am entangled and confused. Luo Fei, everyone in the world is like this. If you have let it go, you should pursue religion. Don't say it. If I really persuade you to become a monk, will I be able to go to the next job smoothly? Luo Fei said with a smile, pointing in the direction of Zhang Tian. Their jokes were mixed with thoughts and gossip, and they also mentioned the problems associated with official supplies. After the signal was restored on a large scale, the latest official notices and related news spread immediately. Public security management, zombie combat guide, material preservation, mutual aid organizations in the area, the existence of zombie animals. All kinds of news are overwhelming. With the signal, the advantages of human civilization are immediately apparent. A model of brave dedication in a critical moment. The streets and villages. An example of self-management in organizing rescue. The manuscripts and many jobs have been revived. As far as they know, many people who can work online have been recruited into the city reconstruction work. Starting with the signal stability. That is why the atmosphere in the convenience store does not seem desperate or gloomy. And everyone sees the light of the new world. Everyone has joys, sorrows, anger, and happiness. But adults have learned to hide their scars in the succession of fate. Leave kindness to others, and lick your wounds alone in the dark. Boom! In such a quiet environment, a roar seems particularly loud. Not only them, but also the loss of the outside world. The corpse also became agitated, sniffing the human breath in all directions. In the convenience store, Lu Tingting immediately half-crouched down and pressed the fruit knife on his waist with his palm. After entering the convenience store, supplies were no longer a limitation, and everyone's equipment was upgraded. At least everyone could have a fruit knife. But after the roar, there was no big movement. As soon as the sound came, Song Song, who was closest to the light switch, pressed the switch, and the store was dark. Lu Tingting moved to the window according to her memory, and Luo Fei turned his back to her and walked around to the glass window next to the main door. The two of them opened the window tacitly. The curtains were opened, revealing the scenery outside. Fuck. Lu Hainan couldn't help cursing. After the store was restored, except for the mess and the blood and body parts that could not be washed away by the rain, the brightly lit appearance of the park was very familiar. After all, there were no administrative staff turning off the lights every night. That's why they didn't look out of place when they turned on the lights at night in the convenience store on the first floor. And they wouldn't attract a group of zombies to attack. And now, under the illumination of the lights on each floor, the figure swaying outside Building 1 was very eye-catching. In addition to them, many people in the park should have paid attention to the man hanging outside the window. He jumped out of the east window on the top floor of Building 1, with a fire rope tied to his waist and hips with professional techniques. The sound just now was the sound of him breaking through the window. Obviously, this was not an emergency escape, but a planned action, because the man waved his arms, showing off the fire axe in his right hand, and kept shouting dirty words at the zombies. The man was dangling in front of the window on the 10th floor with a rope, and in the window on the top floor, several people leaned out and shouted brothers were awesome. Lu Tingting looked at this scene and frowned. Zhang Tian ran to her side as soon as the incident broke out, and now he and Jiang Yamei squeezed on her left and right sides. No need, brother. It was Song Song's voice. Everyone was watching from the window. It is still unknown whether the zombie virus is a natural disaster or a man-made disaster. These zombies were once the people they lived with day and night. Although the authorities also encourage the public to participate in the extermination of zombies if they have the spare capacity. Cleaning is one thing, and insulting is another. At this time, countless eyes were watching them from behind in the park, and many fan group chats were quickly filled with related topics. Perhaps he felt that he had finally attracted enough attention. The man dangling outside the window turned around, grabbed the wall outside the 10th floor, and used his right hand to smash the glass window with an axe. The zombies inside, who had long been agitated by his movements, had a breakthrough. The window seemed so vulnerable under the crowd of zombies that it was soon pushed down. And together with the zombies, who didn't know how to retreat, it turned into a dull thump. Chapter 51. One sound after another. The man hid behind the wall outside the window, using his voice to constantly lure the zombies on the 10th floor to fall. And a thick pile of corpses accumulated under building 1. Layer after layer. The bottom one fell like a burst of fireworks, hitting the ground and splashing a large pool of strange red. And gradually, as more and more zombies lay at the bottom, the impact of the hard ground slowed down. The zombies that hit the soft and divided limbs of others tried to stand up in a daze, but found that their hands and feet were scattered in different places. So they had to move their bodies by relying on their necks and shoulders. It didn't move far before it was buried by the pieces of meat that fell from the sky. In the bloody hell of limbs, it turned into broken fragments together with its kind. The cheers above continued. In the man's loud laughter, the zombies on the 10th floor fell into the trap one after another, and completely lost their vitality that had long been deteriorated in the height difference. Jiang Yame's brows were furrowed, and struggle and confusion flashed in her eyes. Encouraged by their actions, cheers came from the high-rise buildings one after another. Awesome, Boss Jiang. Go! But only the people at the bottom could see what kind of picture the zombies formed on the ground after falling. The man hanging outside and his friends were obviously not satisfied with just one layer of zombies. With the cheers of others, their self-esteem was swelling. The complacent man waved his arms, loosened his grip on the 10th floor wall, and let his body swing in the air, like an actor taking a bow to the cheers and applause. But this was just an intermission. Soon, with a frivolous smile, he signaled the people above to send a rope and sent him down another 2 meters. The zombies gathered in front of the window, which had long been stimulated by the noise, became more and more excited, and drooled at the prey so close. Bang! The same strategy. Continuous bodies passed through the air, and then passed again, like an absurd parabolic game. This time, the flesh and limbs covering the ground welcomed a new wave of replenishment. With sufficient buffers, the lucky zombies shook their bodies and squeezed out of the encirclement of their peers. The unfortunate zombies were pressed into the pile of flesh and blood, but soon emerged dragging the remaining bodies. All this lost its original purpose and turned into a freak show. Lu Tingting watched the pattern of blood and minced meat expand, and several interlaced traces were dragged out by the zombies with mobility. A flash of inspiration flashed through her head. Rat. She turned her head and stared at Zhang Tian. Mutated rats. Like the dirt of piles of flesh and blood. The high temperature in summer. Flies. Mosquitoes. Maggots. And rotten meat. As soon as the words fell, as if it was a prophecy, Lu Tingting turned her head as if she was hallucinating, and seemed to hear the squeak that penetrated everywhere. But that shouldn't be. It's impossible. Squeak. The noise outside the house continued, and the house was also intertwined with dense discussions. Squeak. Impossible. Squeak. Lu Tingting stood up, quickly glanced around the store, and nervously checked whether the protection of the main door and the side door was intact. Tingting? What's wrong with you? People's curious and worried eyes. Squeak. And the sound of rats that penetrated everywhere. Lu Tingting closed her eyes, pressed her thumb on her temple, and took a few deep breaths. A pair of familiar hands gently pressed on her neck, kneading along the meridians with a moderate tension and relaxation. It was Zhang Tian. They were familiar with each other's bodies. She did not refuse. Calm down, Lu Tingting, she said to herself. Squeak. Lu Tingting opened her eyes quickly. Let's change places. We can't stay here any longer. Zhang Tian didn't hesitate for even a minute and agreed. Okay. The outside world entered a new round of applause and cheers, which made the atmosphere in the room more stagnant. What's wrong with Tingting? He Zixuan came up and touched her forehead to confirm that she didn't have a fever. Nothing. Lu Tingting waved her hand to indicate that she was fine. Can everyone come over? I have something to say. She called everyone away from the window in a slightly secluded place. Some people were suspicious, and some people were carefree. Soon, Lu Tingting swallowed her saliva, and her eyes moved from left to right, staring at everyone's eyes that were staring at her. We have to leave here. Jiang Jigang was puzzled. Why? Lu Tingting opened her mouth weakly, but didn't know how to speak. She paused for 2 seconds before continuing. I have a hunch that the rats are coming. Everyone looked at each other. Mutated rat? After the signal exchange, there are many stories and experiences about mutant animals on the internet. The zombie eagle that briefly stalemates with Lu Tingting. The pet at home accidentally ran away. And when they met again, it was covered in blood and had become unrecognizable. A large beast escaped from a nearby zoo. And after mutation, it occupied a large territory, hunting humans while also driving away and killing zombies. There are so many such things. But the zombie rat is the most terrifying one, because it can penetrate everywhere. It once crawled over Hezishu in instep, and once took a person life unexpectedly in Building 7. As long as there are pipes in space, no matter how narrow and cramped, they can shuttle between buildings and communities through a little gap. A zombie rat may not be a big deal. Pay attention to protection and wrap your body tightly, and you can deal with it. But when groups of mutant rats appear and turn humans into skeletons in an instant, no one will not be afraid. Song Song raised his hand first. Why do you have such a premonition? Lu Tingting found it difficult to explain her premonition, but she still tried her best to convince everyone. It is a foregone conclusion that there are mutant rats in the park. Whether it is the situation that Mr. AI's team encountered before, or the sudden situation that Zishuan encountered when we were in the underground floor yesterday, it proves that zombie rats have been infesting the park for a long time. When you saw the topic of mutant animals yesterday, do you remember what some post said? Rats are good at digging holes, gnawing, and climbing pipes, and narrow waters can't stop them. The sense of smell is very developed, and mutant rats move when they hear sounds. Moreover, human zombies are not interested in the flesh and blood of human zombies, but zombie rats are happy to eat all carrion and blood. Look at the pile of flesh and blood outside. Tomorrow morning, the temperature will rise as the sun shines. I have no definite evidence to prove that the devastating zombie rat tide will definitely come, but I really have a bad feeling. After Lu Tingting finished speaking, silence took over the atmosphere in the convenience store. Alas, Jiang Jigang rubbed his head, and used both hands to brush his hair from front to back, and then straightened it from back to front. Less than a day after settling down, they had to find a new place to stay again. Lu Tingting's heart was also full of uneasiness and anxiety. After Jiang Jigang sighed, he raised his head and looked directly at Lu Tingting. Frowning, Lu Tingting waited for him to speak, without moving his eyes away. Everyone present was waiting for him to speak. Jiang Jigang's eyes flashed with entanglement, and several thoughts turned in his mind. Finally, he asked, "Can I bring the Odin machine?" Song Song, I know. Jiang Yame, I guessed it. I figure it out. Lu Tingting smiled and nodded. Okay. We find a way. Then I have no problem. Jiang Jigang leaned back, looking free and unrestrained. Jiang Yame clasped her hands together. Me neither. She didn't hate tossing around. The meaning of life lies in tossing around. If you don't toss around well, you won't live a good life. He Zishuan and Song Song both said that it was okay to change the location. After all, they were all from the same group, and it wasn't the first time for everyone to find a base. It was not a bad thing to change to a safer location. Aunt Zhao, who had been silent for a long time, also voted in favor. Not to mention Zhang Tian. The remaining few people had become a minority. They looked at each other, and no one spoke first. I have a question. Luo Fei imitated the hand-raising gesture that He Zishuan and Jiang Jigang often did, and said, when you were talking just now, I summarized your opinions and posted them on Fan. Some people listened to it. Some said we were just worrying about nothing. And some accused me of being jealous and envious. It's really hard to persuade the damn ghost with good words. Luo Fei words successfully made several people take out their mobile phones to check the movements outside. The implementers of the Building 1 action and their supporters obviously did not accept this unsubstantiated speculation, and also scoffed at the suggestion of going to high-rise buildings and closing passages, thinking it was nonsense. Some people came out to say that they had indeed seen rats in the park, but were quickly silenced. But on the other hand, some people listened to their opinions. My question is, can it be as soon as possible? Luo Fei pointed to the pile of meat outside. To be honest, the living experience on the first floor is indeed poor. When the time comes, the supplies will also be distributed from top to bottom. Let's not say that we are ahead of the curve, but we should not fall behind too much. In this way, only 5 people have not expressed their opinions. Dong Qian and Qian Xiaoxin looked at each other and immediately made a decision. Let's go together. Being with the big team is their sense of security. There is nothing more to say. Luo Fei got up and went to pack his things. Wang Xiaojing and Lu Hainan naturally followed Luo Fei. And in this situation, only fools would insist on staying. And the long-haired man? Luo Fei, who? I don't care. Zhang Tian patted the long-haired man on the shoulder, gave him some shallow sympathy, and then left without mercy. There is still a lot of work to do. The more he does, the easier it will be for Lu Tingting. The carnival outside the house is still going on. But in the store on the first floor of building number 5, no one has the leisure to pay attention to the exaggerated and distorted performance outside. Everyone has to move. And there is no need to worry about the distribution of materials at this time. Everything should be packed and everything can be packed. All large woven bags and plastic boxes for replenishment were used. And several layers of tape and scissors fell on the ground. Jiang Jigang and Zhang Tian were in charge of packing bags. And they were busy with several people. On the other side, Lu Tingting pulled Ed Xiao to sit down, and called Luo Fei and Jiang Yame to study more important issues together. Where to go? Chapter 52. Lu Tingting knew that among the hundreds of people trapped by zombies, there were not many teams that could operate as efficiently as they did and share the same goal. This also led to a problem. The preliminary preparation stage was in full swing, and the most important destination had not yet been chosen. Lu Tingting bit his nails, tried to find a higher floor. And it is best if the elevator door is closed. This is actually not easy. Now most people use the elevator passage to shuttle between floors. After all, the stairwell is full of dense, unobstructed zombies. Who would be in it if it is not necessary? Once the smooth elevator door is opened, it is difficult to close it again. Find a floor that has been cleared of zombies. And it is bound to be difficult to have a safe environment with the elevator door closed. Jiang Yame suggested, go directly to the top floor? Lu Tingting, is there anyone upstairs? Luo Fei took out his mobile phone. I asked around, with his fingers flying silently. Luo Fei quickly found the answer. The top of building number 5 has not been occupied yet. But building number 6 has been occupied. Didn't they go over to clean it up? Luo Fei paused for 2 seconds, obviously asking the other party a few more questions. And then answered, I asked the survivors on the top floor of building number 6. And there are my previous financial budget BPs. They used mobile phones to lead most of the zombies to the side of building number 5. And then locked the fire door in the middle. How many? About 60 or 70. Jiang Yame was surprised. Where did so many people come from on the top floor? Luo Fei held his forehead. All financial staff will. 60 or 70. It's not completely impossible. Lu Tingting rubbed his forehead. The top floor of building number 6 is really good. Once and for all. Luo Fei was concise and to the point, and obviously inclined to this choice. But so many zombies sounded a bit scary after all. An Zhao tentatively suggested, go back to building number 7. Lu Tingting and Luo Fei looked at each other, and saw the tacit understanding between each other. Not good. We carry so many supplies through the basement, and then climb more than 10 floors. It's too tiring. This is the reason, he said. But in fact, Lu Tingting was also thinking that the 13th floor should have been taken over by President AI now. They took all the supplies back, which was no less than a lot of money to go to the market. And they had to go back to see other people's faces, which was actually a disadvantage. It's better to have a floor that belongs to them completely. From this point of view, the top floor almost completely meets all their requirements except that there are more zombies. Lu Tingting slapped his head. That's it. Do it? Jiang Yame, do it. The focus of the conversation became how to get from the first floor to the top floor without opening the elevator passage on the top floor, and how to deal with the dense zombies after going up. Zhang Tian and Jiang Jigang shuttled in the convenience store, without stopping. From small things like socks and nail clippers to large things like cooking oil and storage boxes. They had to check whether they should take them, and how much they should take. They didn't drive a small truck back and forth. They could only rely on their own 2 legs. No matter how hard they tried, they could only bring so many things. They were running for their lives, with risks and pressures on their shoulders. So they could only bring the most important things. Although there were piles of goods spread out in the convenience store, almost leaving no place for people to step. Zhang Tian still walked around and brought water and snacks to their table from time to time. Sometimes it was a few cups of warm water with dried honeysuckle floating in it. It clears heat and detoxifies. Try them all. Sometimes it was a few bags of various snacks, all of which were Lu Tingting's favorite flavors. They are all unpacked. It's inconvenient to carry them. Eat some to avoid waste. Jiang Yame was not surprised. Did you hear that? It would be a waste if you don't eat it. Lu Tingting had already developed a thick skin. Just pretending not to hear. Taking a bite of biscuits and a bite of cheese sticks. While the few people were eating, Lu Tingting summarized the several plans that were proposed. First, go and discuss with the people on the top floor of building number 5. We will go from the elevator passage to the top floor and go through their fire door. Jiang Yame shook her head. The advantage is that the route is simple and safe. But the disadvantage is that you have to pass by here and leave money for the way. This is a question of social etiquette. Even with Luo Fei face, it is impossible not to show some courtesy when passing by with large and small bags. Lu Tingting continued. The second plan is that we go from the elevator passage to the bottom of the top floor and climb up through a window. We need to clear one more floor of zombies. And we also need to consider the danger of climbing through the window with supplies. The third plan is that we find a way to clear the stairs. And then we can go any way we want. But we don't have any idea how to implement it. She raised her voice when summarizing the plan so that the busy people scattered around the convenience store could hear it. Jiang Yame asked, Do you have any opinions? Song Song raised his hand. I do. I think the issues we need to consider now are not just fighting zombies. We have only roughly sorted out half of the things. And there are already so many. The weight on the road will also crush us. Jiang Jigang, who was squatting on the ground packing, said with sweat dripping, Song Song is right. You see, these things need to be run back and forth at least 2 or 3 times before they can be taken. Besides, Zhang Tian frowned. We have tried our best to reduce the luggage. Okay. Lu Tingting sighed. Then there is only one way. She turned to Aunt Zhao at the table and said, Aunt Zhao, can you find out if there is any? Do you have the contact information of the elevator repairman in the administration department? I'd look for the repair guide for this model of elevator first. I saw it when I was on the 2nd floor before. There are 2 elevators here that are sealed and not affected by zombies. Now that the call has come, it should only need to be restarted. He Zishuan showed a worried expression. Are you sure? Lu Tingting comforted, don't worry. If we really have to figure out how to repair it ourselves, then we won't use anyone. And just let the elevator deliver supplies. It was half dark at night. After using the toilet, Donkin walked out from a corner of the warehouse, wiped his hands with a wet tissue, and peeked out when he passed the window. The noisy atmosphere and the people who cheered seemed to be a little cold. But the performance in Building 1 continued. The broken double-layer glass peeled off in pieces, like several large scars falling to the ground. The zombie debris had almost flushed the entire ground, and was about to spread to the convenience store separated by only a 5 or 6 meter wide path. Donkin didn't dare to look closely, but just quickly glanced at the bloody mountain of zombies. However, it seemed that Lu Tingting's words had left her with a shadow in her heart, and she seemed to feel that there was a sneaky little figure in the shadow ready to go. She shuddered, retracted her gaze, and quickened her pace to return to her friends. A few minutes later, Aunt Zhao, who had flipped through her phone twice, showed Lu Tingting the screen of her phone. Found it. This person has replied to me. You try to ask. While waiting, Lu Tingting also asked Song Song to contact administrative colleagues, but had not received a reply. Now Aunt Zhao had a breakthrough, and she was overjoyed. Fan is obviously a special office tool for all employees of the restaurant factory. But the cleaning lady, maintenance master, security personnel, etc. are not on it, and only rely on the corresponding interface personnel to contact through other contact software. Many cleaning, security, and maintenance jobs are outsourced to other companies, or the labor relationship is registered under the name of other companies after being recruited. It is obviously someone who passes by every day. But when I want to contact them, I can't find a way. If Aunt Zhao hadn't added several colleagues on WeChat, they didn't know how many people they would have to ask before they could really contact the people who were doing the work. After sending messages back and forth several times, the situation on the other side should be good. They sent several 60-second voice messages enthusiastically, explaining the elevator restart process step by step, and the tools required for each step. Lu Tingting recorded it in detail. After expressing his gratitude, he made some marks on the notebook, summarized the operation steps, and went through the process several times in his mind. He immediately packed up and was about to set off. Seeing that the progress here was going smoothly, the people who were sorting out the supplies were more energetic. They could bring more things and didn't have to carry them themselves. Wouldn't they be happier? Are you going alone? Lu Tingting looked up and found that when she was packing her equipment, Jiang Yamei frowned and asked her. Yamei and Zhang Tian would definitely persuade her, including Luo Fei, who said that it was not possible to go alone. At least she had to have a partner to pass things and block the zombies. Lu Tingting walked around the glass window, looked here and there, and finally came to the conclusion that it was really not enough for one person. The noise in building 1 was much quieter. After half an hour of not observing, there were a few more broken windows in the upper floors, and there were more zombies with missing limbs on the ground. According to the operation guide just given by the maintenance master, she needed to go to the tool room on the first floor to find the maintenance box of the elevator. The company that the maintenance master belonged to was not only responsible for the maintenance of this brand and model of elevators, but also had different keys for each elevator maintenance panel to prevent others from accidentally touching it. This habit is now a good thing for them. The biggest threat on the way to the maintenance room on the first floor is zombies. But Lu Tingting found a magic weapon from the warehouse of the convenience store, a remote control car toy. And it was an advanced remote control car that would emit cool light and dynamic music. This thing can help seduce the zombies on the first floor out and help her save time in the aisle. Lu Tingting handed the remote control car's operator to Luo Fei. Come on. You are so good at using drones. This is definitely not a problem. After the people in building 1 did this, the ground was full of obstacles of all sizes. It is not an easy task to make the remote control car drive on such a ground and successfully avoid the zombies' encirclement and delay for a long enough time. Luo Fei's whole body was expressing rejection. But in the end, she pinched her nose and took on this important task, and started to test it on the ground full of supplies in the convenience store. As for the people who went out with her, Lu Tingting looked around and asked Song Song and Lu Hainan who was free now. Zhang Tian, ? Chapter 53. Zhang Tian, ? Seeing Zhang Tian's unbelievable expression, Lu Tingting put his arm around his neck. You have already been given a seat. Don't hold your mouth. Zhang Tian immediately showed a well-behaved smile, wishing that his tail would shake out a residual shadow. Song Song and Lu Hainan looked at each other. Song Song, I had a full meal at night. Or, you go? Lu Hainan hesitated. Me? In the end, the two people who didn't want to eat dog food used rock paper scissors to decide the winner. Lu Hainan escaped from death. Song Song, this is my fate. I understand. The three of them dressed neatly, wrapped in protective equipment upgraded with supplies from convenience stores, and replaced the cloth strips with clean socks and masks. Lu Tingting explained the mission objectives in a few words, and after thinking about it, he took Aunt Zhao's mobile phone again. In case of any emergencies, he could directly ask online. Let's go! The three of them were arm in arm, and under the gaze of the crowd, they flashed out of the side door and passed through the night. In a few flash steps, the door was within reach. Lu Tingting deliberately chose this road to avoid the glass wall hole and the mess in front of the door, saving time to move things. But the price was, the left leg kicked the zombie away, and the right hand chopped down with blood. The three of them cooperated tacitly, and with the cover of the floral water on their bodies, they silently entered the door along the corner of the wall, although they encountered zombies blocking the way. Fortunately, the noise outside attracted many zombies to join in the fun and were smashed into mud, so there were not many zombies inside the door. Lu Tingting lightly found the tool room along the corridor, pressed the handle, and it was broken. The door of the tool room was locked, and the keyhole silently laughed at their naivety. Zhang Tian walked past Lu Tingting briskly, trotted to the end of the corridor, looked around, turned around and made a gesture. There are zombies, and there are quite a few of them. Lu Tingting gritted his teeth. We can't stay here for long. It will be troublesome if we are besieged. Fortunately, the door of the tool room is made of the most common material. She waved Zhang Tian to come over, and signaled Song Song to make way. Then she used the axe to chisel a big hole in the door. Song Song understood, and relying on his thin body, he kicked open the wooden board and got into the tool room. The heavy sound of metal and wood hitting each other echoed in the corridor. Zhang Tian on the other side turned around and opened the door of the nearest conference room, dragged out 2 computer chairs, and placed them horizontally in the aisle, just blocking the first wave of zombies that came after hearing the sound. Zhang Tian immediately returned to the tool room, took the tool box handed by Song Song, and pulled him out of the tool room with one hand, and the three of them immediately started running. Target, elevator room. Big companies love to boast about their open environment. There is no space between the tables, which is in sharp contrast to their high barriers to resources and information. There were no barriers between the districts, as if this would eliminate the ubiquitous superior-subordinate relationship. However, at this point, Lu Tingting was too lazy to criticize these designs for being hypocritical. She just hoped very urgently that a door would appear anywhere, in the corridor or at the entrance of the elevator room, to block the zombies chasing behind her. As she ran, she looked through the toolbox, looking for the most important thing in it. Got it! Lu Tingting's eyes lit up. But just as she was glad that she had gotten the key to the elevator operating panel in this operation, the two people behind her reached a tacit understanding. Zhang Tian and Song Song grabbed Lu Tingting, who was about to return the same way, and said quickly, "You go move the elevator, and the two of us will lead the zombies away." Before Lu Tingting could object, the two pushed Lu Tingting into the small compartment next to the elevator room. They looked at each other, stood there for 2 seconds, and when the zombies got closer, they ran away, shouting something loudly and knocking with 2 wooden sticks. Like 2 lively monkeys, they led a group of zombies of different shapes, turned along the corridor, and ran away from the elevator. Lu Tingting, who had reacted, didn't bother to chase the 2 people who acted on their own, but regretted that she didn't give the 2 people the most lethal fire axe. There was no time to worry about them. Lu Tingting picked up the toolbox, stuck her head out to make sure that the nearby zombies were led away, and then she quickly came to the elevator and used the key to open the operating panel unskillfully. In front of her was a pile of colorful and varied buttons. Lu Tingting recalled the operating steps that the master had said. First, confirm the elevator status. Then restart the motor. Confirm that the brake device is running. Why is it still not moving? Sweat beads oozed from Lu Tingting's forehead, and she repeated the steps that the master had said. Still didn't work. Her heart sank, and she had a bad feeling. She might have to go up to the elevator control room on the roof to use the main power switch, but it would be too late. She clicked her fingers and sent a message to the elevator maintenance engineer. But based on her description alone, the person on the other side of the chat window could not give a definite answer. Lu Tingting squatted in front of the closed door of the number 3 elevator, thought for 3 seconds, and decided to meet up with Zhang Tiankong first. If this road is not feasible, then change another one. It will not starve people to death. If it really doesn't work, pack the supplies into small packages. After they are on the top floor and safe, let Luo Fei use the drone to run a few more times. Anyway, it can be charged now. With a breath in her chest, Lu Tingting just stood up. Ding dong. First floor. We're here. Accompanied by the familiar broadcast sound, the elevator door in front of her opened smoothly. The elevator broadcast sound was still so steady and gentle. But Lu Tingting looked at the empty car, and then glanced left and right at the bright red number 1 on the panel, and almost couldn't believe her eyes. Is it really okay? She didn't go up rashly, but leaned in, clicked a few floor numbers casually, and withdrew her upper body. The elevator went up, and a few numbers popped up on the display screen, indicating that the elevator was running normally. Lu Tingting felt relieved. After putting the toolbox against the wall, she packed up her things and rushed in the direction where Zhang Tian and Song Song disappeared. On the other side, the 2 people who led the zombies away with a loud roar did not get into a hard fight, but used the tactics and strategies of their ancestors very cleverly. When the enemy advances, we retreat. When the enemy stays, we harass. When the enemy is tired, we attack. When the enemy retreats, we chase. The 2 people flexibly used guerrilla tactics to make the zombies run around, and tried every means to keep the zombies' range of activities away from the direction of the elevator. Their actions were indeed very effective. Lu Tingting ran along the corridor all the way, met scattered zombies, and saw the 2 people who kept going back and forth around the main door and side door of the tea room and the conference room to seduce the zombie army. Zhang Tian and Song Song used all their skills, like monkeys, elephants, peacocks with their tails spread out, and crocodiles ambushing in the water. But they did not confront the zombies head-on. The 2 of them were sweating all over, just as they were singing the off-tune song skillfully and leading the dizzy zombies at the other end of the corridor to their front. Lu Tingting appeared in their sight, behind a large group of zombies. Lu Tingting walked calmly with a fire axe, in order to prevent the smell from attracting the attention of the zombies. She did not approach, but made a few gestures from a distance. After making sure that the two understood what she meant, Lu Tingting stepped back a few steps. She shyly observed the terrain on both sides, gathered strength with her right hand, and cleared her throat with her left hand on her chest. Then, a crooked voice echoed on the first floor of Building 5. Ding ding ding. She didn't sing very loudly, but her voice was quite magical and penetrating. When the voice sounded, Zhang Tian and Song Song took the opportunity to run away. Song Song panted, "What is this song?" Zhang Tian panted, "Doraemon's theme song. You haven't heard it before?" Song Song doubted his ears. "How did you hear it? Did you use a love filter?" On one side, there were two people who disappeared without a sound. And on the other side, there was the prey singing slowly in the same place. The zombie quickly turned around and aimed at Lu Tingting. She slowly retreated, turning her head cautiously to observe whether there were any sudden attacks on both sides and behind her. Luckily, in just 4 or 5 seconds, two familiar figures appeared on the left. Lu Tingting was silent. She was just playing a stalemate with the zombies, and disappeared in the blink of an eye. The zombies were still approaching slowly in the same place, and now they looked a bit cute. But soon they chased after them with their big teeth bared and drooling. The three of them ran for their lives all the way. On the way, Song Song did not forget to get to the bottom of it. "Tingting, what song are you singing?" "Doraemon's theme song," Lu Tingting said firmly. "How is it possible?" Song Song's expression was distorted. "How can Doraemon's theme song be sung like this? Which dimension of Doraemon are you two watching?" Before they could figure it out, the three of them relied on their agility to create obstacles for the zombies behind them, and actually ran past the large group with their 2 legs. When they approached the glass wall, He Zixuan, who had been waiting anxiously, jumped up and hurriedly opened the side door. The 3 people who ran 800 meters flashed into the door. Before they could catch their breath, He Zixuan pressed the door and locked it several times with a bicycle lock. Just as the zombies came one after another and hit the side door unwillingly, a transformer with red light flashing, swaying dance steps, and passionate music began to move in the open space outside the door, along with the built-in background music of Ding Dong Dong. The transformer's every move is accompanied by simulated mechanical friction sounds. After a set of actions is completed, the transformers change their appearance, and a fresh and humorous voice also sounds. "Children, do you like this set of actions? Come and play with us." Whether the children like this set of actions or not, there is no answer for the time being. But there is no doubt that the zombies like it very much. Lu Tingting looked up, and Luo Fei shook the remote control in his hand to greet her. Most middle-aged employees have children and families, and have corresponding needs. So convenience stores will purchase toys and household items. They have so many good equipment that zombies love very much. Thank the rice factory for not laying off all employees over 35 years old. Lu Tingting slapped the capitalist in her heart. Chapter 54. Jiang Yame was very excited. "Tingting, can you sing it again?" Lu Tingting turned to one side with a sad face, and put his head in Zhang Tian's arms, not wanting to pay attention to these bad guys. After Song Song came back, he made a big fuss about Lu Tingting. "Doraemon, tune." Lu Tingting hummed it again in disbelief, which made a circle of people's faces twisted with laughter. "It's Doraemon." Zhang Tian stretched out his hand to cover the back of Lu Tingting's head, and smiled to signal everyone to restrain themselves. After the joke, the news that the elevator was successfully activated caused everyone to cheer. "We have also packed up. Let's go." Jiang Yame was eager to try. It was already late at night. Heavy clouds fell on the horizon, and the stars and the moon were looming. "Let's go tonight." Lu Hainan put down the last woven bag and asked while rubbing his arm. Luo Fei looked around, and everyone's faces were more or less tired. It's getting late now. After the zombie disaster, if it were normal, everyone should be ready to rest now. Lu Tingting whispered to Zhang Tian for a few times, looked around, hesitated for a moment, and made a decision. Let's rest first and get up early tomorrow. She was more inclined to leave tonight to avoid more trouble. But obviously, it was not a good choice to drag a tired team to face the risks along the way and the foreseeable zombies on the top floor. The luggage and supplies were lined up along the wall, and several people slept hastily. For the humans in the rice factory park, this exciting night ended. But for some creatures in the dark, this is a good time for them to find food and reproduce. Squeak. Lu Tingting never slept well that night. although she decided to act at dawn. The mysterious feeling always filled her head, but she couldn't find a reasonable basis to say it. I don't know how many times I woke up from my dream, and how many times I fell in a half-awake state. The feeling of falling woke her up. Lu Tingting calmed her breathing and touched her forehead. One hand was sticky with sweat. She sat up, holding her forehead with both hands, rubbing her sweaty face. The gray figure approaching in the corner stopped. When Lu Tingting didn't know, a small confrontation was happening. Drink some water. Lu Tingting got up and passed by her companion, who was breathing evenly. Jiang Jigang put his hand on Song Song again and again, and was thrown down again and again. The two fought in their sleep, just like during the day, and finally reached a delicate balance. Lu Tingting walked through everyone, grabbed a bottle of mineral water in the corner, and walked to the window to observe the sky outside. It seemed to be raining. The air was extremely humid, and the sky was heavy, as if a thunderstorm that would destroy the world was lingering. The gray figure with dark red eyes moved 2 steps inside, hiding behind a table leg, watching for fresh food that could breathe. But the moving prey was too much of a hindrance. It was better to eat it first. Lu Tingting rubbed her sore neck, and she had a stiff neck. Perhaps this was why she couldn't sleep well. The air conditioning blew across her sweaty neck and smooth ankles, bringing a cool breeze. Lu Tingting couldn't help but sneeze. After drinking half a bottle of water at once, she walked around the crooked crowd and returned to the bed. It was at the moment she sat down that her eyes accidentally met the layers of eyes in the corner. Small, red eyes, one after another, one after another. Lu Tingting seemed to hear shouts and cries from the underground floor in her ears. The panic of human beings spread upward through the building materials. Her hands, which were resting on the blanket, slowly moved down and pulled up her socks. The next moment, the silent confrontation was broken. The rats broke through the safe distance and attacked the delicious food, showing their sharp teeth. Get up! The rats are coming! Shouting urgently, Lu Tingting grabbed the blanket with his left hand, picked up the table leg with his right hand, stood up, rotated his right hand outward, aimed the tabletop at the large army on the ground, and smashed it down heavily. Squeak! The sound and touch of the small body being crushed made her get goosebumps. Everyone get up! Lu Tingting waved the blanket with her left hand, sweeping away the wandering soldiers, who approached the bed one after another. Ah! The people who were awakened by the fighting and shouting were startled as soon as they opened their eyes, and goosebumps instantly spread to everyone. Lu Hainan swallowed his saliva and pulled out the fruit knife under the bed. But he didn't know how to start. They didn't take off their clothes before going to bed, but they didn't change into the equipment for going out. Now their eyes, ears, mouths, noses, and fragile joints are all exposed. Once they got close, the rats would bite them accurately. Luo Fei and the long-haired man picked up the fire extinguisher in tacit understanding, and used dry powder to extinguish the fire in a large area, forcing back a wave of rats, leaving some breathing space for everyone. Soon, Jiang Jigang, who was well equipped, put on a mask and a bicycle helmet, picked up a fire axe, and went to the front line. Song Song and Wang Xiaojing followed closely behind him, using tables and chairs to repel the rats that rushed out. The rats were tireless and kept coming, while Jiang Jigang and others were attracting firepower. Zhang Tian, who was well equipped, went around the wall and got behind the rats. The thick-soled boots kicked away the crawlers on the ground, and the tennis racket in his hand blocked the flying rats with amazing jumping power. Sure enough, the hole previously dug in the glass wall was enlarged by the rats, exceeding the barrier they had built with thick cardboard, tables, chairs and benches, and became an unobstructed road for the rats. Zhang Tian waved his hand back, and soon the long-haired man and Lu Tingting came up with the disassembled shelf boards. The iron perforated boards were stuck into the original pile of obstacles along the wall, blocking the gap for the rats to invade. Bang! Bang bang! The shelf was hit, and the rats outside were lying on the shelf one after another. Their teeth were strong enough to bite through wood, but they were powerless against steel. After confirming that the rats could not break through this barrier for the time being, the three of them breathed a sigh of relief and began to deal with the scattered rats in the house. With the joint efforts of everyone, the convenience store soon returned to peace. In the relief of surviving the disaster, Lu Tingting confirmed whether everyone was injured one by one. These weird rats appeared and disappeared through the pipes. Even if they were not zombie viruses, they were enough to make people sick and feverish. But fortunately, Lu Tingting warned early enough. Except for He Zixuan, who sprained his foot when he stood up. The others started to dodge and fight back immediately. The biggest wound at this time was psychological trauma. Jiang Jigang, who was so brave just now, was dazed and muttered to himself, "What kind of plot is this that only horror games have? No. It's a plot that horror games don't have." Jiang Yamei took out a pair of scissors and tore the sleeping blanket into strips, asking everyone to check carefully to see if there was any loose protection. They were about to set off. There was no need to point it out. Everyone had a consensus in their hearts. The steel plate blocking the hole in the wall still made a thumping sound from time to time, hitting people's hearts bit by bit. There was no time to set up a detailed strategy. Compared with staying here to deal with the rats, going upstairs to eliminate 60 zombies became a good choice. "Are you all ready?" Lu Tingting, carrying a huge mountaineering bag and a blood-stained fire axe, looked back and glanced at everyone. Everyone's mouths and noses were covered behind heavy barriers, revealing only a pair of black and white eyes. It was inconvenient to talk, so some people nodded, and some raised their hands to make this okay gesture. "Let's go!" The side door of the convenience store was opened. In the dull night, the clouds that had accumulated for a long time finally dropped a huge drop of water. At the same time, under the persistent collision and biting, it fell. The fragile glass in the convenience store cracked to the side, and a narrow crack appeared. Countless figures emerged from it, biting the remaining items in the store with fine teeth. What they didn't have time to move away was drowned in the rats. Lu Tingting raised her hand to wipe the rain on her goggles, lowered her center of gravity, bent down, and led everyone to shuttle through the left side of the zombie group. The sky and the earth were filled with a strong smell of earth. In addition to being nervous, she had time to be distracted. "I don't know how heavy this rain should be." Passing through the main entrance of building number 5, Lu Tingting gestured. Song Song jumped out from the middle of the team, passed through all the people who were blocking the zombies and the rats running around on the first floor, and pressed the elevator switch first, blocking the elevator door. He reached out to help everyone unload their bags and line up in the elevator. Lu Tingting axe blade slashed across the back of the zombie head, and he and Luo Fei cooperated tacitly to deal with the zombies on the right side of the elevator. However, the most urgent task now is to get out quickly. 2 of the 4 elevators were stopped at the top, probably because the doors were stuck in the floors occupied by zombies. Song Song was carrying supplies to elevator 2, and elevator 3 was coming up from the underground floor. "Who is it?" Sweat slid down his temples, and Lu Tingting held the axe with both hands and repelled a thin zombie with amazing strength. Ding dong. "First floor. We're here." Whether it was zombies or humans, or the rats waiting for an opportunity on the ground, they all paused for a frame. The scene froze for a second, and the elevator door slid open, and a man with a disfigured face and a group of blood-stained rats fell down. He was wearing a chef suit. His hands and face were bloody, and his body kept twitching. Under the clothes, there were small bulges, and gray fur was weaving between the collar and cuffs. He was twitching. His vocal organs were being eaten, and he couldn't say a word. With the axe in his hand, Lu Tingting stood up straight, and a pool of blood appeared on the ground. The rats were still moving around. They were drawing the energy and nutrients they had always dreamed of from this food that they could not avoid. Lu Tingting pushed the sluggish Song Song and signaled him to get on the elevator. "Go quickly." Several other people were pushed into the elevator by her. Jiang Jigang and the long-haired man shook their heads, indicating that they wanted to stay with her, and Lu Tingting shook the back of her head. "Go up and clear the zombies above. We will be here soon." Through the layers of masks, her voice was heavy and hoarse. The rain curtain fell, smashing small whirlpools on the ground. "If you don't go up, it will be meaningless for us to stay down there for a long time." Chapter 55. Jiang Jigang, sweating profusely, swung the stick heavily to the left. The zombie lost its balance and fell to the ground, then immediately struggled forward and crawled forward, trying to bite Jiang Jigang's leg. The latter stepped on the zombie's shoulder and back, exerted force with his arms, and hammered the back of the zombie head several times until a fishy white liquid flowed out, and the body under his feet had no strength to struggle. Lu Tingting grabbed Jiang Jigang. "Let's go." The earthy smell and water vapor brought by the heavy rain blocked the olfactory system of the zombies on the open space in the park. The sound of rain was like a roar, playing like classical music, creating a breathing space for those who were eager to survive. without the continuous influx of zombies from the outside. The situation on the first floor was slightly controllable. And the biggest threat was the ubiquitous rats. A small gap was cleared by Luo Fei at the entrance of elevator number 2. And Lu Tingting grabbed people one by one in the gaps between cleaning up the zombies. This heavy rain created a unique opportunity for them. And they had to send a group of people up as soon as possible. When the rain stopped, the zombies attracted to the park returned. And then it would be over. They would be drowned in the endless zombies. The elevator has limited load-bearing capacity and cannot carry everyone. Someone must be outside to eliminate the interference of zombies and rats. Otherwise the elevator door will never close. Everyone understands the truth. But who can stand up with peace of mind? Panting, Lu Tingting wiped the rain and blood on the goggles with the only clean corner of his clothes. Zhang Tian, you go too. The rain continued, and every raindrop fell to the ground, smashing a deep pit. The ground was like a boiling boiler, with continuous waves. The thunder in the sky fell and hit my heart. I won't leave. Zhang Tian's words were calm and firm. He didn't turn around, and still helped Luo Fei clean up the rats at the elevator entrance. His body soaked with blood. Sweat slid down from her hair to her shoulders and neck, soaking into her wet collar. Lu Tingting propped the ground with the axe in her hand. She panted and stared at the 2 zombies that were slowly climbing up 2 meters away, and said, "You have to go up. There is another layer of zombies to be cleaned up. Go and help them. Others can go up. I will stay to help you." Lu Tingting moved forward fiercely and harvested the heads of the 2 zombies from the side. "Why don't you listen? What are you staying to help me with? Are you good at fighting? Didn't you ask me to save you since you were a child?" Lu Tingting hoped that Zhang Tian could go up. They acted separately. At least they would not be wiped out together. Everyone was silent. "I won't leave. I will stay here even if I hold you back. Lu Tingting, be obedient. You go up to clean up the zombies first, and I will go up later." It's the same. There were more and more rats. And the ones that slipped through the net got into the car, and were chased and intercepted by everyone in a hurry. "Go up." Lu Tingting's voice became cold and calm. Zhang Tian turned around to look at her, tears streaking down his face. From childhood to adulthood, this was his best skill in front of Lu Tingting. "Go up. I listen to you." Zhang Tian clenched the tennis racket and fruit knife in his hands. "I wait for you." Luo Fei knocked on the elevator door. "Hurry up." Several people were called by Lu Tingting in succession, and they ended the fight and got into the elevator. The long-haired man grabbed Luo Fei's hand, but was thrown away by the latter. He stared at her for 2 seconds, said nothing, and walked into the elevator. Lu Tingting did not look in the direction of the elevator. She silently turned her back to everyone, guarding the opening on the north side, not letting a zombie get close. The elevator door closed. Kicking, lifting feet, waving arms, as if the movements were engraved into the body. Someone behind him approached step by step. "I'm sorry. I lied to you, sister." Lu Tingting flipped her left hand and pushed down 2 or 3 zombies that rushed forward. She turned around impatiently and hugged the person behind her. She hugged him so hard that it seemed like she wanted to melt into her body. Amidst the walking dead and the blood and flesh all over the ground, the 2 people hugged each other. "We said we would never separate again." Luo Fei knocked on the wall with his knuckles, took out a machete from his bag, and tried it out. "Okay. I deal with the zombies, and you guys go get the mice." Compared to whack-a-mole, it's more comfortable to chop zombies. Jiang Yame, then I do it too. Lu Tingting, question mark. Luo Fei, question mark. Zhang Tian, question mark. Luo Fei tried the machete, looked at the arm of a zombie, and shouted in surprise, "Where did you come from? I've been here all the time." Jiang Yame was confused and pointed to the aisle on the right. "I'm hitting mice there. I thought you didn't call me on purpose. And I thought, wow, I can cover the back together. I'm so awesome. In the end, you forgot about me." Jiang Yame's voice sounded faintly, causing Lu Tingting and Luo Fei to feel guilty. "Oh, no. I just kept you here. What would we do without Yame?" Lu Tingting is quite skilled at coaxing children. Jiang Yame snorted coldly, but her body honestly approached them. The 4 people were divided into groups, and Zhang Tian honestly took on the task of killing rats that no one wanted to do. The bodies of the rats had piled up into a small mountain at the elevator entrance, and everyone's shoes and boots were also covered with dense teeth marks. But the number of rats still did not decrease. Lu Tingting and Luo Fei guarded the two aisles of the elevator room one after the other, and Jiang Yamei provided mobile support to synchronize the movements of the zombies on the first floor with them. After the previous 10 minutes of hard fighting, the number of zombies on the first floor was effectively controlled at this time, and the two of them could still cope with it, but they had to pay attention to the rats that always attacked. Elevator number 2 went up steadily all the way, and the elevator display board jumped to 6 and stopped moving. Jiang Yamei waited for more than 10 seconds and pressed the elevator up button, but the elevator did not move. Stuck. Obviously, the zombies on the top floor were not easy to deal with. In the battle, they could not care about the luggage or the zombies' limbs stuck in the elevator door. At present, there were only a few zombies with mutilated lower limbs flopping forward on the ground. Lu Tingting looked around and called out to the three people, "Hurry up. It's also a tough battle up there." Lu Tingting walked quickly into the number 3 elevator. The rats crawled over. The corpse in the chef's uniform had long been in a mess. There was a thick bloodstain under the body, revealing a few white bones. She hung the clothes with the axe handle and dragged the corpse away from the elevator. Then she pulled out a fruit knife with her right hand and used both hands to clean the rats in the elevator. "It's almost done. Come in." But as the three ran in, the ubiquitous rats followed them in. The rats followed the direction of humans in an endless stream, and they were happy to follow even if the corpses of the same kind were piled up next to them. Zhang Tian squatted at the door and kept harvesting the rats pouring in. Jiang Yamei kept pressing the door closing button, but the rats kept coming. The elevator door closed halfway and sensed an object passing by, so it opened again. This happened several times in a row. Lu Tingting decisively stretched out his hand to block the door. "No. We go to the second floor." When the tattooed man and others went up earlier, the rope tied to the railing on the second floor was not removed. Lu Tingting walked out quickly and harvested the heads of several zombies crawling on the ground. Sure enough, the rope was still hanging there. Luo Fei stretched out her hand and pulled it twice. After confirming that it was strong enough, she retreated 2 steps, sprinted up, climbed the rope, climbed up twice quickly, reached the lower end of the railing, and then turned over and went in. Lu Tingting laid back to prevent the rats on the ground from jumping up. Fortunately, there were many zombie corpses lying on the ground at this time. Rats don't care whether their food is rotten meat or fresh meat, and they are eating happily now. There are more and more rats, almost covering the tiled floor, and small groups of them gather around the zombies. Luo Fei supported the 2 people from above, and when they landed successfully, Lu Tingting inserted the axe handle into her backpack, flexibly used her hands and feet, swung in the air, and held the railing with her backhand. Zhang Tian firmly grasped her hand and protected her body when she jumped over the railing. The second floor was much quieter. The zombies were gone, but there were still many rats running around. When they saw them, they jumped over with joy. Jiang Yamei had already pressed the up button of elevator number 3 in the first floor car. Without the living humans left in the elevator, the rats quickly lost interest in the cold steel cage. The elevator door closed smoothly and opened again on the second floor. This time, the 4 saw with their own eyes how the rats occupied the floors. They crawled out of the open elevator passage, stretched their bodies out of the ventilation duct, and crawled from the direction of the bathroom. Before they invaded the second floor, Lu Tingting and others hurried into the elevator and pressed the door closing button. 2 mice still slipped into the elevator. Luo Fei kicked them one by one, and couldn't help curling his lips at the sticky feeling of his feet. This disgusting visual impact, and the touch like maggots attached to the bones. No matter how many mice he dealt with, he could not numb it. Fortunately, except for these 2 fish that slipped through the net, the elevator door closed smoothly. Feeling the weightlessness, Lu Tingting quickly took out a bottle of mineral water from his backpack, pulled off the mask and scarf covering his face, drank 2 sips, and handed it to the people around him. The 4 drank a bottle of water. Lu Tingting put on his backpack, picked up the fire axe, and recovered some strength. Ding dong. 6th floor. "We're here." A clear announcement sounded, and the elevator door slid open, revealing a familiar scene. Startled by the announcement, the zombies attacked with their fangs and claws bared. The zombies on the 6th floor obviously didn't have many opportunities to hunt. Compared with them, the 4 people in the elevator were covered in blood and looked even dirtier. Plop. Lu Tingting threw the empty water bottle out of the elevator, which fell to the ground, bounced twice, and rolled to the ground. making a crisp sound. Boom, boom, boom. A zombie in shorts waved its powerful arms and pounced on him. Lu Tingting took 2 steps out of the elevator, leaving enough space for the people behind him, and then leaned over to avoid the zombie pounce. And the axe in his other hand was tightly embedded in the zombie waist and abdomen. Puff. The axe was pulled out, splashing a wave of blood. The 4 people ran out of the elevator, and on the left was a group of zombies with drooling mouths, eager to try. At a glance, there were 20 or 30 of them, and the sense of oppression was very strong. Lu Tingting took a look and immediately led the 3 to run to the right. There were a few zombies blocking the road. Luo Fei stepped forward and cooperated with Lu Tingting to deal with them. Jiang Yame looked around and found the fire map on the wall. She wrote it down as if it were a treasure. Luo Fei asked while working, "Where are we going?" Jiang Yame spoke quickly. "There is a tea room and 2 small meeting rooms in front. The toilet and the work area are behind us." Where to go? The pursuers behind him were pressing step by step, and a few zombies would pop out of the aisle at any time to block the road. Lu Tingting looked around and came up with ideas in his mind, and crossed them out one by one. The more important question is, where are the people who came up first? Where did they go? Chapter 56. Where are the people? She had wanted to ask this question since she reached the top floor. In Lu Tingting's plan, perhaps the elevator door would open to a battle scene, which might be fierce or tragic, but at least they would not disappear from the face of the earth. When she came up just now, she also looked in the direction of elevator 2. The supplies were still in the elevator and had not been moved out. The legs of a zombie with its head down were stuck in the elevator door. No! While thinking quickly, Lu Tingting reached out and mechanically cut off the arm of a zombie, crossed the 2-meter-long corridor in 2 steps and looked back. Sure enough, all the zombies on the top floor were almost divided into 2 groups. One group was following them, and the other group gathered at the door of the large conference room on the northwest side, hammering the door and glass wall. They were trapped. Before Lu Tingting had time to think about how they had put themselves into the trap, she realized that the situation of the 4 of them was not much better. They were completely exposed to the sight and smell of the zombies, and all the tricks to divert attention were useless. Fight. Or die. More than 30 zombies squeezed in the corridor to chase, forming a weird collage with a strong sense of oppression. Unless a grenade or machine gun fell from the sky now, they would not be able to deal with the zombies rushing over even if they had 4 hands. Where to go? Also find a conference room to hide? Lu Tingting now understands his companions in the conference room on the opposite side of the floor. It's not that he doesn't know that hiding in the conference room will only be caught in a jar, but there is really no other way, unless he can grow wings and break out of the window. Wait. Lu Tingting's mind quickly flashed the fire map of the floor that he had just glanced at. Yame. Is the utility room in front? Yes. Jiang Yame swallowed her saliva. The 4 of them snuggled together tightly. The heavy rain outside the house continued. The sky and the earth were in chaos, and the sound of rain seemed to have become the sonata this night. The water drops washed the stains and blood on the ground, and the sound of water covered the faint shouts and wails in the steel forest. What time is it now? No one knows. When will the day break? No one knows. Let's go. Lu Tingting's eyes were determined, because Building 5 and Building 6 were designed to be connected. The space division in this building was very different from the familiar Building 7. The tea room, toilet, large and small meeting rooms, and work area divisions. The consistent decoration style and inconsistent layout division gave the 4 people a strong sense of dizziness, as if they had entered a strange maze. But if she was right, the directions may be inconsistent, but the functions are always the same. Lu Tingting ran wildly, leading the 4 people to the utility room in front. Luo Fei Machete was waiting beside him, sweeping the scattered zombies in front. Lu Tingting held the axe in both hands, without a moment's pause, and chopped directly at the wooden door of the utility room. Puff. The axe was pulled out, and it was hit again. Zhang Tian pulled Lu Tingting over, took 2 steps forward and kicked a big hole in the wooden door along the axe mark, then reached forward and opened the door from the inside. As expected, when he saw the familiar iron ladder, Lu Tingting breathed a sigh of relief from the bottom of his heart. If there was no way to the rooftop here, they would really have to fight a bloody battle. Thank you, Xiao. Thank you, Park Property. Thank you, Architect, Lu Tingting said in his heart, and he and Zhang Tian tacitly moved out the stepladder. Yame. You go first. Jiang Yame did not refuse. The zombies had blocked the door. The 4 people, each carrying a backpack filled with necessary supplies, were in a dilemma in the small utility room. Luo Fei and Zhang Tian turned around and closed the door. The damaged wooden door could not withstand the zombies' impact and was already shaky. The big hole on the door became a breakthrough for the zombies to drill in. Luo Fei machete shuttled back and forth there. Blood splattered, and limbs were scattered on the ground. Just when Lu Tingting was complaining that she might never be able to eat fresh duck blood and brains in this life. Bang! Bang! Water vapor and stained dead leaves fell from the top of her head. Jiang Yame smashed the lock and lifted the cellar door leading to the rooftop above her head. Raindrops fell, as if it was the breath of freedom. Let's go! Lu Tingting climbed up the iron ladder in a few steps. With the axe hanging on her backpack, she used her hands and feet to quickly move up, leaving space for the people behind her. Luo Fei and Zhang Tian looked at each other and followed closely. At the moment when Zhang Tian, who was guarding the door, grabbed the bottom of the iron ladder in the passage, the door, which had suffered too much pressure, finally couldn't withstand the force and cracked into its chips along the door frame. A large number of zombies poured in and occupied this small storage room, with sharp teeth and bites close at hand. Zhang Tian climbed up the iron ladder with his arms, kicked his legs, pushed the ladder towards the influx of zombies, and used the force to move upwards. Just about to escape. The higher he went, the more real the raindrops hitting his body felt. From the top of his head to his hair, through the clothes, it seemed to really hit his skin. During the 2 steps up, the shouting and friction of the zombies below faded away, and only the heavy rain became more and more real. Zhang Tian remembered the movie he watched with Lu Tingting, Shawshank Redemption. That was in high school. The young couple was on the 2nd floor of the bookstore, sharing a pair of wired headphones. Under the cover of teaching supplements, they watched Andy on the screen with a tablet computer smash the sewer under the cover of thunder, and found the way to salvation in the passionate water flow. He looked up, and the raindrops hit his nose. The rain curtain connected into a line, blocking the view. But a figure appeared and supported a small space. Lu Tingting stretched out his hand to him. The way to salvation is in it. The 4 people gathered together. The heavy rain wet the hair and clothes, and the feeling of sticking to the body was not pleasant. But Lu Tingting looked up happily, tore off the goggles on his face with one hand, and felt the touch of raindrops hitting his body. Survived. This is the feeling that only the living can have. The 4 looked at each other and laughed out loud, like a group of fools, leaning forward and backward, holding hands excitedly, and dancing in circles on the roof. Lu Tingting raised his hands and vented the depression and confusion of the day in the rain, releasing all the pain and entanglement. Don't care about anything. Don't think about anything. Be a monkey on the beach, yelling, running around. Only freedom. Only freedom. Passing by the open rooftop, she glanced at the zombies entangled like worms below, and kicked the door of the rooftop. Only freedom. On the rooftop on a rainy night, the accumulated water on the ground reflected the deep and shallow light, accompanied by the lights on the floors of the surrounding park buildings, like a stage that flickered and flickered. With swaying lights, there should be a brisk tango to match Lu Tingting's staggered steps. And love. She brushed past Zhang Tian, first grabbing his hand, then moving upwards, brushing his wet hair, pushing the hair back. A little water drop sprinkled between their breaths. When they kissed for the first time, the TV was playing the Olympic opening ceremony at the Maracana Stadium in Rio de Janeiro. In the living room during the summer vacation, there was a low sound of cicadas outside the house, and the mahogany sofa under his hands felt hard. But he didn't dare to open his eyes. His eyelashes kept flickering. This summer, the butterfly wings touched lightly on a rainy night, and Lu Tingting touched and left, like a child who had successfully played a prank. But Zhang Tian exerted force on his hands. The distance was far away and then shrunk. His eyes were heavy, staring at Lu Tingting's eyes. His eyelashes were full of raindrops, unwilling to miss every vivid expression. This is the proof that we are alive. After venting, there are still serious matters to discuss. The 4 people wiped their faces and raised their voices to try to communicate under the rain, but found it difficult. So they found a small corner to shelter from the rain next to the central air conditioning switchboard and unknown equipment on the rooftop, and squeezed together with the lights of the surrounding buildings. The 4 people counted the supplies in their backpacks, swallowed food and water, and replenished some energy for their bodies that had been running around in the middle of the night. Wiping the water stains on the phone screen, Jiang Yame gestured to the others. It was 4:20 in the morning. In another hour, it would be dawn. Lu Tingting frowned and walked to the wire fence on the rooftop and looked down. Under her feet, a layer of steel and cement separated the people trapped in the conference room. Contacted? Jiang Yame's voice came from behind. It was a few scattered voice messages. The hurried voice, the panic that could not be concealed, and the scattered collision sounds in the background. The toilet water and turning off the lights were useless, and the zombies gathered at the door and refused to disperse. They were ready for a do-or-die battle. Aunt Zhao was bitten. Aunt Zhao was trying to save me. She pulled me and got bitten. Dongkin cried and said. According to her request, we tied her to a chair. Aunt Zhao turned into a zombie. Sorry. Lu Tingting listened in silence, wiping the uneven water stains on her face. It seemed like the end of the road. Jiang Yame sobbed twice, and silence took over this corner again. What should we do? Luo Fei asked. We go to save them, Lu Tingting answered. Jiang Yame, squatting on the ground, looked up and looked at Lu Tingting in disbelief, as if she was holding great hope, but also as if she was afraid of the loss that would come at any time. Luo Fei squinted his eyes, took out a pack of cigarettes from his trouser pocket irritably, took out a cigarette and was about to light it with the matching match, but suddenly realized that the cigarette was wet and the match was wet. Then go, she answered. Lu Tingting sat down on the ground, not caring about the slippery and muddy ground, as they were already covered in blood. She took out 2 rolls of fire hose from her backpack, paused for a while, gathered her strength, and continued. We use this to tie the pillars on the rooftop, and hang the other side down to their windows, and pull them up one by one. Luo Fei, no more. How to ensure safety. How to support the 4 people. Should one person go down to help tie the belt? Are there any safety measures in case of falling? Are there any alternative plans? Lu Tingting, no more. A roll of fire hose is 30 meters long. Zhang Tian reached out and untied the knotted rope, saying, it's long enough. Tie 2 together. And if one side breaks, there is another side to continue. What a rough plan. Luo Fei was impressed. Okay. But she said, then let's do it. Chapter 57. It was pouring rain. The 4 people busy on the rooftop were numb. The fire hose was tied around the concrete pillar twice, and tied with a complicated knot. Zhang Tian reached out to wipe the water stains on his face, and pulled the knot hard. The friction between his wet hands and the rough woven surface of the hose brought a dull pain. It's tied. He waved to Lu Tingting at the wire mesh. Lu Tingting received the signal, pulled the rope, sorted out the tangled hose, and then threw it high. The end of the hose passed over the 2-meter-high wire mesh, passed through the rain, and fell down, 1 floor away. The door and glass wall of the conference room were not bang, and the tables and chairs in front of them were just a thin layer of psychological comfort. Lu Hainan used an axe in his backhand to smash the high-rise glass, and together with Song Song, he pushed down the entire grid-shaped broken glass. The long confrontation consumed all the uneasiness and anxiety under the threat of the bangs outside the house. Lu Hainan was even calm and focused only on the work at hand. He panted, made a gesture to Song Song, then leaned out half of his body and barely grabbed the lower end of the hanging hose, while the rescue team on the rooftop was busy. They were not idle either. Everyone unanimously decided to let the girls go up first. It was only a matter of time before the door broke, and Jiang Jigang did not dare to slack off while guarding the door, and to pull people up from a high altitude. They could only rely on the strength of the 4 people above, and girls with smaller weight were always safer. They also thought that maybe the people on the eve of school would hang outside the window and let the zombies fall from the sky. But this idea was quickly rejected. There was no other reason. There were so many of them, and they were afraid that they would be strung together like candied haws outside the window. And they didn't know whether the zombies would fall first or the string of beads would break first. Lu Hainan and He Zixuan surrounded Dong Can, and 2 hoses tightly wrapped around her waist and hips, wrapped around her thighs, and tied several knots. Dong Can's face was pale, and she tried hard to control herself from looking down. The slanting rain occasionally floated on her face. Qian Xiaoxin held her hand and told her, relax. Don't look down. Close your eyes if you are afraid. Dong Can nodded randomly, actually not knowing what the people around her were saying. She swallowed her saliva, knowing that there was no time for her to prepare herself mentally. And there were so many people behind her who had to escape. She endured the tension and anxiety. And she closed her eyes in panic and stepped into the air. Her waist and hips tightened instantly, making her hold her breath involuntarily. But then she controlled herself to relax her body and tried to make it easier for the people above to pull. 1, 2, 3. Jiang Yame shouted the rhythm. And the 4 pulled the rope up. Lu Tingting raised his head and let the rain wash his cheeks. Fatigue overflowed from every inch of her muscles. Her tense body continuously gave her the message of exhaustion. Her breathing became difficult, and her chest seemed to have a whistling hole. Dong Qian was of a healthy weight, and the petite girl was not difficult to pull. A figure appeared outside the wire mesh. Lu Tingting signaled the 3 to continue, and he stepped forward and instructed Dong Qian to hold the gap in the wire mesh through the wire mesh. Dong Qian climbed up slowly and finally crossed the top of the wire mesh. Lu Tingting grabbed her ankle tightly and dragged her down. The moment she landed, Dong Qian suddenly felt her legs go weak. She couldn't believe that she had really been floating in the air for a few minutes. But she didn't have time to immerse herself in the aftermath of the disaster. After untying the hose, she immediately threw it down again. The next one was He Zixuan. She sent the computer chair tied to Aunt Zhao to the corner of the conference room and blocked the wheelchair with a wooden block. The person with gray eyes on the chair no longer recognized her. He Zixuan's eyes were red and swollen, and she forced out a pale smile. I go up first. Bye, Auntie. Turning around, she stepped into the air. The weightlessness made her heart skip a beat. And on the rooftop, Luo Fei. Lu Tingting's heart skipped a beat, and she shouted loudly, Luo Fei. The rope, stretched straight by the weight of the human body, just got stuck at the side of Luo Fei's calf, causing her to stumble forward. The fire hose, after being moistened, had an extremely rough surface that rubbed against her skin, grinding out a piece of bloody flesh. The rain was pink, flowing down, gathering on the ground and turning into a colorful reflection. The 3 of them didn't dare to let go, gritted their teeth, and pulled up with one breath. Lu Tingting opened her mouth and swallowed a mouthful of rain. How are you? Dong Qian immediately trotted forward to help. Luo Fei got up from the ground, touched her wound, and then returned to her position and carried the hose. It hurt so much. Dong Qian found a clean piece of clothing from his backpack and wrapped her wound briefly, then joined the boatman pulling the rope. The 5 of them worked together, rolling up the hose step by step. The moment He Zixuan landed, Lu Tingting and Jiang Yame relaxed their numb shoulders and gave her a tight hug. Tingting. He Zixuan's voice was filled with tears. Cry. Lu Tingting patted her shoulder. It's raining. You can cry freely. He Zixuan buried her head in her neck and shook it. I won't cry. Her eyes were swollen, but she was very convincing. Jiang Yame rubbed He Zixuan's half-wet head. Let's go. Let's pull the rope together. Zhang Tian silently straightened the water hose and threw it down again. You go and rest first. Lu Tingting passed by Luo Fei, dragged her to the only place where she could hide from the rain, and stuffed his backpack into her. There are painkillers and trauma medicine in it. Disinfect yourself. Hurry up. Don't wait until we're done. You've lost too much blood here. Luo Fei grinned and nodded, squatted down to untie the clothes wrapped around the wound, and applied medicine to himself with a faint reflection. Except for the wounded, everyone joined the towing team. Jiang Yame was at the front of the team, shouting slogans to unify the rhythm of the effort. Seeing the efficiency improve, one figure after another passed through the dark night and climbed over the dense barbed wire. Qian Xiaoxin, Wang Xiaojing, and then Lu Hainan. Lu Tingting put down the hose and couldn't help coughing twice. He moved his shoulders and neck, which had no feeling, and asked about the situation below. Lu Hainan, who was shaking his hands to untie the rope, shook his head when he heard it, which made Lu Tingting's heart sink halfway. Not very good. When I came up, the door had been smashed in half, and now it was all blocked by the table. The 3 of them blocked the door, and they came in and chopped a little. But also, Lu Hainan panted and didn't say anything else. Lu Tingting also understood what he meant. Besides the door? Can the glass wall still hold up? Yes. There are no stress points on the glass wall, and after a piece of the door is broken, all the zombies will rush over here. They can't hold up for too long. Lu Hainan hurriedly threw away the hose, and threw it on the ground before he could put it in Zhang Tian's hand. He shook off the water droplets on the surface of the backpack and took out the mobile phone wrapped in clothes. The phone screen was on, and it was the call interface. Turn on the hands-free. A familiar sound came from the other side. The axe blade hit the bone. The machete penetrated the limbs. The tennis racket hammered the flesh. What a coincidence. See you again, Song Song baby. Say hello to everyone. Jiang Jigang's voice was panting. Get lost? Song Song's voice was blurred in the background sound. Lu Tingting kept biting the dead skin on her fingers, her eyelashes dripping with raindrops. Thinking in a hurry, but a corner of her brain was absent-minded. Thinking, I still have the energy to joke. It shows that I can kill 2 more zombies. 3 people guarding the door. They will definitely not be able to hold on for too long against the momentum of dozens of zombies. But there is no way to evacuate one by one. If one person withdraws, the remaining 2 people will probably be immediately overwhelmed by zombies. The clever little golden retriever in Jiang Jigang's screaming voice flashed in Lu Tingting's mind. Luo Fei moved to her side. Let them get on the rope together. This is the only way. Instead of waiting for the zombies to break through, it is better to take a chance. The 3 of them jumped up and grabbed the rope together, letting the zombies jump over the window and fall. If everything goes well, this is the best plan. But the risk is too great. The rain seemed to be more urgent, and the slanting raindrops were dense. If they make a mistake, the 3 people will not be able to reach the fire hose, and will fall down the building before the zombie brigade. Without any protective measures, the 3 people holding the hose and pulling them up will fall into the abyss as soon as they lose strength. The rooftop was quiet, and Lu Tingting turned around to ask Luo Fei's opinion. In order to avoid attracting the attention of flying zombies, there was no flashlight on the rooftop, and everyone who needed lighting just turned on their mobile phone screens. At this moment, Lu Tingting could not see Luo Fei's face clearly, nor could he tell the emotions in her eyes. I have no opinion. The voice on the phone was smiling. Song Song, we don't either. Yeah. Plop. The surface of the hose was still stained with Luo Fei's blood, and it was thrown down from the high building again. Lu Tingting regained his composure. Hold on tight later. Everyone picked up 2 hoses and stood on both sides. You 2 first. I go last. 3, 2, 1. Without giving the other 2 people a chance to speak, Jiang Jigang had just finished speaking when the hoarse voice of the zombies approached. The people on the rooftop could not see the scene below and could only guess the situation through the messy footsteps. The raindrops fell. The footsteps gradually faded away. And then, there was a heavy bang. The table blocking the door made a heavy friction sound on the ground. And there was also the sound of intertwined limbs colliding. A water hose was instantly tightened. Zhang Tian skillfully circled his left hand, passed through the shoulders and neck, and carried the weight of a person. We have it here. This side too. There was no other movement on the other side of the phone, except the sound of the zombies. Lu Tingting was anxious. Did Jiang Jigang, who was 1 step behind, reach it? There was a crash downstairs. Lu Tingting's ears banged, and her heart skipped a beat. She held the phone in disbelief and moved closer to the wire mesh, lying on it and looking down. It was impossible to see. She knew, but the sound that seemed like an illusion was playing in her ears on a loop. Did you hear it? She knelt beside the wire mesh, the light from the phone screen hitting her face from bottom to top. Pale as paper. No one answered her. Chapter 58. All sounds disappeared from her ears. The sound of rain. The sound of wind. The breathing of 9 people on the rooftop. The world was silent, infinitely enlarged, and a dizzy feeling filled her head, preventing the whole world from being a dense needle tip, enlarging, and then shrinking to a small hole, trying to crush her and swallow her. Someone is calling her. Stop! Who is it? Stop! The world began to revive from a point of light, expanding, and gradually enlarging to the entire field of vision and space. The rain fell. Stop! Come quickly! It was Zhang Tian who called her. It's not him. Come quickly. Look! The rope is heavier. The distant sound of the clatter was still ringing. It was not Jiang Jigang who fell from the building, but the zombie who outran him. 42 seconds ago, Jiang Jigang followed closely behind the 2 people, and saw that each of them grabbed a hose. But when it was his turn, things suddenly became tricky. It was rainy and windy at night. Song Song and the long-haired man grabbed the fire hose and tried to move upwards to leave space for Jiang Jigang. The wind blew through the sky, making the two people sway, and even the heavy fire hose was swaying left and right. Jiang Jigang held his breath and dodged to the left, avoiding the zombies that rushed over from behind. The zombies that rushed forward were hit by a feint and fell straight down the building. This is not over yet. Jiang Jigang clenched the fire axe in his hand, turned around, and swung it a few times, clearing a space of 50 centimeters on his side. However, zombies are not creatures that feel pain and fear death. The miserable situation of their own kind cannot deter them at all. They only know that there is space in front of them, so they surge up like a tide. Two fists cannot beat four hands. Song Song and the long-haired man are hanging outside the window like two dried sausages, and no one can help them. Jiang Jigang didn't dare to stop for a second. After dodging two zombies again, he took 2 steps, looked at the direction of the hose swinging, and jumped up with all his strength. The wind did not let him down. The 3 people hanging in the air were like frightened birds. They put all their bodies and minds on the hoses under their hands. Their arms were tense. Their waists and hips were exerted. Their knuckles were twisted white, and they slightly adjusted their postures, letting the hoses go around their calves twice, and then locked them with their legs. On the rooftop, Zhang Tian, who felt the rope under his hands tighten further, gritted his teeth and roared out his name. I'm not afraid that the fire hose will be rough and hurt my hands. I'm just afraid that it will be too slippery after being wet by the rain. After Lu Tingting woke up, he immediately joined the one-sided tug-of-war game, along with the sound of wind and rain that never stopped all night. The plop sound coming from the ground was like an accompaniment, which made everyone happy physically and mentally. A row of blisters was worn out at the base of his thumb. Jiang Yamei didn't dare to change hands, so she could only endure the pain, grit her teeth and exert force, grinding out pink blood mixed with tissue fluid, until the other side of the wire mesh. 3 figures were slowly lifted up. The moment they all grabbed the wire mesh, several people near the edge rushed up, and helped several people to slowly jump over the upper edge of the wire mesh, and fell to the ground in 2 steps. When his back was against the ground, Song Song's messy golden hair fell on his ears, and he felt the blood flowing through his limbs, making his hands and feet warm. I will never go rock climbing in this life. He opened his mouth and let the rain moisten his dry lips and tongue. Hey! Someone blocked him. Song Song opened his eyes. He Zishuan squatted beside him with a smile. Are you hurt? There is a good thing about rainy days. Tears will not be discovered. Song Song raised his hands and patted himself from head to toe in a funny way, and finally said, Report to the commander. I am intact. Next to the 2 of them, Jiang Jigang was crying wildly. Whoa! Whoa! I was really scared to death. Jiang Jigang hiccuped and continued to sit in the rain and wail. I thought I would never see you again. Ah! I have made up my mind. I will jump off the building. But I don't want to become a zombie. And I don't want to be turned into pieces. Whoa! Zhang Tian, who was tightly hugged by Jiang Jigang, showed a helpless expression to Lu Tingting beside him. And when he saw Lu Tingting secretly wiping tears, he grabbed her hand. Lu Tingting didn't hide. She stood silently and calmed down. Jiang Yamei, who passed by, picked up the fire hose tied to the concrete pillar and was amazed. This scene really looked like a family of 3. A loving couple, and their eldest son who cried all the time. The long-haired man was the calmest one, sitting against the wire mesh, with his head down, wondering what he was thinking. But Luo Fei said that he was just pretending. After a near-death experience, he might be re-examining his life. In the spirit of humanitarianism, she walked over and kicked the long-haired man's leg. How is it? But unexpectedly, Guan Guyuan did not raise his head. After a few seconds of silence, Luo Fei pursed her lips, squatted down, tilted her head, and looked at his face. Guan Guyuan cried silently. Noticing Luo Fei's gaze, he raised his hand to wipe the water stains on his cheeks, coughed twice, and sat up straight. Jiang Jigang behind him was still howling. Luo Fei did not stand up, but asked patiently, Are you okay? This is not a good question. When you ask someone are you okay, the default answer is very good. Thank you for your concern. And it takes courage to say a different answer. This is like the classic dialogue in English textbooks, which has almost become a convention for generations. In Luo Fei's imagination, this would probably be a very decent conversation. She greeted politely, and he answered politely. But at this moment, Guan Guyuan was still silent, which almost exhausted Luo Fei's patience. Maybe he didn't want to talk to her. Luo Fei stood up, intending to give him some space to slow down. But Guan Guyuan grabbed her clothes. Don't go. The voice was light, and the hand holding her clothes was steady. And it seemed that he could kill a few more zombies. Luo Fei thought so, and squatted quietly without moving. After 2 minutes, he felt his feet were numb, so he sat down. Anyway, he was soaked. Fortunately, it was July. Otherwise it would be freezing. Luo Fei thought aimlessly. And she and Lu Tingting thought the same thing. Is it cold? Lu Tingting shook the hand she and Zhang Tian were holding, sitting on the wet ground. You have to be careful even in summer. Before Zhang Tian answered, Jiang Jigang answered with sobs, a little bit. So Lu Tingting pulled them up one by one, and pushed everyone to the only eaves where they could hide from the rain. A dozen people huddled together under a small eaves, sharing the biscuits and energy drinks in their backpacks, chatting with each other. Jiang Yamei, when are we going down? Later. I take a rest. Jiang Jigang covered his heart. Don't go. Lu Tingting handed him the dry towel in her bag. Take a rest. There are not many zombies downstairs. We can just deal with them. This long night finally came to an end. The darkness and endless sadness were all weighing on her heart. But she still talked about the trivialities of daily life, as if she could pretend that order remained the same and nothing had happened by grasping the routine of life. But Lu Tingting didn't hate this way. Life had to go on. They would still mention Aunt Zhao's favorite flavors, although everyone knew that those who had left would never come back. Just like the death farewell that kept repeating in these 7 days. I've decided. Amid the fragmented words of everyone, Lu Tingting suddenly spoke with a firm tone. Zhang Tian retracted his hand on her shoulder. Everyone pressed the pause button and turned to look at her. I'm going to quit. Jiang Yamei, huh? She was the first to jump up after losing her work partner. Why? Before Lu Tingting could speak, she withered again. Forget it. Forget it. The sooner you leave, the better. He Zishuan rubbed Jiang Yamei's hair, but was talking to Lu Tingting. It's fine. I'm going to resign too. I plan to go home and spend some time with my parents. Song Song continued, you don't have to resign. After something like this, there will definitely be a long period of time for everyone to recuperate. If there is something wrong, just work from home. Luo Fei said, you overestimate the character of capitalists. Believe it or not, in the next period of time, when the zombies are cleared and the infrastructure is rebuilt, a large number of people will. You can only use your phone at home. This is the best time for internet platforms to snatch users. It's good enough that you don't have to go back to work immediately. Lu Hainan rolled his eyes. I don't want to work anymore. I can't come to work at all. Luo Fei, the market situation is not good now. How many companies have closed down after the zombie disaster? You can't find a good job if you go out. There are so many unemployed people now. And there are many graduates from famous universities. You haven't worked for a long time. And you are still unmarried and childless. How can you compete with them? Master. Stop reading. Ah! The rooftop was filled with laughter brought by held jokes. After a pause, Luo Fei rubbed his sore cheeks and asked Lu Tingting, where have you decided to go? Lu Tingting smiled. I plan to devote myself to the real economy. What? When this was said, everyone showed a huh? Expression. It's no wonder that everyone reacted so strongly. In fact, the typical representative of the real economy is restaurants. 6 out of 10 restaurants lose money. 1 makes money and 3 lose money. Lu Tingting, gym? Boxing gym? After what happened, everyone should be more enthusiastic about exercising. After all, it's a race with sharp teeth behind. Or a cafe? Dessert shop? It's petty bourgeoisie after all. She was eager to try, and her words were full of longing for the future. That's great. Luo Fei continued. Will you accept the investment? I can invest tens of thousands. Jiang Jigang, I can do that too. Lu Tingting laughed. You haven't decided what to start yet. But she soon changed her mind. Maybe I should go to illegal fundraising. See how you guys are doing. She pulled Zhang Tian's arm and showed a sly smile. What about you? Will you give it to me? Didn't I give it to you a long time ago? What? Zhang Tian, salary card. Woo. The people around him immediately started to scream. Perhaps it was the joy of surviving a disaster. Lu Tingting was rarely full of interest in teasing him. Raised his eyebrows. Then you don't have any private money? Jean Tian pretended to be in deep thought. Thought for a while and replied, I'm the only one left. Take me with you. Nonsense. How could I not take it with me? Hey. Jiang Yame patted He Zishuan's shoulder. Does your tooth hurt? He Zishuan looked serious. Covering one side of his teeth. A little bit. It's sour. It was only 2 steps away. But Lu Tingting was too lazy to go through the rain curtain to teach the 2 bad guys a lesson. He snorted, causing the laughter over there to be louder. It was 4:40. Jiang Yame felt sleepy, glanced at the time on her phone, and looked up at the night. Maybe you can see the sunrise today, if the clouds and rain stop. It was at this time that she caught a glimpse of light in the sky from the corner of her eyes. What? She thought she was dazzled by lack of sleep. But after blinking, Jiang Yame stood up with a bang. Look! The rain stopped. I don't know when. The morning glow appeared on the horizon. The rain clouds became a hotbed for the scattering of air molecules. The halo spread, blurring the boundary between heaven and earth. Day and night are redefining their territory. And on the side that still belongs to the night, a little light passes through the night. Like the leader of dawn. Like a fearless vanguard. A military helicopter is flying towards them. Put it in. It will be useful. Before leaving the convenience store, when packing everyone's carry-on bags, Aunt Zhao unpacked more than a dozen sets of camping flashlights and stuffed them into their backpacks one by one. What if? Aunt Zhao frowned. So no one dared to say that they would not take it. The light of the flashlight flashed straight towards the helicopter, waving in the inky night. From a distance, the cabin door opened. Half of the body was leaning out, waving at them, indicating that they who were dancing on the rooftop should make way for the helicopter to park. Behind the helicopter, there were thousands of rays of light.